ready.
Yes.
I am so fucking ready.
Okay, let's go. Let's get started. Tonight, you're abuzz with excitement. Wait, no, your palm husk is vibrating in your pocket. One of your friends is contacting you. You pull it out and a notification pops up. Buzzing is requesting to add you on Chitter. The message is accompanied by a little icon, blue with a silhouetted winged animal. Some of the similarities between this planet and your own are starting to stretch your powers of belief in coincidence. Whatever. You pull up the app and read the message from, could it be, your potential new friend.
OMG, hi! I hope it's okay to contact you. Oops, I should have introduced myself. I saw your picture on Sarava's stream. I'm one of their biggest fans. But now I'm one of yours. Love those looks. Anyway, I would love to chat if you're up to it. If not, it's okay. You can just ignore me. Everyone else does.
Could this be the universe reaching benevolently down to do you a solid? It's like being given a giant pile of money unasked. You didn't have to do anything for this friendship. You didn't even have to walk anywhere. All you had to do was join the fabled social media, and it literally appeared in your pocket. Your hands are shaking a little as you go to respond. You don't want to seem too eager. Or do you? You have no idea how to approach this. You thank Buzzing for his compliments and say that you would be happy to talk sometime. In an instant, a notification pops up inviting you to download another app. You do it, and a video screen opens. Suddenly, you can see your new friend's face. He's sweetly round and roly-poly and smiling at you broadly.
Hi, I'm Zebede. I hope it's not too sudden to gripe you like this. Is it okay? OMG, you don't have to respond to that. Sorry for being weird. Let's start over. How do you know Sarava?
Apart from being extremely friendly, this troll also seems to run both sides of the conversation by himself. Befriending him is the least effort you've put into anything. What? Oh, whoops. I just accidentally enabled self-voicing.
Self-voicing disabled.
Thank you. I just hit V instead of the spacebar. His enthusiasm is really cute, but there's something about him that unsettles you. Looking at his hopeful face gives you a dark stab of humiliation you don't quite understand. You swallow down the discomfort and tell him the story of your friendship with Sarava, leaving out Sarava's personal background. He hangs on your every word.
That's so cool. I wish I could hang out with you guys. OMG, not that I'm implying you'd want to hang out. It's just, no one ever comes to visit me.
He takes out his phone and taps a few keys. A notification box pops up in front of the video. It's a direct message from Buzzing that just says, frowny face. You ask him why that is.
I live in the middle of nowhere. It's good for the bees, but I guess no one really thinks it's worth the effort to come all the way out here. It's just me and my Luces, and he can't really do much around the hive. Sigh. It's fine.
He really says the word sigh out loud. Despite saying it was fine, he seems dejected with a distinct downward angle to his shoulders. His shoulders. His buzzy accent is kind of getting to you. Ask him if it's really fine. You tell him that you understand if he's not okay with it. After all, you say, it would really hurt your feelings if your friends didn't make any effort for you. Isn't that what friends are supposed to do? He gives you a grateful smile, some tension releasing from his frame.
Oh, I would never ask that of anyone. I don't want to be annoying. Like, sometimes I really wish someone would take the time to visit, but I totally don't blame any of my friends for not coming. Like, I understand that you have to decide which friends come first, and I just don't. Some people are just cooler and more fun than me. It's understandable.
This really must be your lucky day. First of all, no one has threatened bodily violence towards you in the past 10 minutes. Your fear for your life is at a low-key, reasonable level. Second, this troll is making it really obvious what he wants you to do. This is a total slam dunk of a friend opportunity. Say you'll visit. Zebede's face transforms utterly. It's astonishing. He goes from sullen and shadow to utterly radiant. Your heart pangs with an overwhelming surge of fellow feeling. True, you've seen other trolls react emotively at the sight of meat and blood and your own body sparkling under the moonlight, but Zebede is the only one with such an extreme reaction to friendship. Man, you are really feeling this, little guy.
You'll come? Really? That's so cool. Thanks. This is gonna be so good. I'm gonna get all the best snacks, and my Lucis is really cool. You'll like him. This is so exciting.
You leave Zebede to his preparations, even as the bubble of joy inside you goes a little wobbly. You aren't used to such high expectations from prospective friends. Most people just expect you to be an imbecile. You absolutely can't screw this up. You made a promise to your brand new friend. Unfortunately, that promise is to visit him in a house that is, by his own admission, so far away that not even people who know what the fuck is going on can be asked to find it. You haven't thought this through, but that's never stopped you before. First things first, what old friendship can you call on to help you out? I.e., who is likely to have a vehicle of some kind? You can always call up Tagora to see what he thinks, but you don't want to be too needy with him. Amicia, well, doesn't look tall enough to reach the pedals. Zebra, just no. You are a strong, independent alien who don't need no troll. You also don't think aliens are allowed on public transit, and you don't know the number for troll taxis. So, you'll do crime. Perfect. What did Connell do when she stole that car? Punch the lock off with one big fist. You won't be punching off any doors, but eventually you find a car that isn't locked. Almost like someone helpfully left it for you. Ha, sucker. It pricks slightly at your conscience as you slide into the seat and fire up the autopilot, heading out into the country once again. But recently, anything that isn't brutal, indiscriminate violence kind of doesn't faze you. So you stole a car. Big deal. It's not like anybody died. This is it. So begins your gradual slide into total moral iniquity. A hardened criminal. That's you. Zebede does live pretty far out. He hadn't been exaggerating. You used the time to curl up in the back seat and catch up on some sleep, all the while trying to ignore the fact that this car reminds you of being inside of a large squishy animal. At least you get a few radio channels out here. Zebede's hive is big and buzzing. Literally. You hear a persistent drone of bees, and standing right outside is the boy himself. He's so excited he's bouncing on his toes, clapping his hands together. He has a gold symbol on his shirt. You wonder if he's a psychic. You've finally been here long enough to pick up on racial stereotypes. Go you.
You're here! You actually came! I seriously can't believe that someone actually went out of their way to visit me!
Well, you don't really have a way to go out of, but you keep that to yourself. You're more than happy to accept the friendship points. Zebede leads you into his hive, which, like Skyla's, looks like he made a lot of it himself. There are hanging baskets of flowers and plants everywhere, and a zigzag shelf holding up a stack of colorful books. In one corner is a big screen TV and an entertainment center. Zebede vanishes into another room and leaves you to get comfortable on the big couch, which is unsubtly striped yellow and black. The buzzing is pretty loud in here too, and you look around for bees. You're not thrilled about the bees, honestly. You wish there was some music on your phone to drown them out. You're thinking about following Zebede to seeing if he needs help when your phone starts to vibrate. You look down and recognize Sarava's username. Okay, posture check. But that is also how I react to seeing internet friend in person. Yeah, I have not yet had the experience of meeting someone on the internet first and then in person. Or like not like
my friendships, actually.
I've driven to visit two of my friends in the States. One was a 5-hour drive and the other was a 10-hour drive, and that was an endeavor. But I did it.
I visited Crab, and that was fun.
Hell yeah.
You sure did.
Yes.
Hell yeah, gamer.
Hell yeah, gamer.
I think you're muted.
Yeah.
I forgot I was muted. I literally packed up all my shit and moved down to Austin to live with people that I'd only known on the internet.
Mm.
Hello.
Hey, it
And
worked
then I
out.
married one of them.
Now we're married.
Hell
Now
yeah.
we're married.
Hey.
It
Yeah.
happens. Imagine.
I'm gonna mute again. I'm still eating.
Yeah. See, part of
I
the
wish I could eat, but I can't with these teeth.
part of the stuff with meeting internet pals in particular here is yeah, so many people on the internet live in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi.
I had to cross
do
the
you live?
border to visit my friend's
Canada.
Yeah,
Southern Ontario, so not actually that far from the States, but still, like...
yeah, I'm also like right next to the border.
Mhm.
Not saying which border because this is a public stream, however.
Fair enough.
Okay, the answer is no. Do not answer the phone, let it go to voicemail.
Thank fuck. Was about to be sad.
Hmm. Let it go to voicemail. You decide to just let the call go to voicemail. You're busy with a different friend right now, and you can just call them back on your drive home. Or not home, but, well, the closest you've got right now. It will give you something to do besides sleep. You mess around on your phone for a little bit, filling out your profile on your chitter. Alien Invasion of One. Just here, I guess. That's honestly the best you can come up with. You aren't quite sure how your age would translate to troll years or sweeps, so you don't bother with that. You've already gained some more followers. Sarava retweeted your intro tweet. Or chirp. Whatever. Zebede comes back in with a tray of snacks and 2 glasses of something bright red that you hope isn't Fago. Or blood, but that goes without saying at this point.
Hey, who are you talking to? I heard your palm husk go off.
You tell him that you weren't talking to anybody. You just let the call go to voicemail. Does he really think you're the kind of person who would take a call from someone else while you're having a hang sesh? Heck no.
Aw, you didn't have to do that.
Zebede says that, but he's obviously incredibly happy that you did. He sets the tray down and hops up on the couch next to you.
So, what do you want to do? I have a bunch of really cool stuff we could check out, but I didn't want to make you just do whatever I wanted. I know we barely know each other.
You tell him that whatever he wants to do is fine with you. You aren't picky in any sense of the word. Zebede seems a little at sea by your lack of an opinion, but eventually he puts on the first episode of a pirate show. This is nice. It's nice to just chill for a while. But you barely get through the opening credits before Zebede changes his mind and puts on a show about space pirates instead, but then he gives up on that too. He keeps looking at you for input, but the extent of your experience with troll pop culture is Ramel's knockoffs and that one shitty romance flick Polypa took you to see. You are not informed enough to have an opinion. You are seriously down for whatever. Zebede does the same thing with video games for a while, becoming increasingly more distressed. You feel deep empathy at his plight, but also mild annoyance. You understand this unreasonable fear of beefing it in front of your friends. You feel like that pretty much all the time. You eventually suggest to Zebede that you could just watch the last thing he watched on GrubTube. Zebede goes a delicate gray color that you've come to realize is the troll version of a Blanche.
That's, yeah, we could do that for sure, but, you know, a guy's GrubTube queue is, you know, kind of personal. Not that I don't trust you. If you can't trust randos you meet online and invited to your house, who can you trust, right?
You feel that way too. You've also felt the overwhelming urge to throw yourself into the arms of strangers since you crash landed here. You tell Zebede that you aren't going to judge him. You don't judge your friends. An overwhelming look of trembling gratitude comes over him, and once again you feel an uncomfortable pulse of empathy. You are used to being the desperate one. You aren't sure how to feel about this turnabout, all this social power.
Okay.
The two of you scroll down through the history on his GrubTube account, and you find yourself choked up by the incredible trust he's showing in you right now, letting someone behind the curtain. There doesn't really seem to be anything worth getting stressed over. No porn or anything. He does have a lot of videos of Sarava, specifically ones where they're actually on camera.
Yeah, they are so cool. It's so rad that you guys are tight. I really want to meet them someday.
He sighs. Then he sighs again, a little louder. You catch on to your part in this bit and tell him that you can probably figure out a way to make that happen. You hope you don't have to follow through on that. Sarava's a busy guy, and you aren't sure they actually let anyone into their hive. Well, besides you. But you seem to be an exception to a number of rules. You keep that last part to yourself. The rest of the videos in his recent history are all about a band called Hatch to Dance. Music videos, interviews, and compilations of vlogs. You ask him what all this is.
You've never heard of H2D? Really? They're so cool. They're my fave. I mean,
He gets shifty-eyed.
Whatever. They're alright, I guess. Their music is kinda catchy, and they have a pretty dope group dynamic.
You mentioned that all of them seem to be pretty good-looking, too.
Really? You think so?
You point out a guy with tall horns that swoosh into hooks and a lot of white hair that falls into his eyes. This guy is particularly handsome.
Him? He's okay, I guess. If you're really basic. Not that I think you're basic or anything.
He shows you some of the music videos. They have really high production values and extremely elaborate sets. All of the band members sing and dance and get very close to kissing each other. He'd been really nervous about showing you this. His deep dark secret was that he likes music videos? Is being into pretty pop stars some kind of cultural taboo?
Not really, just, it's kinda lame, right? And I just really want you to like me.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious, and you do like him. You just wish he wouldn't say shit like that. It's embarrassing. And also, it reminds you that you yourself have gone around doing pretty much the same thing, pretending to agree with everything your prospective friends say, and lying and saying you're into things you aren't. Just all around being a big phony. The circumstances are different for you, though. You're an alien. This is a hostile territory. You don't have a hive or a lucis or even horns. So it's way less pathetic for you to be like this than it is for Zebede. Right? Deep down, you know you're full of shit. You're just coming up with reasons to excuse behaviors in yourself that you condemn in others. You hang your head in shame. Zebede, who was not privy to your internal monologue, looks confused. Is it possible that you're doing the wrong thing in your eternal quest for friends? Could it be that... Before you can spiral any further into a full-blown existential crisis, you hear a noise from outside that you really, really don't like. Several noises, in fact. A crash, followed by a thump. Followed by a, "Get out of here, you fucking piece of shit, you thief!" Oh dear. Zebede scrambles around to look over the back of the couch. You can just make out a shape through the window.
Hey, this is a totally wild question that I typically would never ask a potential friend, but did you steal that scuttle buggy?
Ha, funny story. You didn't know how else to get out here. You did it for him, for your nascent friendship.
Oh, wow. Nobody's ever stolen a scuttle buggy for me before. Did you forget to take the GPS chip out, though? Because I think whoever you stole it from found it.
GPS chip. Right. Fuck. This is not an auspicious start to your life of crime. Maybe you aren't quite ready to go it alone yet. Another crash and rattle. It sounds like someone is taking pieces out of Zebede's hive. You get up and start for the door.
Hey, what are you doing? You can't go out there. They look big. And they sound huge. You'll get killed.
Right, he's definitely got a point there. But whoever is outside seems intent on demolishing his hive brick by brick, so they're gonna get in eventually anyway. Better for you to go out there now and face this music so at least one of you gets out of this. Zebede stares at you. Weird globby golden tears pool at the corners of his eyes.
You would do that? For me? Nobody's ever offered to die for me before? That's so nice!
Hello.
Yeah, you're pretty nice. Also pretty idiotic, considering you're about to go give yourself up to a big angry troll whose car you absolutely stole. Well, it's been fun while it lasted. Actually, it's been mostly terrible. Oh well, goodbye, cruel world.
Wait!
You have one hand on the doorknob when Zebede's shout rings against the walls and ceiling.
Friend!
Outside, the buzzing rises to a rattling crescendo, so loud it no longer sounds like animals. It sounds like weather or a fighter jet. The intruder screams. You wince, but you are also overwhelmed by gratitude and excitement. Zebede did that. For you. The screams stop after a few seconds, and the buzzing gradually recedes. You and Zebede are left staring at the door, then at each other. Behind you, GrubTube is auto-playing a Hatch to Dance interview. Little ambient crackles of white electricity you come to associate with psychics wreathes Zebede, before that fades too. Did he seriously just telekinetically gather up a bunch of bees and just throw them?
No. That sounds hard and potentially dangerous for the bees. I more just asked them nicely. I'm bad at it though, sometimes. It doesn't work.
Telekinesis, that's good, Corencio.
Oh my gods. Telekinesis!
Well, it sure worked this time.
Yeah!
Zebede nods, then he nods again.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, right?
The two of you venture outside to see what's going on. Nothing is going on. The night is quiet. The car is exactly where you left it, and there's no sign of bees or the bees or the intruder. So either they ran away or got stung so many times they dissolved into sludge. You feel another pang of conscience, but it's not enough to cover up your ecstatic surge of happiness when you see how chuffed Zebede is to have set some bees on a guy. You tell him you're grateful. You think about adding that you're proud of him, but you don't. But you don't want to... You think about adding that you're proud of him, but you don't want to literally make him explode. You let him hug you instead.
Guess this means you have a scuttle buggy now.
Yeah, spoils of war.
You want some buttery exploded kernels? I make them myself. Well, I put the kernels in the pot and explode them.
You tell him that sounds great. He's honestly pretty fun to visit. Minus the sudden attack, you're having a really nice time, and that part was honestly entirely your fault. He should quit putting himself down so much and being such a desperate piece of shit. You mean that in the nicest way possible, and it's pretty good advice in general. You know, just to have floating around out there. Finally, we can be friends.
We can be friends.
Yay!
Yay, and we missed...
And his problematic internet history will never be revealed.
Oh,
Indeed.
yeah.
Over the
Coming
course
up
of
on
the...
the 12 hours, baby.
Forbidden deep lore.
Oh yeah, 12 fucking hours, baby. And
And
Ow.
we missed a posture check, a hydrate, and a stretch. through that.
What about the uwus?
And the uwus, the uwus came in pretty close to the end of this one, so I'm gonna roll those into the beginning of the next one, just because, like, it caught my eye, but I was like, there's so little left of this particular route. I'm gonna stand up.
Uwu, the K-pop bitches. I really, really, really want to stay awake, but I'm just tired really fast
Go
from this
rest.
energy drink. I will be back. But I
All right, Marcus.
Yeah.
You better be back.
That's alright.
Get some sleep.
Sleep.
Take care. Take care of yourself.
I don't know
love
who's
you
next.
guys.
There's a reason why I woke up at 8. There's a reason why I woke up at like 6 p.m. today.
Mallek and Stelsa are the two that are next.
Hey!
Mallek and Lynera.
Time.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My bad.
Yes, I
Lynera.
did.
Wow.
I mean, Lynera's great too.
Yeah, Lynera.
I
You're
kind of
right.
want to do Stelsa when she comes up because I want to do like a Fran Drescher impression.
Stelsa is volume 13. My bad. Yeah, we're on the left.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a long way away, but we're gonna be here for it.
Yeah, I just saw glasses and immediately had Stelsa brain.
Mhm.
Oh, Lynera.
Wrong shade. Wrong shade back.
Yep, you're right. I was like, I don't remember her being green, and it's because I remembered correctly, and I should have trusted that.
Okay, so down we go to volume 11.
Should you use social media?
I will do social media while the timer is ticking for the poll. Thank you for reminding me. All right, another night, another long, long walk. Despite the blisters, you have started to feel truly optimistic. You've got a lot going for you these days. True, you're still technically a castaway on a hostile planet with absolutely no hope of rescue. But, if you're completely honest, Earth was pretty shitty too. Sure, 98% of everyone here is a psychopath who would rip off your face as soon as you look, ugh. What? Oh yeah, that's another one with a typo. As soon as look at you. Sure, 98% of everyone here is a psychopath.
I like to think that the MSPR is just losing their mind, and this is just the deterioration of their mind.
But it's the other
Definitely.
2% that are really gonna make it all worth it. Okay. Mallek and Lynera. I just opened the wrong window. There's the correct window. New poll.
If nobody wants to do Lynera, I'll take it. But that's really up to y'all.
Crab, it's a shame that you're the only one up with your voice range tonight.
What?
It's a shame that there's not another voice actor here.
Are you
sorry.
kidding? We're all voice actors
I
here.
know.
I think we got a pretty diverse range here.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got
Pretty
good shit
diverse
going.
range.
We do.
But I feel bad for Crab.
Why? Because I voice all the fucking girls and I hate it?
Yeah.
Or what?
See, I have Mick to take off some of the pressure. Like, since Macus went to sleep, that means that I'm gonna be handing Galekh over to Mick.
Okay. Are you
Ooh,
taking
okay.
Mallek then?
Yes, Mallek
Yes.
is
Alright.
my boy.
That's true, you do have a trade up. I don't know, unless fucking Mads wants to try his hand.
I don't know.
I can do Galekh once we get there. Though volume 12 will probably be my last volume for the night because I do have work tomorrow. So I
Damn.
want to be rested for that.
Yeah.
It's a night shift, but it's
I
a
do,
physical
right.
job, so I want to
Mhm.
make sure I'm in good health.
Mhm.
That's really fair.
Well,
I sit at my computer
if
and I
you-
talk to y'all all through my shift. I'm off work now, but
I mean, if you want to be Mallek, so I could be. Wait, no, Galekh and Mallek are in the same room. Shit.
Mm.
Never mind. I'll say Mallek. I was gonna be like, oh, you could go to bed early. Wait. Mallek shows up in Galekh's route. But hey,
they all fucking rhyme. They all have similar names. I hate this.
Galekh, Mallek.
I hate Homestuck.
I'm pretty sure technically the pronunciation is Mallek. But what's pronunciation? I've never heard of it.
I mean, apparently even the writers can't agree on pronunciation.
Yeah.
I'm not too bothered.
Aradia. What's that?
The most white way that you can say things is the correct option.
I hate that that's not incorrect.
I know. That's what Hussey said. I'm just corroborating the facts.
Hussey is not valid.
Murder bitch.
Yeah. Fucking Lynera.
Murder bitch.
I just think it's a funny description, but it is an apt one.
I'm just correct.
No, you are.
Okay, so what's happening with voices? I can potentially, if someone wants to grab MSPA reader, I can do Lynera.
Oh.
Because then are you...
MSPA reader for it? Or actually, Mads, you want to be MSPA reader?
I can be MSPA reader, yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to wear my voice out too much. Share the love.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'll be MSPA reader, yeah.
Okie dokes.
Oh, did we vote already on which one was going first? I think I missed it.
Yep, it's Mallek.
Oh, yeah, it's Mallek.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So,
Half a second, I need to grab
So,
okay.
give y'all some time to, like, actually eat and enjoy your food.
I just bored it all actually in about 10 seconds. I'm done eating.
Don't say it that way.
I literally just inhaled my burrito, swallowed
That's
it whole.
better.
Don't worry about me. No, bored was the app description, because I don't think I chewed much.
I don't want to hear the vor word, though. And I think I'm valid
you're
for
wrong.
that.
Perhaps. I'm sorry. I'm a menace to
No,
society.
it's okay. I'm just giving you shit.
Phenomenal.
Alright. Mallek Root, were you good to go?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, boy. And maybe you're pushing your luck at this point. A reasonable person would just hit up one of their many, many new friends and find a place to crash. But the night is young, so to speak, and you have a good feeling about this particular desolate stretch of road. You're just wondering where you should hide out for the day when a long car pulls up next to you on the street. You hunch your shoulders and keep walking, hoping that they're just here for the scenery. But you are literally the scenery here, so when the back door opens and two trolls lumber towards you, you can't say you're surprised. You are a little surprised when they each grab hold of one of your arms and drag you into the car. Up until now, you have found trolls to be surprisingly chatty. You aren't expecting the assault and ask questions later approach. The car takes off before you have time to catch your breath. You will never catch that breath. It's blocks behind you now. It's loose. And here you are, without your breath, face to face with a troll who's leaning back on his bench seat. Just straight chillin'. The dome light glints off his blue eyes, and what someone less hip than you might describe as way too many piercings. He has them in his ears, nose, and eyebrow, and even a couple in his horn. His hair is shaved in a daring undercut, and his teeth are sharp.
Hey.
Hey yourself, asshole. Oh, damn. Some of your newfound self-confidence just bubbled out of you like spit up from an infant. This is gonna go bad fast. But instead of immediately murdering you, he looks you up and down, checked you out in all your ragged glory. He smiles, slow and lazy. It does things to your guts. Friendship things. His smile stretches wider, going slightly lopsided from his piercing. He looks like he looks like he likes what he sees. Jesus Christ. Even if what he sees is you being a rude bitch.
Fair. I did just get my boys to drag you off the street. I get how that equals a little not chill. Sorry about all that. I'm Mallek.
Mallek doesn't look so sorry, but you are distracted by one of his boys, who is looking at you through a familiar pair of eyes hidden behind a fall of dark bangs. Oh god, the undead!
Do you want me to read for Damon?
Oh.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering if you remembered me.
Remember? You doubt you'll ever forget, even with extensive therapy.
Yeah, we killed you. What are you doing here? With
Aw.
our fat ass.
Sorry about the cloak and laser bullshit. Just couldn't let anyone else get your fronds on you first, you know?
Wow, he was looking for you? Like, specifically?
For sure, dude. I've been following you.
Really? You feel like you would have noticed someone like him. He doesn't exactly blend in. Mallek holds up his palm husk with the Chitter app open. You recognize your own profile. Your follower count has gone up significantly since the last time you checked.
Right. So, everyone equals going on about this new Chitter account? Alien invasion of one? Figure it equals a publicity stunt or imperial propaganda. Uninteresting, not worth my time. But then, I start thinking, what if it's not? If this genuinely equals an invasion, how the hell have they survived this long? The drones should have obliterated a cult-bait son of a bitch like you right away.
That's literally what I said.
They should have taken you off your hornless head parages ago. They haven't. Why? Then I figured out how you must be doing it.
Without meaning to, you lean toward him. Have you finally found someone who understands and appreciates just how terrific you are at friendship maneuvers? Who really gets your area of study?
You're a robot.
Oh god damn it, not even close! But he's so obviously and avidly interested in you that, well, you tell a tiny little fib. I'm a robot.
Hell yeah! Nailed it.
Hey, this is kind of crazy. I didn't know you were a robot. Wild. Guess it makes sense though. You did have a sixth sense for meat and where to find it.
Mallek looks intrigued.
A meat tracker. That equals interesting.
Sure. You hope he doesn't try to test that functionality. You doubt you have another meat miracle in you, but all he does is keep giving you piercing looks in between texting furiously. Then he snaps a photo of you. Oh no, he's not gonna post that on Chitter #robot. You can't be a hashtag, everyone will know you're lying and blow up your cover, not to mention your mentions.
Nah, don't worry about that. Social media gives me hives. I have a Google alert set for certain combinations of words.
After Zebra's place, you're kind of expecting another lavish palace, but when you get out of the car, you see that Mallek isn't indigo, he's cerulean, like Elward and Ramel, and that one girl who kept boys in cages. Also, you're starting to think people's hives have more to do with taste than caste. Amicia had a homely little art studio, and Tagora had all those vases and shit. Before he leads you inside the apartment building, Mallek turns to Diamond and the other lowblood and starts messing around on his palm husk again.
Nice job, guys. I'm rerouting a Scythian drone shipment as we speak. Alright? Treyaf, I'm sending you those DVDs you wanted. They'll be at your hive when you arrive.
Alright, I just glanced at chat. Are we... It looks good to you? Okay, sorry. Sometimes my internet blips and the stream goes funky, but I'm getting thumbs up from chat, so never mind, we're good. Just wanted to double check. The bronze-blood Ruffian bows to Mallek. He looks a little uncomfortable and pats him awkwardly on the arm.
And Demon, I'll send your shit to that shop you live in.
Thanks, man.
You know, my offer still stands. I got a couple extra coops if you get sick of living rough.
Diamond shrugs.
Thanks, but I can't be tied down. Nice to see you again.
You and Mallek ride the elevator all the way to the top of the hive stem, and he leads you into a surprisingly tasteful loft apartment.
Come on, my shit equals upstairs.
Isn't the whole apartment his shit?
Yeah, technically. Let's go upstairs, though.
He brings you up to a higher level that has a Recuperacoon shoved against one wall and a couch shoved against the other, but they are both afterthoughts to just an ungodly amount of computer shit. Right when you got here, you probably wouldn't have been able to tell that's what it was, but now you're used to Alternia's weird bug tech. Squishy and organic and almost certainly alive, at least in the way that plants are alive. Though a couple wires here and there are almost definitely slithering. Mallek sits down in front of one of his screens and wakes it with a single swipe of his claws. He gestures you lazily into one of several office chairs. It squeaks as you sit down and sinks a little under your weight. He proceeds to ignore you as he slides a little pair of thin-frame glasses onto his nose, typing a list of commands into a text box. Then he pushes himself across to another screen with an alert flashing in one corner. You know what this is all adding up to. He's an IT guy.
No, I prefer to be called... Oh. Shit.
Huh?
I have this joke I do where someone calls me a hacker and I say, I prefer the term information specialist. But now that equals ruined.
Oh shit, hacker was totally your next guess. You can do it again.
Nah, moment's gone. No worries.
So, he's a hacker? That's pretty cool and subversive. You wonder if he's part of Tysius's secret anti-government movement. You almost ask, and then stop yourself at the last second. Whatever Tysius's anarchist leanings are, you aren't going to blab them to this rando cerulean. As much as you love to meet new friends, you really aren't about to throw one under the scuttlebuggy for no reason.
Yeah, not a lot of blues get down on this sort of thing. Gold bloods are better with tech. They got that living battery noise. You know how it goes.
All the gold bloods you met have been, well, Asdaja did have that scouter thing, and Kuprum hacked a phone, or something? Whatever, it was a while ago. Zebede mostly just liked fanfic.
Interesting. You'd think they would have programmed you with cultural stereotypes.
Huh? Oh, right, you're a robot. You wonder how a robot is supposed to act. You sit up straighter and think about circuit boards. Mallek messes around some more on his computer and frowns. Then he frowns some more. Then he reaches down and picks up one of the thick purple wires from the mess on the ground. He pauses. Apparently he isn't sure where to stick it. He glances down and you cross your legs before he can pull your dress up and start searching for external ports because nope, not happening, dude.
They don't have any network connections, so I've got to use an Ethernet. Don't be lame.
You aren't trying to be lame, you just don't want things in orifices. Eventually you compromise to let him stick it under your armpit like you're a baby having your temperature taken. You watch him tap away at his screen, marveling at the ludicrous choices you've made in your life that have led you to a troll sticking a wire under your armpit because he can't find your Wi-Fi signal. You sit there as his brow furrows further and his frown gets more pronounced. His annoyance bounces him out of his laid-back cool guy attitude. A blinking purple light flashes on his piercings.
Fuck. Even my tech isn't compatible.
One of the wires is coming towards you, and for a second you think you finally found a piece of technology that is actually alive. But then you see a little flicker of movement at the end of it and realize that it's a white snake with beady, intelligent eyes. Ah, a Lucis.
Don't be scared. He won't hurt you. He's just checking everything out.
Of course not. Why would you be afraid of a giant snake winding up your legs? Everybody is really about your legs. You need to get a pair of pants. Is the snake checking you for artificial ports? Are snakes particularly sensitive to technology? Is it because they're long?
Weird. This equals a radical situation. I have no idea what to make of you two.
Ugh, you feel like such a dickhead. Can you really continue to live this lie? Can we?
Alright.
Mhm.
To vote. Oh no.
And poll going up in. Now.
Vote now on your phones.
Mm-hmm. We got 4 votes to
0.
not tell him. Oh, I just realized I totally reversed the. I usually keep the options in the same order on screen as they are on screen.
No,
I-
they are the same order
They are
on
on the correct order. Because the poll is tell him you're a robot, but the bottom choice is saying we're not one. So we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, I was reading that as tell him you're a robot. No, don't tell him you're a robot as the answer. I should
No, tell him
probably
you're a
try and
robot.
stick
You're not
closer
a
to the actual.
It's fine.
I'll
It's
just.
been up for a while.
Okay, you know,
Yeah,
we're
you're
just.
doing great, honestly.
I'm just gonna go with the I'm not a robot one. Because I think that's probably what people meant.
Yes.
You brace yourself. In your experience, dealing with the fallout of your deceptions is never pleasant. You expect him to throw you out or at least get a snake to the face. Instead, Mallek just sags back into his desk chair, which settles with a depressed little squeal. He takes his glasses off and drops them onto his desk, palming at his eyes. It strikes you how exhausted he looks. You thought the dark smudges were eyeliner, but they might be eyeliner in despair. You wonder if now is the time to start apologizing. You're getting really good at apologies.
It's chill. I was the one who grabbed you off the street. You were probably scared of what I'd do to you if you weren't what I'd hoped you were.
Well, more like you were worried about the friend opportunity that would swirl down the drain, but yeah, okay, you were also a little scared. You still are. It was a total body-encompassing ambient fear that is always buzzing in the background of everything you do on Alternia. So subliminal that sometimes you wonder if it's the total opposite. The complete absence of fear.
That equals deep, man. In retrospect, it equals pretty fucking stupid to assume a robot is gonna solve my problems.
Very true. In your limited experience, mo robots, mo problems.
Yeah, it was just something new, you know? Something I haven't tried yet.
What is it exactly that he's trying so hard to do? He seems to be pretty well off, what with hacking drones and shit like that. Mallek laughs.
Yeah. Hacking drones, that equals all just bullshit.
His Lucis curls around his ankle affectionately. He gives him a little nudge. His palm husk rings and he pulls it out of his pocket and just looks at it for a couple seconds.
I can't deal with this right now. Come on.
He heads down to the lower floor, waiting at the bottom of the steps to see if you're following. You are, maybe nervously. You were having a hard time reading Mallek, but maybe it's all the piercings. It gets worse when he calls the elevator and then stands back.
After you.
You expect swinging blades to come at you, but they don't. You expect Mallek to attack you, but he doesn't, just slumps moodily back against the elevator wall and closes his eyes. His palm husk rings again, and his jaw tenses. The elevator goes past the lobby, then it goes past the basement, and the sub-basement. Fuck, what's a sub of a sub-basement?
Dude, what?
The sub-basement is just a square dungeon-like space, damp trickling down damp trickling down the walls. Your stomach crumples and your heart bounces up into your throat. Oh no. This is Mallekh's cerulean murder... Is this Mallekh's cerulean murder dungeon? A phantom pain presses against your ribs and arm. But Mallek just leads you through a gap in the wall that you initially took for a shadow. It opens into a tunnel with rough stone walls and dirt-covered floor. It's clearly man-made, or troll-made. The air grows damper and the sound of rushing water gets closer and closer. You emerge from the tunnel and find yourself on the bank of a wide underground river. Mallek sits down on the edge of the overlook.
Sit down. Sorry, this equal's not as comfortable as the loft.
Oh man, Mallek brought you to a special place.
I don't know if I'd call it special, but it equals a place I come a lot.
You sit down next to him. You get how this could be pretty zen just watching the dark water flow by. The walls glow with an eerie bioluminescence, digging craters underneath Mallekh's tired eyes.
Also,
He pulls out his phone and shows you the screen.
no hush signal. This equals the only place I can really unplug. Kinda relaxing, you know?
Oh yeah, you imagine the demands of being an information specialist could really put a dent in your chill.
Yeah.
You sit there with a rock digging into your ass and allow yourself to appreciate just how deep this gesture of trust really is. Even after you lied to him, he wants to tell you his life story. Fuck, you love life stories. You ask him exactly what he wants with your non-existent robot laurels. He says something about reprogramming. He said something about reprogramming drones, didn't he? Could he be part of the resistance?
What? Oh! You mean all that low blood rights stuff? What equals even the point? That's a great way to get called.
But he helped Diamond and that other little guy.
Yeah, but they're cool. No one's paying them for services rendered. Roughing you up.
He nudges you with his elbow.
So far, all I've been able to do equals reroute delivery drones. Just some weak sauce shit like that. That equals a pretty pathetic way to fuck up the system.
You aren't sure you get what he's about. Why care about fucking up the system if you don't want revolution?
I guess I wouldn't mind revolution. Alternia equals alright. Well, for me it equals alright. Not for everybody. I'm not so fucking myopic to think that I don't have it better than a lot of trolls, and I'm not one of those bulge biters who wank off about the sanctity of the blood and how low bloods deserve what they get. They don't. It blows. I don't blame them for feeling bad or whatever. I just gotta worry about myself. That equals all I got the energy for.
Well, Pete does seem to be doing pretty okay. Like, he has that sweet pad. Oh, I do believe I'm disconnected from my call for some reason. Oh boy, the internet's crapping out. Come on. Don't do this to me now. Oh no, y'all. 12 and a half fucking hours. Don't do this to me. Oh my god. How did I know this would happen eventually?
Hello?
It's Rainbow Dash, by the way. That's all I'm saying.
No.
there.
No, it is not.
Hello? Am I back?
Yes, hi,
Am I
Caitlin.
back?
Yes, please cut off this argument about ponies.
Oh my god, what the fuck did I miss?
Rainbow Dash is
How creepy
not a
is
valid
that?
choice.
Okay, my internet
God.
Not a valid choice.
my internet is all over the
You're
place. And
just a jerk, Kinney. You're just a
do not
jerk,
get
Kinney,
Dirk
Nick.
Strider. Take that
I'm so
fucking
sorry
back.
about your internet, Caitlin. Please. We are the only
reason why you're
rational
saying
people in
Rainbow
this
Dash
chat
is
anymore.
because-
I don't know. I can't like. I don't have internet on my phone for some reason. Is the stream going? Because OBS is telling me it's not sending anything out.
It says it's still live. I refreshed it
The
and it
timer
reset the
refreshed.
counter. I refreshed it and it reset the counter. And the chat is still able to like go. I don't know what that means though.
Oh, well, I just refreshed it again and it said nothing.
Okay, I don't know what the. Because if I'm able to talk to you right now, then it should be live. Okay, I'm gonna stop streaming and then try if I just try restarting it.
Yeah, that's probably the best idea.
Most likely.
Okay, it connected fine, so now I just don't know why I don't have any internet on my phone. Yeah, connected no internet. Why?
There it is.
Live again.
Yay!
Yay, okay, and my phone's back now too. Yeah, I was worried that something like that would happen because my internet, there's been a few times within the past few weeks where the internet has just decided to not work for 5 minutes and then come right back.
Oh no.
So,
You mentioned that, and then as soon as you were gone, I was like, these are the internet issues they were talking about.
oh, yeah.
As someone who lives in rural Canada, I understand the struggle.
I know internet problems very well, as Crab knows. Internet problems are a bitch.
Yes. Well,
Sure do be.
we're back. I'm gonna go. I was just asking. I popped out. I was out of my room and asking my dad if he had internet on anything. So I'm just gonna go let him know that we're fine, and I'm gonna close the door so I'm not screaming and waking people up.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Bless your heart. You kind
Anyways. I haven't seen enough, but I can see begrudgingly how you would treat Rarity as the best pony, and it's definitely
not
not
having
having
this
God, no, we're
immediately on
moving
screen.
on. Forget
This is
about
off-screen
You have to
banter.
Forget about.
No. You have to concede with me that Twilight Sparkle
Oh my
sucks.
god.
Everything!
let's
Everything
please.
is always her
What-
fault! She makes
We're
bad
bringing-
choices! She's racist!
Oh my god.
Chat is joining in the middle of a debate. Please spare them.
She
I'm
makes
not looking,
bad
I'm not looking
choices,
at the
yeah.
chat, so I don't...
Listen.
I can't see the chat. I hate chat! Please tell
No,
me
I'm just
right.
saying, have some compassion for chat that only
Oh
heard the
my
latter
God.
I
half.
liked Listen, I liked Rose when I read Homestuck, so I liked Twilight Sparkle when I watched My Little Pony, okay?
Oh my god. Pinky best
My
pony.
soul.
Someone says Pinky
I-
best
I-
pony. Literally anyone.
Pinkie Pie is
I
a
Anyone.
valid
said
choice.
Pinkie
Twilight
Pie!
Sparkle is the best pony.
Pinkie Pie is
I
a valid
don't have
choice,
enough
I
boon
understand.
dollars for this yet, but once I have enough boon dollars, I'm changing the title of the stream again.
Okay,
Oh,
literally,
no.
when I fucking
I'm so
when
sorry.
I fucking had that conversation with you in the first place, it was like, oh, I like Pinkie Pie, but I remember liking Rarity, or I remember liking it, not Rarity, but Twilight Sparkle the first time I watched it. You
No.
immediately went on a tangent.
I'm
No, you amended your statement to say Pinkie Pie was best pony. I'm gonna yell.
Okay. Hiveswap.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
that's the thing.
The Friendsim.
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
apologies for all of chat that had to join in an argument halfway through
I won't fucking apologize.
about My Little Pony of all things.
I won't apologize. I'm right.
Gunter, please.
But I have the boon dollars.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay. So, I guess I am changing the stream title now. And then we'll keep going with. We'll keep going with.
Well,
Called?
CL used Boon dollars to pay to change the stream title to Pinkie Pie Best Pony Rarity Overrated.
And if you have the points to change it again in 30 minutes, you can do that.
I don't have points. I don't know how to get points. I'm not actually watching the stream because I'm not cool enough. I couldn't
I'll do
figure
it
out how
for
to.
you,
I know
Gunter.
I
I'll
have
do it for
an
you,
account
Gunter.
on Twitch. Thank
Yes.
you. See, my husband loves me.
1.3k saved up.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Get points. I don't understand how Twitch works.
I'll explain
I
it to
tried
you
to
later,
sign in.
Gunter.
I tried to sign in earlier, but it just was not taking my
for
password.
a while,
My-
I was trying to save up like 60k for like the stop the stream immediately thing, so I could redeem it at the beginning of a stream, and then I haven't watched the streams in a while, so I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I didn't think anyone would have enough points for that yet, but just in case, I turned that reward off for today.
Yeah, understandable.
But yeah, I do have, usually available a
That's such a dick
ridiculous.
move. Stopping the stream is a dick move, I feel. Like, that's not very nice. Being like, hey, fuck you, you streaming, you having a good time? Not anymore!
It's a reward.
It's
so-
like it's a power move. It's like, okay, the amount of channel points. I guess I'll explain like channel points because it's like you get certain amount of points an hour, and then you can pick up the bonuses for watching for a certain chunk of time, right? The amount of hours that you would have to like watch my streams live for in order to afford that reward is like a lot. It's like 60,000 channel points. So it's like you have to have really earned it, and it's like, by that point you have earned this power move.
Okay.
I just really want to
Okay, that's
redeem it
valid.
at the beginning of a stream. That'd be funny.
Yeah, I could always just turn it back on, but defeats the purpose. I will honor if someone actually like commits to that. I will fully honor it, because like it's like when I was telling who was it, my dad or my brother, I think it was both of them at the same time, about setting up this reward, and they were like, oh, okay, so it's kind of like a joke reward, and I was like, no, if someone actually like it's like part of me was just like thinks it's really funny for it to be there, but the other part of me really wants somebody to like actually get that many points so that we get like the payoff.
That's fair. I get it now. Now that I've been, like, informed, I guess I can understand, yeah.
So yeah, that is the gist of why I decided to do that. But yes, Mallek.
Anyways, yeah, I guess I gotta get back into this, don't I? Right, yeah. Half a sweet, maybe. Then it equals all gone. Everything I've worked for. And I'm up in motherfucking space.
Right, the space war. Sounds like a huge drag.
Yeah, dude.
He tosses a rock into the dark water below.
That equals the plan, right? If I own the drones, I own the whole system. I own the heiress. They'd all be playing my game with my rules.
His eyes glint in the semi-darkness, and so does the little hint of fang when he smiles. His piercings light up like tiny points of fire. You tell him that sure sounds like revolution talk to you. Also possibly villain talk. He grins like you're flattering him.
Right, but I'm sweeps away from that. And other hackers won't... I mean, I work alone. I'm not a fucking psionic. I can't use mind, honey. It won't kill me the way it would a Rusty, but I definitely get the runs. And I don't have sweeps. I have months. Maybe peregrines.
You ask him if he thinks things are going to be really bad for him up there in space.
Like I said, not a psychic, so no one equals gonna turn me into a battery. They'll make me a fucking soldier. Or a spy.
What about his hacker skills?
Oh yeah. Check out all my illegal activities. Please give me a good assignment. Hell no.
Yeah, he couldn't really put that on his resume.
If I was a high blood, I could get away with it probably. Or they might think it was cute if I was a low blood, but it cast equals like no way. Fuck. There's gotta be something.
He pulls out his palm husk and starts frantically tapping away. Wait, you thought he didn't have a signal down here?
Yeah, I got a Wi-Fi hotspot. What am I, some kind of fucking Luddite?
He gestures to one of his earrings. You aren't sure if he means his jewelry is the Wi-Fi hotspot, or if that's a troll gesture for, you are an idiot. Hey buddy, you said you were going to unplug. That's important to your mental health, isn't it? Getting off the internet once in a while? You can't really speak for yourself, since you've only very recently become an internet celeb. Mallek waves you away. You make a grab for his palm husk. You aren't honestly sure why. Maybe you're trying to be flirty or playful or some shit, because everybody knows there's nothing more flirty and playful than stealing people's stuff. Bitches love that. You manage to...
Yeah, sure do.
You manage to snatch it away, but your floppy fingers fumble and you lose your grip. Mallek's phone sails over the edge of the bank and into the dark waters below. That splash is the sound of your doom. Mallek stares at the water, then he stares at you. His mouth moves soundlessly.
You threw my tech in the water.
Mallek puts his hand on your shoulder. Somehow, against all odds, he's still gonna be chill. Wow, what a guy.
Ah!
You hit the water before you know what's happening. It isn't freezing, but it sure as hell isn't balmy either. The current grabs you and tugs you under. Your knees and elbows scrape rocks, and your dress tangles around your legs and makes it hard to kick back toward the surface. The water is so dark, you don't even know where the surface is. Just when you're making peace with the fact that your grave is going to be a watery one, something grabs you from behind and hauls you upward. You gasp down air, choking in more water than anything else. Two strong hands push you up onto the bank and then begin smacking you on the back. You don't think it'd help you cough up any water, but you do think it's gonna bruise.
My bad, dude. That was reflex. You threw my shit in the water, so I threw yours. Are you okay?
You hack up one more gasp of water and give Mallek a thumbs up. He's as wet as you are, hair slicked back off his forehead. It makes his eyes look huge and impossibly blue. He jumped in to save your clumsy ass.
If you could just take off that thing real quick, the little text window.
Y'all want to see this?
That for a second. There we go. Sit on this for a second. There we go. Trolls, no nipples. That doesn't stop you from getting it pierced, though.
Yep.
Yep. Just pierce the skin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Dermals
be
are a
pussy,
thing.
Pierce the skin.
Yep.
Yep.
Interesting way to potentially get in as grub scares, yeah.
Vivid, you joined in while staring at Hot Boy. Welcome.
His shirt is gone, and hey, now you know the location of 2 more of his piercings. Oh right, it was his troll call card that said he had 13 piercings, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think it's anywhere in his route, but his troll call card said something like 13 piercings. You apologize for grabbing his phone. In retrospect, you should not have tried to be cute at the edge of a river.
Yeah, you don't have to try. I mean, fuck.
Mallek flushes.
Right now, you just look like a drowned squeak beast. Sorry, I fucked up your rumpus rub. I'll lend you something.
The legendary Mallek sweater look is born. Or the
As a note, over this, you were still wearing the purple dress from Chixie's route.
yeah.
It's been a while since Chixie's route too.
Mhm.
I know.
Oh, yeah. People
Didn't-
asking, will
didn't
we
we
see?
mention something about having money now that we can buy new clothes with? I think in Ozdaj's route.
Yeah.
And then we didn't buy clothes.
I mean, maybe we just like looking like a ragamuffin. I don't know, man.
You know what? That's fair.
Cool.
not?
You're kind of over this dress anyway.
Hey,
Mallek twists his claws together.
you aren't gonna tell people what I said earlier. I'm not afraid to go off planet. I just, you know.
This time, you do know. You tell him his secret. You tell him his secret is safe with you, and if you find any actual robots in your travel, you'll send them his way.
Nice. Here.
He helps you to your feet. Damn, it's cold down here.
I'll get you something when we get back upstairs. As long as you don't mind wearing my sign.
Oh, regarding 4 on his eyebrow, there's not 4 on his eyebrow. That's 2 ends of, 2 different barbells.
Yeah.
Yup.
So, two in
There's
one
gotta
ear,
be
one in the
there's
other,
gotta be
his
an exit
nose.
hole.
He does have his tongue pierced. You're missing the tongue piercing from that list. So, yes, there is theories that the final piercing is on his bulge. But,
Alright.
yeah. So there is just
You
one left.
friend Sim.
Love it. Loved it. Into it.
And then we wear his sweater into the sequel to the end.
Mhm.
Oh wait, I had a Twitch Prime sub. Fuck it.
Hold on.
What? Oh,
There you go.
thank you very much. Oh, and Vivid, thank you for the follow as well. But yes, thank you so much for the sub. What are the mechanics of piercing a tentacle? Y'all, I don't.
Alright, so you have to be very
I don't wanna
careful
think
with
about
it.
that.
No, we're not talking about this.
Yeah, I think we should move on.
Yeah, I think we're not gonna. We're gonna not get into like the nitty gritty. We're just gonna say it's possible and leave
There
it
you
there.
go.
Yeah,
Carefully.
there we
That
go.
was a joke. Okay, yes.
How do you pierce the bulge? Carefully. That's about it.
You can't
Next
think of
to you can get 2 dicks.
you can't think of anything you'd like more, honestly. Oh, that was the end of the route too. Friendship.
At the end
Yeah,
of
the last line we hung up on.
Friendship.
Well, you know, we had
He
to get
looks
in.
so weird in this CG. Why is his head so round?
Why doesn't it, his hair, his poor hair?
Mm.
Not all ending CGs are created equally, I don't think.
Mm.
Ooh, next up we have Lynera.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna lie, random thought. I think I kind of want an undercut, just cause.
Follow your dreams.
Do it.
Heck yeah, go for it.
Looks super cute.
Yeah, I
Much
got
lesbian.
like half my head buzzed down. What is it now? Like 6 years ago, or maybe 6.5, and like never regretted it. Highly recommend.
I also shaved off all of my hair once upon a time,
Mm.
so feel that. Sometimes you just want to be bald. I don't know. It's an NB mood.
I mean, I do
Mhm.
that sometimes.
I've grown my hair out since high school, so I just have a glorious
Oh,
mane.
shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lynera is a character.
Mhm.
the knives.
Alright,
That yandere bitch.
gonna take a stab at doing a character voice.
Stab.
Oh, man.
I'm such a fool. I didn't do that on purpose.
I know you didn't. I could tell that you definitely didn't mean to make the pun, but I was so fucking delighted.
Okay, so who was gonna do MSP reader?
I was gonna do it.
Yeah. When you're ready.
Yep. Okay. You've had such good luck making friends lately that you feel almost popular, but at the same time, you feel a strange sense of loneliness that new friendship doesn't seem to penetrate. Maybe being the only one of your species, light years away from home, is starting to catch up with you. Or maybe you're starting to understand why popular kids in movies sometimes seem so sad. A number of trolls now like you, but do any of them truly know you? What you wouldn't give to hang out with someone you have real history with, someone with whom you don't have to do the introductory dance of, yes, I'm clearly an alien, no, I don't know what's going on. Someone with whom you could reminisce about old times, someone you've hung out with more than once. Right now you're on the outskirts of town, and the rocky outcrops surrounding you are familiar. You're pretty sure that the entrance to the brooding caverns is around here somewhere. Your heart beats a little faster. Bronya lives close to here, and talk about history. You two know each other deeply from hanging out once, and then seeing her again in her ex-mate's Brit's hive. Plus, you have a phone now. You have the power to text first. You get out the phone Connell gave you. Look at you go, reading an ancient language and operating alien technology just fine. Does it make sense that you've learned how to read a new alphabet in weeks without anyone teaching you? Not really, but maybe your struggles with Spanish class in high school were just a fluke, and you've been a secret linguistic genius this whole time. Bronya texts you back immediately, giving you directions for how to meet her in the caves. You head down, but before the Jade Blood Hive is in sight, a troll emerges from the shadows. At first you think it's Bronya, but you freeze midway when this new troll steps into the light. Bronya doesn't wear glasses, and she has never glared at you like that.
It's you! I remember you. You were down here a few weeks ago, bothering Bronya and distracting her when we almost had a Lucis stampede.
Ouch. Is that really how Bronya has described your adventures together? Maybe it's silly for something that small to hurt your feelings when another recent friend nearly got you killed in Clown Church, but you like to think you and Bronya formed a real connection. She never made you feel like you were bothering her.
A real connection? Is that why you think you can just come down here and text her?
Holy shit. Is Lynera reading Bronya's messages? Does Bronya know she's been doing that?
That's none of your business. Bronya and I are best friends. I'm just looking out for her. She has a lot of Jade Blood responsibilities, and doesn't need anyone shifty coming in to disrupt her.
You have to wonder if Bronya would agree with a statement made on her behalf, and you sure would like to see her in person and confirm for yourself.
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Why don't you tell me, what is the nature of your relationship? Why should I allow you to hang out with her? As your text message so boldly suggested.
Bluffing has saved your ass in some bleak situations before, but you could also go on the offensive here. You're concerned about Bronya's privacy now, and as her friend, maybe you shouldn't just look the other way.
What right does Lynera have to creep in Bronya's phone?
You puff up with all the self-righteousness you can muster. The nature of your relationship with Bronya is between you and Bronya, and you're not doing anything suspicious by wanting to see your friend. In fact, it seems a lot more suspicious that Lynera is trying to intercept anyone who messages Bronya. What possible reason could she have to justify that?
Well, I never. As I said before, I am Bronya's best friend. I take our relationship, I mean my responsibilities as a friend, very seriously.
You press the issue, narrowing your eyes and crossing your arms over your chest. Her responsibilities as a friend, huh? Sounds kind of fishy.
Fishy? Are you serious right now? Are you really coming down here making fish puns like some kind of sea dweller? That is so suspicious. Who knows what Bronya decided to show you when you tricked her into trusting you? Not that we have anything to hide, but who knows? If you're at all associated with sea dwellers, then we have a pretty big problem on our hands, don't we?
You've heard of sea dwellers by now, but none of your friends have talked much about them. Mostly you've gathered that they dwell in the sea. You don't know why it would be extra bad for you to be one of them, but it's clear you need to backpedal. Before you can try to disown your choice of fish-related phrasing, Lynera advances on you.
Obviously, I can't let you talk to Bronya now. You are way too suspicious. I think you and I should have a private conversation instead.
At least your life is uneventful when you're unconscious. When you come to, you're sitting on a chair with your wrists tied. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you realize that you're in a smaller cave than the big open caverns that led to the Jade Blood Hive. A light switches on, and you can see that the cave walls are lined with bookshelves, and there's a desk in the corner. There are books and notebooks and bulletin boards, with what looks like outlines and study guides pinned to them. And in front of you is Lynera, holding a knife.
Oh, good, you're awake. This is my study cave. In the Jade Blood Hive, it's harder to concentrate because people break the rules, and I get irritated, so I come here to do homework. That's all. Just homework.
When you take a second look at the bulletin boards, you see that a lot of what Lynera has pinned up are pictures of Bronya. There are a few pictures of Lynera and Bronya together, but it's mostly just Bronya herself, by herself, and even a couple blurry photos of Bronya and Elward.
What are you looking at? There's nothing to see here.
She brandishes the knife in your face. And, okay, yeah, sure, now she and her gigantic knife have your full attention, and you're not looking at her creepy Bronya shrine anymore.
I brought you here because your messages to Bronya were highly suspicious. I don't know you, and I don't trust you. You could be trying to see Bronya for nefarious purposes. So I brought you here, to vet you. Now we can talk about what your real intentions are.
So, you're definitely going to die in this cave, held captive by an unhinged Jade Blood who was convinced of your guilt from the moment you dared to text her best friend. That kind of sucks. You tried so hard, and you got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Just answering question in the chat. We have been live for almost 13 hours. Oh, come on. Stop playing the victim. If anyone is the victim here, it's me. I try so hard to be there for Bronya as her best friend, but she doesn't even...
Lynera stops abruptly. You see her lower lip start to tremble before she turns her face away from you. The sharp tip of the knife pointed at your throat droops a bit. Its dejected swing takes it dangerously close to your navel, and you try to subtly lean backwards in your chair. Lynera interprets the noise of distress that escapes your mouth as a noise of sympathy.
It's fine, though. Really, it's fine. Our relationship is great. I wouldn't change anything about it. It's fine as long as she doesn't have any other friends. Because I'm her best friend. I should be the only one she needs.
Lynera's knife is now completely lowered, pointing at the floor. That gives you some hope. She seems to have forgotten about her Sea Dweller suspicions. Maybe if you can keep her talking about Bronya, the whole stabbing notion can be taken off the table. She might even let you go. You rack your brain for all the knowledge of Alternian relationship dynamics that you've managed to compile during your time on this planet. Best friends. They have a special word for that, right? You tell Lynera that you're sure Bronya doesn't need anyone else. If she and Bronya are Moirails, then Lynera must be very special to her.
What? I never said we were Moirails. That's not even the quadrant that I want her in. I mean, never mind that. How dare you make assumptions?
Hello, knife point again. Oh shit. All you meant to say was that you thought her relationship with Bronya was probably fine. You figured they must be in a quadrant together because you're a clueless alien. You're bad.
I get why you would think that. Ugh, it's probably so obvious that my feelings for her are very red.
Lynera hangs her head and her shoulders shake. Tears roll down her cheeks, dripping into her crisp shirt collar and the knot of her jade green tie.
I know I don't have a chance. She doesn't think of me that way. I'm her loyal friend and second in command. That's all I will ever be to her, no matter what. And I try to do a really good job at being her best friend. Because what else can I do? If I'm her best friend, then at least I'm still in her life. At least I mean something to her.
Maybe it's the fact that Lynera's knife hasn't come closer to any of your major arteries for a hot minute. Or maybe it's the tears. Either way, you feel sympathy encroaching on the monopoly that abject terror had previously maintained in your brain's economy. You've acted as a verbal sounding board or a sympathetic ear for some of your other troll friends while they dealt with crises of various kinds. Slipping into the role of therapist for someone who's holding you hostage at knife point is a new one for you, but unfortunately it's not that much of a stretch. It seems like young trolls on Alternia have to deal with these heavy life issues by themselves, feeling so alone that they're willing to turn to an alien stranger to help them work things out. And again, maybe life is that grim and isolating for human teenagers too, and you just never noticed before. Maybe everyone's too mired in their own shit to look up and realize that the moo beast fecal matter is waist high for everyone around them too. You clear your throat and speak with as much consoling gentleness as you can muster, while your head still throbs from where Lynera knocked you out. It seems like trying to be Bronya's best friend isn't making Lynera very happy.
Of course it isn't making me happy. I can't keep her from having other friends no matter how hard I try. And she's amazing, so of course everyone wants to be her friend. Including you, apparently.
You barely even had a chance to miss that knife before it's waving around again. Yikes. Your friendship with Bronya is nothing like her relationship with Lynera. You don't count as any kind of competition. Bronya is one of many friends to you, and while you cherish her and support her endeavors, you appreciate the joy and fulfillment that can come from having many different friends, instead of depending on a single person to meet all of your emotional needs.
Sounds fake. Why would I ever want any friends besides Bronya? She's my whole world!
Okay, but it seems like it's painful for Lynera to be relying on Bronya to be her whole world when Bronya isn't doing the same in return. Has Lynera ever talked to Bronya about any of this?
No. Never. I'm terrified to tell her how I feel. Being her best friend feels awful, but losing her would be so much worse. I can't take that risk.
But if Lynera never talks to Bronya about her feelings, she'll always be unhappy because she wants more. Even if she thinks that it's unlikely that Bronya feels the same way, maybe open communication with her friend could help Lynera process her feelings and move on. You know that Lynera has a big heart, blood pressure, and many fine qualities, and she doesn't deserve to be stuck in this unhappy, unrequited relationship purgatory forever.
Wow. You really think I have fine qualities?
You try very hard not to think about the glint of that knife. Sure, Lynera has positive qualities. She seems loyal and well-organized and studious and caring. Some troll out there is going to want the same kind of closeness from her that Lynera is looking for, and she owes it to herself to take actions that could lead to happiness, instead of being stuck in a sad situation forever.
I don't know. Maybe you're right or maybe you're wrong, but I don't want to move on. Even if I know I should. I just want to be with Bronya forever.
Lynera crumples to the ground, dropping the knife and sobbing into her hands. It's hard to watch someone with this much distress and not want... It's hard to watch someone in this much distress and not want to help them. But on the other hand, her misery has distracted her, and this might be your only chance to try and escape.
Okay. Do we go for it? And...
Do we see this emotional can of worms we've opened to the end, or do we open it and then just fucking bolt?
Honestly, if someone kidnapped me at knife point and then spilled all their fucking emotional baggage at me, I'd probably want to run away too.
Oh, I'll just.
You're
give
not
them-
wrong,
I'll just
but
give
it's
the baggage.
still
I don't have a
funny.
knife.
Fuck, dude.
We got unanimous for comfort right now.
Now I'm just thinking about how in the Pester Quest to Dave route, the quote-unquote bad ending is you helping him, or unpacking his feelings for John, and then just leaving him to figure it out. And it's like, what the fuck? That could have been the best ending if the MSPR wasn't a
Yeah.
fucking coward.
But he's also not a therapist. Or they're not a
But
therapist.
he's the one that started unpacking them. Dave didn't ask for that.
Okay, comfort. Won by a landslide.
You
Low-key,
don't
I'm not a
start
huge fan of
unwrapping
the
a
Dave
Strider
route.
and then leave the Strider to deal with it alone. That's
Amazing
the
how you
reader's own fault. They should have
100%.
seen it through.
You remember what you did for Polypo when she was upset. Sitting in a chair with both hands tied behind you doesn't make for ideal shush-papping conditions, but maybe you can approximate the gesture? Lynera is huddled crying on the floor, and you think you can maybe get close enough to lean your knee against her back or something. Hopefully that would be interpreted in the same way as the classic palm-to-cheek move. You inch your chair closer to her, but you lose your balance and wobble, and then topple forward. Lynera's discarded knife is right there, sharp edge ready to plunge right into your incoming soft body, but then Lynera moves quickly and grabs your chair and saves your life.
Oh shit, that was a close one. You really could have died.
She stares at the knife with huge round eyes, clearly shaken up by your near-death experience just now. Considering how often you nearly die these days, you feel more blasé about it, but you're glad it's having an impact on her if it makes her rethink the whole kidnap and stab thing.
I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to actually die. I saw what you were doing with that chair when you fell. You were trying for the traditional seated front hinge shushpap because I was upset. It's very kind of you to try and console me. I never really thought you were a sea dweller, you know. Maybe what I'm doing is wrong.
Lynera sets her jaw with conviction, and with one slash, cuts you free of your bonds. You get to your feet, stumbling a bit because your leg fell asleep. You can't believe you're getting out of this situation without any blood loss. You feel positively elated about this turn of events, but Lynera still looks sad.
You're free to go. You must think the worst of me after all this.
Well, you're not going to lie, this wasn't the best start to a friendship you've ever had. But, horrifyingly enough, it also wasn't the worst. You feel for Lynera, and you want to show her how a real friend-making aficionado gets out there and meets people. You think making new friends could help her feel less clingy about Branya.
Oh, you would really do that for me? I'm not so sure about new friends, but you do seem to know what you're talking about.
You don't know where to go with Lynera to teach her how to make new friends. She's probably a bit too uptight to enjoy the music clubs you've been to, and you don't think that trolls studying in the book hive would take kindly to a lot of loud, friendly conversation. You decide to go to the cafe that Elward introduced you to. Thankfully, they're not having an excessive bodily force poetry night, since you're not sure that would be Lynera's scene. There are a number of ceruleans here, but you also spot a few indigos and teals and a cluster of defiant-looking olive bloods with some yellows, all sitting together. The crowd is overall less pierced and undercutted than it was when you were here with Elward, and the vibe is laid back, with all the trolls just sitting around and quietly chatting. You order the drinks, already taking for granted your newly acquired skill in reading troll language. Lynera is fidgeting when you sit down with her.
This may come as a shock to you, but I don't get out of the caverns very much. I don't have time. There's so much to learn about Jadeblood life and troll reproduction, and Bronya needs my help to maintain order. It's not very often that I have to, interact with trolls of other blood colors.
You're not sure what's making her uncomfortable. The trolls around here that are lower than her on the humo spectrum, or those that are higher. You've worked out by now that Jades are right in the middle, so maybe Lynera identifies with neither the haves nor the have-nots. From what you remember, neutrality is a big concept with Jades. You assure Lynera that it's natural to be a little nervous. Most people feel like they're stepping out of their comfort zone when they make new friends. If there's one thing you've learned as Alternia's resident friend-making expert, it's that terror and embarrassment are par for the course. But it's worth it in the end.
I'm not nervous or embarrassed. I don't know. Everyone seems disorganized and suspicious and untrustworthy and unknown.
You have to bite your lip to keep from laughing. It's not even funny. It's just that Lynera is hissing all her words and leaning in towards you and glaring at the rest of the room, and the overall effect is weirdly endearing. Like someone put a 1950s school uniform on a feral cat. Before you can try again to reassure her, a new troll ambles up to your table. She looks friendly. That's a friendly amble. She's wearing glasses and carrying a book bag, and has a teal symbol on her chest. So she might be a nerd like Lynera. This could be a good new friend match.
Oh, who wants to be new friend?
Just a random new troll.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. I'm not following along, so it'll take a minute for the stream to catch up for me.
Ah.
I think I've seen you around before. Do you also study at the Book Hive?
You open your mouth to invite this new friend to sit down, but before you can respond, Lynera interjects.
That's not any of your business, is it? Why do you even want to know? Obviously, anyone who goes to the Book Hive to study goes there for peace and quiet. So why would you think you can bother us just because you recognized us from there?
Lynera, please. Okay, jeez. My bad. Never mind. See you around... never.
And just like that, a golden opportunity for friendship has gone up in a puff of smoke. What was Lynera thinking, being so rude? Doesn't she want to learn how to make friends?
I changed my mind, okay? There is no way I could be friends with any of the people here. I don't know them. Not like I know you.
You're surprised to hear that Lynera feels so positive about you when she was ready to stab you an hour ago. She takes your hand in both of her hands, squeezing your fingers tight.
I know we didn't get off to a great start, and that's my fault, but I can make it up to you. We're friends now, and we'll be friends forever. And I will cull anyone who ever even thinks about trying to fuck with you.
This is not quite the lesson you had hoped to teach her about making friends, but maybe with her fierce loyalty and possessive streak spread out between you and Bronya, Lynera can be a little more low-key about being a friend to you both. The determined look in her eyes and the ominous glint of her glasses don't scream low-key, but change doesn't always happen overnight, and you believe in second chances. You believe that Lynera will be capable of healthy friendship someday.
Friendship!
She's trying her best. It's not great, but she's trying.
Yeah, it's very new for her. She's trying her best.
She's trying her best.
Bless her damn heart.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Volume 12.
Alright,
Who's next?
12 of 18, here we go. It is Galekh and Tirona.
Ooh.
Tirona?
Oh no.
Okay, gonna do an intro and then pop up that poll and we'll sort out. I think we already got some voices sorted out, but we'll just polish that off. Okay. God, you have a headache. Is it dehydration? Only if you're thirsty for companionship. Are you hurt? Only in your heart, and it aches for more pals. Oh, we got a hydrate, a posture check, and a stretch. Yes, all very wonderful ideas.
Apparently we are dehydrated.
Are you hurt? Only your heart, and it aches for more pals. Is it withdrawal? Only from your addiction to new buddies. Really, there's only one cure for what ails you. Friendship! You wonder whose sweet medicine you'll be imbibing this time. Tirona. Galekh. Gonna pop that vote for who to do first, and then I'm gonna stand up from my... Oh, I gotta reload the page again, because poll manager is glitching out on me.
Thank you, poll manager.
Yes, and new poll manager.
Tirona actually is a good voice. Can I do Tirona since I'm here, or
Oh, yeah,
someone
yeah, yeah.
else want to take a stab?
Go for it.
Tirona. Is it Mick? Aren't you doing Galekh?
I am.
Reading
Yeah.
all the time. It's fun, and it's like
And once I do Galax, I'll probably head off.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And for whichever one is next, is it possible for someone else to pick up MSPA Reader again? So I have a little rest for my voice, and also I need food.
If it's Tirona, I can do that.
It looks like it's gonna be Galekh, so I can also
Alright.
continue being MSPA Reader if...
Mm-hmm.
I can continue to be the MSPA Reader.
Yeah, sweet. Okay, sounds good. And depending on the endings of the Tirona route, there's a couple of the Teal Bloods that might be coming back
Oh,
in.
yeah, there's Tagora and Tazayas, I believe.
The good ending for Galekh has, I know.
Oh yes,
Mallek in
and
it.
Mallek.
Yeah.
So those are the...
I'll stick around for Tirona's as well, then, just in case we get Tazayas.
Alright. Good stuff. So we'll get all voices on deck. Looks like we are doing Galekh first. So I'm going to cue that up, and then I'm just going to go grab my food. And when I get back, I'll start keeping track of the screen, and we can keep on moving.
Hello.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have to go big, deep voice up boy, just like booming.
Yeah.
Both booming,
Oh,
but
yeah.
also quiet because he's like a studious type.
Yeah. I really like Galekh.
He's good.
He's your type.
I
Oh,
just
shut
love
up
the
about
like.
my type.
I just love the like last line he says in the good ending. It's so funny to me.
I don't think I've ever played his.
I believe I've just played this game in its entirety. I think I've done all the endings. It took a little bit, but
God. Yeah, no, we're 13 hours in, so
yeah. It goes a little faster when you're reading in your head, though.
Yeah.
fair, but it's not as fun,
You're right.
Correct.
in my personal opinion. Just because I like reading with friends.
Mm-hmm. Also, those freaking Christmas tree horns.
Yeah.
Yeah, jeez.
I kind of like them.
Some of the horns are so just bizarre. This is one of them. They're cool, but they're bizarre.
It's a little silly.
I wonder how one pierces a horn like Mallek does.
You
Does
Yeah,
he just
I
like
But
take a
imagine it wouldn't be
drill?
that hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yes.
it's probably just kind of the same stuff as like fingernails. So, but not like the fingernail beds. Like maybe the middle of horns itself is like fingernail
Yes.
beds, but as you go further out,
It's
as
got
the
a root.
layers like go outwards, as the horns get bigger, they probably are. It's just like fingernails, keratin.
Keratin.
So It probably doesn't hurt at all to drill a hole through the outer edge of the keratin in the horns.
It might hurt a little bit. It might be a little uncomfortable just because, like, the vibrating of the drill against something literally
Yeah.
attached to your skull. But it shouldn't be that bad, I would think.
I'm not like thinking about like whether it hurt or not. It's just like technically that would be like in a technical way that'd be kind of an endeavor. I feel even with a drill because you'd have to like do it in a specific way and it wouldn't like heal
You'd
like
have to, like, really,
skin would.
yeah, you'd have to really know what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Hardcore then. If it's even harder to do, it's
Yeah.
a bit much more hardcore.
Yeah.
Indeed. I can't
Mallek
believe it's
looks
only
so
3 in the morning
dope.
and I'm already getting sleepy.
I know, right?
Mallek looks so dopey in like the not like sprite art style. He looks so good in the Hiveswap like Friendsim regular art style, and then like everything else, he looks so dopey.
You right.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
So, I have a sandwich. My mom made me a sandwich and left it in the fridge for me to eat later. So I have, so that's I got my little sandwich and ready to go if y'all are ready to get started on Galekh.
Yep.
Let's go!
Let's fucking
Fucking
go!
go!
It's a chilly night. Not in a bad way, though. It's the kind of crisp air that invigorates you. You think you might just fuck around and make a friend. You're busy breathing in a big old lungful of the stuff when you hear someone call out behind you.
Excuse me, alien. I would like a word.
It's phrased like a request, but delivered like a command. You don't recognize the voice, so you do some mental calculations as you turn. Whoever it is seems like they know who you are, which could be good or really, really bad. You could make it to Zebra's Hive in a few blocks if you had to make a run for it. That's not exactly a place you'd like to take sanctuary, though, so you figure the risk of talking to this mysterious troll is worth it. By the time you've rotated around to face them, you've got a big friendly grin on. It's a bit of work to keep it there when you see who it is. Tall, sharp suit well filled out, curly hair, cute little Christmas tree looking horns, and an expression that screams, would pay someone else to bisect you if you call anything about him cute. It's a good thing you didn't choose to run, because the last time you saw this guy, he was sprinting away from your sparkly self at top speeds. You'd have no chance. He strides toward you now with considerably less fear, but about as much purpose. Playing it friendly, you hold out your hand for him to shake. He takes it immediately, like it's an instinct.
Hi, I
Yes,
forgot
yes.
the social media again. So,
Oh,
I just need to...
Oh, I should also retweet and just tweet, be like, hey, I'm doing another route. What's going on? Got any orbs?
got
Got any orbs?
I went
the
to
same thing with my Twitter, but
I went to paste the link to the Twitch channel, and instead I got Pinkie Pie Best Pony, rarity overrated. Which I believe is still,
my mom will absolutely tweet that.
Tragedy.
I do believe that is still the title, and it's probably been more than half an hour.
Oh, can I spend my
Thanks, man.
points to change it?
If that is your desire.
Yes, yes, I am Galekh Xigisi. You are the alien. Nice to meet you officially, etc., etc. It is imperative that we speak, as it is a matter of some importance. I hope you will take my request seriously and follow me to my hive. where we can talk more openly, Citation 1. It is in your best interest to comply, Citation 2.
Oh,
Wow.
yes, I will have to open citations.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Can I?
Oh, right,
see
you can click on
citations?
these.
Yeah.
Oh.
Citation 1, I live right around the corner. Citation 2, this is not a threat. Rather, it is a genuine expression of the critical nature of my request.
Oh, and there's a citation on that citation.
If it were a threat, you would know. Damn. I didn't realize you could click on these the first time through.
Oh, it's just the icing on the cake. They're so good.
I'm excited. New stuff for me then. Hell yeah.
Wow. Okay then. We got a wordy motherfucker over here, huh? A short
yeah.
and sweet, hey, let's hang out would have worked on your friend thirsty self, but that's fine. I don't have anything else to be doing, so why not follow this pushy high blood back to his house?
Wonderful. This way.
He stays true to his word and doesn't say anything else as he leads you towards his hive, but you watch the way he clenches his teeth and flicks his eyes back at you as he walks. He's about to explode, holding it all in. You walk a little slower, just to bask in the need emanating off him. Still dizzy with the feeling of having your presence wanted so badly, you trip a bit heading up a wide flight of stairs. And there are a lot of them. Jesus, he could have warned you at least. You look up as you pull yourself to your feet. The stairs lead up to an old stone building covered with ivy that creeps around some pointy-topped windows and up to the tops of turrets. It looks like the kind of place a crusty old professor might walk out of, followed by a flock of khaki-clad rich boys. The door opens with a creak. You do not hear anyone debating the difference between a movie and a film in there, but you do hear bleating? Sounds reasonable. Once inside, Galekh beckons you through the foyer and into another room, this time unlatching what looks like a very tall metal baby gate to let you both in. He checks the latch twice after he shuts it, then gestures to a pair of studded high-backed chairs on either side of a fire.
Please, take a seat. I will make us some coffee. You will not have had any like this before, as the taste is drastically different from the slop you get from a public coffee shop. Citations. It is possible your palate is not experienced enough to tell the difference, but I can walk you through the simpler points. Thank you, Galekh.
You do take that seat, and you look around while he fucks with an antique espresso machine. He has a desk covered in papers, open books, and a typewriter, and along the walls there are bookshelves leading up to the vaulted ceiling. Everything has an air of purposeful messiness to it, like he pulled some of his cooler titles to leave laying around for you to see. How flattering. You mentioned that this must be one of those personal jerk-off book hives Tysius was talking about.
Excuse me?
Oh, never mind. You clear your throat and ask him what he wanted to talk about. He hands you a cup and sits down in the other chair.
Whew. Of course, I just wanted to clear up a misunderstanding between us. You may be under the false impression that I am uninformed regarding the attributes of rainbow drinkers. You may even think that you have successfully fooled me into thinking you were one yourself when we first met. I just had not previously encountered one in real life, nor had I ever seen an alien for that matter. Furthermore, when I saw you before, you were in the company of Tirona Kasund. I was making the most reasonable assumption possible given the information I had available. It makes complete sense if you think about it. Citation 1, specifically, you're misunderstanding me. 2, I have spent a considerable time in the interim researching you, of course, which is why I was able to track you down so easily. 3, Rainbow Fucker Extraordinaire. New Citation 1, he wishes.
He looks at you expectantly. Oh, you guess it's your turn to say something.
I love both of these options.
Oh my god. Guess it's time for a poll.
This is our.
I think this is one of the first
Oh.
ones. That
Oh,
Yeah.
is it? Oh,
was
never
just like
mind.
a correct answer.
This is the first one, and the correct answer is LMAO. I don't give a shit, my dude.
I like that answer. Damn.
It's a good answer. Sarava's influence.
Oh shit, I keep clicking the wrong thing because the game pulled up. Okay, here we go. You laugh and then realize he's 100% serious. He really cares that much what you think of him. It reminds you a bit of you a few months ago, or, a few days ago. Still, you know what it's like. You try to tread the line between humoring him and easing him out of having to care that fucking much. You tell him you'd like to know. You tell him you'd like him even if he was a complete rube, a total rainbow-drinking lore idiot if his incompetence knew no bounds.
I get it.
Oh, heck. If the barely contained panic in his eyes is any indication, he isn't at all placated by that. You cut off that line of friend finagling and try something you hope is a little more his speed. It must be cool to have a primary source sitting in his own jerk-off book hive, though, right? He exhales, gathering himself a little.
I am not sure why you keep calling it that, but I do admit I am interested in the chance to learn more about you. Citation 1. Stop. Immediately.
His fingers twitch. You hope he doesn't mean in the, creepy dissection kind of way. You are free to leave, right? You glance anxiously at the locked baby gate.
What? Of course you can leave. Just because I am a high blood does not mean I am a fucking sadist. My interest in you is purely academic and friendly. Furthermore, that gate is not for you. Citation 1. You should know by now that predilection is not bound to any one caste. 2. I know you are amenable to that kind of thing. 3. Do not worry about it. If all goes well this evening, we will not even have to make use of it. New citation 1. I have more important things to be doing. New citation 1, usually.
You do definitely worry about it, but not in a present, actionable way. Just in the sort of under-the-surface self-preservation way you've worried about, everything that's tried to end your run here in Alternia so far. Plus, he offered you friendship. You'll reach your heart into that monkey trap any day. Hell yeah, then. You throw your arms out, toss your head, and tell him you're all ready to be studied and subsequently friended. Galekh doesn't pounce right on that, though. Mostly, he looks uncomfortable, which doesn't stop him from talking.
I do have considerable interest in understanding the pathos of the alien. What I really want to know is what makes you so magnetic. All observable criteria points to you not being much to look at, but there seems to be something about you that draws people in. Citation 1, I apologize if you're offended.
That isn't even on the top 10 list of insults you've heard since landing, so you brushed it off just fine. Plus, you have it on good authority that your legs are nice. You flex those bad girls in order to give yourself a little self-esteem boost.
I was wondering if you had a misral status, but the more I learn about you, the more difficult it becomes to make any sense of your plans. Accounts of your activities contradict each other at almost every turn. You are either the most suave and well-connected potentiary I've ever heard of, or you are running around with no clue what you're doing, and somehow it works out for you anyway. Citation 1, I'm strongly leaning towards the latter, especially after this meeting. For example, what the fuck are you doing with your legs right now? Is that supposed to be impressive to me?
Also, hello bot. Sure, I want to become famous.
You
My
mean,
followers, primes, and
God.
viewers.
Fucking damn it, I'll take care of that. Y'all keep going.
yeah.
Actually, wait a second. Y'all can't keep going because I need to be clicking on the screen in order to keep it up. So actually, just give me a minute to That's the third of the exact same bot we've had throughout this stream.
Yeah.
Big follows. to his music.
It's really nice.
It's so pretty, but also kind of unsettling.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Gunter was right. Galekh is
Like him.
exactly my type. I didn't realize this before, but...
I know you. Wow, it's like we're married or
Oh
something.
god. Are we ready?
Yep. Indeed.
Okay.
Okay.
You mean? Okay. You mean it's worked before? A low, frustrated clicking rumbles in his throat. He puts his coffee aside and crosses his legs.
This is the sort of thing I am talking about. I know all about your antics, leg-based and otherwise. I just cannot work out what the draw is. Why do people like this? Again, no offense is intended, and if you feel that way, that is on you. I am just trying to understand. Thank you, Galekh.
He seems pretty fixated on this. You wonder if perhaps he has some hidden reason for wanting to know why other trolls might be into your freaky little self. Some sort of personal interest in another troll's friendship decisions and inclinations and interests? Just, you know, maybe. You wait for him to blush, but he doesn't. He does start talking very quickly, though.
First of all, I do not know what you mean by that. I do not base my self-worth on anything so external. Hypothetically, if I did happen to be invested in what someone else thought of me, I would not tell you about it. Furthermore, just because I am not a freak does not mean I do not have desirable traits. Citation 1, you would probably just tell him anyway. By him, I mean any hypothetical mutual acquaintance.
You think he'd probably keep going forever now that he's started letting it all out, but there's a sound behind you that shuts him the fuck up. You both turn to see his Lucis, a big scruffy goat gently headbutting the baby gate. It looks extremely friendable.
Stay on topic or feed the beast!
Indeed. Okay, setting up a poll. Poll is up. It is quite a nice goat. I'm rather fond of goats, personally.
Goats are kind of assholes.
My persona is a goat. Baby.
I think mainly, out of all baby animals, I love baby goats. And they just make the cutest fucking noises.
Baby goats are good,
They're
but
very
adult goats are they're dicks.
Goats aren't nice, but I like them. They're ornery motherfuckers, but I'm kind of into that.
Okay, we're gonna stay on topic. Alright, you're heading to bed. Good night, rebellious dreamer. You've stuck it out from a very long time. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long. I know you've been here for a very long time. Have a good sleep. And we'll see you around.
Better finish that research paper, son.
Posture check and stretch.
Before we go, another little reminder. Well, thank you so very much for giving us all those constant little pushes. Today's a day that I probably would have completely forgotten to do any of those things if I had not been reminded. So yes, thanks so much. Have a good sleep.
That is some mood.
Yeah, sleep well.
See you around. Good night.
Let's be done.
Okay, we're gonna stay on topic, and I'm gonna go back off mic.
Stay on topic.
Please ignore him. He just wants to get in here and cause problems. Citation 1, he'll wander away in a minute.
You think hard to yourself about this. You really want to go pet the big goat dad, but you want to dish about this guy's love life even more. You've heard some about the situation from the other side, of course, but you really shouldn't let Galekh know that Tagora tells you about their tentative and awkward pitch-ish flirtation. Unless, it helps you get more friends. No, you slap your own cheek to snap yourself out of it. No secret spilling. Galekh leans away from you against the back of his chair.
Fuck, you are really not doing anything to change my impression of you.
You have an idea, so you cut him off before he can monologue you to death. You tell him that it sounds to you like what's really bothering him, a regular, non-freaky guy, is that he's jealous of your free-spirited friend ability. He wants what you've got. He glares at you, his breathing quickening. Ooh yeah, hit a nerve.
I do not want anything of yours. Citation 1. What exactly is it you mean by that, though? What is it exactly that you have got? He is not... Never mind. Redact that. I reiterate my previous non-covetous stance.
Interrupting him has worked pretty well so far, so you try it again. Let's cut the shit, you say. There's no reason for him to hide anything from you. First of all, you already promised to like him no matter what. Secondly, you know that you know what it's like to want to impress someone, and finally, you know all about how to be a huge motherfucking weirdo. So, why doesn't he let you show him how to walk on the wild side? He can take a few pointers from Alternia's biggest freak. You can see the ensuing makeover montage already, and you start bouncing a bit in your seat.
I have zero interest in...
Okay, that won't do it. You try one more tactic, telling him you guess he just doesn't mind not knowing shit about how to be a freak. Old Galekh, they'll all say. Smart at how to be boring, and a real big dumbass about weird stuff.
I see what you are doing. It stands to reason that allowing you to broaden my horizons with your alien ways will only serve to increase my cultural competence. Citation 1. Unfortunately for me, it will absolutely work.
Great! So what'll it be? Shopping for a new, more casual suit, or something wilder? Spicy undergarments? Dyeing your hair? Other weirder body mod? Galekh's eyebrows shoot up.
That last one sounds interesting.
Wow, he's really ready to go whole ass, huh? You weren't expecting that from this guy, but you guess maybe he was waiting for an excuse to try something. That or he really can't deal with not being Alternia's biggest obnoxious know-it-all.
Go big or get cold, as they say.
Damn, that probably is what they say. Anyway, you can't wait to get this show on the road. You tell him that you even know a guy that can probably help him out.
Will he be discreet? I am willing to leap into this, but I do need to protect my privacy, of course.
Oh, for sure. You mean, like, probably. His brow furrows, either at your continued interruption or your hesitance, so you waste no more time and whip out your palm husk. You pull up the secret gripe profile you got Mallek to make so you could keep in touch and call him up. Ciel? Ciel?
That would be me. Right. Completely zoned out there for a second. Which makes sense, because, it's been a hot sec. Oh, I've been awake for too long.
We are at Mallek's entrance.
Forget something about the script.
If you're in the script, you can control F to search Mallek. Or snake bites, I guess.
Where are you? There we go. What's up, Robo Buddy?
You get right to it and tell him you made a new friend who's looking to get a new hole put in him. Behind you, you hear Galekh choke on his coffee. Artistically, an aesthetic hole.
1 second.
Galekh.
My audio's freaking out.
Oh, are you okay? Ciel?
Believe CL is dead.
Okay.
Are you good?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm alive.
Galekh shrugs weakly, his eyes still wide.
Or something similar.
Hell yeah. Anything for you, bud.
Malek's eyes dart from your face to the room behind you. You're not sure how much you can see through the screen, though.
My gear equals easy to pack, so I'll be over soon. I'll bring options.
You start to give him directions, but he stops you.
Don't worry. I know exactly where you are. Your palm husk equals a low jack. Yeah, figured you'd be cool with that. See you soon.
Mallek hangs up, and you grin at Galekh to reassure him. This sure seems like a manageable situation. He offers you more coffee, which you take because you are a polite guest. Galekh starts ideating in a small leather-bound notebook, so you mostly watch, listening to him explain the brainstorming process, take sips, and wish the goat would come back. Eventually, you hear soft footsteps approaching. Galekh jumps when Mallek opens the baby gate.
How did you get in the front door?
I hacked it.
Galekh's mouth opens and shuts a few times. His eyes dart between your and Mallek's matching hoodies.
Just kidding. Your operation equals pretty low tech for an Indigo, unfortunately. Your Lucis let me in. Anyway, I'm Mallek.
And from behind him, a proud bleating. Hell yes! Galekh looks around and wrings his hands. There's a lot going on all of a sudden. He points to you.
You, alien, hold on to my Lucis. He cannot be unsupervised in here, or he will eat everything. And as for you, Mallek, hello. My name is Galekh Xigisi. Welcome to my hive. Citation 1, things are not typically so hectic in here. I apologize.
That equals no problem. That equals problem. What? I don't...
I think that's supposed
it
to...
means not equals. The
That does
exclamation
not
mark is in
equal a
front of
problem.
Yeah.
I hear you want to get freaky.
Galekh tugs at the bottom of his suit jacket, straightening it reflexively. Poor dude. You want to tell him that you're proud of him for going so far out of his depth, but he seems to be holding his own here. Plus, the goat really wants to make a snack out of some old paperbacks. You take your job seriously and hold on tight to his neck.
Yes, that is correct. I hear you have the tools to help me achieve this. I am open to a wide range of modifications. My notebook has some sketches. Citation 1. I will need to be able to hide it easily under clothing, however. 2. Look only at the last 6 pages. Flip to an unauthorized section and you will lose the privilege of using your eyes ever again.
You want to dutifully look and not touch, too, but wrangling a big goat is a full-time job. Mallek holds up the notebook for you both to see. Wow, Galekh's not a bad artist, actually. Still, you have to kind of turn your head and squint to make out what is going on in a couple of the sketches. You guess there are still a few surprises left for you in the brave new world of troll anatomy, huh? You point to the sketch you like best with one hand as you scramble to keep hold of a fistful of wiggly Lucis fur with the other.
Yeah, I can work with that. Hell yeah, button up. Get some layers off.
Ooh.
Galekh flicks his eyes to you and you give him a big supportive thumbs up. You look politely away when he starts taking off his jacket. Instead, you focus on your job. And, oh, you have some pocket snacks. You pull out some mostly not bruised fruit and offer it to Galekh's Lucis. He chomps it up readily and calms down a bit. Geez, can't Galekh afford food for this guy?
He eats plenty. Citation 1. He is only being dramatic.
Galekh doesn't take off his undershirt, but he does roll up the bottom of it before leaning his forearms against the back of one of the chairs, exposing the broad palette of his hips and back.
That design does capture an ineffable facet of my core self. Get going on it. I assume I do not need to spell out any potential consequences if you stray from the artistic vision, correct? Citation 1. Before I change my mind.
Mallek rolls his eyes and pulls out a tattoo gun. It looks mostly how they do on Earth, but with a strip of greenish, almost biological light.
Don't worry, your blood color equals crystal clear.
Galekh winces at the first press of the gun to his skin. Or maybe it's lasers? There's a glow happening back there. With the lucis sated, you're free to see what's going on, so you climb into the chair Galekh's leaning against the back of and peek over to watch.
So, what's the deal with this anyway? Tattoos don't seem much like your vibe.
There is no specific reason. I am simply fleshing out my new worldly experiences, attaining visceral knowledge of a new kind. Citation 1. Intense physical pain for one, though I am able to bear it.
He's checking off something from his bucket list, you hopefully add. Galekh flushes bright blue and jerks backward, screeching like you haven't heard since you first met and traumatized him. Oh boy, you have no idea how, but that was apparently extremely the wrong thing to say.
Watch it. You're gonna make me fuck up your ineffable vision. No need to flip your think pan. Gotta do what it takes to find a bucket, buddy. I've been there.
Galekh just stares decidedly into the middle distance as he breathes in and out and repositions himself against the chair.
That is extremely not what this is about. I am perfectly capable of fulfilling my propagational duties. This is not a thing I have to do. It is a thing I want to do. If it happens to spark interest, so be it. Citation 1, thank you very much for your vote of confidence. 2, there's a significant semantic difference here. 3, or deeper conversational interest.
Yeah, whatever.
I
don't
love
judge.
having only reading words in my mind and never out loud, so my tongue's just like,
Can't
what
keep
the
pissing
hell
it.
do I do?
God, what the fuck does that word mean?
Yeah.
Can't you pissy? Yeah, it's pitch, but what the fuck? Yeah, whatever. I don't judge.
You only have the barest grasp on what they're discussing here, but things are starting to click into place. You don't want to embarrass your potential new friend by calling him out on his crush even further, or by implying he can't find anyone to fill a quadrant with. You tell Mallek that Galekh is making his decisions based on his own personal, emotional, self-educating journey, and that's all.
Yes, that is the heart of it. Exactly. Citation 1, thank you.
Galekh smiles at you, and it's crooked and stiff on his face like he hadn't expected to put it there. You smile back and place your hand on top of his, white-knuckled against the back of the chair. He winces in pain only once more before Mallek steps back, tilting his head to admire his handiwork.
That'll do it.
Galekh rolls his shoulders and twists his body around to check his new ink. Satisfied, he turns to extend his hand to Mallek.
Thank you for your time on such short notice. Would you like to stay to...
Mallek shakes his hand, but cuts him off there.
No thanks. I'm not much for the after party. See you around, Robo-Bud. Nice to touch you button up.
He tosses the gear back in his bag and nods at you both. On his way out, he pats the goat's head, now placid.
One new friend is enough for one day, I suppose. Thank you for encouraging me to try something new. I still do not completely understand you, but your penchant for flinging yourself wholeheartedly into precarious situations is fascinating. Citation 1, it is quite a rush, isn't it?
That is what you do best. You grin uncontrollably at the compliment.
I might try employing that tactic a bit more in my daily life, if it will lead to newer, deeper grasp of the troll condition. As such, I have 2 confessions for you.
He takes a deep breath and gets the rest out all in one go.
1, I knew only an elementary amount of information about rainbow drinkers before I met you, and 2, the reason for my frond hinge and jerk reaction at that time was because of my Gorjek-shaped blind spot. Citation 1, it is feelings-based.
You graciously do not let on that those are 2 of the most obvious pieces of information you've ever encountered. Galekh clears his throat and thrusts his palm husk toward you.
Now that we have taken care of that, take a photo. Citation 1, I can't reach. Observe me admitting these inadequacy with ease.
He turns around, and you lovingly set up the shot. On his hip bone is a modest rendition of his sign, in indigo, of course. It's framed by 2 sprigs of pine, crossed under it in a V. The look on his face as he turns back over his shoulder for the camera is the most self-satisfied thing you've ever seen. When you hand Galekh his palm husk back, he fucks with it for a minute, and then it starts buzzing with notification after notification. He looks up at you, a smile creeping into the corner of his mouth. He bites it back like he's not sure what to do with the undefinable happiness he's experiencing.
He hates it.
I love that line.
He hates it.
He's so happy.
Oh.
Fucking excellent.
Baby got a bitch crush.
Hell yeah.
Victory!
Ta-da!
As said, I'll hang around for Tirona just in case Tzias is the option we go, but I'll also be right back.
Okey-dokey.
Yes,
I'm sure it'll take a while to get there anyway, so.
Yes, let's hop right on in. Let's keep this speed
much more do
train
we have?
moving.
This is, volume
12.
12.
Yeah.
So we have, like, 7 more to go.
Well,
Well, if you
6,
count the epilogue.
6, and then like the epilogue is in there, but it's like 6.5, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah.
6.5.
Yeah. So there's still.
Well, okay, I'll
We're
be
chugging
alive.
right along.
I will stay up for this. Even if I have to read every other character, I will stay up for this.
Chugging right along.
I
I
haven't even been up for 12 hours yet, so that's fine.
I appreciate so very much your dedication to sticking this through.
We gotcha. Also, I just had a fuck ton of Baja Blast, so I'm raring to go.
I'm about to drink my last Dr. Pepper and cream soda.
Mhm.
I already drank my last Monster. Ooh, we're fine.
It's okay, I usually don't go to bed till like 7 a.m., so I got a good 3 hours left usually before I get tired.
Mm.
Yeah, it's fair.
Okay, we ready for Tirona?
No longer baby,
Yeah.
I want power.
Okay, sweet. So, here you are. In jail. You always knew you would end up here eventually, but you were expecting a human jail, not this. It all happened so fast. You were waltzing down another Alternian street in search of friends when you heard the telltale sound of machinery behind you, and before you could escape, some giant metal drone with a rocket ass scooped you up and flew away with you. You were honestly surprised that the drone didn't execute you on sight. They've tried to do that before, after all. Perhaps your numerous shenanigans have grown so vast and ridiculous, someone wants to see you in person before you die, if only to have the chance to ask you, what the fuck? In any case, you aren't complaining. Not about being brought in alive, at least. You have plenty of other things to complain about, though. This cell sucks. It's hard and cold and full of this gross-looking moss that could probably kill you since everything else on this planet sure can. There's a couple of patchwork holes in the back wall of your cell, which aren't enough to wiggle your way out through, but are enough to let in light from the outside. You've been in here since a few hours before dawn, and now it's midday, which means scorching rays of sunlight are streaming their way into your cell and forcing you to dart around to the shadiest spots as the sun makes its way across the sky. As if that weren't enough, it's also hammering rain outside, which isn't really doing much to stimmy the sunlight. And you think the rain might be acidic, too? Fun! Intermingled with the rain, you've been hearing some sounds coming from other rooms. Interrogations, maybe? Torture? Whatever it is, you're not a fan. And would somebody please fix the leak in the roof? If you have to listen to one more drop of water exploding onto the floor like a nuclear fucking bomb, your shit is going to take an extended sabbatical from the handle. To conclude, it's not great. You'd like out. Right now, preferably. Now? Oh, god damn it. You were hoping that someone would conveniently appear in time with your internal monologue, but no such luck. Okay, woo, there she is. Your new savior is small, probably the smallest troll you've met so far, with the possible exception of Amicia, and she looks about as young as Amicia as well. She's got wild pigtails sprouting from her head and a twitchy look in her eyes, like she's going to start sprinting the second she hears a sound. She opens your cell door with a creak and gestures down the hallway with a quick jerk of her head.
Come on, with me now, quickly. Head down, keep quiet, no asking questions.
Follow her. You follow her down the hallway, keeping quiet as instructed, even though you have so many questions you want to ask her. Questions like what her name is, or where you are, or why they haven't fixed the fucking leak in the roof. Instead, you just hurry closely behind as she takes you to a stairwell in the back of the building and up multiple flights of stairs. Peeking out the window of each door as you pass, you see what seems to be an evidence locker, then a row of tightly packed cubicles, and then a long, winding hallway. This is where she opens the door and ushers you through. The hallway is full of electronically locked doors with troll signs on them, the overwhelming majority of which are teal. The only other presence here seems to be automated cleaning robots. You are unsurprised to see that troll Roombas come with their knives pre-attached. She punches a series of numbers and letters into a keypad beside one of the doors, bearing her sign and a name, then slips inside and you follow.
Phew. Here we are, my hive away from hive. You can be a bit louder now, but no shouting. That'd just be weird as hell, buddy. Oh, and my name's Tirona, by the way.
You politely refrain from shouting as you introduce yourself to her. Tirona pulls up a chair and sits down at her husk top, tapping some keys.
So what we're gonna do here is I'm just gonna go ahead and access your files in our system. Shouldn't be too hard to find since you're a weird alien and yep, here we go. That's what we're looking for. Time to make a few edits.
She leans in, fingers flying quickly over the keys. She's absurdly fast on a keyboard, her eyes darting back and forth across the screen.
Now, normally I wouldn't pull anything this risky, and I certainly wouldn't be helping out a criminal, but I have it on good source that you're not the kind of person we should be letting rot in a cell, or worse. Right now, you're in our system, and on a lot of weird and serious offenses. But you and I, we know the only thing you're really guilty of is trying to keep your head and shoulders attached, yeah? Just gonna click here, delete a few things, and there we go. You're clean.
Wow, just like that, huh? You thank her profusely and even begin to consider groveling at her feet, but she cuts you off. Tirona line, or did I just not get the audio on my end? I'm finding sometimes it cuts off, sometimes it just doesn't send properly.
Can you hear Gunter?
The
Can you
mic
hear them?
broken again.
Gunter, I think your headset cut out or something. Do you wanna?
Yeah, because I'm not the only one who's not hearing Gunter's lines, right?
I don't think anyone is hearing you, Gunter. Do you want to switch over to your tablet real quick? We'll change over headsets. Okay. Hold on. They're on their work computer, and their headset doesn't work really well on the work computer, so... Gunter, go ahead and leave the voice chat. I'm telling them what you're doing. Wait just a second. Sorry, technical difficulties.
Yep, so good.
Okay, can everyone still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm here and Gunter. Let me see.
Beep, beep.
There you go.
Hello.
Gunter, say something.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I
Sure
can
can.
barely my volume all.
Yeah.
Gunter, there's a sound wheel on the actual headset itself too, on the string. No, down. I said on the string. There you go. You might have to turn it up. I had it a bit down. Now can you hear us?
Yes, I did turn it all the way up. Thank you for alerting me of this.
Yes.
I also have to find the script again. Hold on. Ooh.
There, I think I got...
New tablet. I'm getting the fucking... fucking link. Whoa. Where am?
It's in general.
Hello.
Drive. Device. I had every...
Okay, let me turn that.
Please stand by.
Yes, I just, as they're starting to
I'm at 100%.
get into Tirona, I'm remembering more and more about how this route goes and the kind of Tirona as a character. And I'm just like, oh child.
I'm pretty sure Tirona's old. So where are we?
So we are on Tirona. Listen, I'm just doing the grunt work for you.
Ah, gotcha. Listen, I'm just doing the grunt work for you. Wasn't really my decision to spring you. Let's just say you and I have a mutual friend. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I run errands for him sometimes in exchange for information, and I just happen to be pulling an all-dayer over here anyway. So I was in the right place at the right time.
This mutual friend of yours sounds like a dead ringer for Mallek. Wow, knowing a cerulean in high places is already paying some great dividends. It beats our data, at least. All you got from her were some really weird DMs on Chitter from her stream followers. Anyway, speaking of being in the right place, what is this place anyway?
This place is, well, it's a lot of things. Jail, and a courthouse, an office, and a whole lot more. Basically, if you're a teal looking to learn how to do teal things, this is where you go for a hands-on internship. Most of it is law-related, of course, but there's a couple semi-related fields for the go-getters looking to do something a little different. Like me. Yep. I bet you're just dying to know what I get up to in these hallowed halls, aren't you? Surely a brilliant mind like Miss Kasund is doing some real important work here, is what I bet you're thinking. And you are absolutely correct, my friend. Feast your gander bulbs on this!
A few clicks of the wriggly bulbous mouse and her husk top loads up several images. You glance at the screen, and the recognition center in your brain goes haywire with dopamine. Alien culture or not, you know memes when you see them. God, you missed memes.
Check it out, check it out. They're a little corny, but I know Teresa's gonna love them. She's a real sucker for this kind of thing.
One of them is an image macro featuring Triza doing her makeup with the caption, "Triza's so hot, rebels are so not." Another seems to feature troll brains, at least you hope those are brains, of varying sizes and hemo colors. Being a rebel is the small maroon brain, sympathizing with rebels is the medium-sized olive brain, and worshipping Triza is the giant purple brain.
These ones will be going up on the web soon, but for now I've got plenty other memes circulating. See, I made a bunch of fake Chitter accounts and got some techie troll to automate them for me. He was hyped out the excitement nub to do some work on Teresa's behalf, I tell you. Some of these accounts just pretend to be regular trolls and others are best jokes nightly, big funny relatable laugh humor, you know? They're racking up the followers as we speak.
And the point of them is to put these Triza memes out there?
That's how you get them. You start with a couple of innocuous jokes and cute purr-beast pics, and then BAM! Suddenly you're spreading the good word of the Empire, and everyone accepts it because your Chitter account is so funny and hip. I call it Meme Again, and it's gonna be the next big thing, I tell you.
Haha.
Comfortably close to the truth.
It does seem like a pretty clever way of spreading propaganda. Really effective on today's modern youth. It also deeply unnerves you, but you leave that part out. There's just something wrong about memes being used for evil.
Thank you. Glad someone appreciates all the hard work I'm doing here instead of just brushing me off. I've had to do a lot of overtime putting out propaganda for the Empire lately, just between you and me. Although this ain't exactly much of a secret anymore. There's talk of a rebellion brewing, like a real actual big scale one, instead of just a bunch of high bloods getting paranoid because a Burgundy looked at them funny. It's pretty scary actually, and I hope I won't get swept up in all of it if something nasty breaks out.
Yeah, that's the vibe you've been getting. You're about to ask for more information about this rebellion when she cuts you off and keeps rambling. Seems like she's got a lot to say. You get the impression that nobody else here listens to her, possibly because she's still so young compared to most of them, but saving you from a jail cell is a good way to get you to pay attention.
But here's the thing, despite being a whole lot of potential trouble, it's also a great opportunity to show the Empire just how invaluable my skill set will be for them. See, I've got it all planned out. First, I need to prove to Teresa how useful and clever I am, and how helpful I can be for her regime. Then, when Teresa comes of age, she'll dethrone the current Empress and take her place. Most trolls just love Teresa, and those who don't are gonna get themselves culled real quick, so I'm sure she'll have plenty of support when the time comes for their duel. Once she's in full power, I snag myself a nice position as her propaganda minister, and if I'm real lucky, I can wheedle my way into being assistant to his honorable tyranny himself.
His honorable tyranny? You don't think you've heard of this guy before. You assume he's a particularly high-ranking troll in the legislative process?
Oh, no. He's just a fuck-off huge monster who passes judgment on criminals by eating them. Or eating anyone who bugs him, really. He presides over particularly noteworthy trials, especially at the extreme court.
In retrospect, you should have known. If monsters can be parents, they can surely be judges too. But, what exactly is the appeal here?
Who wouldn't want to be big and handsome and strong enough to devour anyone who annoys you? It's the perfect life, I tell ya.
Fair.
As it stands, since I can't be him, I can at least be his best buddy and most perfect little helper. And besides, doing all the behind-the-scenes work is a lot safer than trying to actually hunt down or prosecute criminals, I'll tell you that much. I mean, yeah, he might eat me, but that's just a normal workplace safety hazard, really. Nothing I can't handle.
She really does have it all planned out, doesn't she? You're impressed.
Thank you. But I can't do it all alone. I'm gonna need some help along the way from a very talented and clever associate or two. I bet you know who I'm talking about.
Her Lucis? Her classmates?
No, dummy. Sheesh, here I am trying to butter you up and it flies right over your think pan. I'm talking about you. I need your help. And I think after bailing you out from that jam, I've earned it, wouldn't you say? The old, I raked my claws down your back, you rake your claws down mine? Dealy, you know?
Troll idioms are still as inscrutable as ever, but you do know a thing or two about claws, and about helping people to earn their good graces. What's she need?
You ever hear the old adage, teals talk?
My voice did just there, but here we are.
And well, a lot of the teals have been talking about the strange alien going around getting all buddy-buddy with the casts. The way I see it, someone like that might just know how to get me into their offices and dig up some dirt on them and their potential rebel connections. I keep saying they should start shelling out for the for the gander scan tech, but nobody ever listens to me. No way, no how. Regular old password system ought to be enough, right? Ha! They wish. Yeah, they really wish those locks were as secure as they think they are. You can figure out the codes no problem, I'm sure. What do you say, pal? How's about you help me help the Empire and root out that rebel scum?
Oof. You're not particularly keen on betraying your friends, but you do owe Tirona a favor now, and you'd love to make another pal while you're at it. There's got to be some way you can maneuver your way out of this mess. You tell her, sure, you'll offer her some help. If you're going to hit up someone's office, it should be
3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good fucking lord.
Okay, setting up the poll.
Oh, scary.
I could do all 3 of these voices, huh? Depending on which one we get. Excited.
Okay. Which office? Okay, I vote for Tagora. Nobody's going for Tysius.
If 2 people tie, the one that isn't tied wins.
I am deeply invested in the outcome of this. Because I looked at all of the options.
I'm scared.
I'm scared too.
I'm trying really hard not to do a straight up uwu voice. But I'm trying to sound enough like an actual fucking child.
I think you are doing a very good job. And the winner is
Tagiri
Tagiri.
is actually in his. I think he says like
It's a
one
little
thing.
close to my Joey voice. It's a little close. I don't think I could voice them opposite each other is what I'm saying there.
Yeah.
After mulling it over for a while, you decide Tagiri is the safest choice. Sure, he's the guy with a sword, but he's also by far the least likely to harbor rebel sympathies, so you won't be getting anyone in trouble here.
Yeah, Tagiri. Now that's an interesting choice, I tell you what. He's always sucking up to the purples and trying to make himself look all cool and knowledgeable about law stuff. So you'd think he'd be clean, but maybe, just maybe, it's all a front. I'm working on a video about rebel sympathizers right now, actually, and that's one of my big bold points that I go over. How sometimes the guy trying too hard to look like he's on the level is actually as far off the level as it gets. So yeah, let's see what this guy is hiding, why don't we?
Moseying on over to his door, you consider the keypad. This shouldn't be a hard password to guess. It's not going to be the name of one of his favorite animes, right? You punch one in and... nope, a buzzer sounds. You try another. Nada. But to your delight, the door clicks and begins to slide open after the third anime title. You glance over your shoulder to see Tirona beaming at you from behind you, and then turn back to the door and... yikes! A katana comes swinging out towards you on a wire and you narrowly dive out of the way before it connects and crashes to the floor in the process. I'm just gonna try that whole thing again. A katana comes swinging out towards you on a wire and you narrowly dive out of the way before it connects, crashing to the floor in the process. You groan and stagger back to your feet and hear a familiar voice sounding from a speaker in Tigiri's room.
Foolish evildoer, did you really think it would be that simple? You've fallen for my trap. Your 3 pitiful guesses were all it took to seal your doom. Not that it's going to do you any good while you bleed out on the floor. Sayonara, trespasser.
The message seems to cut off there, but then there's some muffled sounds, like a microphone being moved.
What do you think, Tadashi? It's going to look so cool when I show it off to my colleagues.
You breathe a sigh of relief. That katana was aimed right at your head. You almost got skewered. Talk about a close one, right, Tirona? Tirona?
Let me see what the fucking art looks like.
Nothing. It's
Just horror.
trust me, no.
Just implied that she just got fucking yoked?
Yes.
Yep.
And in my humble opinion, the best way that route could have ended, probably.
Damn.
I mean, I don't like her either.
No,
She's
the
a fucking
good ending was supposedly where you sell out Tysius.
Yeah.
That's not a
you,
good
like,
fucking
text
ending.
Tysius. You don't sell out Tysius. You like go there and then you text Tysius like the deets, and Tysius like, don't worry, there's nothing in there. I'll just give you the fucking password, and then you'll satisfy Tirona.
Yeah. And she, like, shows up at the office and has a talk with Tirona, and then has a talk with you, and then, you know, is basically talking about the fact that, like, Tirona's, like, really little baby who's just been, like, so fucking brainwashed, and it's actually very sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going
unfortunate.
to jump out here. I need to go use the sleep, but thank you so much for having me on. It was a lot of fun, and it was really good. So yeah, thank you.
Really
Thank you so
excited
much
to
for
hang out with you again.
Thank you
For
so
sure.
much for volunteering so much of your time to come and do this. Yeah, you did an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right,
We
catch you all
appreciate
later.
you.
Have a good rest of the
Take a
stream.
Good night, Mick.
See you.
Good night.
Night.
The next time we'll actually finish the My Little Pony discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that it was like an actual good ending.
Oh no, that's okay. But yeah, so that's the turn end, and now we're on volume 13.
Yes.
Just-
of Fate, Fortune, and Fashion.
Who are the
Yes,
options?
Boldir and
One of them
Stelsa.
is Stelsa. Gunter wants to be Stelsa. Oh, is the other one Boldir?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I think you should do Boldir.
Oh? Why should I
Yeah,
do
just be a
Boldir?
funky little detective. I don't know.
Should I do
they're
a funky
cool.
little voice?
Yeah, just be a funky little detective. I feel like that'd be fun, unless you don't want to. I won't force your hand.
No,
but-
it's fine. I'll do voices. I mean, why else do you think I'm here? I wanted to do voices to read.
Because you
cool
like
things
Homestuck,
with
because I've
friends.
corrupted you.
Finger guns.
Okay. Blah blah blah. Friendship blah. Boldir and Stelsa. Okay, new poll.
Oh, that's literally what it said. You know, I thought you were bullshitting, and then I looked at the script. Blah, 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 friendship, blah.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
thought
actually what it says.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I thought that we were just, like, over it at this point, since we're 14 hours
were
in.
over it.
Yeah.
You know what? At this point, I don't fucking blame them.
Carencio,
Yes,
thank you.
yes,
Hydrate, posture
fucking
text, stretch. And I am going to remember to post on social media before we start reading this time.
Hell yeah. I've actually finished an entire water bottle today. Which is whack because I don't usually drink water, but I was like, I am going to be reading. I should have a water.
Yeah, I'm on my third 40-ounce bottle from drinking all this water streaming.
Good God. I drank an entire large Baja Blast, so I think I'm good for hydration for now. I also drank like 2 whole water bottles of smaller cans of soda today, but it's been 14 hours, so I feel like that's not such an outrageous number as it sounds.
Okay.
And I woke up to you guys. I
Mm.
don't know how long
You
I've
will.
actually been here.
Alright. So Boldir 1. Social media has been updated. I noticed that we had another stream title redemption, so I'll pop that into place as well. And then we are on our way.
For Boldir.
Mm-hmm.
The stream title now is, you know what? Enough with... Oh, no, wait, that's the old one. The new one is, it truly is real metaphysical gamer hours.
Okay. Is someone astral projecting to hang out with us? I don't understand.
I don't know, but it's funny.
It is funny. Metaphysical gamer hours. Astral pong. Ha, full circle. Sorry, it's
Okay.
an old inside joke.
Intense hydration. Very intense hydration today. Very important to hydrate when reading a lot of words. Okay. Boldir Lamati. Oh, right. Did we had voices sorted for this one?
I said that I would do Boldir, but in exchange, Gunter has to do Ardata. Since I did Ardata originally, but if I'm going to be doing Boldir,
Sure.
then you need to voice Ardata, because
I
Ardata
can do
is
that.
in this one.
Mm.
I can
It looks
absolutely
like
do that one.
at the beginning, so yeah.
Okay, sweet. Off to the races. You just aren't feeling it today. You're getting more and more of these gray nights recently. Nights where the call of the streets, the infinite ramble for companionship, just sounds exhausting and meaningless. You had days like this back on Earth, too, when getting out of bed just didn't seem worth it. The sun is just beginning to slip under the horizon, and usually this would be the sign to rise and shine, or, well, rise and dark. But all you've managed to do so far this evening is make yourself some coffee. You recently mentioned to Tagora that you drink instant, and he was so disgusted that he gave you a coffee machine. He claimed it was an old one he doesn't use anymore, but it still had the price tag on it. On the table sits a palm husk Connell had taken off a dead kid especially for you, and cradled in your hand is a mug Skyla sent. It looks like she painted it herself. There's a white blob on one side. You think it's supposed to be Lady. You're even wearing the hoodie Mallek gave you and gave you to cut the evening chill. Here you are, all wrapped up in the warm embraces of your friend's goodwill, safe and sound. But deep inside you festers something. A gnawing existential dissatisfaction. That classic angst the philosophers wrote about. Your palm husk chimes and you pick it up lazily. What, another rando trying to slide into your DMs? Sorry, folks, you just don't have time for that anymore. You are a friendship connoisseur, a sommelier of the rarest of amicable vintages. You unlock the screen to find a message.
Is this Boldir?
Yeah.
Okay, look. I'm not certain that this line is secure. Actually, I'm positive that it isn't, but I'm risking contact because it's imperative that we speak. I'm sending you rendezvous coordinates. If you wouldn't mind coming anytime after the sun has set. Psst, I realize that this is unorthodox, but please believe me when I tell you that this is not a trick or a trap. I have important information regarding your place on Alternia.
You attempt to reply to the message, but there isn't a cursor or anywhere to input text. In fact, there doesn't even appear to be a messenger app open on your phone. It's just a random text box floating in the void. You barely had a chance to read it all the way through before it vanishes and Google Maps opens with an address already programmed in. It's close enough to walk to, which is great, because using your stolen scuttle buggy still makes you a little nervous. You swallow the rest of your coffee and grab your shoes. Your GPS leads you to a shop you recognize. It's the cafe from your weird sort of date with Lynera. It's not too crowded at this time of day. The usual studying crowd doesn't appear to be here. A couple trolls are sitting around sharing pots of tea.
Fool! Fucking idiot! I explicitly stated I wanted essence of Dayglow, not whatever this garbage is.
Oh, you know this person. It really has been a minute, hasn't it? Adyata stands in front of the counter, shouting at the cash register. Whatever automated system runs this shop has apparently gotten her order wrong.
What are you looking at, This is absolutely none of your... Oh, it's you.
Adyata swiftly covers up her surprise, examining a sharp, perfectly shaped nail.
You look different.
Better?
Let's not exaggerate. I simply meant you look less like toxic waste and more like run-of-the-grain grinder garbage.
You tell Adyata that it's good to see her too. Man, this really takes you back. You'd been so simple back then, so unevolved. You were laser focused on a single desire: friendship. Now, well, you still like friends, you really do, but you also have, like, a car and a sweatshirt with somebody's sign on it. You've moved up in the world.
Fascinating.
Oh, by the way, is she the one who summoned you here?
Summoned? You? You must be joking. I haven't spared a single solitary thought for you since you dragged your wretched carcass out of my hive.
Absently, you push your hand into the pockets of your hoodie. Something crinkles between your fingers, and you pull out a folded piece of notebook paper. Okay, this definitely hadn't been in there when you left your hive. You passed a couple people on the street, but you definitely don't remember any of them getting close enough to slip something into your pocket. Huh. It only says 2 words. Out back. Oh man, should you go? Go, go, go! Let's be real here. If you were ever going to refuse a suspicious invitation, you would have done it by now. You would have drawn the line at vehicle theft or murder church or anime club. You can't resist a social engagement. Your tragic flaw.
Okay, I guess. Enjoy yourself.
You head back through a beaded curtain, half expecting an alarm to ring. How do they keep people from just robbing stores here? Are there, like, lasers and shit? You emerge in a tidy back garden. None of the plants here are ones you recognize from Earth, but it's still nice. You cross a bridge over a slow-flowing stream and find yourself looking down at a path that blooms in a tight, dizzying spiral. Maybe you're supposed to walk across it and ponder your place in the universe. Your contemplation would be inevitably cut off before it hit its climax because someone is sitting at the center of the spiral. She is a small, compact shape with her hair cut short and choppy around her chin, wearing a shapeless white dress, really more of a robe.
I've been waiting for you. Thanks for coming.
She speaks in a stage whisper, low and full of air, but still loud enough to hear across the path. You pick your way carefully across the spiral, making sure not to mess any of it up, treading only inside the lines. The girl gives you a small, secretive smile.
My name's Boldir.
You ask her if this is her garden. Does she live here? It's nice, but it's not exactly out of the elements. Actually, it looks like there's some storm clouds rolling in. You're probably gonna get rain soon.
Oh yeah, my recruiter coat is over there under that tree.
She smiles again, and you can't tell if she's messing around. In fact, she is entirely unreadable, like her face is a totally reflective surface and all you're seeing is the cloudy sky and the garden. You can't tell how she feels about you at all.
Would you like to sit down?
Inside the circle, or? She looks around like she's only just realizing she is at the center of a complicated geometric pattern.
It doesn't matter. I only wanted to see if you would follow the path or trample through it. But you did neither. You forged your own way while taking care to preserve that which has come before.
You ask her what that means.
Maybe nothing. I'm not sure.
The wind tosses her hair and the clouds chase each other across the sky. If the rain comes, it will come soon. Boldir continues to look at you as you shift awkwardly and shiver, pushing your hands into your hoodie. This is different than any other friend meet you had, even with the others who purposefully sought you out. There is a serenity to Boldir that all the rest lack. Or maybe that's just the zen as fuck garden getting to you. You try to remember what Boldir said to you in the message that she somehow managed to make appear on your phone and then immediately self-immolate. That she has some information for you, about your place in Alternia or some shit like that.
Did I say that? I guess I did. I suppose I wanted a chance to talk to you a bit before the end. I was starting to feel a little jealous, maybe?
Right. You guess everybody has been going on about the funny, dumb alien robot who's been prowling the countryside.
No, that's not it. Though I'm sure you're very funny. I just wanted a chance to talk to you. Someone who is so adrift in the swell of fate and the whims of the paradox.
Paradox? You don't know anything about paradoxes. Well, you know what they are, you just don't see why they're relevant.
They aren't. Paradoxes aren't relevant by their very nature. It's the essence of that nature that makes them so integral to the story.
You shake your head. You're not built for this cosmic stuff. You're just an orphan from Earth with quick fingers. For spaceships and apparently vehicles. Boldir gives you another sly smile.
Oh, quick fingers.
You blush. You hadn't meant that as a dirty joke or anything. Also, your fingers are nowhere near as quick as hers. She somehow got a piece of paper into your pocket while you were standing in a cafe. She was back in a cafe and she was back here. That's like reverse pickpocketing through astral projection.
Oh.
Boldir laughs. She stands up and moves across the garden path, following the spiral so swiftly and efficiently that she might as well be floating. She drifts over to one of the trees, pulling a coat down from where it slung over a branch. It covers her from chin to ankles, coming together to form an olive green symbol on her chest that looks like a question mark without the dot. A broad-brimmed hat finishes out the ensemble.
Well, I can't teach you astral projection, but pickpocketing is actually quite simple. Would you care to learn? Ideally, we need a third person to act as the mark, but I think we can make it work.
More crime, huh? Okay, are we gonna do a crime? Okay, poll is up.
Be gay, do crime.
Be gay, do crime.
I'm gay and I would like to do crime.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay, I was curious. I had, like, looked up all of the trolls' symbols at the beginning of the stream, but I had kind of gone through them really quick.
Mm.
So I didn't remember which one hers was, but I just looked it up again and now it makes sense, so.
Ah. What's her aspect?
It's heart.
Ah, yes.
Aww.
Yeah.
The soul, yeah, that makes sense a lot for the talk of fucking astral projection and shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's crime time!
I'm done.
Sure, let's do crime. This whole mess started with a theft of a spaceship, and if Boldir is right about all that fate horse shit, then that was supposed to happen, so maybe you'll lean into it.
Perfect. The first and most important aspect of the art of pickpocketing is staying unobtrusive.
You think about mentioning that walking around in a great big coat and floppy hat is not the most unobtrusive thing you've ever seen, but you aren't the expert here. Also, you're an alien, so you don't really have the room to talk. Maybe you should get a big coat like that yourself. You just love ripping looks off your friends. Boldir takes you through the basics of criminal sleight of hand, and on the whole, you aren't too bad. In fact, you think you might have a future in it if you weren't already on the career path of professional friendshipper. You don't know what this has to do with her learning about you or teaching you your place in Alternia, but it's fun, and Boldir's a good teacher. If there's one thing this journey has taught you, it's that when something isn't actively painful or destructive, just ride it out. You don't think you'll be going around pickpocketing many trolls, enough of them already want to kill you, but it's good to have this skill on reserve if you ever need cash fast and don't feel like hitting up any of your rich friends. You wonder if Boldir uses it for anything besides passing notes.
My sources tell me you've been on Alternia for almost 3 peregrines now.
You have no idea how long a perigree is, but what the hell, sure.
Impressive. I wonder.
She trails off thoughtfully and shakes her head. You wish she would say something with some substance to it instead of just vague nonsense. But at least she isn't threatening you with violence or trying to stick wires into you, so you're counting this interaction successful so far. Also, you feel weirdly chilled out with Boldir. Sure, you want to be friends, but there's none of that stomach-churning, spine-bending desperation to make sure she likes you at whatever the cost. You feel more awake than you have in weeks. Man, you gotta learn to pickpocket in a garden behind a cafe more often if this is what it does to your stress levels.
Want to get something to eat? Or maybe just coffee, because that's what they serve here.
Sure, you could use another caffeinated beverage on top of the other caffeinated beverage you had earlier. Why not? You'll sleep when you're dead.
If only.
You follow her out of the garden and back into the cafe.
Who is this now? Yet another friend?
Oh, Adyata, you're still here.
Of course I am, fool. You were back there for about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Wow, it felt like way longer than that. You guess you underestimated the power of a good training montage. You introduce Adyata to Boldir with the cheerful earnestness of someone who has forgotten the systemic classism of this planet on which they currently reside. Adyata... Whoops, sorry, I just hit the spacebar earlier. Adyata stops you with an aristocratic sneer.
Stop before I have to stop you myself. I have absolutely no desire to mix with those so low on the social ladder. What in the world could she have to offer?
You shrug. You're not sure. Maybe friendship? You know friendships between people of different castes are possible. You've seen them happen. Regardless, you feel bad for exposing your newest friend to the vaguely nonsensical abuses of your oldest. You turn back to Boldir to apologize and find her gazing coolly at Adyata like she could do it all night. There's none of the fear or reverence or false obedience you've seen other lowbloods display to blues. Instead, Boldir looks at Adyata like she's a bug. Worse, a pebble that she would just love to kick out of the way.
Nice to meet you in person, Miss Karmia. I hear your GrubTube channel has been losing subscribers recently. I wonder why that is.
Blue hits Adyata's cheeks in an angry flush.
I'm currently on hiatus. The old garbage was getting tired. I have so many imitators that my own content is starting to seem derivative.
She gives one of her little maniacal laughs, but it's a little less robust than usual. Man, the wild tundra of internet fame really is a stark and arid battleground.
In fact, I have a new feature in the works as we speak.
She holds up the little vial she's been haggling with the cash register over earlier.
Poison. I think the best and most expedient process would just be to dose my featured guest's food and then hide the antidote somewhere in my hive. Unless you have another idea.
She smiles, sly and mean. Boldir smiles back, just as vicious.
Great. Have fun with that.
While Boldir talks, her eyes start flicking from you to Adyata and then down. Again and again. You, Adyata, down. It takes a couple go-rounds before you realize what she's telling you. She keeps looking down at your hands, which are stuck in your hoodie pocket. Exactly where you found the note Boldir slipped you. Adyata is carrying a bag that looks expensive and extremely goth, and you can see where the vial of poison is sticking out. Oh man, you know what you have to do. When a group comes into the shop and pushes past the three of you, you move in on Adyata and slip a hand into her bag, palming the smooth, cold vial. She gives you a weird look, like, why are you suddenly all up on me, peon? But she doesn't notice the theft.
I suppose I'll be going now. And if I were you, I'd be more mindful of who I choose to associate myself with in the future.
You say bye to her, feeling the tiniest bit guilty, but she's planning to use this poison to do murder theater in her prison basement, so you don't feel that bad.
Take care now.
Adyata leaves, and Boldir takes an inquisitive step closer.
Show me.
You open your hand to display the spoils, flushed with criminal euphoria. Oh, hell no, you grabbed the wrong fucking vial! This one's blue, not red. You grabbed the antidote, not the poison. Oh, God, you honestly thought you were moving past these kinds of cock-ups.
Oh, damn. Well, at least you have antidote now. You never know when one of those might come in handy.
She sways forward and clutches her neck. For one confused second, you think she's doing an impression of someone who might need an antidote. Then she falls to her knees. You dart forward and catch her before she can totally eat it. She's heavier than she looks. Compact muscle and a coat full of an ungodly number of weapons. She has like 4 guns in here. What the hell? Your arms are full, so you can only watch helpless as a troll in a hood that covers their face and their horns books it out the door. You shout that some fucker just stabbed your friend, but nobody here is looking at you. It's the same way people on Earth might ignore a mother trying to calm a toddler throwing a tantrum, just turning their eyes away from the distasteful public scene.
Ow. Damn it.
You put a hand up to Boldir's neck to try and staunch the bleeding, but there isn't any bleeding. Bewildered, you pull apart the lapels of her coat to see a single drop of olive blood trembling above her collarbone. Discoloration spreads in a dark spill over her neck and radiates down her chest. You both say it at the same time. Poison. You open your hand to look at the tiny blue vial, then back up to Boldir. Her eyes are glassy, her skin going blotchy and ashen. There is no reason to believe that Adyata's poison and the poison the assassin used are the same, with the same antidote. It already strains the powers of coincidence that you grabbed the antidote at all.
You're probably right. But maybe you should try it anyway. I can't feel my legs.
Right. Maybe the mere fact that this is such an unlikely happenstance means it will be the right antidote. Everything you've done so far has had the pull of inevitability to it, especially all of your interactions with Boldir.
Great. Awesome. I'm glad you're realizing your inherent significance to this particular microcosm of causation. Now can you please pour that stuff in my mouth so I can swallow it and possibly not die?
You help Boldir tip her head back and put the vial to her lips. At the last minute, you wonder if it's supposed to be diluted, but Boldir gulps the whole thing down and immediately begins to shake. Smoke billows out of her nostrils and open mouth, and holy shit, what is going on? This doesn't seem like any type of antidote to you. But then the smoke clears, and Boldir opens up her big yellow eyes. How does she feel?
Alive. Marginally.
She lets you help her to her feet. You immediately pull her into a fierce yet gentle hug. It's wild to undergo someone else's near-death experience. You feel like you know her way better than one montage scene's worth. Another new friend.
Ugh, not so tight.
You wheeze up a little. All the tea sippers are staring at you now. Death apparently isn't interesting, but the possibility of some quadrant-adjacent stuff they're suddenly all about. Sorry, assholes. Just you and your new friend, sharing a touching post-near-fatal encounter. Nothing to see here. Didn't I? And this is the one where the bad end MSPA reader has that kind of like experience where he just like has this visceral feeling of like it's like he's starting to recognize the meta fuckery. And
yeah.
And then Doc Scratch comes in at the end.
Yeah, like I know, because I've played Nike's route, Nike's bad ending also has another touch of that, like, timeline fuckery, like, shit is, like, cracking
I
stuff.
like that.
So it's...
Yeah, I really, like, I might just use my pull just one power move and say that we're doing Nike's bad end no matter what, like, without a poll, because it's so fucking good.
It's good.
It is.
It cuts the Nike lines, like, in half, because there's not actually a lot of her in her bad ending, but it's really good.
Oh. Yeah, she's, it's so... And it's like, it's got that whole, like, look back on the... Oh, whoa, I just totally smacked the plate on my desk. Sorry about that. The whole, looking back on the journey so far thing, and, like... Yeah. Oh, it's so fucking... Oh.
It's really good. It's got really good Stelsa and Tysius interactions, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. It's so good.
And speaking of Stelsa...
Yeah, it's time for Stelsa.
Yeah. Y'all ready?
Yes, let's see if it's gonna need anyone else besides Stelsa.
I think Tysius comes in at some point, so someone else is gonna have to grab Tysius.
Okay.
Oh no,
Ciel,
my
how
husband might
awake
have
are
to
you?
read.
I'm perfectly awake. What are you talking about?
Are you
I haven't
sure?
been falling asleep on the sidelines. How's that?
Okay, well, if you want me to do Tysius, I can do Tysius.
No, I got it. We gotta keep up the tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what?
Oh,
The tradition-
fine.
Oh. What if I want to be a romantic? What if
Yeah, what if I
to,
want my
like,
husband to be my
read
romantic interest?
read across from my own
Well,
spouse?
maybe your husband should have tried voicing Dave.
I can voice Dave. Is that
I've absolutely
is
read
that a
plenty of things.
fucking challenge, Ciel? Excuse
Not a
me.
challenge because I've already won.
Oh, this is a challenge. We will do this later. Right now we have a route to read.
Okay.
Okay, so it turns out stealing a car was easily one of your better impulse decisions. You've gotten accustomed enough to its weird insides by now that the squishiness doesn't much faze you anymore. It still feels like the warm stomach of some giant creature, but you actually find it kind of comforting. You can just let yourself get enveloped by the seat while the autopilot does its thing. Getting ferried through the streets of Alternia with your feet up on the dash sure beats endlessly pounding the pavement. Sometimes you even throw Sarava Stream on your phone if you really want to get a chill vibe going. You're surprised that you haven't been caught yet, dastardly carjacker that you are, but maybe you're just a better thief than you always thought. I'm remembering the guy that they killed outside of Zebede's house.
Yeah. You ain't been caught because a motherfucker dead. Which also, can I point out that he said stealing a car was not that bad because at least no one died? And yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone died
And yet.
later.
I mean, somebody did end up dying on that one.
I feel like it's a little,
Well.
A possible career change to look into when, or if, you ever get back to Earth. The downside is that it's a little difficult for you to further your goal of gathering even more friendship from inside of a vehicle, so you'd parked the scuttlebucky and exposed yourself to the menaces of the outside world once more. You're in what looks like some sort of residential neighborhood. It isn't as nice as the blue blood neighborhoods you've seen, but still enough for most of the apartment complexes to have imposing locked front gates and security drones. But of course, you can't take a leisurely stroll on Alternia without something terrible happening. You aren't out here for very long before it starts raining. Shit damn it, fuck. You ditched the umbrella Tirona had given you since it was as heavy as a goddamn club, and now you're super regretting it. Running for shelter is all you can do, so you make a mad dash for one of the building awnings, huddling uncomfortably underneath it. And the rain doesn't let up. You'll have to move soon. The security drones are beginning to look like they're planning on taking a few shots at you for loitering. You need to make a decision, and fast. Try and get into one of the buildings. There's no way you're getting into any of these without a passcode, but wait! You think you see someone coming your way. Perhaps they'll be your knight in shining armor?
So what you're telling me is that my appointment is cancelled?
You're still some distance away, but she's looking right at you. You point at yourself questioningly, thinking she might be talking to you, but then you realize she's wearing a Bluetooth headset.
Jeremy used to be so on the ball. Remember the time he gave me a full prong beautifying procedure right after that high blood ripped his arm off? But now he can't bounce back from one little thresher in the abdominal sausages. What happened? That boy is losing his touch.
Looks like she's coming back from a jog, if the running shorts are anything to go by. If she's at all bothered by the acid glancing off her skin, sending dozens of little firecracker sparkles in their wake, she isn't showing it. She seems much more preoccupied by the harried conversation she's having on the phone. Most importantly, she's power walking to the entrance of this building, which must mean she lives here. This is your chance. You shuffle along under the awning, pressing yourself close to the side of the building, bug-like. You sort of wish she'd encountered you earlier when you were dodging rain like a rad action hero. Now you just look sort of cowardly and pathetic. Especially compared to her. She's striding along like absolutely nothing is going to get in the way of whatever business she's got going on, let alone a few paltry explosions. Actually, she's so focused on her call that she doesn't notice you until you're standing right next to her.
Such an inconvenience. You can fully expect that I will be taking my business elsewhere from now on. Oh my, what do we have here?
She transitions from hanging up the call to talking to you so quickly it makes your head spin.
Take this down. Strange little hornless creature parks in front of home, very puny and scared looking. Can only be the alien everyone has been talking about. Such an opportunity can't go to waste now, can it?
You're confused again, looking around to see who she might be talking to, but there's no one else there. Maybe she's dictating to her phone?
Look at you! We can't have you wandering around outside like this, darling, can we? Aren't you ravishing? Do give me the name of your stylist. So good to meet you. Here's my card. The name's Stelsa Sezyat. Ardent terrorizer in training for the Alternian Empire. Nice to meet you. Let's walk and talk.
You didn't realize that borrowed hoodie was that impressive of a look, but okay. She produces a business card with one hand and inputs some numbers into a panel with the other. You take the card. It's a struggle to process what she's saying, respond to her questions, and introduce yourself, all while experiencing the verbal equivalent of getting hit by a truck. How is it possible to talk so fast without taking a breath? You can barely get a word in edgewise. Stelsa continues chattering away as she steps inside and waves for you to follow her into the apartment building's elevator. You do.
So, tell me, do you run any businesses on your planet? If you do, I would be more than happy to offer my services. They are very efficient and affordable, I can assure you. All your legal and financial documents will be checked over in no time. I'll make sure everything is running at tip-top shape. I'm so happy to have run into you. Ever since Zizi told me she met you, I've been asking her to introduce me. It's so very important for a professional to continue growing her network, especially intergalactically, don't you agree?
She's still busying herself with her phone while talking to you, texting on its tiny keyboard now. The name Zizi doesn't ring any bells. You flip through the Rolodex in your brain, trying to remember. Have you really made so many friends that you're beginning to forget their names? You're a little impressed with yourself. It feels like only yesterday that you were crawling around in the basement of a murderess and getting stabbed in the shin with a screwdriver, just a single friend to your name. Good times. You've come so far since then. It brings a single sentimental tear to your eye. Wait. Stelsa's own name finally starts to register. You've heard this before. This is Tysius's mate sprit, so she must be talking about Tysius.
Murderesses, stabbing, very fascinating stuff, I'm sure. Yes, I'm referring to my darling Tysius, of course.
You're at the door to her hive. She unlocks it, letting you both in.
Come in. Welcome to Shay Sezyat. Make yourself at home. Can I get you anything? Water, grub cake, my rate sheet. I would love to continue our chat while I'm a little less sweaty, and also acid wreaks absolute havoc on the skin. You know how it is. I'll just jump into the ablution trap for a minute. Please excuse me. Won't be long. Back in 2 shakes of a quack beast gastric evacuation pillow.
Actually, you wouldn't know how it is, considering that a bucket load of acid falling on you would leave you either very injured or very dead, and she's already gone. You're a little relieved. It's not that Stelsa isn't friendly. She's plenty friendly. She's just approaches friendship in a way that makes you feel a little like a line on her to-do list that she's in a hurry to check off. Or, well, she seems like she wants you to as some sort of work contact, not a friend. But that's okay. You've worn many hats in the pursuit of friendship. Clown cultist, impromptu shoes papper, murder accomplice. Business associate is one of the tamer ones on the list. Now that you no longer have to keep up with her mile-a-minute conversation, you can take a proper look around her hive. You're not sure what's more perturbing, the sheer amount of pink that's accosting your eyeballs, or the fact that everything is so painstakingly organized it's making you a little uncomfortable. It's like you merely standing there is disrupting the careful order of the room. Her shelves are crammed full of books, all neatly arranged according to topic, with each topic displayed on a little label on each shelf. She also has a lot of posters featuring motivational slogans underneath striking nature photography. The only normal-looking spot in the hive is a coffee table with a mishmash of personal belongings piled on top of it. Books, papers, a jacket. You think that might be a mug? None of those items strike you as being particularly Stelsa style. The overall effect is that of a very pink, very neat office cubicle. You almost feel like you should start chugging mediocre coffee and complaining about how much you hate Mondays.
So sorry to have kept you waiting.
Stelsa reemerges, her hair wrapped in a towel.
Well, it's been a blast getting to know you. We should get lunch sometime, keep the conversation going. I'll pencil you in, darling. But for now, I have a bit of a dilemma to deal with.
That sounds worryingly like a dismissal. You sneak a glance at the schedule on her bulletin board. It's a blaze of color with barely any free slots. You don't want to be penciled in. You have no idea when she might be available next, and you need her sweet, sweet friendship now. Maybe whatever problem she's having is something you could help with.
Unless you're a ludicrously talented beautician, I think not. My usual place bumped me off their list and right before a very important meeting, too. A girl has to look her best for these things to really knock their socks off. If I want to make arrangements at another salon, I shall have to move fast. And no time to waste.
Okay. So, this one actually has another branching choice further down the line. So we're going to say, who needs a beautician when you're around? You have absolutely no professional beauty experience, but Sarava did give you that crash course in crafting great looks. Stelsa's probably after a vibe that's a little less moisture wave, but you're sure you can whip something up. You tell her that you'll help her get ready instead, right here in her hive.
Oh, how nice of you. I've never had a house call before. Let's do this.
She leads you into the next room, rubbing her hair dry as she goes. There's a Raccoon in one corner and a vanity in the other, with an array of poofs, brushes, and other mysterious implements spread out on its surface. Some of them are disturbingly pointy. Oh well, you're sure you'll be able to figure that. You're sure you'll be able to figure out what they're all for once you start using them. Stelsa takes a seat in the chair in front of the vanity, folding her hands primly in her lap.
So, darling, what do you think? What should we do first? It's all up to you.
Oh, not this again. Why are you always making the decisions around here? What you wouldn't give to be able to foist your own life choices off on random people you just met. It would be refreshing. Okay. Polish horns or style hair? There you go.
Kind of hoping it's the hair option.
Boop. Poll is live.
Despite everything, it's still us.
I'm having too much fun with this, I think y'all can tell.
Yeah. This is one of your types, doll.
It is a bit. I kind of love her.
Darling. It's so refreshing to have you around. My God, you need to show up more often. Are you eating enough? You aren't eating enough, are you? You need to hydrate. Stretch out a little bit, darling.
God. It's a little bit... It's just like a touch for Andresher. It's okay. Just like lean into it a little bit. I get there eventually.
Okay. Style hair.
Fuck yeah.
Style hair. The first order of business should be drying Stelsa's hair. You pick up a funnel-shaped doohickey that looks like it might be a hairdryer, fumbling around for a button. There isn't one, but you manage to turn it on by giving it a good squeeze. The mouth of the funnel opens up wide, emitting a hot blast of air with a hoarse animal yell. You think you might actually see teeth inside. Just don't think about it too much. That's the best you can do when it comes to literally any Alternian gadget. Thankfully, the noise soon fades to a low hum.
Here, use this.
Stelsa passes you a piece of thorny bramble. It looks painful, but when you begin brushing Stelsa's hair, she sighs happily.
Interesting, being in this position for once. When Tysius is over, usually I am the one doing this.
You try to imagine Tysius letting someone give her a sweet do. Even when it's her girlfriend in question, you have a hard time picturing it. Stelsa laughs. She has a surprisingly pretty musical laugh.
Sorry. I couldn't help myself. No. She usually doesn't let me do more than just brush it, but it's still relaxing.
Sliding the brush through Stelsa's hair is pretty relaxing. You allow yourself to zen out for a moment before shaking yourself out, casting around for something to talk about. That's what good hairdressers do, right? Strike up casual conversation? Your eyes fall on an open book sitting on the table. It's the only object there that doesn't have anything to do with hair care or beauty, so it stands out like a sore thumb. Just like the items on the coffee table, it's strewn too haphazardly to look like it belongs to Stelsa. You think you see some of the tabs Tysius was using on the notes for her group project. And if you look even closer, you think you catch the words revolt and history in the page header. Right, as Tysius' mate Sprit, Stelsa probably has big plans for dismantling the system from the inside too, after she becomes an auditor. You remark that you think it's really cool what she and Tysius are doing. It might be scary sticking it to the man like that, but someone has to do it. Okay, not exactly light conversation, but talking to Tysius about that has been so enlightening, if sad, so you really bonded over it. Maybe you'll be able to bond with Stelsa in the same way. But Stelsa only looks confused. Then her eyes flick down to the book just for a second before she reaches out, smartly snaps it shut, and squirrels it away in one of the drawers. The sound of the drawer slamming makes you jump, and you narrowly avoid pulling Stelsa's hair.
I am quite sure I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sticking anything anywhere, definitely not to any man, and neither is Tysius.
She's sitting straight and tense in the chair now, her voice soaring to a high, bordering on hysterical pitch. Oh no, she probably doesn't know you're on their side. Tysius might not have told her about your conversation. It's okay, you're not going to tell anyone. You're sworn to secrecy. But Stelsa averts her eyes and a stubborn set to her chin.
Again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Not a single clue. Tysius and myself are both law-abiding subjects of the Empire. We don't dabble in such foolish things as sympathizing with rebels. What would that possibly accomplish?
She wrings her hands distractedly.
We do things the way we do on Alternia for a reason, darling. Without the Hema spectrum and the roles we each need to play, why, the world would be plunged into complete chaos. Can you even imagine? Trolls running around, not knowing which way is up, doing whatever they please. No one to tell them what their place in the world is.
She goes from hand-wringing to gesticulating wildly, almost knocking a row of jars off the table, positively frantic at the prospect of societal breakdown.
It's better for everyone this way. I truly believe that.
You're beginning to realize that you might have just put your foot in your mouth. Just a little bit. Stuffed a toe or two in that gob of yours, maybe. She sounds way too earnest for this to be a cover-up. Could it be possible that Stelsa really does side with, what did Tysius called her, the Condess? And that she doesn't know about Tysius' underground research after all? But the book was right there. You're so confused. Talking about this is clearly distressing Stelsa though, so you drop it, focusing on finishing up her hair instead. It's pretty soft now that it's dry. You're not sure you styled it correctly, but she seems pleased.
Oh boy, okay, sorry, I lost my place in the script, okay.
Oh, it's all good.
Great job! Nice, fantastic, you did an excellent job.
You glow at the praise. You'd say thanks, but she's already passing you a bottle of nail polish. She really wants you to go all the way, huh? You twist it open and get to work. You're too focused on not smudging the teal color over the stately points of her claws to talk, but Stelsa breaks the silence.
I have a question for you.
You nod, sticking your tongue out in concentration.
So, I have this acquaintance.
this is the most tentative you've heard her so far. You weren't sure her vocal cords were even capable of it.
They are in a quadrant with someone who harbors views most would consider subversive, if not outright treasonous.
She's obviously talking about herself and Tysius, but you don't want to point that out in case she gets upset again, so you just nod along thoughtfully.
She didn't always. The mate spirit, I mean. It will blow over at some point. She must be going through a difficult phase. But in the meantime, she could get into so much trouble.
Stelsa's lower lip wobbles like she's about to cry. You chew on the inside of your cheek, trying to figure out what to say. Talking to Tysius very much did not leave you with the impression that it was a phase. She sounded pretty serious. Does Stelsa's friend have any idea that this is going on? She looks at the drawer. So do you.
Nope.
You resist the urge to massage your temples. No idea at all?
Absolutely not.
All right, okay, you can do this. A good first step might be for her friend to face up to the issue. You know, if there's the chance they might have the tiniest inkling about what might be happening, so the two of them can talk about it.
Talk about it?
Yeah, you're no expert, but open discussion probably helps with relationship problems quite a bit. Plus, you ruminate to yourself, the more you think about it, the less it seems that Tysius leaving her controversial book out like that was an accident. It was right in front of Stelsa's chair after all. Maybe Tysius wanted Stelsa to see it. You'd slicked the last bit of color onto Stelsa's pinky claw a while ago, but you're both too wrapped up in the conversation to suggest that you move on to something else. She lets the polish dry while the two of you continue to talk.
But my friend does not agree with the mate spirit's sentiments. Discussing it would just cause unnecessary friction, wouldn't it?
Maybe, but even so, addressing the issue is probably better than pretending it isn't there. Besides, quadrant mates can coexist regardless of differing beliefs. Right? Yeah, you don't sound convincing even to yourself, but the platitudes seem to comfort Stelsa somewhat.
Maybe you're right.
Carefully, mindful of her just-dried nails, she wipes away a few tears, much to your horror. Was that the wrong thing to say? But then you notice that she's smiling.
I have not spoken about that to anyone before now. Telling you about it was truly a load off my bellow sac cavity. I'm certain my friend will be grateful as well. I shall relay your advice accordingly, as soon as I can.
You smile back at her weakly. You haven't been able to relate very much when it comes to Alternian life, but boy can you relate to relationship drama, and trolls sure seem to have plenty of it. You hope everything turns out all right. For her friend. Since her voice is all sniffly and her eyelashes still wet, you retrieve a frilly box of hand tissues and hold it out to her, hoping that will help. She pulls out a few and blows her nose on them with a sad honking noise.
I should finish getting ready.
She seems reluctant to get up, though. You'd probably be the same, knowing you had to head into a serious business meeting after spilling your heart like that. Experiencing emotions is tiring. Eventually, though, Stelsa musters up enough energy to get to her feet. Much to your surprise, instead of immediately rushing off to complete her next pre-meeting task, she pulls you into a tight hug.
Thank you. You're a real friend.
And there it is. Not colleague, not potential client, but that wonderful friendship word. Friends forever!
I just had too much fun. Don't mind me.
It's wholesome.
No, that was good. Having fun with it makes it an amazing performance. Fabulous.
I mean, Vikari and Mallek.
You had fun, I'm sure.
Oh yes, I have so much fun.
All Right. Marching ever closer. We have 5 volumes left.
Ugh.
I know it's still a fair bit, but
Yeah.
it's like 2/3 through-ish. I'm
Yeah,
approximate.
it's only
About.
5 a.m.
Yeah, you know, well, it is. So we started at 3 p.m. in my time zone, and it is now 20 after 6 a.m. in my time zone. Hey, Noah will be coming back and joining us again soon after an entire full nights of sleep.
Nice.
Big yeehaw.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. Who's volume 14?
Marsti and Karako.
Isn't Karako just honks?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have a random horn sitting around anywhere?
Unfortunately, I don't. I wish Marcus could just like astral project from the dream worlds.
I know Gabe can make the sound with his voice, but he's at work. I don't think he wants to unmute at work and go hear the fucking honk sound, so
No, Gabe. What are you talking about? I'm not sleepy in the very least.
fine.
You're gonna honk on the breaker.
No. We don't even know which route we're gonna do first. We have to vote on it still. Also, we redeemed Hydrate and Stretch.
It's
Oh,
Marsti and
Lordy.
who?
Karako.
Yeah, I'm not doing that shit.
That's fair.
No little clown man for me.
You don't want to be
No little clown man.
No, but I do give Marsti a Russian accent usually.
Mhm.
Unless someone wants to contest me for it.
I wish
which
I
they're
could
more
do
than welcome to.
accents, but I cannot.
Apparently, it's all I do these days.
I'm pretty good at it.
I try.
Oh, we got a hydrate and a stretch. So everybody make sure y'all
Yeah.
taking care of yourselves.
Shit.
I'm gonna
Oh wow, my hip just popped very painfully.
oh, I'm gonna
We're gonna ignore that one.
push my desk chair back and do a squat. I don't know if I'm doing this properly, actually. It's been a very long time since I've actually
While I've been muted, I've been getting up a few times, but Jesus Christ, it's still quite a time. I always forget how much computer takes just to sit there.
yeah. It's all in my neck and shoulders. Yeah, I'm gonna be probably sore tomorrow.
I'm probably, like, once we're done, I'm probably gonna pass out and then wake up and be like, who? Also, Gunter, you do work. Like, you
No.
have work obligations, so you should probably go to bed. Not,
some
like,
point.
right now, but, like, in an hour, maybe.
I mean, I usually go to bed at like 7.
Yeah. So, like, in an hour.
It's only 5 to 4. Don't rush.
Like, in an hour.
Okay.
Like in almost 2 hours. Hour and 40. I can do math.
Oh yeah, time
sometimes.
zones.
Yeah, we're Central Time.
Right.
Yeah, those are a thing.
We're in the past.
This is a dark world. Both because it's night, and because of the brutal struggle for survival amongst its polyhemochromatic inhabitants, many of whom seem to thrive on havoc and carnage. You'd be interested to see the Michelin Guide entry for Alternia. You're convinced that after a day here, Ayn Rand would sign up with the Little Sisters of the Poor, Genghis Khan and Attila the Hun would join the Quakers, and Adolf Hitler would seek membership with the World Peace Council. Woo, Godwin's Law alert, feeling a little dramatic tonight.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah. Okay. Karako? Marsti. Pole.
Yes.
I love what a tiny baby clown Karako is.
I just want to pinch his little cheeks.
He is truly one of the wonders of the world. I love him.
Isn't Marsti. We've only seen
I have 'em up.
2 red bloods. This game is filled with mid-range
Mm-hmm.
trolls.
Bronzes and golds.
Yeah. But hardly any.
Russ.
Yeah. Well, no, Gunter, what I mean is mostly blues and teals. And golds. And much fewer, like, lower. Like,
There's
either too
actually, I
low
think
and
I
then-
counted. The golds, I think, have the most.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Last
good
I
amount of
checked.
clowns, too.
Yes. Which I find startling. I don't like it.
What do you mean, Kakak Marsti? In chat. Someone in the.
Kek is another way to say lol, my dear.
What?
You,
Wait.
It's another way to laugh in internet speak.
I'm not sure if that's the context of the Clown Son and KK.
I don't understand.
I'm not sure either.
I also accidentally closed out the poll before I could see what the answer was. Who won?
Marsti with the one and only vote.
Oh.
Nice.
I'm assuming the number of people watching the stream has dwindled at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, there's only 6 of us, and I know that
Yeah.
I'm 3 of them. Or not I'm 3 of them, but 3 of, I think, I'm assuming CL.
Yeah,
also
I'm in
watching the
the
stream.
stream.
Mm-hmm.
And you're
Yeah,
watching
it's 5 a.m. It makes sense. Yeah, it's been
really
like
do.
slowly
People
gone
were
down
trying-
over the course of the stream as it's gotten later and later.
What was the most you had?
I think it was like 23,
I
That's
saw
sexy.
24 at one point.
24. Ooh, yeah. So like
Big sexy.
very nice. Yeah. But yeah, I think it was maybe around like 9 o'clock ish when it started like really going down a bit more and down a bit more. But yeah, we had a solid 20 for like the first like good chunk of hours there. But yeah, it's 5 in the morning, or you know, it's the wee morning hours. In this North American zone of the world, so it makes sense that it's a touch quieter. But yes.
Don't. Don't. Let's do Marsti.
Yes. Oh, social media. Remembering if there's anyone looking at their social media right now is maybe looking for something to do.
I'm tweeting every single one. Or
I'm
I'm
not
trying to.
Bless. Thank
Cool
you.
enough. I don't think I have Twitter on my tablet yet because I.
Okay. I think it's really interesting doing these posts as well because they've all got like the exact timestamps and stuff, so we can tell like exactly how long each volume ended up taking.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That'll be something. That'll be. I mean, like, I think that's neat. Anyway, that'll be something neat that I might
Cool, yeah.
peek at. In a few
We
days,
did have-
probably.
We did have a considerable,
Pause.
considerable tangent in the middle of one of the routes.
Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah, Mallek's route, wasn't it?
And I made y'all stall for me before, so I could run in and get food.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting to see. Because I think we've been pretty steady. Most of the time, it's been about an hour per volume, which is what I was hoping to kind of hit.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay. Social media has been had. Is Marsti time? Wait, who's reading Marsti again?
Me, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a Russian voice, and you said that you had canon her with a Russian
Yes.
accent, so go ahead.
Russian cleaning lady.
If you want break, I can give you break. But
If you want to read for Marsti, I won't stop you.
Or you could read for Karako.
Or you can read for Karako, which is what I was assuming you were going to do.
Sure. Let's do.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Oh, this is such a fucking good song. Service car? Mwah. Beautiful. Despite a certain sense of pervading existential gloom that you haven't managed to shake even after communing with a possible oracle/secret agent, you are feeling pretty alright. No more brooding in your cliffside apartment. You have a fresh thirst this evening. A thirst for friendship. You're wandering around the neighborhood you haven't seen in a while, just a few blocks from where you crash landed. Maybe you'll go pay a visit to the crash site of your ship, even though it's long since been stripped for parts by the local population. Or maybe you'll try to find Diamond to say hi, though you're pretty sure he's still living in the nomadic shrubbery lifestyle. You're just here for the nostalgia, honestly. Malay's who? You hardly know her. Just then, from across the street echo two voices raised in argument. Well, one is soft and murmuring, and one is loud and honking. A rust-blood girl and purple-blood guy are squared off in front of a patch of graffiti that blooms and over brick like moss. The girl appears to be in the process of scrubbing it away. There's a mop bucket and a collection of sponges next to her. And I told you, this shit is sacred motherfucking iconography, the purple blood is saying. So fuck the hell off, little red dumpling. The rust blood says something back that makes him laugh. The sacred iconography appears to be a collection of swear words and a couple colorful renderings of certain sections of troll anatomy you have not yet had the chance to explore. The girl with the bucket wrings her sponge out and stares the clown down. Well, you assume she's staring him down. She's wearing big round goggles to match the bright rubber gloves pulled all the way up to her elbows. Despite the mop bucket, she looks more like a scientist from a B-grade horror movie than a janitor. The purple blood doesn't have any visible weapons on him, but that doesn't make him look any less dangerous. And unless the girl has a blade in that mop handle, she's totally defenseless. You've faced this precise scenario more than once, but it doesn't get any easier. No matter how much self-confidence you earn or hardships you endure, life or death friendship decisions don't get any easier. Mind your own business for once in your life. Listen, you aren't a goddamn alien special forces. You aren't the friendship police. You can't afford to insert yourself into the middle of every single altercation in the hopes that the drunken gamble of destiny will offer up new and greater connections onto your sore, tired ass. You aren't made of goodwill alone. Everyone needs breaks, man. You march casually by, hands behind your back. If you knew how to whistle, you would. Nothing to see here, folks. Feet smack the ground behind you and the girl runs by, surprisingly spry in her rubber boots. Not spry enough, apparently, because the high blood is hot on her heels. Nope, not helping. Definitely not. Don't get involved. Don't get involved! You already made your choice. You are not getting involved. At the last moment, you stick out one of your famous legs and the clown goes flying. He hits the pavement hard, nose first. Ah, son of a bitch, there you went and got involved. The high blood might be kissing concrete, but he won't be for long. It's tough to kill a clown. You take this opportunity to get the fuck out. Damn, you don't know anybody around here. Maybe you can run back to your stolen vehicle before... Hands grab you by the back of the hoodie, hauling you around the corner and into the shadows of an alleyway. Shit, this clown must have friends, and those friends must have circled around behind you. You open your mouth to scream, not because you think anyone is going to help you, but just because you might as well. If you can't go out fighting, you might as well go out making as much noise and being as obnoxious as possible. A rubber-gloved hand slaps over your mouth before you get out more than a squeak. You taste soap.
Chill. Stop struggling.
It's the Rustblood girl. She's taken the time you'd bought her and cashed it in to take refuge in an alleyway. The two of you holding still as the purple blood storms by. The two of you hold still as the purple blood storms by, stomping and cursing and bleeding from a gash across his forehead. Huh, you did that. Your leg did that. You will never get over the rush you receive from doing something cool and competent. Marsti holds on to you until the sound of his footsteps fade. You feel her heartbeat hammering against your back. She lets you go and slides away to the other side of the alley, as if in apology for being so close to you before. Her boots squeak. You take a few steps nearer so you don't have to shout to be heard. You thank her for helping, and you thank her for helping. You're both just all about helping, apparently. You decide not to mention the part where you tried very hard not to get involved.
Yeah, you didn't have to do that. Actually, you shouldn't have. I'm perfectly capable of tripping my own clown.
You tell her you have no doubt that's true. Even if she...
Hi, I'm here, by the way.
Oh, hi, Noah. Good morning.
I came in a couple minutes ago, but I didn't want to say anything because y'all were on a roll. But Russian babe?
Hello.
Russian Marsti, hi. Welcome, Noah. How was your sleep? Did you have a good sleep?
I did have a good sleep. How was stream while I was in Napland?
It was good.
It was fun.
Good.
We accidentally killed a child. But...
Oh no!
We did! We killed Tirona!
Yeah, but we're on
Canonically
volume...
killed 2 trolls. One of them is still living, but we don't know why.
Yeah, we're just starting volume 14 of 18, so we are chugging along.
Ew. You too.
He's what I call big sexy.
Oh my god.
You tell her you have no doubt that's true. Even if she doesn't have a sword in her mop handle, she seems to have a good pair of legs. Mentioning her mop appears to remind her that she left all her cleaning equipment out in the street. She takes a furtive glance back down the way the guy had gone, then heads back towards the graffiti. You scamper to keep up.
You shouldn't be alone in a place like this. Not that I can really summon much gumption to care beyond this one walk down the street. But you did come here. But did you come here to die? Because that's what's going to happen if you keep this shit up. What's your deal?
You don't know about your deal. You worked really hard to not consider your deal at all, because the existential radio static that prickles at the base of your neck when you think about your deal is astoundingly unpleasant. Attempting to change the subject, you ask her if maybe she shouldn't get out of here while she has the chance. Is that bucket really that important to her? Marsti looks at you with a certain eyebrow raise that you're well accustomed to by now. Ah, shit. You just put your foot in it again, culture-wise. You wish you could find a book with a crash course in Alternia, or at least a decent Wikipedia article, but it's not like there's any helpful Earth Guide for Idiots. At least, you've never heard of one. Besides, things are different depending on where you are on Earth geographically. You imagine it's the same for Alternia. You feel positively nauseated at the idea of having to learn a whole new set of societal norms. You'll just stay in this particular city, thank you very much.
Do I care about my bucket? That's kind of a weird way to phrase it.
Oh god,
About
right.
it as much as the next person who doesn't want to get cold. Also, scourdrays don't grow on coniferous fauna.
She tosses the discarded sponges back into the bucket. You bend down to help, but she stops you with a sardonic glance. Most of her glances are sardonic, but this one especially so. She goes back to work on the graffiti.
If you're going to hang around, you could make yourself less useless. Watch and make sure that high blood doesn't come back.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You can totally do that. Of course, you won't be able to actually do anything if he comes back. Where's Ramel when you need her? Maybe you could use your own limp corpse to slow the clown down. Not that you know Marsti well enough yet to love the idea of sacrificing yourself for her. Man, character development is great. Not immediately going to your death is great. That thought sends a creeping wash of anxiety along your spine. You don't understand it, so you try to distract yourself. You ask Marsti if she just cleans graffiti or if she has other jobs. Okay, well maybe not jobs. No, you know nobody on Alternia has an actual job.
Whatever I'm feeling. Today I was feeling getting rid of this incredibly ugly piece of shit drawing. Tomorrow I might be feeling dirty front door mat. Depends on my mood.
Yeah, you definitely get that. You are also a person of mercurial moods. Do you seek out new friends tonight, or go see one of your standby pals? Sometimes the universe just sweeps in and decides for you.
Yeah, well, you are extremely weird and focus on weird shit, but also kind of magnetic at the same time. It's freaking me out.
Wow, thank you! Marsti dunks her sponge back in her bucket. Or scour tray, right. Buckets are dirty.
The drones don't make it down here very often, so there's a lot of shit to scrub.
You tell her it's cool that she likes cleaning so much. Where you're from, physical labor is considered morally virtuous, but also kind of looked down on? Fuck, maybe you could use an Earth Cultural Handbook for your own damn self.
Who said anything about liking it? Who made the rule that I can only do what I like?
She slams the sponge down hard into the scour tray, getting water down the front of her apron.
This is just what I do. What? Do you think like wandering around in someone else? What? Do you like wandering around in someone else's hoodie? Accosting strangers?
Kind of. Sometimes. You didn't choose the friend life. The friend life chose you. But Marsti isn't a stranger in a strange world like you are. She's got horns and gray skin and everything. You realize she's a rusty, but come on.
Oh yeah. How many burgundies do you know exactly?
Well, one. And he's interested in, meat. But he's pretty enthusiastic about it. One might say over-enthusiastic.
You think I'm not enthusiastic?
She scrubs harder to show you just how enthusiastic she can be. A delicate calligraphy-based rendering of the word globe gobbler disappears beneath her soapy hands. Okay, maybe Diamond is not the greatest example of someone enjoying their hobbies in a healthy and natural way, but you know plenty of other lowbloods with cool hobbies. Skyla, Chixie, Sarava.
Am I supposed to know who these idiots are? Not all lowbloods know each other.
Oh man, that's not what you meant at all.
I'm not going to explain my life story to some random alien. Are you going to help or not?
Oh, well, you thought you were supposed to be keeping an eye out for clowns.
Yeah. Well, instead, you're asking me invasive questions. So now help me scrub.
Despite these mixed signals, you pick up a sponge and start cleaning. This is actually a lot harder work than it looks like, and your back and shoulders begin to ache immediately. If Marsti does this every day, she must be ripped under that jacket. She stops talking and you just clean alongside her, worried that you're royally screwing this up. You don't know how to fix it. The graffiti is quickly disappearing between your combined efforts, and you aren't sure how much longer she's going to put up with you after that. You've got to pull out the big friendship guns, and fast. You ask, in your characteristically smooth style, what's she doing after this? Any plans? Just hypothetically?
Who knows? Probably I'll just look for more shit to...
Well, it just so happens you know of a lot of dirty places. Just exceptionally filthy.
Oh yeah? Where?
Okay. Try uptown or try downtown.
Yeah.
Set that pole up where we going
Are we dropping boys?
uptown or downtown?
Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up.
Don't remember which one's good ending.
Going downtown. Song for every occasion.
We did kill a baby.
Oh yeah.
Well, we killed the baby and
Happens.
we killed the chill dude. But the chill dude came back to life, so it's all okay.
He's good.
Yeah, sorry, Gabe. We
Diamond?
killed a baby.
Oh, is Gabe awake?
Yeah, Gabe is
He is-
posting in the live stream text chat and connected to the call, but mic off.
I am busy. I've been busy looking at the script specifically. I haven't had a chance to look back at because I'm now on my tablet and do not have several monitors at my disposal.
E. Oh wait, the poll ended in a tie. Okay,
Yes, you are.
Pick the good ending then.
Oh no.
I want downtown.
Yeah, we're just gonna go downtown. Cause I like that ending. I think that's a splendid one.
And going down.
Try downtown.
We're going down swinging.
We can never get copyright claimed if you sing it bad enough.
You right, bitch. You right.
You suggest this place sure looks ripe for some serious power cleaning, cause wow, filthy.
Yeah,
My God, complex, cognitive pulley.
I guess. I was planning on cleaning down here anyway. The drones mostly take care of the high blood neighborhood.
Interesting. Zebra had low bloods cleaning for him, but maybe he's an exception.
I'm not here to explain cultural dynamics to you. At least not for free.
You consider mentioning that you are the main character and thus totally deserving of cultural exposition, but you doubt she'll take that well. Also, it's kind of a weird thing to say, so never mind that. You show Marsti an alley you recognize, the one with the incinerator where Polypa had gotten rid of her assassination disguise. Here, maybe?
Too easy.
Okay, well, what about this stretch of road where Ramel killed a dude? There's still quite a bit of purple blood splattered around.
Pretty good. But no. I don't have the right outfit for blood.
Jesus, picky.
Oh, sorry. Are my personal preferences inconveniencing you?
No, but you aren't used to this shit taking so long to pop off. Usually you've made a friend by this point, or you've been killed.
You've been killed before? What are you, a pur beast? 9 lives?
In retrospect, that was also a pretty weird thing to say. You meant it as a metaphor. Sometimes your internal monologue gets out of hand and spills out into your interlocution.
Whatever, dude.
This is also the starting of some of the time
Weird
fuckery.
meta shit?
The weird
Because
meta
this is
shit.
really fucking me up, dude.
Yeah. We're not doing every single ending, so we're missing a little bit. But yeah, the metafuckery basically started with Boldir, and then it just it keeps increasing until the epilogue.
I'm into it.
Yeah, I did a neat little voice for Boldir. I had fun.
Mhm.
I actually had never done Boulder's route before, so that was really cool.
I haven't
liked
done
it a
most
lot.
of these. I don't have many headcanons for voices for these. I just keep fucking doing whatever I feel like.
Mhm.
You're
I'm
so
just having
valid.
fun.
And that's what matters.
You're considering just bringing her back to your place to clean up the mess you've made there when you realize Marsti is no longer with you. You turn around and find her gazing down an adjacent street into an empty lot. The space gives you a brief twinge of recognition before it frizzles away to nothing. Probably just deja vu. This is where the bad ending in Boulder's Route happens, and that's why there's a twinge of recognition. But at first you don't notice the person sitting in the tire pile, because without her other half, her silhouette is underwhelming.
Oh, fantastic. Hey, Normie.
Oh, hi, Follicle, it's been a while. She might notice that you are a whole lot less normal than you used to be.
They're right. They're weird as
Hey, you are also like 80% more confident than you used to be. You don't back down from insults. Perhaps Marsti is the one who's weird because she's the one who is so fucking into cleaning up after people. That's really strange.
Hey, that's a little judgy.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, you had been expecting Follicle to join you in mocking Marsti. You didn't want to be too mean or anything. You were just really sick of having your intelligence insulted concerning stuff you absolutely could have no way of knowing. You wanted to make her look like an asshole, but as usual, it seems to be in fact you who are the asshole. Marsti seems to agree.
Hey, maybe go fuck yourself a little.
You apologize. You didn't mean it. You experience pilot confusion when there's too many friends in one place. You're sorry. You didn't mean to insult her hobby, but she actually doesn't really seem too into it. You were just trying to help. You know plenty of lowbloods who do all sorts of activities.
Oh yeah? Who?
Well, Follicle, for instance. She trolls... Wait, you need another word. She and her boyfriend, harass people, and they seem to enjoy that. And also, there's Skyla and Chixie and Sarava. They all excel in their fields, to a certain extent.
Right. So how's that going for them?
Well... You deflate somewhat. Chixie gets skeeved on all the time, and Skyla's constantly having to defend her home and Lucis against thieves. Sarava literally had to gouge out their own eye and downplay their psychic power. Vicaire, well, near you can tell, Vicaire is having a great time falling off cliffs and imagining the firmament above. He might be an outlier and liar and therefore shouldn't be counted. Fun time falling off cliffs.
Spiders, George.
While you're working through your apparent classism through navel-gazing monologue, Marsti is checking Follicle out. Like, really checking her out.
Who the fuck are you?
Follicle slaps Marsti's hand away.
Keep your bronze to yourself.
Marsti raises her goggles up to her forehead.
You've got void rot.
No shit, troll Sherlock.
Marsti gives her another once-over. She looks impressed. You honestly can't blame her. If Marsti likes grimy things, well, Follicle is right up her alley. her alley. Dirt Eldorado. Selfishly, you wish you'd met Marsti back when you were more of a wreck at the beginning of your adventure.
You're filthy.
And you have no idea what I'm talking about. Although, fuck you.
Marsti touches her on the forehead, slowly this time, so as not to take her by surprise. Follicle resembles a nervous little bug, trying to decide whether or not to scuttle away.
Did you think the dirt insulated? It's actually the opposite of that. If you were less grimy, the inner...
Oh, right, Kuprim isn't here, which means her giant battery isn't here either.
Yeah, I sent him out for takeout. I needed a break.
But won't she, you know, die?
Not instantly. Does your husk top die as soon as you unplug it?
What are you, a fucking void rot scholar?
I know a lot of...
You ask Marsti if she's interested in medicine. Maybe she could go into that. Marsti rounds on you in stark irritation. This is the most emotion she's shown since you've met her.
Whatever you're trying to do here, stop. I'm not... What do you think they'd say if I applied to be a medic off planet? They'd laugh their asses off and hand me a saturated scrub pole. And that's if they're feeling generous. This is what I do.
Oh, good night, KJ fan. Dang, all the way from Malaysia. Good night, and thank you so much for spending so much time hanging out with us today.
Good fucking evening.
Chastened and uncharacteristically speechless, you nod and let Marsti turn back to Follicle. You really don't want to just leave it like that, but maybe the truly friendly thing here would be to less trying to improve your friend's life and just letting them live it. Diamond had told you much the same thing all those months ago. That he's planning to just keep his head down and try to stay alive. It's not uplifting, but maybe not everything has to be. Marsti gives Follicle some advice as to best ways to make sure her body retains as much energy as possible. Follicle groans, and you're pretty sure if she had eyes, she'd be rolling them. You do notice, however, that she listens. Marsti starts back down the sidewalk after that, pushing her scour tray in front of her. After a moment's hesitation, you follow, half expecting her to get mad again. Instead, she just slows down so you can catch up. She's pulled her goggles back down over her eyes. You think they're probably there more for social reasons than protective ones. Sheepishly, you apologize for being a busybody back there. You're just really used to wanting to help people out. Kind of for selfish reasons, friendship reasons, but still.
Yeah, it's fine. No hurt.
You just like fixing things when they're busted. Or when you've busted them through your own chronic idiocy. Sometimes you've just got to do what you can. But you think Marsti might understand that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Sometimes it'd be like that. I think it's funny that that's the end cap. Sometimes it'd be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it do, though.
Mm-hmm.
It do be like that.
E.
E.
Okay. So, we got Karako, and who was gonna do Karako's voice?
CL.
Okay. Now, Noah, I was wondering if you were down to take over MSPA Reader for the next, like, 2-ish routes?
Sure.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get some food. I also am feeling like I need to rest my voice a little more than I have been.
Yeah. What volume are we going to?
So this is volume 14, Karako, and then volume 15, we'll have to see which route wins the vote to do first. But yeah, we're starting with volume 14, Karako.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be your main character.
Yay. Okay.
MC. Please rest your voice and consume a food.
Oh, we gotta stretch and a posture check. And a hydrate. Oh, very important.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some food. And And then when I get back, I will be present to keep the screen rolling.
Okay. Karako is baby clown.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure do be.
So baby. Onk. Onk.
I wish I knew where my fucking air horn was.
No, God. I think that would be too much for my 6 a.m. brain.
It's almost 7 now.
Yeah.
I'm in the
Hi, EST here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost 7 here. To be fair, I woke up about 12 hours ago. On the other hand, though, I only slept for about 4. So there's trade-offs.
Rest in peace. Anything else super exciting happened while I was in Dreamland?
So many roots.
Just,
We did.
yeah.
We had a My Little Pony debate. Still not allowed to talk about. I got banned.
Pinkie Pie wins.
I saw something about this is a Super Hulock stream now.
Oh God, fuck. I don't know.
Well,
that
in
the
that
title
case,
of
I
it
don't
got
think it's very
changed.
controversial to say 10th Doctor, best Doctor.
Oh well.
No.
Idiot
Listen.
shutdown.
I like 9 as much as the next guy. He's a good dude. I like 11. He's okay. Matt Smith did a good job. But David Tennant, though.
Okay.
Tennant, though.
Have you considered Capaldi?
Capaldi. Woof.
Capaldi's okay.
I'm so sorry to have brought us back here.
But
it's okay. It was mostly a joke. The Super Hulock thing was mostly a joke on Marcus's part. About like how wouldn't it have been interesting? Because like Super Hulock now. Wouldn't it have been interesting if comparatively, like if 2012 Homestuck, like
Continue to be like that, TM.
Yeah, continue to be like that, and like how would 2012 Homestuck respond to who were we saying?
Oh my God.
Oh, to Zebra being basically like Zebra basically just being like the terrible love child of K-Cree and Cronus.
Huh.
You didn't need to say those words.
They were said earlier.
Yeah, by me. I said them.
Yeah.
Well, I know now.
You're welcome
you
for
didn't
that
need to
very
say
good
them
comparison.
again.
Yes, thank you. I mean, like, how would 2012 Homestuck fandom have reacted to that if they could see this now?
God, I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah, would also think about how would 2012 Super Hulock fucking react to what's happened in the Supernatural fandom the last couple of days.
Super gay
Oh
hell.
boy.
Anyway, it's
Super
fine.
gay hell. Super gay hell.
I'll see you all in Super Gay Hell.
What?
You all.
I will see you all in Super Gay Hell.
And Super
Me
Gay
too.
Hell.
Oh, God. Just so many people have been coming out of the woodwork. What with the new Twilight release and.
Wait, new Twilight release?
Yeah. Remember how, okay. So you remember how they released Grey after 50 Shades of Grey, right? The one that covers, like, Christian Grey's side of the story?
No.
Oh my God, there
that's
was
what
a
happened.
remix?
Yep. There's a remix of the first Twilight book,
And it's from
and
Edward
it's
Brennan.
longer.
Yeah, no. So, like, I'd heard about that. It's been in the works for literally years. She's been writing the thing from Edward's point of view for literal years. And I've known about it. I didn't know that she finally fucking released it. But I know that there's, like, or, like, one of the only things that I know about it is that there's a line where he's like, I gotta stop, this line of conversation before she moves from spider bites to a different kind of bite or something like that. And I'm like, what a fucking nerd. What a fucking dork. Shit, I hate this.
I just, as soon as I thought I had fucking spider bite out of my head, now there it is, sticking in my brain like a fucking cancer.
Ship it, ship it, ship it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
In this world there is no
Alright,
place for
hello.
weaklings like you. I'll exterminate
Oh
you
my
with my
Gunter.
spider bite. Sorry, it's in my head forever.
Okay, I have returned. I have the other half of my sandwich and some chocolate chip cookies.
Nice.
Epic. Fabulous.
Okay, I'm gonna go off mic while I munch, and I'll just be keeping the screen going. Y'all can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool. I have to figure out. Oh, okay, I have to go back to the start. This is a dark world, right?
We read that part already, so you can just start with after you click Karako's.
Okay. Now we'll scroll back down. Ahem. Having learned the dangers of using the public thoroughfares, you've taken to dodging down byways and skulking in rear areas, trying to spy out individuals who look ripe for friendship, while avoiding the more criminally insane denizens. Now you're following a winding footpath through the undergrowth surrounding a neighborhood where the local hives are spaced far apart. You came creeping along this footpath for safety. You should have known better. The undergrowth here is like most of the other life forms in Alternia, evolved to ruthlessly purge the gene pool of the weak and the reasonable. Boiled, spring-loaded stalks with foot-long thorns flank writhing bushes with razor-edged leaves, which in turn crowd tentacled flora with toothed lobes oozing liquid that hisses and smokes when it touches the ground. Extreme caution is needed, just as it's needed in every circumstance on this planet. Time on Alternia has gotten you accustomed to injuries, you still shrink from being impaled on sprung thorns and dissolved in acid. You should have known that eventually you would have come against the local flora, so you proceed discreetly, avoiding poison fronds and trying not to step on trigger roots. But suddenly your vegetative focus is interrupted. You hear footsteps on the path, and then around the corner comes a small figure. Its face and horns are painted with smudged black and white marks. Despite its diminutive physique, it has some of the most impressive horns you've seen on any troll. Then the small figure sees you too, and is so startled it jumps a foot, impaling its horns in an overhanging tree branch and sticking there so that its small legs pump helplessly in the air. You beg the small person's pardon, and assure them you were fully as startled as he. You go on to explain that you are not dangerous, but that even if you were, you would not want to come to strife with even a small person with horns of that size. Yes, you will be happy to help him down as long as he promises not to attack you with the many bladed weapons that are stuffed into his belt, or with a dozen cans of an inexpensive soft drink held in bandoliers across his chest. It strikes you suddenly that a neighborly gesture like helping someone whose horns are stuck in a tree branch can scarcely fail to kindle the light of friendship. You dare to hope that this will be the case now. Edging forward, you get close enough to see that around the small clown's neck hangs a dog tag or ID necklace. Tilt your head and crane your neck to read the writing on it. Karako Pierot. Piero. If lost, call Branya or Sama. Suddenly, this all makes sense. This Karako Pierot must have been one of Bronya's reject runt wigglers who, having grown to childhood under her tender care, has gone out into the world to seek his fortune. That would account for his small size, short legs, and small stature relative to his horns. You eagerly pull out your palm husk, happy for an excuse to pester your old friend. You've got zero signal out here. Wonder if the surrounding vegetation eats palm husk signals, just as it looks like it eats everything else. You disappointedly slip your palm husk back into your pocket. You apologize for the delay, explaining that you were surprised to find that you appear to have an acquaintance in common, whom you hope will have time to discuss later. For now, you are ready, willing, and hopefully able to help him down. You hope he won't be offended if you slip behind him first. It's not that you would object to bladed weapons or those who stuff dozens of them in their belts, but you feel that the ones he's wearing could ruin your look if buried in your torso, however unintentionally. You edge past the weapons, being careful also not to touch the spring thorns growing at the edge of the path, or their trigger roots. Once you're behind Karako, you grasp his horns firmly and pull, withdrawing them from the tree branch and allowing him to drop lightly to the ground. You tell him that he's very welcome, and there's a moment of awkward silence as you try to think of something else to say. Fortunately, your new potential friend is not as devoid of the social graces as you are, and gets the conversation ball rolling himself.
Huh?
You explain that you are indeed a stranger in these parts, and that you actually don't fit into any of the hemospectrum categories. Wild, right? Although not quite as strange as you used to be, like you like to think, you're really starting to blend in with the local color.
Huh?
Well, you'd rather not exhibit your blood just now. You're a couple of quarts low due to the robust conditions of life on Alternia, some of which you have recently had the honor of encountering.
Honk.
You sympathize. Slinking along these hidden paths in the Alternian woods can be tough on the morale. The smell alone is enough to make strong men weep, and the vegetation looks like it was designed by the Marquis de Sade. I know who that is. Not that he knows who the Marquis de Sade is. Can't help but feel that it would be so much better if one only had a skulk buddy, you continue. How wonderful it would be to travel these dusky lanes with a kindred spirit, a twin soul, a fellow traveler, an intimate crony. Such an expert on friend synonyms by now.
Huh?
No, you haven't met anyone like that either, but you would certainly like to. New potential friend is obviously thinking seriously about this issue, so you back off, give him space. You pretend to be deeply immersed in studying one of the razor-sharp leaves on one of the writhing bushes beside the path. You aren't one to force yourself on others, or try to unduly influence their friendship decisions. Okay, well, maybe you've forced yourself on others in the past and tried to influence their friendship decisions. Maybe you've even done this a lot. But you've recently evolved as a person. You know now that friendship is something that has to come authentically from within. Friendship is spontaneous. Real friendship sprouts naturally from the soil of mutual respect. The best friendships grow and ripen over years, and are not rushed or forced. Of course, you've only known this small person for about 5 minutes, but you have to start ripening sometime. You're reflecting thus on the theme of friendship when a loud pours suddenly from the sky above you. It's a crackling, sizzling sound, like a chitinous thing with too many legs struggling in a hot frying pan. Karako jumps so violently that he nearly gets his horn stuck on the tree again. Looking up, you see a floating metal object, vaguely troll-shaped, but huge, faceless, metal, and with numerous sets of lightning bolt-shaped horns coming out of its head and neck. It's also not a very sparkling conversationalist. It remarks in a flat, echoing blare. It elaborates further. Which one are we doing? On a drone, or leap to your proto-friend's aid.
Okay, this is the second choice, right?
I think it's the first. It's the first.
Oh, it is. You're right. It is the first choice. Yes. Okay. So this one, and to keep things moving, are you going to leap to your proto-friend's aid?
Ah! You leap to your proto-friend's aid. Thinking quickly, you push Karako against a large rock that juts out of the undergrowth nearby and jump in front of him, shielding him from the drone with your body. Then pretend to be leaning against the rock in an attitude of tranquil repose. Several of the bladed weapons in Karako's belt poke you in the ass, but you don't let this show on your face. Instead, you yawn elaborately and check your wristwatch. You don't have a wristwatch, but you don't think drones know what a wristwatch is anyway. You pretend to smoke a non-existent cigarette. Again, you're not giving anything away, because drones don't know what cigarettes are either. The drone has apparently taken an interest in you. It floats down between the trees and undergrowth and hovers above the path several meters from where you're pretending to relax against a rock after a long day of hiking through scenic shit-smell forest. Quite a terrifying sight, actually. The drone observes soullessly, making Karako jump so that several of your internal organs are threatened. However, you maintain what you believe the local populace would call a stiff upper whistle pillow. That's such an epic name for a lip. Whistle pillow. Drone's blank metal head studies you. Or it could be studying something in the opposite direction, or even taking the drone equivalent of a piss. You can't really tell from its expression, because it has no features to make expressions with. Its examination, or non-examination, continues for some time. Your diminutive potential friend is well hidden from view, and after a while, evidently concluding that you are an inanimate object that makes unaccountable gestures with its wrists and fingers, the drone floats upward again, gaining speed until with a dreary it whizzes off somewhere to find another hapless, non-standard citizens to euthanize. When it's gone, you stand away from the rock and rub several sore places that have been pierced by bladed weapons. Turn to Karako to comment on the recent fervor, but stop when you see the look he is directing at you. A warm and admiring look. An affectionate and esteeming look. A look of friendship. Your first impulse is to throw your arms around him and lean in, but on second thought, remembering his pants arsenal, you put out your hand for a warm handshake. Victory is so close! But before you can seal the deal on this sweet friendship transaction, you hear a disturbance farther down the path. Odd, can't the narrative chill for one single moment? Especially a moment when you're about to consummate a beautiful friendship? You turn to look. The footsteps, several sets of them, get nearer, and around the bend come three figures. Three figures wearing swimming outfits, lots of gold jewelry, and insouciant expressions. I don't know that word. Three figures with gills on their necks and small, stylized fins on their face. Man, is it possible that you finally happened upon a group of the legendary sea dwellers? Short when they see you in Karako, obviously startled. They study you. You study them. The Finhead Interloper 1, in a one-piece and diamond earrings, whispers to her companions, and all three burst out laughing. Finhead Interloper 2, in a violet swimsuit and rings, slaps her thigh, and Finhead Interloper 3, in checkered swimming trunks, holds his sides. Part of you is relieved. Laughter drives out the devil, and is the best medicine, and in any event is better than homicidal mania. On the other hand, this laughter isn't friendly. It's cold, mocking, and supercilious. These sea dwellers are obviously laughing at you, not with you. You notice Karako's cheeks flushing purple under his face paint, and his jaws clenching. However, he just stares with stony dignity at the interlopers. This just makes them laugh harder. The first sea dweller says, "What are you two supposed to be?" "Shrimp Cassidy and the Squamous Kid," said her second companion. "A Colbait minnow and his mutated soft-shell crab," says her third. "Looks like the minnow mall went looks like the minimal. I think that's what that's supposed to be. One went down on the clown, causing it to spurt out the other one. Sea Dweller's laughter is redoubled. You continue expressionless at these insults, but to your dismay, Karako's face is taking on a harsh, glowering look. You guess that such a tiny dude has probably been victimized by bullies like his whole life. And as you happen to know, there are no bullies like Alternian bullies.
Oh, honk. Right, I zoned out there for a second because of the... Oh. Honk, honk.
You tell him to let them talk all the shit they want. Don't let them provoke him. They're trying to get him to do something stupid. If he doesn't react, they'll get bored and go away.
Honk.
No! Remember that drone? It's probably still around here somewhere. Touch a scale on their heads and you could be rendered into Mother Grub feedstock. Hey, bottom feeders, no whispering when you're in the presence of your bathers. And you, little boy, put a respectful expression on your recognition surface. Be more like your friend with the slender manatee over there. In fact, why is it you two are still perpendicular? In the presence of sea dwellers, you should be bowed right anglers. First sea dweller seems to have an affinity for cheesy ocean puns. Well, I used the wrong voice because it didn't tell me that it was the first one. You bow to the sea dwellers. You have your dignity, but you also like not getting killed. Karako remains stubbornly upright, his face getting angrier and purpler by the moment. The bladed weapons in his belt jingle from his enraged trembling. Oh, see the little clownfish? He's getting angry. What did I tell you about your face, boy? Didn't your Lucis teach you anything? I doubt he even has a Lucis. A self-respecting Lucis would never let a shrimp like that out of the hide. Unless his Lucis is just as effective. The Lucis cracks are too much for Karako. Ignoring your hissed warnings, he suddenly leaps snarling into the air, drawing bladed weapons from his belt in each hand, and hurtles towards the sea dwellers.
Honk! Honk!
Those are some intense honks. Yeah. Okay. It's choice time. Do we grab him by the coattails?
Excellent intensity on the honks, and I will get the poll going for the next choice.
Yo. What's the consensus on Karako? Do we love our tiny clown?
Of course we love the tiny clown.
Of course, Karako is wonderful. I love Karako.
Quiero.
Hold him back or leap into that battle.
Well, I'm gonna vote.
Let's see if we... Oh, there's one vote.
Well, we both did someone else vote at the same time. Now it's still tight, it's 1-1.
Amazing.
I was voting so that we'd at least have one to do, but then someone else voted at the exact same time. Oh.
Welp. And tiebreaker.
Which do you prefer?
Y'all, the Dark Carnival ending is fucking awesome. So, I'm gonna go with leaping into the fray.
Alright, cool, let's do it.
It's a kick-ass. It's a kick-ass ending.
You leap into the fray to lend comfort and support. You would have counseled Karako to turn the other cheek and keep turning cheek after cheek until the sea dwellers got fed up and went away. But now that things have hotted up, I don't know if that's a typo or if that's intentional or not. You're not about to let down the side. Not about to let down the side. Alright. Karako crashes into the sea dwellers, his bladed weapons whirling like a blender. Scamper close behind him and kick someone in the shin. It hurts your foot, but doesn't seem to have any other effect. These sea dwellers are made of tough stuff. Or you're extremely flimsy. Signs have recently pointed to the latter. Your next sortie is more effective, however. Thinking quickly, you pick up a rock and throw it at the trigger root of a spring thorn growing along the path next to where the Violet Bloods are enduring Hurricane Clown. Coiled stalk springs out, impaling the dude with a 12-foot-long thorns. He's thrown off balance, and violet blood begins to flow copiously down his body. That's a hue you haven't seen before. Kinda pretty. But these sea dwellers are made of tough stuff. He yanks the spring thorn stalk away from him, pulling the horns out, I'm assuming, and flings it into the woods. Then he takes out a pocket handkerchief and starts patting his injuries gently. Meanwhile, Karako's bladed weapons have not been idle, and the other two sea dwellers are likewise leaking violet blood. But these bastards are hard to kill. All about telling you that. As you watch, one of them grabs one of the bladed weapons from Karako's hand and buries it in Karako's stomach. This, unsurprisingly, is distracting for a poor little clown, allowing two of the finny sons of bitches to grab handfuls of bladed weapons from his belt and bury them in various parts of his body. Dance around delivering harmless kicks and curses. Karako is still waving his weapons, but he seems to be waving them more slowly now. And as more and more bladed weapons are buried into his body, he seems to lose focus. Weapons he's been brandishing fall from his hands. Finally, he falls to the ground in the center of a spreading pool of purple blood, twitches feebly for a minute, and then is still. Stare in disbelief at the corpse of one who, if he had been spared just a short while longer, would have been your friend. One despised and rejected, a clown of suffering, familiar with pain. He had flogged him and mocked him and spit on him, and then killed him. Struggle to come to terms with this. While you're doing that, one of the remaining sea dwellers grabs you by the hair and suplexes you onto the ground. Your head snaps back and pain explodes behind your eyes. You are left lying on your back and trying to stay conscious, which is why you have a good view of what happens next. In the dark sky above you, something opens, something even darker than the sky, a hole, like a cave in the clouds. It widens until you can see that in the cave a carousel with wooden horses mounted on brass posts rotates, the horses plunging up and down in time with the carnival music played by a mechanical organ. Riding the horses are naked store window mannequins, their legs swung awkwardly over the horses' backs, their stiff arms down by their sides in whatever pose they were created, their horns huge and wildly shaped. In the darkness above the carousel, other naked mannequins with plastic wings tied to their backs are supported on wires, and above these in turn a net of white Christmas tree lights twinkle against the roof of the dark cave or circus tent or whatever it is, throwing their dim starlight illumination down on the rotating carousel. As you watch, two of the winged mannequins break loose from their wires and fly down from that dark region into the night sky in the dimension Alternia occupies. They maneuver until the stiff hands on the ends of their stiff arms are underneath Karako, and then they lift him up into the sky and into the dark carnival. Your last faint reviving honk as they set him on one of the wooden horses, and then the hole in the sky closes, and there is nothing but the night sky above you. All is still and silent again. Silent and still again. An odd feeling comes over you. I don't think you've ever felt such a feeling. Just reality of how utterly insignificant you are. Sure, you've spent the last few months wandering with no desire but the desire for connection, and you are, in a way, a being unique in this galaxy. But honestly, what does that even mean? You flit in and out of people's lives, there one minute, gone the next, always moving from friend to friend. You are, for all intents and purposes, a virtual non-entity, a bland point-of-view vector, a neutral second-person narrator, barely coming into the picture, a retiring entity expressed only by a simple one-dimensional desire for friendship. Just about now, you feel that things have gone pretty far. Just about now, you feel that you've had about enough. Enough of arrogant high-bloods. Enough, in fact, of short wavelength hemotypes carelessly and without compunction killing and maiming and exploiting those of longer wavelengths. Of a survival of the fittest regime that seems to come down to survival or the most violent psychopaths. Is this a moral universe, or is it not, you ask yourself? Are repulsive cruelty and sickening evil punished in this universe, or are they not? Does an ethical force operate in this universe, or does it not? You don't know the answer to these questions, but you do know one thing. You intend to depart for once from your one-dimensional persona. You intend to punish repulsive cruelty and sickening evil if it comes within your ability to do so. You intend to create an ethical force field in your local region. You intend to exert some moral gravity right around you, right around where you are, if you possibly can. And you realize that this odd feeling you are having seems to be drawing moral Higgs bosons out of the moral ground state, and right out of the fabric of this multicolored blood-soaked planet that heaves under your feet. You take on the aspect of Clown Sarker. Seizing 2 cans of inexpensive soft drink from where they fell from Karako's bandoliers, you shake them and pull the pins. Then, with malice aforethought, you direct the twin streams at the sea dwellers. You smell banana and strawberry as the deadly streams play upon them. Already weakened, they fall back with cries under the withering onslaught. As soon as the streams slacken, you take up 2 more cans, shake them, and deal out death to the unrighteous. Smell peach and diet root beer this time, but no pity softens your heart. You wouldn't care even if it were pineapple watermelon you were spraying on these brutes. These pinheads are made of tough stuff. Rallying even in the face of this intense onslaught, they push forward, and seizing some bladed weapons from the purple-blooded pool, advance upon you. Not one step back, you vow to the memory of Karako Pierot. Stand your ground in desperation, grabbing some cans of diet tonic water and club soda and opening up your batteries once again. But to no avail. Oh, that's my alarm going off. A trident pierces you to the bone, followed by a scimitar, a tomahawk, a short spear, and so many other bladed weapons that the sheer weight of them drives you to the ground, where your red, precious blood flows in moderate streams, mixing with the purple blood of your proto-friend. This is the end, you realize. But you are glad you died in righteous battle. You are glad you created even the tiny, sputtering, temporary moral force field in your local region that you did. You can feel your life and narrative point of view slipping away. You are content. What's that you see above you now? A dark space has opened up, even darker than the night sky, and 2 stiff-looking winged figures are descending. They land next to you, and gently place their stiff hands under you. And they ascend once again, lifting you higher and higher into the darker space. As you pass the boundary of the heavenly carnival, your life seems to revive within you, and as the fabric of the place closes around you and the 2 stiff mannequins place you on a carousel horse next to Karako, you realize that planets, universes, dimensions, realities, powers, principalities, and cosmos come and go. Friendship is forever. Friendship.
Christ.
Ta-da! I love the Dark Carnival end. I just think it's really fucking cool.
So wait, did we actually die and go to troll heaven? Question mark? Troll afterlife?
Clown heaven.
Clown heaven?
Like,
This has been horrifying. Thank you.
yeah, technically, that was not like the good end or whatever, but I don't know, Dark Carnival stuff. Purple Blood lore. It was cool. It was good shit.
Yeah. I like that. It was really good.
Okay.
Pretty neat. Spooky.
So I can read out our little intro here, and then we'll do a poll for which one. And Noah, you get to do MSP reader again?
Yeah!
Yay! You walk with a purpose. You don't really have a purpose, aside from friendship, of course. But you know these streets pretty well by this point, so you can at least strut like you've got one. So we are voting on Wanshi and Charun.
Wanshi.
And
As you were very distortedly making some calliope noises over there, my Twitter alighted upon a gif of Ronald McDonald dancing in front of a mirror, and I felt like you all really needed to know that.
That's excellent.
Things happen. Will happen. Happening happens.
Will happen. Happening happened.
oh, we were talking about Adventure Time earlier.
Song made me fucking cry.
Listen, I didn't watch like the season leading up to the finale. I watched the finale. I remember enjoying it. But then I watched the fucking will happen, happening scene again recently, and it was like, why do I feel emotions? What? Holy shit.
Yeah. Don't make me get into it, because I will get into it.
Okay, Wanshi. Who?
I can do a really cute little, like, child voice for Wanshi.
Wait, is she reading? Is she reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
That's what I was gonna ask too. It looks like a copy of Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
It is.
Yeah.
That's Diary of a Colorable Wiggler.
Oh my god.
Give Gabe some food for when he gets off work.
Yeah.
Do a jade for him.
Did you announce it on social media yet?
I did.
Yay, on top of it.
Yay. Yeah. So, if y'all are ready to get rolling,
yeah.
Cool. So, I think Lynera comes in at the end of Wanshi, so I'll bounce back in and do my Lynera then. But yeah, I'm gonna
Fuck yeah.
pass MSP reader over to Noah again, because yeah.
I will cradle them in my clammy hands.
We've been live for 16 and a half hours. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep resting my voice on this one. Because I'm like starting to feel it. Like the tiredness, I'm starting to feel it. So, I just like, I need to keep my shit in line to make it to the end of this fucker. So, energy preservation. Let's go. Let's go. Wanshi. Let's go.
Hey, now that you've gone and thought about the concept of purpose, you might as well make one up for yourself. You turn your walk towards the book hive. A handful of your friends hang out in there, and there are a few rooms that are generally pretty danger-free, so why not? It's a little difficult to make yourself walk past the spookier rooms, but you manage to avoid the siren song of the brain room once more. Your destination tonight is the room you usually watch your teal friends do homework in. It's understandable, after your office experience with Tirona? It says Tirona on the script. Why this is their neutral meeting ground. Unfortunately, a casual stroll through the stacks uncovers no friends at all. Damn. You consider trying out a higher stakes locale when, wait, You see a shoe peeking out from one of the bigger hexagonal book hole things. Shelves? It really doesn't maximize space to have shelves shaped like that. Whatever. You get caught up in trying to make paltry shit like troll bookshelves make sense. You'll drive yourself to madness before you can figure out if this shoe belongs to someone you know. Walk toward it, and the shoe is revealed to be on the strut pod of a troll whose head is barely peeking out over a book, and nope, a jade, but not one of your friends. Whatever it is curls up smaller in the hexagon, burying her face deeper into the scribble journal of a gullible wiggler. It's not the most inviting posture, to be sure. The polite thing to do would be to keep moving, probably, but you feel a little off about that. You gently nudge your foot into hers where it still peeks out of the shelf and ask if she's okay. It'll clear your conscience, if nothing else. Book lowers.
Oh god. Oh, where's my energy for this? Okay. I'm great! Just going on a journey of the imagination through some classic literature. Nothing to see here.
Ah man, it's another kid. No young trolls have to handle themselves as much as older ones, but as well acquainted as you are with the facade of pretending you're exactly where you're supposed to be, you get the feeling she's not exactly telling the truth. So you're equipped to help. Plus, it's not like you haven't befriended a few queen sweep equivalents here on Alteria already. You successfully didn't get murdered by Amicia, and you did a passable job befriending Tirona and Karako. Though, sometimes you wake up Oh yeah, did we kill Tirona?
Yeah, we killed Tirona and Karako, which is why I think
yeah.
that's really funny.
That's true.
Ooh.
Sometimes you wake up shaking, the remnants of dreams where you failed them on loop in your brain, where you shake that horror from your mind and try to look as non-threatening as possible. Not that it's particularly hard for you, as you speak. Ask if Branya's around, or ask if she's seen the brain room. We gotta pick the brain room one.
Is it brain room?
Yes. I'm looking at the transcript right now, and ask her if Branya's around leads to a short ending.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so brain
Room. I'm just gonna assume that Caitlin has put us on the right page and keep reading. You still get the feeling she might need some help, so you ease into it. Maybe she'll open up a bit as you talk. You tell her this book hive has a really huge gallery full of brains and jars, if she wants to go check it out.
Oh, what's a brain? I want to see.
She unfolds herself from her hiding spot, brushing invisible dust off her skirt as she stands up. She rocks back on her heels and cocks her head, her locks bouncing against her shoulders.
I'm Wanshi. I also know who you are, if you were wondering. I wouldn't go wandering off with just any one quest for brains or not. I may be only 5.5 sweeps, but I'm not stupid. Ooh.
She seems less afraid, but she's still got a nervous edge to her voice, so you try to be a force of calm, a real motherfucking Glade plug-in of Zen, stinking up the place with your chill vibes. That's what I aspire to be. You walk together towards the atrium, making small talk on the way. You apologize if you made it seem like she didn't look like she belonged here. You're just not used to seeing young jades outside the caverns. She side-eyes you like she's weighing the implications of what you just said.
Okay, I see there's no use trying to fool you. I may have done a small jailbreak.
Oh? Do they not have enough books in the caverns or something? This is you off in favor of her own question.
Of course we have books. You didn't answer me before. What's a brain?
Oh, right. You round the curve of the room and point in the window. Ink pans!
Oh!
On her tiptoes, she peeks into the bottom of the window.
never seen one up close before.
She tries the door handle, but it's still as locked as it always was. She looks at you expectantly.
Well, can we go in or what?
A surly-eyed guard starts not so subtly watching you, drumming her fingers on the handle of her mace. Ah, globes. You were trying so hard to be cool and approachable that you fucked up and forgot that this room was off limits. Taking a kid to break and enter is pretty much par for the course, actually, but it's not what you meant to be doing. Nah, you saw it, looking only, and now you're done. Great, time to move along.
Lame.
Wanshi doesn't pick up on the danger behind her, even with your hurried speech. You change the subject to why she broke into the caverns, if not for more books, and start walking, hoping she'll follow you. Doesn't.
Oh, I was trying to get to BeastCon. It's a convention for all kinds of cool stuff, but I want to go for the Soldier Per Beasts meetup.
Oh, warrior cats.
Warrior cats. My fanfiction is pretty popular. Ooh. I have a lot of fans going, and I thought maybe I could make friends with some of them. But I don't know where anything is out here, so I got lost.
She takes a breath and a step, finally, but then stops and clasps her hands together.
Oh!
The guard starts walking. You eyeball the exits, all the way down the curved staircase. You could make it, but you just can't leave her here to take the fall. She keeps talking, oblivious.
Lynera is always complaining about how you're everyone's best friend and how you know so much. Do you know where the con is? Oh, well, we could go together.
Guard gets closer. You gotta make a decision, and fast! Take her or pretend to take her?
Oh no, is this the actual...
Was it gonna be? Yeah, this is the actual one that we gotta vote on.
Oh boy! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Gunter, why are you making a face over there?
Okay,
My
poll
voice
is up.
annoying?
They've been making a face, and I thought it was because of my voice.
Fawn?
Whoa. I'm starting to feel it. But I can't, give in because I told myself I'd at least stay. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it. You know, feeling a little bit.
Anything.
Eating.
What's feeling?
I told myself I would try to at least make it to Nikee's route, but I didn't realize that Nikee's route is literally 2 away from the end. Like, there's hers, and then there's Lanque's, and then, or Lanque, or whatever you want to fucking say his name, and then there's the epilogue. And I'm like, well, if I'm gonna stay up for Nike, I might as well stay up for the rest of it. So...
You gotta go to bed, go to bed.
No, I don't have a job, so I'm fine. Gunter has a job and should be going to bed in about 15 minutes.
I believe in you. Okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
I believe in you!
Coffee or something. Or some ice cream.
Alright, yeah, we've officially hit the point in the stream where nobody's doing polls. So, what do y'all think we should do?
Alright, you wanna get the good ending?
Yeah, I checked it. If we want the good ending, we do pretend to take her. If we want the bad ending, we just do actually take her.
Let's pretend!
Okay.
Okay. Pretend.
There we go. You've heard of the con she's talking about. You were thinking of going with Tigiri and Polypa anyway, but the list of activities seemed a little too dangerous, honestly. These past few months, you've been up to your ass in close calls, and you'd quite frankly like to cut back on them. Including, the one your ass is currently embroiled in. You make some non-committal noises as you work out how to tell her. Wanshi crosses her arms and leans back against the brain room door, which the guard really does not like if her increased speed and mace brandishment is any indication. Okay, yeah, you say, let's go right now. Hype is contagious, even though you're completely faking it. She claps and bounds behind you down the stairs. A quick tug at her wrist pulls her out of the mace's trajectory as the guard chucks it at you from above. Thuds mightily against the wall by the door, and you both make it outside unbloodied. Sorry, that's me yawning. Checking behind you to confirm that you're not being followed, you don't stop running until you're both safely around the corner. Giggles through catching her breath.
Sorry. Wow, that was a close one. Librarians, am I right?
She grins and takes your hands.
Can you believe we only just met and already we're having bonding hijinks? I didn't think making a friend would be so simple. I can't wait to hang out even more at the con.
Her smile is a knife in your pusher. She's so excited about your budding friendship, and here you are, gutlessly hiding the fact that you have no intention of taking her from one dangerous situation to another. Maybe you would have agreed if you were in a braver mood. You just don't know if you're up for more life or death babysitting adventures right now. What you should do, probably, is get her home. Shut up, I'm awake. You don't tell her any of this, of course. Instead, you agree, and then check Google Maps. The con is down the road to the left. The caverns are to the right. Getting her straight back home would be too obvious, so you take a meandering route. Everything you pass seems to impress her. The frankly bonkers range of architecture styles, the shivery carnivorous plants, the burnt-out wreckage of someone's hive, and the flickering starlight all around. She is observing a worm crossing the sidewalk. Out here exposed, all squishy and brave, ooh-woo. And when you point out a cool rock, eager to keep her wonderment going.
Really?
She puts a hand on her cocked hip.
You think we don't have rocks in the caverns? Try harder.
She rolls her eyes at you, but she's still grinning. Accept the challenge and tell her there's something she's definitely never seen up ahead.
Bring it.
You lead the way. It's been a hot minute since interested to see it again. Still, this side jaunt feels like delaying the inevitable. You know she's going to be pissed at you when she realizes you tricked her, but you can't help wanting to show off more cool stuff while you can. Just muscle through it. Anything to see that wide-eyed appreciation for any tiny new thing. What's left of your spaceship comes into view as you round the bend. There really isn't that much left to show off, but Wanshi's still into it. He runs over and starts inspecting the rubble. You wonder what happened to the freshly missing parts. Maybe Vicari has come back to scavenge some more. Shit, Vicari. You haven't talked to that guy in forever. You vow to text him later tonight, but you still feel guilty. It's hard to juggle all these beautiful friends, even with how viscerally you crave them. You want to be good for everyone, but there are so many things that can mean, and you've never stopped feeling like you're treading water. She emerges from the hull, clambering up on top of a black metal box and waving around some inscrutable rusty bullshit.
Oh, there are so many fiddly little parts. This was how you got here.
She observes you for a second or two, then nods her approval.
That's pretty cool.
Any old idiot can wreck a spaceship. It takes someone with brains to break out of the brooding caverns.
Well, when you put it that way, you're completely right. Ooh.
She winks and pockets some of the pieces.
Are you ready to keep moving? I don't want to miss the meetup, and it's happening right after Horse-Aroni jousting, which should be ending pretty soon.
You're not sure what to tell her. For some reason, Vicare won't leave your mind. Your worry ass hasn't managed to keep up with all the friends you did earn. Sorry ass? Worry ass?
Sorry, it's sorry ass.
Sorry, ass. Okay. Maybe it's for the best that you're deciding to take her home. Her safety is more important than her liking you. You sigh and start to fess up. Even if she left here now, you're far enough away from the con grounds that she'd miss it. You were afraid. Afraid to go, afraid she'd run off if you didn't stick with her, afraid of not knowing what to do next.
You what? You made me miss my one chance to do something fun for a change? Just because you're too much of a scaredy purbeast to go to a fun nerd party?
It wasn't just that, you also wanted to keep her safe, to take her home. She stomps her foot in frustration, tears forming in the corner of her eyes.
Why do you think you can just make decisions for other people? Why don't you go home if that's so great?
Your mouth shuts, words gone. She follows your gaze back to the wreck of your only shot out and winces.
I didn't mean... I know you can't... I just wanted...
She sits down in the grass, defeated. You sit too, a ginger distance away. No, her anger is fair. God, this sucks. You hadn't meant to deprive someone of a small joy here on this bitch of an Alternia.
Yeah, it's the worst.
She sighs and runs her claws along the tops of the spiny purple grass. After a few minutes of silence, she speaks.
Too late to do anything about it now. I'm still super angry with you. But I'm glad you were honest, I guess, even if it took you too long. I'm not used to people being straight with me. I feel like the older everyone gets, the more they lie. Or at least the more annoying it is that they don't expect you to notice when they're lying. Not that I can super tell how old you are. Your alien physiology is a little inscrutable, but, you know, more or less.
Palm Husk buzzes, interrupting your train of thought. Both look at your two new texts.
Are you sure you still don't want to join? Things are beginning to get interesting over here, and you may have the privilege of seeing me at peak performance if you come by.
Oh yeah, I'll do Polypo's voice too. Stay put. There's a collar bear on the loose. I don't want you on the already very long casualty list.
You do a quick gorgle, and holy shit, social media is already on fire with the news of a con attraction getting free and mangling attendees left and right. The familiar ghostly feeling of a near miss shivers down your back.
Whoa.
Her eyebrows pull together and she works through the images she's seeing on the screen and what it could have meant for her. Still a little teary from before.
I guess. Thanks? Not that you did it on purpose, but I guess maybe it worked out okay. I do love not being trampled, but it still sucks I didn't get to go make friends.
I don't want to be too presumptuous, especially after all that, but maybe today might still be salvageable, new acquaintance-wise. Wanshi blinks back her disappointment and puts on an attempt at a smile.
Maybe. Might as well see.
What was she gonna do with her new friends? Maybe on your way back to the caverns, you guys could talk about soldier purbeasts or scary horse jousting or whatever else she wanted to do there. She stands up and crosses her arms, looking you over, her smile turning real.
You think you've got what it takes to roleplay?
Stand up too. You're super cool with roleplay. You've basically been doing that since you landed. So what's the deal again? You ask as you start walking her home. Magic cats?
Magic? What are you, some kind of wiggler? No, there's no magic in soldier purbeasts.
She rolls her eyes at you and then hunches her shoulders, claws spread, eyes darting from bush to bush along the sidewalk ahead of you.
Unless you mean power of your own wits. The sorcery of all your senses aligning at once as you get ready to pounce. The hypnotic spell-like rhythm of your own pusher beating in time with your praise.
She straightens up and grins.
That kind of stuff. Oh? Anyway, it's really fun. Let's play.
Bounce back so fully. You get the feeling that not many people indulge her in this. It reminds you of your younger self, and your heart crunches up a bit. Fuck yeah, let's play! You mean heck. Heck yeah.
Don't patronize me.
Fuck yeah. And she giggles.
Yeah! Okay, so little lost you can be from the Spacecast. Let's call you Twinkle Paw. I'll be Wild Wisp from the Solar Glare clan. Ooh.
She clearly seems to think you should be impressed or intimidated by this, but you don't really know what's going on, so you nod. Twinklepaw. Got it.
So you'll stumble upon me while I'm taking down a nut creature, scaring it away with your incompetence. Sound good?
She peppers her walk with skips, taking up a veritable storm of world building. Her voice gets low and rumbling when she quits setting the scene and gets into character.
Little one, what do you think you're doing, setting strut paw in our territory? You've made me lose my creature feast. What do you have to say for yourself?
Ah, fuck, it's your turn. You, didn't see where you were going. You're sorry, though. You know how hard it is to come by a good meal.
Fool, you think me so poor a tracker that I am hurt by such a loss? I can find another. I find offense only in that you clearly do not respect the bond between hunter and hunted. You blunder in and interrupt the sacred rhythm of my fangs, its neck or its claws, my face. Now neither of us can know who would have prevailed.
Ah, jeez. You're still, really sorry about your strut paws. They're constantly sticking those into other people's sacred dances. Maybe there's some more nut eyes over there? Wanshi stops walking and gives you a withering look.
Is that really the best you can do?
No! You'll try again. How dare this purbeast accuse you of such a thing? Your intentions are as noble as the wild pusher that thumps in your, phone cabinet? Oops, where did I go? Wanshi balances hands and fists, grinning.
Oh? A little over the top and not really a StarCast approach, but you're getting there.
You practice finding your soldier's characterization sweet spot as you walk her home. You take the most direct route, but you let her stop to explain Purby's grooming habits, to breathe in the rotting perfume of a flower, and to appreciate yet another sidewalk-braving worm. Eventually, you reach the cave entrance you know, and standing under its eave is Lynera, a very pissed-looking Lynera, which isn't, your favorite mode for that particular friend. Who's gonna do Lynera?
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
Where have you been? I said I'd be right back. Not, hey, go run off and leave me to make excuses for you.
Well, I'm back now, so you can get over it. I know you won't tattle. You don't want Branya to know you lost track of me.
Watch yourself.
Lynera glares fireballs at her, and then turns to you, softening the tiniest of bits.
Thank you for bringing the short one back. Do you want to come in?
You appreciate her politeness, but nah, you should go and let the jades settle down and everything. So you have another friend you need to check up on. Before you can say anything to Wanshi about how you hope she ended up having an okay time, she scurries off around the corner, calling back over her shoulder.
Wait, I have something I want to give you before you go.
So you wait. Lynera keeps looking at you, arms still crossed.
You'd better be glad she's okay. If she got hurt, I could never... I would be in so much trouble.
You don't have to call her unsecretly caring, because once she comes running back with something in her hands, her hair bounding behind her.
Here, read this, then maybe when you come back to visit me, you'll be, a little more informed about the Soldier Purbeast universe. Ooh. I only have one person to play with here, and he usually pretends he's too cool, like he doesn't absolutely love Purbeast cast drama.
She bows a little as she offers the book to you. It is tattered with love.
It's my personal copy, but I think I can trust you with it, Twinkle Paw. What do you say? Oh?
Clutch it to your chest and tell her you will guard it with all the honor and Spitfire Starcast has to its hallowed name.
Yes, book buddy! Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
love to see it.
Yeah, it's cute.
He's
So,
adorable.
I think it is bedtime for the Gunta.
Aw.
It's time for Gunta.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good night, Gunta.
I don't want to go to bed.
mm,
You have a job that you need to be awake for.
Twitter's so lame.
I know.
You're not wrong, but
God, I hate social.
mm.
oh god.
Mood.
I wanna go to bed.
You can't go bed.
Yeah, you gotta go to bed. I will carry on the torch in your stead.
Mhm.
I've got this crap. We got
You
this.
going to bed?
No, because I don't have a job.
Best. So I'm gonna go all alone into the dark bedroom by myself?
You can leave. The closet light is on.
Dark.
You can hear my voice out here. Oh my god, B, just hop back into the stream. B, tell Gunter to go to bed.
Hello, Beehive Honey. Yeah, we still going. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 roots left. Ha 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 ha.
boy.
Good god. It's okay, that's only 4 hours.
Ha.
Fucking own.
God.
Taking
It's okay.
my tablet with me.
You'll strike a point where all you have to do is click.
Gunter, please go to bed, I love you.
Yes, Gunter, go to bed. Please.
Please go sleep. Sleep important.
I'm gonna go lay down. Lay down on my bed. I wanna keep my headphones on. I wanna keep listening to you guys, but I'm muted and probably gonna fall asleep.
Gunter.
Sleep, Gunter, sleep. Sleep, Gunter, sleep. Sleep, Gunter, sleep. Sleep, Gunter,
Alright,
sleep.
I don't know how much
good.
yelling is going to help me.
I was going to bribe you with Vicare, but you know what? I don't need to.
Sleep, Gunter, sleep.
Why?
Lullaby for Gunter.
Phenomenal.
Good night.
Hey Gunter, I carry
Night.
you. Good night.
Night, Gunter.
Not.
Mm,
До свидания.
До свидания.
It's 2 Vidanias.
Okay, y'all. Charun.
Wow, 2 Vidanias.
Noah.
Yeah.
Y'all able to do MSP reader one more time?
Yeah. As long as we finish in time for me to set up for my class that starts at 9.
Yeah, it shouldn't take. It should, one route is generally like half an hour, so.
Then let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. What the fuck? Charon. You want me to be the Dembo, and then, Mads, you can take the Himbo? Wait, he's not a himbo.
Next
He's just
to
a
the
dick.
himbo? What?
You're talking about Marvus?
Asdaja.
What?
Asdaja shows up in this next route.
Oh, and Sharon.
Oh, right. As Connell and Azata should both show up.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, if you can do Sharon, I can absolutely do an Asdaja.
Alright. Well, I guess I just gotta be one with the trash. That's not exactly hard.
Okay. Hem. Actually, you know what? I think you've had it up to here with friendship. You're sure you'll be back on your regular friend making bullshit later, but today is just one of those days. A curl up under the blankets with your favorite show sort of day. A leave your phone on silent and say nothing to no one sort of day. And honestly, you've watched a friend almost die of poisoning and gazed upon the juggalo afterlife. You think you've more than earned a day,
or night rather, of respite like this. So, just for today, you turn your back on this new swath of Alternian city you were considering walking through and head back to ye old hideout. No explorations now, only bed. Drag yourself up the scaffolding to your hidey hole. More than anything, more than binging on media or relaxing amidst peace and quiet, you want to take a nice, long nap. So you spill yourself into the little pile of bedding, pillows, and various pieces of clothing you managed to throw together and settle in. As soon as your body touches it, you're out like a light. It isn't very long until you're awake again. And not because your body is rousing itself after a sufficient slumber, but because of a persistent scrabbling sound. Persistent scrabbling sound that's followed by a loud thunk.
Okay, before we get too far back into this, I need to pee. So
Okay.
I will not be able to update the screen for just like a hot minute, and I'll be right back.
Okay, don't fall in. Be safe. Have fun. Think of me.
Dream a little dream of me.
Oh, it reminded me of Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and at first I was like, why is my brain making that connection? But then it was like, dream, 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 dream.
Dream.
He
Close
stole
your
my
eyes,
dream
shut your
journal.
mouth.
I did not.
Dream a dream and get us out. Dream, 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 dream.
Give me Taylor Lautner. Ugh, man.
Baby Taylor Lautner.
Yeah. It's a good movie. I want to rewatch it. Spy Kids is a good franchise. I recently rewatched the Spy Kids movie with people. It was very funny for them to be like, this movie sucks, but they were all like watching rapidly, and I was like, it's actually the best movie ever made, so shut your mouth. One of those movies where like you can tell they had fun with it. Like they weren't trying to make a point or like anything. They just wanted to make a movie that was fun to act in and fun to watch, and they did that.
They certainly
It's
did
one of
make
my,
something
like,
fun to watch.
fondest nostalgia movies.
Yeah.
I just think
Mr.
they remember
Batman,
being
help
their
us, save us.
VHS.
Mr. Batman, help us, save us.
Oh, that's Spy Kids.
I had the VHS for Shark Boy and Lava Girl. That's the name of the movie. And I also had the CD-ROM game for Spy Kids 3.
Oh, fun. That's the video
Yeah.
game one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was shit at it, but it functioned. Technically.
Epic. Yeah. One of my childhood movies was Cats and Dogs. The one with the spy pets.
I remembered that, but I never watched it.
Love that shit. I don't know if it holds up. I haven't watched it in a while, so I don't know if it holds up. But like, the nostalgia is strong with that one.
That's so valid. I just think I've been looking at, cause like I'm on Twitch to like have the stream up and see the chat, but I also like it has the recommended channels in the left hand like bar. And it's like, oh yeah, you like Michael Reeves, right?
Yeah, he's on mine too.
Yeah, he's playing Wait, my Minecraft addiction is crippling me emotionally and something else. Hold on. My Minecraft addiction is crippling me emotionally and physically. Oh god.
Hello? What am I missing here?
Oh, we're talking about Michael Reeves.
Yeah, it like popped up on the left side of my recommended channels thing on Twitch.
Ah.
And it was like Michael Reeves is streaming Minecraft.
Minecraft.
I'm Terezi from Homestuck, and I'm playing Minecraft.
Anyway, typically that wouldn't be enough to get you up. You're a pretty heavy sleeper, but the noise is accompanied by the nagging sensation that whatever is making the noise is in the room with you, and that has you bolting upright. You must have woken up in the middle of your REM cycle because you feel like a mummy rising out of the crypt. Is this real life, or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide. Your brain struggles to make sense of your surroundings through the fog of residual sleepiness that still settled over you as you stumble to your feet. Eventually, you're able to discern that the noise is coming from behind and above you, around where the ceiling is. The hell? Is there a raccoon crawling in the vents? Does Alternia even have raccoons? If it does, you're pretty sure you wouldn't want to meet one, but you can't exactly leave it in your living space either. You get up to investigate. Ugh, that reminds me of the fucking huge-ass centipede I saw on the floor when I got up. I, walked into the room, and there was just, this big guy in the middle of the floor, and I was like, "Aw, fuck off, guy."
Oh no.
Huge centipede, which I get for living in a basement. The noise isn't coming from the ceiling like you thought, but from a platform that's been shoved unceremoniously to the very back of the watchtower. There's a large object in front of it that wasn't there before. A giant curved lens that could only have come from the hole that is now in the side of the platform structure. Maybe this was an old telescope or camera that the Khans once used for surveillance? Scrabbling continues. It is coming from within the structure. You're not eager for whatever it is in there to come jumping out at you as soon as you stick your head inside, but you steel your nerves and hoist yourself up. You find yourself face to face with not some weird animal or a bug, but a troll. This is a bona fide friend opportunity. It's practically fallen into your lap, but you find yourself unexpectedly ornery about it. Think that you could expect some privacy in your own home, or, well, the place you've adopted as home in Alternia anyway, but apparently not. Even when you've decided that you aren't in a friending mood, there the universe goes, yeeting new friends into your path anyways. Did you go a day on this planet without dancing the whole friendship jig? It quickly becomes obvious that this mysterious stranger isn't going to offer you anything more than an enigmatic gazing into the middle distance. What exactly are they doing in your hideout, you ask? If they were thinking about moving in, they could have at least asked you first. You're the current occupant after all.
I don't want to move in. I already have a hive. I came up here for that.
They point past you. You can only assume they're referring to the giant lens you'd seen on the floor. Well, if they'd gotten what they came for, why are they still hanging out in the platform's innards like this?
I'm stuck.
They didn't try calling for help?
I didn't notice you, wherever you came from. I didn't think anyone else was here.
Would they perhaps like some help?
Maybe.
As you hop down from the platform, you find your ire draining from you, much like flesh juice from a pimple. Ugh, gross. It's difficult to stay angry upon witnessing what's possibly the most pathetic burglary attempt ever, and that's counting your little fiasco with your ship. After walking around to the other side of the platform, you can see the troll's booted legs sticking out from a gap in the structure. It looks much too narrow for anyone to crawl through, and yet that's exactly what they must have done in order to push the lens out from behind. You yell that you're going to try and pull them out. You hear a faint muttered, "Okay," and reach up to grab them around the waist, pulling hard. It takes a couple of tries, but with one last particularly hard tug, you're finally able to pull them free. They tumble down on top of you.
Thanks for getting me unstuck and breaking my fall.
You didn't really do that part on purpose, but you're glad they appreciated it, you guess. They seem pretty content to continue lying on top of you, actually, but they're heavy, so you wriggle out from underneath them like an earwig from under a rock and clamber to your feet. Nod at the lens. That's what they want, huh? The troll sits up, crossing their legs. You can see them more clearly now that they aren't sequestered inside the platform, although their face is obscured a little by their shaggy hair and floppy, wide-brimmed hat. They look about as sleepy as you felt earlier. As sleepy sleepy. Stop saying sleepy. As sleepy as you're in danger of feeling again, in fact. Their voice is slow and regular, like a metronome dunked in molasses, and it almost threatens to send you right back to bed.
Yeah. So, can I have it?
You swear you can feel your friend making juices start circulating through your body again with a vengeance after their little sabbatical. You're not really sure what came over you before. Turn down the chance to make a new friend? You? Haha, wow. Who kidnapped you and replaced you with a total stranger for a few hours there? You tell the troll of course they can have the lens. It's not like you're doing anything with it, or like it's even yours to begin with. It was just abandoned here along with the rest of this broken down tech. Basically, you ask what they want it for. Are they building something? Perhaps they're an engineer of some sort?
No. Climbing all the way up here, just for some building material, would be pretty dumb. I want to use it for art.
You look at the lens again skeptically. It's a cool lens, you suppose, but it mostly looks like exactly what it is, a hunk of junk. Want to make art out of this? Their work must be pretty, interesting or weird. They go weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
Two of you alternate between looking at the lens and each other for a while. Usually over the course of making a new friend, they usually would have asked you to do something by now, or presented you with some sort of choice between two potential courses of action. Is there anything you'd like to do now that they've retrieved their art materials? Is it... I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh.
I don't think this choice matters. Guess it's all on you then. They probably want to take the lens back to their hive, right?
I would, but I'm tired and hungry. Foraging for garbage takes a lot of energy. I used the last of it climbing up here. I don't think I'll be able to carry it by myself.
They really didn't think this whole junk heist thing through very well, did they? But would you look at that? This is an excellent time to make a suggestion.
Okay, and here is where
both of these options are equally valid.
Where we vote.
I just want to say that you don't have to worry, even if it's any of the voice actors here. If you want to go vote, it doesn't matter. They're both good. Just gotta click it.
Gotta click it.
Click it real good.
Click it.
Ooh.
Click it.
Okay, the poll is up.
I just thought of a way I could make this way harder on all of you. Already, like my half asleep voice, that's one thing. But I could start singing lullabies.
Oh my god.
No.
We all like
Stop,
Adventure
stop,
Time
we're
and Steven
already
Universe here. Yeah. Ah, come on, don't you want to hear
Let's
some
go in
love
the
like you?
garden.
Y'all, I gotta make it to the end of this shit. Like,
Right there where you left him, lying upside down. I'm off key.
Let's go to the
oh my god,
garden.
there's 7 more roots
You'll
after
find
this.
something waiting. Right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around.
Okay, assistance to carry.
Oh, because we're in Discord.
So assistance to carry got the only vote, so that's what we're doing.
Thank you, thank you, few people watching this.
Mm-hmm.
We genuinely carry you.
Yes.
We do carry you.
Thanks so much for sticking it out. I appreciate you very much. You can help
Your
carry it.
assistant
4 arms are better than 2.
You do that. Make sure you're careful with it.
Of course. You'll treat it with all the delicacy of an egg in an egg and spoon race.
I don't know what that is.
Carrying it to the watchtower's entrance is easy enough. Maneuvering down the cliff face is more complicated. You manage by holding it between you as you navigate from foothold to foothold. When you reach the bottom, the troll looks like they're ready to sit down again right there in the brush. But you urge them on. Resting in their hive would probably be much more comfortable.
That's the wrong way.
Sheepishly, you whirl back around from the random direction you were about to stride towards and follow them instead. With them leading the way and you bringing up the rear, 2 of you shamble along the path with all the easy grace of 2 people in a horse costume. You make it to your new companion's hive much quicker than you would have expected. They come to a stop in front of the entrance to a cave in another cliffside. This is their place. It isn't very far from yours at all. Surprised that you haven't run into them until now. They're practically a neighbor.
I've seen you around before. You're pretty hard to miss.
Really? They should have said hi and introduced themselves. The 2 of you could have been hanging out all this time.
Didn't feel like it. Besides, I was busy.
With more of this scavenging and art business, you guess. Well, you're getting to know each other now, which is what's important. Speaking of, you've been talking and walking along, but you haven't even exchanged names yet. How remiss of you. Usually you would have gotten introductions out of the way from the moment they broke into your hideout, but it's been an odd sort of night.
That's okay. I'm Karen. Now, come on. Let's go inside.
Okay, Karen. They pull you and the lens forward. They didn't ask your name in return, but you managed to bumblingly introduce yourself as you lurch along into their hive. Hi, I'm MSPA Reader. At home on Earth, you had a thing about garages. You thought it was interesting to scope the sort of stuff people ended up accumulating. You've seen some real gems in your day. A collection of singing and dancing novelty plant figurines, a small army of Furbies without any fur, the beat-up remains of some kind of cat mascot costume. Inside of Charun's hive is as if every single weird garage you've ever seen converged to exist simultaneously in the same cave. The platonic ideal of garages. It's hard to believe that someone lives here. If you look closer, though, you begin to notice homey comforts tucked in amongst the metal junkyard scraps and broken furniture piled over the floors and all the way up the craggy cave walls. A raccoon sits on a ledge on one wall, and you think that that's a kitchen cabinet wedged into another?
Okay, so real quick, I would just like to point out we have a Thembo who likes Furbies.
I mean,
Gunter, if you don't kin this fellow, this fine human troll person, you might soon. Oh.
Is there
So-
a furry or a Furby
Furby.
in the thing? Because the MSPR was talking about the garages on Earth with the Furbies.
Look to the bottom. Look to his right. That looks like a long Furby.
That's an insect. That's just an
I know.
insect. I think that's
Shit.
his Lucis, maybe.
No, I don't think so. Well, Furbies were mentioned. That's all it takes. I hear they, them, and Furbies, I think Gunter.
That's fair.
So, what do you think?
It's pretty cozy, you say, giving them a double thumbs up. Stalactites are a nice touch.
I mean, about my art.
Oh, the art, of course. You cast around desperately. Charun's hive is such a jumble of miscellany that it's impossible. John Mulaney? It's impossible for you to figure out which of it is art materials, which are finished artworks, and which are Charun's actual belongings. That's a pretty gnarly skull over there with the leaves and the eye sockets. The angle at which that umbrella sticks out of the lawn chair is really, compelling. You settle on a purple object in one corner that looks more like a traditional sculpture than a bunch of household items stuck together. Those curves, that amaranthine hue, truly an inspiring piece. Run looks at you strangely.
That's the load caper. You don't know much about art, do you?
Busted. No, you really don't. Emily had taught you the importance of giving the people what they want, and Amicia had taught you the importance of putting a tarp down before lopping off a head so blood or paint doesn't get all over the floor. But you hadn't learned very much about actually creating art from them. As you gaze around the cave again, you find that you really want to understand. Clearly, this is something that's important to Charun. Otherwise, why would they spend the majority of their time on it? You, too, wish to experience the marvels of the creative process. Me too. If only there were a way for you to learn.
If you want to that badly, you could make something out of what I've collected.
Really? They must have worked so hard to find all this. Is it really fine for you to just stick around with it? Surprised to see that Charun looks pleased at what you're saying. It's maybe the most expressive you've seen them since you met.
All art is sticking around.
Looks like you're already starting to get it. You smile proudly.
And anyway, if you make something sucky,
They shrug their shoulders.
I can just take it apart again and reuse its separate components to make something else.
Smile flags a little.
Where do you want to start?
Rub your chin thoughtfully, wandering over to the lawn chair with the umbrella in it. A pile of fabric is stacked on top. Rifle through it until you find some colors you like. Then you walk across to the other side of Charun's hive, searching for other items that you might be able to use. Charun doesn't offer much in terms of guidance, aside from cautioning you away from a couple of objects that are actually finished artworks. Whoops. You end up with an armful of knickknacks that you put down in front of what is now a lamppost, but will soon be your canvas of choice. Then you get to work. Fabric you twirl all around the post. You tie the smaller objects, a snow globe, an old boot, a fancy Santa, onto it with string. On top, you perch a rubber Walmart goose that makes a majestically horrible noise when pressed. Ah! As your art piece comes together under your hands, you take a few steps back every now and then to appraise it from further away. Make adjustments whenever you find something you're not happy with. It's complete. Turn to ask Charun's opinion, newly flushed with pride and adrenaline from having successfully made a thing. They don't look very impressed. The face falls. What's wrong? Did you use too much orange? Were the scattered Lucis teeth a little too out there?
Listen, you're overthinking it. Just do what feels right.
Frown. Think at all then? Let your instincts drive you?
Thinking a little is probably good too.
Okay. Don't overthink. Ah! Don't overthink it. Don't abandon rational thought altogether. Let your feelings guide you, but not completely. Pretty vague, but sure, you'll give it another shot. You strip the lamppost back down. This time, you don't spend too long regarding it in all its nude metal glory. You begin working immediately, whipping around Charun's hive in a flurry of cave dust and determination, grabbing things as soon as you lay eyes on them. Charun looks more and more fascinated the longer you're at it. It's not long until their eyes are positively gleaming. Soon, they're taking step after tentative step towards you, as if drawn to you by the sheer force of your artistic energies. They look like they might want to join in, actually.
Is that okay? I see what you're going for, I think. Your vibe has got me all inspired.
Of course! The more the merrier. You'd love to see what the two of you could create together. With barely their smile, Charun plants a traffic cone at the base of the lamppost with great aplomb, and you're off. It's all a blur after that. The two of you move in unison, like you're co-piloting a Jaeger, except instead of a giant robot, you're steering a feverish, creativity-propelled fugue state.
Wow. I think we're almost done.
You stand back from your newly forged pile of bric-a-brac, mopping the sweat from your brow. They're right, you're almost finished. Almost. You need to add the finishing touch, the pièce de résistance. You know, just the thing. With great conviction, you pick up a box from the floor, tearing it open so that its contents fall all over your sculpture.
Oh no. My sacchariferous slats.
You freeze. Were those cooking ingredients? You seem to have gotten carried away. You start apologizing, but Charun is already waving your words away.
It's fine. It looks better like this. Too good to waste. It's food. Anyway, I can find other things to eat.
Both regard your creation, heaving for breath. You're done! As exhausted as you are, a wonderful calm settles over you as you admire the results of your hard work.
It's beautiful.
It really, really is. You don't know how, because you don't think you'd actually done anything different compared to your first try. Maybe you just got lucky. But regardless of how exactly it came about, this is one of the most bizarrely sublime things you think you've ever laid eyes on in your life. And the longer you stare at it, the more layers and depth reveal themselves to you, like the petals of a newly bloomed flower opening to the sunlight of spring. Abruptly, irresistibly, you feel yourself gripped in the throes of profound new knowledge. Charun's artworks are pointless and weird, but perhaps that's what gives them their charm. In such an uncertain and violent world where troll calls troll, and where you might be trapped in an endless Sisyphean journey across the planet in search of new friends, for a brief moment, you can have this. You can stand here, awash and appreciative what the fuck at this masterpiece you've created out of a bunch of other people's trash, marveling at how you've birthed something greater than yourself. Sometimes, trash can be beautiful. I think you understand now. This is what Charun must have been endeavoring to teach you, to beam at them, glowing with the joy of your discovery.
Yeah. Sure. If you say so.
Joyride!
Ta-da!
Hey, it's wholesome.
Wholesome.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw!
Very cute. I'm excited to see Charun in Act 2. Because, like, those artist vibes, I feel it.
Now see,
There a
that's a character I can just do. Because that's where I'm at right now.
Hey. Guess who's gonna jolt us awake next?
Oh boy!
Is Marvus!
Huh?
Oh no, I have to go. I want to be there for Marvus, but I gotta go. I'll stay on until the very last minute. I'll like set up all my class shit, and then.
All right, I vote we do Fozzer next, so we can stall longer to see if we can get Marcus in here.
For Marvus, what?
Yes.
True.
But Noah wants to be here for Marvus.
But I want to see the Marvus.
Yeah. Well, let's do the poll. So audience participation, and y'all have accounts that you can vote with, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And we'll see how it balances out.
The real question is, what the fuck does Marvus sound like?
You crash landed.
Sexy clown vibes.
You crash landed on Alternia 16 long episodes ago.
That's already what
And sometimes you feel like you've been here forever. You've had many adventures, met many Alternians, some/all/none of whom have become your friends. But now, for some reason, you have a hunch that you're near the end of your Alternian travels. Thank fuck. For one thing, you seem to be coming to the edge of the populated region you've been walking through all the time you've been here. For another, the intense craving that has animated you throughout your journey feels like it might be waning. It's not quite gone, but like a diner who's stuffed himself to bursting but is still seeking that last sweet morsel that will make his meal complete. You're still on the prowl for the very sweetest morsel of friendship.
What?
Whoa?
Okay, you're back.
Oh, crap. Did I cut out?
Oh, God. Yes.
I hate my internet.
Wink.
I hate my internet very much.
Oh,
Okay. I think I'm still... Hello? Yeah? Yeah, it's bouncing all over the place again. So, that's not great. I think stream has disconnected, actually. Which is super fun. I love it when it does that.
Oh, no.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
This doesn't bode well.
I had to reload my dashboard because the poll thing was broken again, and now it's not loading properly. I don't know why Discord is working, but nothing else is.
Let's go in the garden.
If it's any consolation, at least the first, like, half of Marvus's route is just zebra.
Is it really?
It is.
Yeah, fucking zebra.
Look, I'm just gonna be... I will be struggling, but I can do it. I've done worse.
Okay, Google Chrome is telling me I have no internet, yet I'm still connected to this call, which I'm very thankful for. However,
yeah, it sounds like you're like getting like one sentence, half a sentence.
No.
Oh boy, I love it when this happens.
Few minutes. Yeah, and it sent another. It sent another notification for your stream.
Oh, yes, I see that as well.
We love technology.
We love technology that doesn't fucking function.
Yes.
Oh, I have to figure out what class I'm fucking going to. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Prepared for class.
I think I'm. Am I okay now?
I think you're okay now.
Maybe.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna try stopping and restarting stream because OBS is being weird, but hopefully then I'll be good.
Okay.
You got it.
It just connected again, no problem, so I think I'm back and fine. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It's very frustrating. But so that should be fine. What are they gonna do? Right, I was polling for who to start with.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce because I gotta go grab my notebooks and things. I love doing math first thing in the morning.
You're
Okay.
You're so valid.
Look, Noah.
Yeah.
You're so
Have
valid.
fun with the rest of stream.
Thank you, Noah.
I love you all.
What up, guys?
Love you too, Noah.
You got Jugs
See
ready to
you.
cook.
Okay, so I put up a poll, but I don't actually know how many people are.
I'm just gonna sound like me when I'm high for Marvus.
Fair.
That's just the only option I have, honestly.
I voted. I voted in the poll.
Okay. My internet is doing poorly.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it actually did some wonky stuff in the middle of Wanshi's route too. And I was like watching it happen, and I was like, let's just keep moving. Like, I'm not going to stop everything 30 times just because it keeps doing stupid things. And then it went back to being fine.
Oh.
Huh. Well, you know what? If it works, it works.
Okay, so we'll start with Marvus, but I don't think that the stream is actually up right now.
It's not.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, numbers are bouncing back. But will they stay that way? Ho ho.
Fingers crossed.
Okay, I think it's back.
Possibly.
This is, I think Marvus is one that I know a lot of people would like to come and see. So I was kind of hoping that I could like be like, hey, we're doing Marvus now. Anybody who's awake at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time,
Yep.
come
Strings
get
out.
your horny clowns. Best way to wake up in the morning.
Yes, best way to wake up in the morning. Horny clowns.
So
Alright, I think we got this.
I think we get, yeah, I think it's stable now, y'all. Holy fuck. Okay, so Marvus we're starting with. I'm gonna do social media now. I'm social media. See if I can grab whoever the fuck is using their whatever social medias at this present moment in the morning. And I'm also going to post in a Discord. Because, yeah, I think Marvus for sure is one of the ones that will fetch a crowd of people who specifically want to see his particular brand of
Yes.
what
That's
he
the word.
what he does. Yes, so
Yes, don't be a coward at people.
I'm not gonna add people. They've already received ats in the server. I'm just adding more to the information.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to make his name nice and bold. I'm going to add the emote from this server of him in the clown pit pose. There. Okay. All right. I think that's the extent to which I am able to promote this at the moment. All right. Might as well just start. So I believe we have exactly enough people to have one person for each character. So wait, who's doing Zebra and who's doing Marvus?
Well, I can do Zebra since Ciel's gonna do Marvus. It
Mhm.
probably would do a better Marvus than I could do, and I can do Sleazy Zebra, so it's fine.
You got it, fam. Take it. Take it.
Got
Rogue.
it.
All right. Let's fucking go. Let's just do fucking horny clowns.
We are so close to being done. It's all good.
Yeah, we're so close. I'm zoning it a little bit, but like horny clowns is happening now.
Hell yeah.
So let's see how this let's fucking do it. You find yourself ambling down the road without any particular destination in mind. It seems you don't have to do much. Wow, off to a fantastic start. It seems you don't have to do much active searching to land yourself in varying combinations of adventure and or disaster. Where will the vicissitudes of fate next lead you? Who knows? You walk for a while like that. You've just about lost all hope of running into wacky contrivance when your palm husk lights up with the delightful and or foreboding sound of friendship. Someone is calling you. You're less excited to see that person who happens to be the person who happens to be calling you is Zebra. It's not that you dislike Zebra precisely. It's just that you might struggle to rank him above literally any other troll you've met, including the yellow guy who loves genocide. But you're not one to leave a friend hanging. You dutifully answer the call.
Ah, my good friend, you've picked up. Awfully quickly, I might add.
Yeah, you just love friendship. You ask Zebra why he's calling.
Do I need a reason to call? Is the thrill of dialectical riposte not cause enough to make social contact with one of my dearest adversaries / friend? Or maybe more, depending on whatever you feel comfortable with and interested in at any given point in time.
You have no idea how to respond to that.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I stand to incur material gain from your association. I need you to stay right where you are.
Well, what are you gonna do? Hang up? You stand right where you are and stay on the line. You ask what Zebra is up to, but he won't say. Tells you he needs to concentrate. Eventually, you notice a strange shape resolving in the distance down the road, drawing nearer slowly but steadily. After a while longer of waiting, the figure in the distance grows close enough for you to tell that it's Zebra. Oh, that's you say. It looks like he's riding some kind of incredibly cursed hover Segway.
Yeah, I'm coming, sweetie.
You would say it takes maybe 15 minutes or so for him to make it the entire way over on his hover scoot.
There you are. Impressed by my new ride?
Oh, yeah, you say. You're very impressed.
I knew you would be. I brought it out because tonight is a very special night. Or it will be, if you'd be so kind as to make me the happiest troll on Alternia.
Is he, like, proposing to you?
What?
Never mind. You ask him what he's vague blogging about.
What indeed? The real question of what is. What are you doing this evening?
Well, it's not like you've ever had any plans to do anything besides stupidly bumble into one ludicrous boondoggle after another. Seems like whatever he's alluding to inviting you to probably fits the bill for being included in your long itinerary of unspecified dumbass bullshit you were bound to get embroiled in anyway.
Fantastic.
Well, it just so happens that I managed to get my hands on 2 tickets to Clown Fest XX Rex. And I thought, who better to take along than my dearest alien associate of unspecified nature?
You have no idea what Clownfest XX Rex is, but it's not off to a good start with the name.
Oh, I should have known you wouldn't be familiar with it. It's a little sophisticated for an off-world reprobate such as yourself. It's a music festival centered around purple blood performers. Now, normally I wouldn't trifle with high blood entertainment, disgustingly oppressive as it is. But when you think about it, aren't clowns the most disprivileged class of them all?
You don't ask him to explain what he means by that, because everyone would be really angry reading it. I love that text juxtaposed with, like, his sweet, freaking smiling face. Like, ah, yes. This is the distillation of Marvus. Bridge! You did wake up just in time for horny clowns. Yay! Okay. Agree to toss your meaty moral body into a clown pit to get moshed to death or whatever.
I knew you'd be there for me. Alright, let's go.
Zebra invites you to hop on the back of his scooter so you can head out to Clownfest. You say you're not sure this is the most effective avenue of locomotion. Zebra tells you it's all the rage and not to be a little bitch about it.
So, let me tell you a little about my plans for tonight.
It feels like the scooter is going even slower than it was when he arrived, now that it's struggling under the weight of 2 people.
You see, my favorite rhyme juggler on the planet is going to be there tonight. His name is Marvus Xoloto. You might have heard of him, he's pretty famous.
You say you've never heard of him because you're an alien.
Oh, right. Well, he's only the best in all of Alternia. He came up a few sweeps back when he won first place on Slam or Get Cold. Oh, please tell me you at least know about Slam or Get Cold.
You do not know about Slam or Get Cold.
Well, it's a bi-weekly reality program where aspiring slam poets compete to prove who has what it takes. It's really cutthroat stuff. I mean, I think there are at least 5 decapitations this season. The competition is about skill. No matter the blood color of who's competing, the troll who wins is the troll who has the nastiest flow and dopest bars. Everyone has an equal shot. I mean, sure, a high blood has won every season to date, but it's basic biology that clowns are better at rhyming than everyone else.
Oh my god.
Even if high bloods were low bloods, that would still be true. That's equality.
Oh my god. Yeah, makes sense. You think this is really progressive stuff he's saying. Where could he have possibly gotten so educated and smart?
Oh, you flatter me. Anyway, as you know, I am deeply connected in the music industry. But because of oppressive hemispectrum systems, I'm afraid I'm only truly afforded downward mobility. The clown sphere is a really insular, close-knit community. But with the right hustle, I'm going to break that glass ceiling. Marvus is the perfect troll to bring me into the fold.
Does Alternia have Great British Bake Off?
It should.
They should. I think so.
Troll Britain Bake Off.
I'm sure if I wasn't starting to fizzle out, then I would be able to think of some neat ideas as to what that would look like. Maybe we can talk about it in another streams.
DMZ joins and he just makes soper pies every round, even if it doesn't have to do with pies. Oh, Gabe is listening.
Welcome. Yes,
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
You say this guy sounds pretty brutal. Are you sure you want to actually meet this clown?
What, Marvus? Ha! I mean, sure, he does what he needs to survive in a rigidly ossified power system that could never be truly dismantled by the actions of a single individual. But that doesn't mean that he supports it. Contrary to what you might think, Marvus is a spectacularly subversive figure in the industry. If you listen to his music, really listen, you'll hear some borderline revolutionary stuff. I think he'd tear it all down if he could. I might have mentioned it, but being a clown is kind of woke. I've always wanted to probe that think pan of his, really get to the bottom of his radical praxis, and help spread his message of social reform to the masses. And you're going to help me do it.
After 4 hours of scooting and one excruciatingly detailed unbroken account of the events of the past 3 seasons of Slam or Get Cold, you arrive at Clownfest XX Rex. I love the hot dog juggler. Clownfest feels more like a circus than your idea of a music festival. In the distance is a wide-open field dotted with disorganized masses of people, all gathered before a nightmarish stage you presume to be the site of the evening's main event. The entrance to the festival grounds opens up into something of a parking lot, filled with whimsical tents and people selling various snacks and refreshments. You see a clown juggling what looks like at least 7 hot dogs. Absolutely ghoulish. You're glad Diamond isn't here to see this. Zebra brings you up to the gates, flashes your tickets, and gets you wristbanded and admitted to the festival grounds. Seems like there's still some time before the performance is slated to start. There are some spectators already gathered in the field, but those of more privileged blood casts are lined up around the tents and lot to buy food and merchandise. While you walk around the festival grounds, you ask Zebra what exactly he has planned. What could you possibly do to get him in good with the clowns? Oh my god, another fucking bot? Oh my god. Y'all, I gotta take care of this stupid fucking bot. The same bot message. Okay, this is the 4th time in precisely 18 hours. We literally just passed the exact 18-hour mark. Okay? 4th time in 18 fucking hours. This exact same formula of bot. Fucking, like, it's like, how, when they're all doing the exact same thing, how in the heck are they getting through spam filters? You feel? Okay. Bot account, next. 4th. There's that. Oh. Done. 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 Okay. Okay. Alright. Cool. Zebra takes it as an invitation to whisper conspiratorially into your ear. His breath is hot and heavy against your hearing canal.
Here's the plan, my sweet little rust drop. We get in, wait for the show to start, and then when Marvus comes onto the stage, really gets into his act, you're going to jump the barricade and rush the stage. Or at least you're going to try. Of course I'm going to stop you. I'll tackle you before you make it to the stage, and I'll call you right in front of Marvus and everybody. Oh, calm down. I'm trying to tear down the stereotypes that low-bloods are all simple-minded dullards, and you aren't doing your people any favors by reinforcing the cause for prejudice.
Oh my god.
Obviously, I'm not going to really kill you. You'll simply pretend to play dead after I've heroically foiled your black designs on Marvus. And my actions will firmly place me within Marvus's Ashen Quadrant, so he'll have no choice but to recognize me. And and then the clowns will see what a hero I am, and praise me and bring me backstage to reward me. It's really a flawless plan, my dear. If you just do what you're told, nothing will go wrong.
Before you can proffer any critique of this caper, the jovial clamor of chatting and revelry surrounding you is pierced by a rising chorus of blood-curdling shrieks. You whip around to ascertain the source of the dreadful sound, but it becomes quickly apparent that those were not screams of pain at all. You know what's up when Zebra joins in the ear-splitting squeals.
That's him!
There he fucking is. It's the man of the hour himself. An expensively dressed juggalo is making his way through the crowd, flanked by a robust team of hulking indigo bloods. Every aspect of him telegraphs unimaginable celebrity. The purposefully disheveled yet fashionable fit of his clothes, the swagger of his step, the 10-man camera crew trailing behind him. He walks with a measured poise, despite the chaos rising around him. Dozens and dozens of young trolls are flinging themselves at his entourage without any apparent concern for their safety. The bodyguards are roundhouse kicking the eager teens into the ground left and right like a bloody bender of adolescent aliens. It's pure carnage.
He really knows how to draw a crowd, doesn't he? Sigh.
A minute ago, it was tough to truly grasp the hype, but after seeing him in person, you don't know what it is, but this swaggy clown has an undeniable gravitas that commands the attention of everyone around him. It's impossible to look anywhere else. Even the Alternian moonlight seems to endeavor to glint off his golden accoutrements twice as bright. But he's gone just as quickly as he arrived, up to the festival stage to set up his act. He leaves a bloody void in his wake. Zebra is bouncing on the balls of his feet following the encounter. He clearly can't wait to get up into the pit, and to be honest, neither can you. What is it but a good clown that's so utterly irresistible? Zebra takes you up to the field spread out before the stage. There are thousands and thousands of trolls already standing around, ready for the show to start. From the looks of the crowds in the back, breaking down their tents, there have been rustbloods camping out for days to secure their spots. But even those hard-won locations are much further to the back than where Zebra is leading you. There aren't many high-bloods here by comparison, so Zebra's able to take you to walk right in, muscle past all the ceruleans, and grab a spot by the barricade with maybe 5 minutes to spare before the show starts. There are some roadies up on the stage now, dashing around, finalizing all the equipment arrangements.
Oh, shoot. Did you remember to bring your concert diaper?
Excuse you? Zebra turns to you with wide eyes. You're awfully close together now, boxed in by the swell of trolls pushing your bodies closer and closer to the stage.
You know, your concert diaper?
You don't actually know. You don't have a single clue about your concert diaper. You ask him if he's wearing his concert diaper. He pats the front of his pants, which you notice are looking a little plumper than usual.
Of course. You can't just come to one of these things without your concert diaper. Sorry. Things in the pit can get pretty intense, bro. You can't leave to use the load gaper after it starts. Man, you're really going to regret not bringing your concert diaper. So is everyone around us.
Before you can even attempt to formulate a response to that, the crowd breaks into thunderous cheering. Your heart skips a beat as you look up, but of course the clown who's clambering up to center stage isn't him. Marvus is clearly too hot to blow on the first act. All the same, people are really fired up over this raggedy juggalo. He seems like a serviceable clown, you suppose. He's got enough gold chains and is reasonably swaggy. He gets bumping and drops a few bars. It's fine, you guess, but he's not your clown. You know the moment you laid eyes on Marvus that he was the only clown your heart would ever be able to see again. Zebra leans into your ear and has to yell to be heard over the sounds of the music in the crowd.
I never much like Rapster Slamsy's work, to be honest. Sure, the beats are produced well, but he has a very insipid sense of lyricism. Triz's clam this, Triz's indefatigable military might that. We get it, you want to harpoon the heiress. Who doesn't, honestly? We don't need to hear about it all day.
A solid 15 minutes of mildly provocative slams later, and old Slamsy is slinking off backstage. As soon as he's gone, a new jester takes the fore. If you wanted to get into the music, it proves difficult. Every new act they bring onto the stage is immediately followed by a hollering earful of Zebra's scathing critiques. You wonder why he's so fixated on getting in good with this gaggle of urban farceurs if he thinks so little of their technical and artistic merits to begin with. And as you lean sweatily against the barricade, you're starting to wonder if it's all worth it. Could the sight of a single rapping man really outweigh all the physical and psychic agony of waiting and standing and stewing in the heat of the pit? Will you have just endured nearly 3,000 words of hanging out with Zebra for something that will ultimately let you down?
They're calling us out here. They're calling us out personally.
But as the penultimate clown trundles off the set, the taste of the air changes. The lights on the stage go dark, the booming sound system goes quiet, and a tremulous hush falls over the crowd. You feel your heart stop in that silence. You know down to your bones that this is the moment you've been waiting for. From Sea Dweller to Rustblood, nobody moves. The sound of his light footsteps against the darkened stage could only be audible to someone as close as you. The anticipation swallows you whole. When the floodlights snap back on and illuminate his astounding figure center stage, you feel it. Though yet of modest stature, the lanky juggalo has the presence of a man 1,000,000 feet tall. He radiates a power the likes of which you never felt before. You feel him inside of you immediately. You feel him inside of you intimately, religiously, indelibly. Yes, this is it. This is your clown. Then he opens his mouth to utter what feels like the most important words you've ever heard in your life. CL, are you fucking ready?
Hey.
Fuck yeah. All hell breaks loose. Everyone is screaming around you. You grip tight on the barricade as you stare up at him, glowing, messianic, arms outstretched to drink in the zealous fervor of the crowd, all incited by a single incredibly powerful word. Hey, God, you'll never forget it.
What up, guys? Well, you jugs ready to cook?
You can't help it. You start screaming. You're so fucking ready.
Wow, these buddies be baking beans. Cheers. Any of y'all forget your concert diapers because it's rank out there.
You feel racked by shame. How could you forget your concert diaper? You'll never be so foolish again.
But it's I'm freshening things up, you hear me?
Zebra takes hold of your hand and squeezes it tight. You appreciate the gesture.
Sorry, I muted myself as I was moving around. God, he's so fucking beautiful.
You understand. You feel deeply, utterly devastated to know how far out of your grasp he is. Why would a man like that ever even look at you. There's no way someone so tremendous, so magnificent, so extravagant would waste his time offering his friendship to someone as insignificant as you. But desolating as that feeling may be, you aren't ready to put him out of your life just yet. Maybe there are other ways you can be close to him. Listen to his music, follow him wherever he goes, dedicate your life to him. You want to know everything about him that you can. Maybe in this way you can honor him, befriend him in your own heart if not his. Is a love one-sided any less beautiful? When the music at last starts to blast through the speakers, you ascend. The pain in your legs and your back disappears. You feel nothing but streaming euphoria. You thank the forces of serendipity for guiding you to the glorious epiphany of this beatific singularity. We got... oh my god, CL. Okay, changing that stream title. Done. The show's nothing to scoff at either. You, a highly discerning individual known to frequently make posts online regarding the quality of rap and whether or not those who purport to possess such ability do in fact have the requisite bars, are fully blown away by this act. It's some really good stuff. He's just really going in hard and hot with those raps. Not that intensity is the sole barometric of the quality of hip-hop. The fire that Marvus is dropping is a broad contemporary performance that would equally satisfy any aficionado of any relevant subgenre. Not a single thing about him is even slightly racist. You're really starting to get into the zone when Zebra starts to scream in your ear again. You were already going deaf from the concert as it was.
I think it's about time to get this show on the road, don't you?
And here is our important decision. Posting a poll.
Oh god. I haven't even dared to look and see which one is the good one and which one's the bad one. There's no way that doing Zebra's plan, though, is the good ending.
No, but you do get a lot of Marvus on it. God, yeah, if you want the good ending, you can't go with Zebra's plan.
There we go.
But there is a fairly long route.
Yeah, Marvus is interesting because the bad end is also really cool. Like it gets into the meta stuff. In the bad end.
Oh, it gets into more meta stuff, like Nike's.
Yeah. But yes, vote is up for whichever one we shall follow. Song also, Clownfucker. Excellent. That is some excellent music. No fucking way. Okay. Are you kidding? You say. There's no way you're gonna vault over that barricade and try to make an attempt on Marvus's life, fake or not. For one thing, that plan is fucking stupid, and you'll immediately die. Second of all, Marvus is a beautiful artist with a soul of a true poet, and you're not going to help anyone attempt to exploit his celebrity for selfish purposes. You conclusively inform Zebra that he'll have to find someone else to help him hoodwink sweet Marvus.
What's that? I can't hear you over all the incredibly vicious and beautiful rapping.
You tell Zebra that you're not doing it. You just want to listen to the rest of the concert and enjoy yourself. Zebra seems horribly taken aback.
What? But I thought we were friends.
Oh my god. You reassure Zebra that you are friends, but affirming a friendship doesn't necessarily require one to embark upon a ludicrous suicide pact in order to socially hornswoggle a rhythmically gifted Mary Andrew. You're hardly Thelma and Louise. Get real. You tell Zebra he needs to find someone else to help him cozy up to the clown's inner circle. Zebra harumphs, offended, and decides to go. He starts to push away through the crowd down the length of the barricade. And with that, you're free to turn your gaze back to his mirthful eminence and embrace the new piece you found in his artwork. But Marvus only keeps distributing dope, and the crowd only gets rowdier. Before you know it, you find yourself being wrenched into the writhing mass, jostled about and subsumed by the transcendent power of the music. Your pitiful little body becomes nothing but a note in his wicked symphony, a raindrop washed away in the rapids. Some time ago, you might have accepted your fate here and allowed yourself to be trampled by the mob, but you have something to live for now. Even as you feel yourself begin to physically break, those sick beats tether your spirituality to the mortal world. His ruthless bars cut through the heat and the sweat and the heavy stench of piss and meat, drawing you like a sailor to a siren song. Not even death could wrench you free of his grasp. In spite of the odds, you manage to muscle your way back up to the fore. You exit the mosh pit and a shattered mess, bruised, battered, and broken, hanging on only by the most tenuous of threads. As you look around you, you get a glimpse of your fate. You're surrounded on all sides by trolls who have collapsed and been trampled dead, faces frozen in a rictus of faces frozen in a rictus of ecstasy. Given how lightheaded you feel, you aren't long for this world either, but you can carry on a bit further. For him. Wow, he's really something else, that Marvus, you think, as your wasted body slumps against the barricade. It's all you can do to lift your weak head and stare up at him, drinking up his boundless audiovisual wonder as your vision starts to blur and your consciousness begins to fade. You jerk back to your senses when you feel something splash over your face. You cast around wildly for the source of the water. To your disbelief, you see that it was Marvus. He's standing at the edge of the stage, gravitating his hips to the choreography as he looks down at you in concern. It's like staring into the groin of an angel. He waits for a break in his verse to cover his mic and mouth to you.
Yo, buddy, you alright?
You can't believe how gracious he is to see a humble fan such as yourself in pain and stop to make sure you're okay. Is this real, or have you passed on to heaven after all? Your gaze tracks up from his well-proportioned crotch to the generous view offered by the plunging neckline of his shirt. You're all right now. You've never been more right in your life. Marvus jumps off the stage into the impassable purgatory that separates it from the pit, the gods from the mortals, and makes his way over to you. He stretches out his hands.
Hey, babe. Wanna dance? Punk.
Your broken bones are no obstacle. Instinct propels you over the barricade and into his arms. He catches you like you've both been waiting your entire lives for this moment. You've never felt more warm and safe. He scoops you up with his incredible strength and carries you back onto the stage. Marvus is talking into his mic again, so his words reverberate through the entire field.
Well, look what we got here. Seems like a fucking low blood cut to the front of the line, my friend. Wow.
The remainder of the crowd that's still conscious boos viciously. What? What's happening? Oh, you're clearly bleeding red from being stomped in the face several times in the mosh pit. In the murky lights of the stage, it looks awfully burgundy.
Someone's been naughty.
Yes, you've been so naughty, you say into the mic.
No remorse. The damn shame.
The crowd jeers.
Well, we clearly got a criminal on our damn hands. What do you think I should do? Any opinions?
The response is disjointed, but still functionally unanimous. Amidst the clamor, one word keeps ringing out clearly. Kill, 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 kill!
Wow! Y'all want me to kill him? Shit, that's brutal. Well, I ain't want to let down my fans, you hear me? Justice be fucking done, my merry man. What better way to cap off a wicked night than with a little gut blood shower? Wow.
Well, you are hardly qualified to question Marvus's judgment. If what he wants is to publicly execute you in front of a crowd of his adoring fans, you guess that's how it has to be. You surrender completely as Marvus directs the stagehands to help him erect some sort of makeshift crucifix. You don't struggle as he carries you over and ties you up, suspended above the crowd. All the spotlights shine on you, burning hot. The audience's rapturous screams deafen you. But all you can see is Marvus, approaching you ringed in otherworldly light. His back is to the crowd, so you are the only one who can see his face like this. Intense, focused, merciless. A gaze meant only for you. You've never felt more special. He steps up before you, face to face. You stare into his eyes enthralled, such clear eyes, so potent and beautiful. Your only regret is that you can't gaze into them for longer. Marvus takes a hold of his cane and in a fluid motion draws out its rapier's sharp hidden blade. The metal glints 1,000 colors in the light of the stage, almost as awesome as he is. You hope he strikes true. Yours will be a magnificent death. But then, he winks. A fleeting moment of understanding passes between you. Could it be that Marvus is the friend you've been searching for after all? Oh, is it a fool's flight of fancy to dream so? Gosh, the worst part isn't even here yet. Oh, we're getting there. He draws in close, rearing up as if to strike, and as he raises his blade, his jacket lifts up too, exposing his vulnerable clown pit. If you leaned in just now, maybe, just maybe, you could take a fucking... Okay. I'm gonna... Yeah, there it fucking is.
Oh, why is that an option?
Because why the fuck not? Look, there's actually... The dialogue in this route gets... It goes to weirder places than this, quite frankly. Anyway.
Oh my god.
That current poll, do we take a whiff or maintain dignity? I am out of water, so I will be right back.
Okay.
honk honk?
No.
How? Oh my.
No.
Okay, so it appears that maintaining dignity has won.
Yeah.
You can't do it again.
Again, huh?
Well, when, you know, I believe Bridge was around for the first, when I streamed this after it came out, and when I did my streams after these things came out, I was very, very thorough. We did every ending, we looked at every option, we analyzed all the backgrounds, like, we went deep lore. You remember it so clearly. Oh, yes.
I don't like it. Oh, respect yourself.
Respect yourself. Marvus brings down the blade. It sinks deep into the wood beside your neck. This was no accident. A jester so powerful surely would not miss. He's sparing your life. You're so humbled that your bladder evacuates on the spot. Oh my god, I hate how gross this one gets. Your urine is as hot on your legs as Marvus's gaze is on your face. You really wish that you'd thought to bring your concert diaper. Marvus gives you a look and then glances pointedly to his cane sword. You take the hint and make an exaggerated reaction like you've just been stabbed for real. You grab at your neck, sputtering and flailing. The high bloods right at the front can tell you haven't really been stabbed, and they're a little disappointed, but it's not as clear to the trolls further back. Oh, hey, Jess. I don't know if you were here the whole time, or if you exited and came back at some point, but, welcome, and I agree.
Listen, we don't judge people here. They got the hot clown, and they got a little bit more than they expected.
Somewhere around the mass of teal bloods, the illusion really hits home. They start going fucking bonkers back there. The apeshit wave travels back to the burgundies and then ricochets back home to the high bloods. You crack one eye open as you play dead. This time, it's nothing like the controlled moshing during the performance. This is pure anarchy. A whirlwind of death and brutality. Trolls are at each other's throats, literally ripping each other apart with fang and claw. All the blood spraying into the air makes the humidity really skyrocket. At some point, when the racket becomes less than melodic, the clowns all come out for a final encore to drown out the sounds of the screaming. They start wrapping up a real storm. After about 45 seconds, a full 2/3 of the crowd are completely dead on the ground. The performance finally ends once every single troll in the crowd has collapsed, either from death or exhaustion. Only once the audience has worn itself out do the clowns call it quits. They all start filing backstage, but for Marvus, who stops to take you down from the cross. Your beloved clown cradles you in his arms like the Pieta, gently petting your blood-spattered face.
Hey, you hanging in there, fam?
You tell him yes while continuing to play dead. You don't want to foil his ruse.
Okay, gravy.
He picks you back up and carries you off the stage. The clowns have a little green room set up in the backstage venue where they're all mixing and relaxing after the show. Nobody seems concerned to see Marvus carrying in a 90% dead alien, or particularly rattled after witnessing thousands of trolls savagely cannibalize each other.
Hey, you want a Sandy?
What?
Sando?
You're sorry?
Fucking Sando, like the hockey players from Letterkenny. Marcus, he's got a hockey player accent. Lose it.
This is where we meet Troll Snoop Dogg? Oh, I don't think so. I think do we meet another artist back here? I don't remember. I kind of like erased most of this route from my brain. You say, yeah, sure, you're pretty hungry. Marvus drops you off on a couch and you lounge indulgently as you wait for him to walk to the catering table and pick you something up. He's back quickly.
Think you can move your arms nothing, buddy?
You say, not really. You're pretty sure all of your bones are basically obliterated.
Oh, shit, that's wrong. Sorry, man, guess that's my fault. Okay. Lol. Okay, say ah.
You don't even question it. You obey him unthinkingly. You nearly choke when he kneels beside you and starts pressing broken off pieces of grub sandwich past your trembling lips. Tears well up at the corners of your eyes. How could someone like you be so lucky to touch and be held by the closest thing on this mortal plane to a god? You're sure that there are thousands, millions of trolls out there who would die to get to experience anything like this. It's humbling. What did you do to deserve this? You're so weak from the concert that even moving your jaw is hard, and your star-stricken sobbing doesn't help either. Whenever a sloppy bit of grub paste filling dribbles down your chin, Marvus is right there to catch it and shove it back into your eager maw. He makes unyielding eye contact with you as he allows you to suck the maggoty meal from his fingers. You know, I think this is the closest I've gotten to reading, like, actual erotica on stream. Is reading fucking Marvus.
Yeah, suck it, motherfucker. Anyways.
Oh my god.
You tell him he's beautiful.
A lot of people say that. I don't know about all that, though. I'm just a humble rhyme juggler with a lot of cash and money, and 10 guys filming what I'm doing right now.
When you're finished eating your sandwich, Marvus kindly wipes all the mess off your face. He's so gracious, you can't believe it. You're so glad that camera crew is here to capture all of this so you can watch it and relive the experience of receiving his kindness again later. You guess you need an answer to the question. Why did Marvus decide to save you? Marvus takes a moment to think on it.
Well, I guess I saw the guy win, and I was like, shit, what a sorry motherfucker. You know that buddy be bad news, fam. Lol.
What, Zebra? No way. Zebra's your friend. All of your friends are cool.
Damn, cuz that's raw. You okay? You sick? You real friends with that Indian dog? You know he blacklisted all the fucking way out in Clown Town.
What? Really? Why?
He's just a social climber, man. That big blue buddy be a motherfucking parasite.
As an aside, I think in Ding Dong is actually one of the best words in all of Friendsim.
In Ding Dong.
And he's blacklisted? By all clowns? He doesn't seem to know that.
Well, we ain't about to go tell his chatty ass. Gonna go and write a wicked nasty review about my business. So we be looking out for ourselves. Us clowns real close-knit, you know? Take care of each other and all that shit. You feel me? You know, if you think about it, clowns really are the most disprivileged socioeconomic class.
Yeah, just emphatic agreement with everything in chat right now. You have thought about that, and it's making more sense. It's making more and more sense recently. You'd love to engage in nuanced discourse with him about clown privilege or lack thereof.
Yeah, cause Though we nominally occupy a position of structural power in the institutional hierarchy of the hemo spectrum, we be subjugated into dampening our powers like no other. Because the agents of the Empress and her imperial cryarchy know that the unimpeded strength of me and my sick nasty buddies would easily unseat sea dwellers as the dominant caste. And if purple blood be objectively superior to violet in every method of strength, power, and influence, despite chromatically preceding them, and the only reason we don't rise up and rip the fins off their slimy little faces is an eternities of religious persecution and culturally immutable precedent. What does that say about the validity of the rest of the system?
You consider your mind thoroughly blown. Wow, this guy is incredibly woke, and not the least bit racist at all. You're really inspired by how good he is as both an artist and a man.
Damn straight. Maybe all this spectrum needs a little chaos to shake things up. Really makes you fucking think, you hear me?
God, you do hear him. It makes so much sense. He makes so much sense. You make so much sense. Together. Marvus smiles at you as you hold his hands. You don't want to let go. You're afraid you'll never see him again if you do. You're not sure if you can live like that. Maybe you can't always be by his side, but maybe sometimes, occasionally, all you want is to make a friend.
Of course I'll be your buddy. Oh. Yeah, why don't you have me on Chitter? Next time I got to show, maybe I'll hook you up with some wicked tickets. via fucking PB. Rust Emperors represent. Make sure to check out the link in my bio for more if you're interested.
Yeah, Marvus is dropping hot truth bombs into Miss Peter's like, wow, he voice hot though.
He voice hot.
Yeah, basically. God. I mean, like, I don't agree with the blanket statement of clowns are actually the most disprivileged class, but, like, the way he was talking about the dismantling of the hema spectrum made sense.
Yeah.
The promise fills you with so much hope and light and joy. You can't believe it. You did it. You've made the greatest, most ultimate friend of them all. Your shining light, your reason for being. Marvus, the truest buddy you ever had. Oh, we fucking made it.
Not all end card screens are created equal.
Oh god, we fucking made it. It's kind of like saying that Vriska did nothing wrong. It's not technically completely accurate, but you get the intent behind it. I suppose. I'm not a fan of Vriska did nothing wrong either, though, so I guess at least I'm not a hypocrite.
Okay. Vriska actually caused more problems than she solved.
Let's not get into it.
We're not gonna risk course right now. This is too fucking much for me to handle with this little amount of energy. We're not risk coursing. Or we're gonna stop it. We're stopping it right there. This is not the risk course zone. You want a risk course? Come to my Homestuck reread streams on the weekend. We'll absolutely get into it.
You know what? Fucking bet I will join one of those streams.
We've still got some
we do.
Some more routes.
Yeah. We got
Alright, so Fozzer.
I think we have
five
and a half.
Yeah, 5 characters plus the epilogue.
Yeah, see, we're almost done.
Oh god.
We can do it.
We can do it. You made it for the Marvus end card. Oh, Beefcake, I'm so sorry you missed all that.
Yeah,
Have y'all been up the whole night? Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, you know we have been.
Yeah, if I check my little timer in OBS here, 18 hours and 43 minutes as of right now. That is how long this has been happening.
I do not care if you would like to be Fozzer or if you want me to be Fozzer. Either way, it's fine with me.
Oh, wait, is Nike's route is next, right? Or well,
yeah,
it's in the next volume, yeah.
I should probably save my voice for Nike. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I'll just grab like some more water then, real quick, because Marva's voice is difficult.
It is, and I'm sorry to like do this to you, but
no, I got this.
Yeah, Fozzer's route is like one of the shorter ones as well. So
yeah, Fozzer is really short. He's just kind of dense, much like Fozzer himself. Anyways, BRB while I hydrate.
I am also hydrating. I am drinking water. What am I? Okay, that was something. Yeah, we can. I'm seeing Gabe in chat kind of being like, "You get to Daraya's, I may go hide and grab my earbuds with a mic." So, I'll see if.
Yeah, if he's on his lunch once it gets to Daraya. I don't know though when his lunch is.
Yeah. So okay, I'll just say. I'll just tell him to at us or whatever. Just yell when they get on lunch. Because if we can, Macus, hello.
Hi, Macus.
Your mic is off, but hello.
Welcome
back.
Here to save my throat.
Hi, I am so fucking sorry. We literally just finished Marvus. But rest assured, CL gave an excellent performance in the role.
I'm glad. I'm just waking up, so it's fine.
Hey, do you do a Fozzer voice?
I can do Goofy, yeah, sure, why not?
Hell yeah.
Are you down to read Fozzer, like, literally right now?
Oh shit, like right now.
Yeah, we were trying to divvy it up, but it's like, Mads has got to save their voice for Nike, and like, CL just finished doing Marvus, so their voice is wrecked, and like, I gotta do MSPA Reader, and we're trying to like, balance our shit out.
I mean, if you want some extra time to wake up, I can do it. I got some water and that's helping.
The laptop going up right now. Just give me like a few minutes.
Yep.
I got you.
It's all good.
We poggin'.
Mm-hmm.
Dibs on the blood though then.
That's fair. I'm gonna go get some water too, since I was thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of, you know, I got lazy on my hydrating. We didn't have people blasting us with channel points. We all gotta hydrate and check our posture and stretch. Oh, my fucking neck and shoulders. Wow. Yeah, it's been a long one.
With all the stretching and shit, you're gonna have like grown an extra inch or so.
Oh yes, of course I mentioned it, and now we're getting like spammed in the chats. Oh, plus an ooh-woos. So we'll have an ooh-woos at the beginning of Fozzer.
I got you, woo.
I'm gonna want to go right to bed after this, but I'm gonna need to, like, do some fucking, like, random yoga or some shit so that I don't, like, wake up later and feel like I've atrophied.
I mean, possibly.
Okay, get rid of all these stupid phone notifications. I've had to... Y'all. I feel like both Twitch and YouTube could do a much better job of keeping track of bots, because both of those accounts, I've had issues with bots, like, either in chat or, like, leaving comments on videos, where it's like, they all use the exact same formula. How is spam filters not able to catch this, like, at all?
I feel like if your name is a keyboard smash, maybe you shouldn't have an account.
Yeah, it's like, on Twitch, we got the same frigging spam pay-for-follower message, like, 4 separate times over the course of the stream. And on YouTube, it's like every single time I post a new video, I get at least 1, sometimes 2 people where it's like a random-ass username, and their comment is just, like, a timestamp and a URL that's like horny.girls.something else or whatever, like some weird crap like that. And it's the same formula every time. It's like, man, what the heck?
I'm on my computer now. Hopefully the quality is back to be not bad, and hopefully not like super duper quiet too. I don't know why it's always really fucking just. But yeah. Before I do anything, while I still like pull up the fucking stream, how have you guys been? Caitlin, I can't imagine you're super wide awake after all of this and shit. So how you feeling?
So you see, I voiced Karen, which that was just my voice at that moment. Who else was there?
We did. Well,
We managed not to kill the other child that we met.
We did.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh no, wait, Karako. No, we did.
We killed Karako.
We did kill Karako. We went for the Dark Carnival ending.
Fuck yeah! I mean that's great because I love that ending. I don't. Karako's a sweet baby, but if they die, they die. I don't feel one way about it. As long as it's a pretty death, you know. And it was really pretty death. But there's still clowns to come with these Soleil, so I'm excited about them. They're the only motherfuckers I give about. I'm here for the Soleils. That's it.
Yeah, I'm fading a little, but like I'm here, and I'm dedicated.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I'm like, I can feel the beginnings. The thing is, I've pulled too many all-nighters for this to actually affect me in any negative way at this point. Like, I'm just gonna probably pass out whenever we're done and then wake up at a normal time and go back to my normal, like, schedule of things. But, like, I can feel the second wind is kicked in, and I'm sure once I perform Nihkee, I'm going to be, like, just, like, the performance of Nihkee itself is going to give me enough energy to get through the rest of this before I pass out, because she is incredibly high energy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
My headcanon Nihkee is big drag queen. This
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, oh, yes, wonderful, perfect, amazing, stupendous, superb.
Who's been up all night? So, Mads and CL both have been on for, like, pretty much the entire time. We had a good chunk of folks who were on until, like petered off around, like, 5 to 7 a.m.
Yeah, Gunter was out here till 7 Central Time, so 8 Eastern.
Yeah.
To bed recently, because I made them go to bed because they have work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, and then Noah was in from about 7 to 9 for a couple hours.
Yeah, Noah, I had asked Noah specifically. I was like, because like I was like, I know you have to like get up early anyway for class. Like, would you be able to like pop in before then and like come on and stuff? And like, I'm really glad I did that because I basically was just like, Noah, can you please just read MSPA Reader for me while I eat and like rest my voice for like an hour and a half? And they were like, yeah. So that like was a super blessing for me because I was like really burning out at that point.
I have a question. Can you hear the TV in the other room? Because this microphone can pick that up.
Oh, no, I can't hear TV.
Okay, good. Give me 1 second then. I'm all ready and stuff. Check on the don't want to have a fire.
We didn't start the fire.
Thank you for your service. Oh, jeez. It's been a journey. This is, I'm real happy to be doing this, and I'm so overjoyed that I could do it with such wonderful people, like, just this whole thing, and, like, because I don't know, I thought, around when Friendsim was ending, like, 2 fucking years ago, I was like, you know what would be really neat to do right close to Act 2 coming out is to just blast through all of them. And then I kept that in my head for 2 fucking years, and I was like, I'm making this shit happen. And then when they announced November but no release date, I was like, well, shit. Like, I don't want to like, what if I pick a day and then it's accidentally, like, literally the day the game comes out, or, like, the day after, so nobody's gonna fucking be there because we're all gonna be playing the damn game, right? And then they put out the fucking date, and I was like, it's time, it's happening, because I was really disappointed when I was like, I don't know if I can make this work now. But I was just like, you know what? It's happening.
I really enjoyed this.
This is great. I'm happy to be a part of this shit.
Yay.
That's made a couple of this. That's to let my voice out sometimes. And also, like, I feel you on that. I have a lot of things that I'm gonna try to fucking make. I was gonna try to do before Act 2 comes out. But you know what? Fuck deadlines. If I make it, I make it. It's gonna exist regardless. So I can't be beating myself up too bad about it. But it'll be out there eventually. You'll see it. Anyway, I'm ready, yo.
Woo. Okay. Well, let's keep on motoring then, because this whole chit chat and stuff has got me a little bit more energized now, and I need to retain that energy for approximately 2 to 3 more hours. So, Fozzer. The night has turned foggy, and you can't see far in any direction, but you seem to be surrounded on every side by bare ground, hummocked and pitted, almost like a weird abstract sculpture, and covered with greenish moss. Based on the experiences you had with Alternian flora, you imagine the moss is probably poisonous, acidic, explosive, or something of that nature. Suddenly, a shadow looms up out of the darkness, making you jump, but it's only a leaning signpost. As you move closer, you can see that the sign says, "Welcome to Happy Absence Pit Park." Before you can figure out what that might be, you hear a voice muttering to itself in the fog, and a sound like dirt being shoveled.
Shovel, toil in trouble. Low bloods of the world unite.
You move cautiously towards the voice until the figure of a troll emerges from the fog. He seems to be digging in the hard, bare ground.
There is a tide in the affairs of trolls which, taken at the flood, leads on the workers' paradise.
You clear your throat, and the troll turns swiftly.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
You announce soothingly that you're just a poor wayfaring stranger.
Not a ghost or any nonsense like that.
You confirm that you are not.
Oh, good, because I don't believe in them. I'm a dialectical materialist. Well, if you're not a ghost, who are you?
You explain that you're a humble alien who recently, well, not so recently, landed, well, crashed on Alternia and who's been looking ever since for... Here you blushingly trail off into a mumble. The troll snorts and comes close to study you. His breath is not of the freshest.
An alien? Well, you are the color of cheese, but it could be makeup. It could be a high-blood in disguise, come to watch poor little Fozzer Velyes, pursuing his humble profession of a pit perturber for some unknown reason of your own.
Fozzer rubs at the exposed skin of your arm to see if the makeup will come off. It doesn't, but he's still suspicious.
A real alien would know what outer space is like. Describe outer space to me.
You describe attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion, and watching sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. You express the belief that all those moments will be lost in time like tears in rain. These authentic depictions seem to satisfy Fozzer. He nods his head and seems to think. He doesn't appear to be a fast thinker. Finally, he seems to have an idea.
Do the cheese entities where you come from have a strong consciousness of class struggle?
You have no idea what he's talking about, but you were always good at guessing the right answer on multiple choice tests. You assure him that the people where you come from have such a strong consciousness of class struggle that they use it to jack up their cars when they get flat tires. A big smile overspreads Fozzer's face, and he pumps his fist in the air.
We're pleased to meet you, comrade alien. All power to the workers. I imagine that finding me performing the honest labor of the working class makes you feel right at home.
You assure him that it does.
I suppose that you wish you could share in the simple proletarian joys and sorrows of the Alternian oppressed classes.
You're not sure what proletarian means, but sharing joys and sorrows sounds like a hopeful prelude to friendship, so you say you were just thinking that you would like to share that kind of joys and sorrows.
Well, my proletarian, easily done, comrade. Here, take this soy perturbation lance. You could enter in solidarity with the Alternian working class right now. No, don't thank me. Freedom, a brotherhood, and equality is my motto. Conduct your perturbation right here, if you please.
He points to where he was shoveling, and you begin shoveling there, too. The moss that covers the ground is tough as leather, and the Alternian soil is rocky, hard, and unforgiving. No surprise there, and before long you're sweating profusely. But no exertion is too great for the pursuit of friendship. Fozzer watches you labor with brotherly satisfaction.
Oh, class solidarity is a wonderful thing, isn't it? From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. You look like walking cheese, but your muscular development is impressive. So just to pass the time while you labor in solidarity, what do you think of our planet? What has been your impression of it on your visit from outer space?
Well, in order to keep this going, we're gonna say it's by far the worst place you've ever seen or heard of. The feeling comes over you suddenly that nothing can be more important than the truth. Truth is at the foundation of all real friendship. Truth sets you free. Honesty is the best policy. So you take a deep breath and say that you hope you won't give offense, but that your opinion is Alternia is the nastiest, ugliest, cruelest, most inhospitable, and most unfair place you've ever seen or heard of in a long life of travel and study. Even the plants are bloodthirsty. Even the soil is hard and mean. You've made some/many/no friends here, but you've heard it's also possible to make friends with lions, bears, killer whales, and other wild and dangerous creatures. In fact, often here on Alternia, you've felt that you've been locked in a cage with a bunch of such wild and just gonna fucking restart that one. In fact, Often here on Alternia, you felt you've been locked in a cage with a bunch of such wild and dangerous creatures. As you've talked, you've been watching Fozzer anxiously for signs of anger. You're surprised to see that instead, he seems to be loving it.
Yup. And what about your political system?
You've already put your foot in it, so you go ahead and put the other one in too. You express the opinion that a violent, rigidly stratified, insectile social structure created solely to generate soldiers for mad projects to conquer the entire galaxy might raise an eyebrow in some quarters. You admire natural selection and survival of the fittest as much as the next person, but this is overkill on a titanic scale. As you've been speaking, Fozzer's smile has grown wider and wider, and he's shown other signs of approval, such as jumping up and down and whirling around. He pumps his fist in the air.
Forward to perfect socialism! It's so good to talk with someone who hasn't been hypnotized from wigglerhood with counter-revolutionary path. Someone who sees conditioned on alternative for what they really are. Sees the evil of the high bloods. Someone who will march in the vanguard of the workers' revolution to face unflinchingly on the onslaught of the aristocrat, perhaps, nay, probably, to die in a hail of bullets, but never turn their back on the people.
Oh,
Let me embrace you, comrade alien.
He does so. He's oily and smells like mossy soil and poor ooze, but this does not dampen your spirits. What better preamble for making a suggestion of friendship? Agreeing with people about politics never fails to bring friendship closer. But before you can bring it up, Fozzer, having first kissed you on both cheeks, continues.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, Fozzer's rap was actually written by Aisha's dad, so if this is what the dad is writing about, then I can't imagine what kind of household Aisha was in. But we mustn't allow your celebration, or our celebration of the people's revolution to interface with the honest labor that enables us. I'm holding you back from your ticket to the workers' paradise. Please, proceed with your soil perturbation. All power to the people. Death to arbitrary hemispectral discrimination. Forward, comrade.
That is interesting, Beefcake. I'm wondering if you remember which specific episode that was? Because I was listening to PGen Pod up until quarantine started, and then once I stopped, like, taking buses places, I pretty much dropped, like, all of my podcasts. So, yeah, if it was one that came out more recently, then I'll prioritize that for listening, because that sounds very interesting, like a very interesting interview. But yeah.
The episode about, like, Aisha's dad being on. Aisha's dad was a guest on that one, and he talked a little bit about his insights to Fozzer and stuff like that, and his experiences reading about, like, communism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The manifesto was really interesting. But that was, like, before the epilogues dropped, I believe. So it was a while ago.
Oh, so I might have even heard that one, but, like, a long time ago. But it was if it was closer to the end, then... Oh, 77, I definitely haven't read that one. Or listen to that one. Communists we became along the way. Cool. Okay, yeah. I'll put that one on priority listening then. He waves his hands with a flourish, and you start digging again. You wonder if it would be just as revolutionary if you traded places so Fozzer could do the digging and you could do the speechifying, but you don't wish to disturb the perfect harmony now existing between the two of you. Instead, you use your little available breath to inquire what all this soil perturbation is in aid of.
Why, a coal pit, of course. Didn't you see the sign? This is the Happy Absence Pit Park. Fozzer Velyes, proprietor. Alternia's reactionary tradition is just to dig coal pits anywhere without a second thought. But our revolutionary future demands that we have more respect for the dead. So I've created this wonderful innovation, Pit Park. There's a clown concert being held not far from here, so I anticipate a brisk demand shortly. Best to be ready for these things. Having a lot of big clowns lying around rotting on the property is unpleasant, not to mention unsanitary. Get them underground pronto is our motto here at the Happy Absence Pit Park.
You're wondering privately whether a little class solidarity couldn't be extended to the Purple Bloods, remembering your dear friend Karako Pierot, when Fozzer seems to give a jump.
No, that is not a ghost.
Grateful for an excuse to stop digging, you turn to look in the direction Fozzer is staring, leaning on your soil perturbation lance. You don't see anything but fog. You ask what is not ghosts.
Nothing is. I'm a dialectical materialist, and if any ghosts come around the Happy Absent Pit Park, they should be aware that I won't believe in them, so they might as well go somewhere else.
You confess that you don't see anything but foggy darkness and humped and pitted ground, where you now guess piles of cold Alternians' exoskeletons are buried in the coal pits.
You don't see any ghosts because there's no such thing. But the past few nights, I thought I saw beams of light shining up out of the ground. Almost as if, metaphorically, of course, some of the exoskeletons in the culprits had gotten a hold of some flashlights and were shining them up through the chinks in the soil. Look, there it is again.
This time you see it, a column of light that flashes up through the fog and is gone, seeming to come from a crack in the ground, which it briefly illuminates in blinding white. Fascinated, you move towards the crack, which is now dark and invisible again.
What are you doing?
You look at Fozzer in surprise. He seems terrified. You ask tactfully whether he doesn't think you ought to see what it is. For example, it could be some infrastructure malfunction that could blow the Happy Absence Pit Park and all its inhabitants, living and dead, sky high. You're not even sure they have infrastructure in Alternia, but one can't be too careful.
Well, maybe you're right. We are fearless revolutionary cadres after all.
You can hear his teeth chattering. You move forward when you think the flash to where you think the flash came from. Fozzer close behind you, peering over your shoulder. You can't help but wonder where he'll be when the vanguard of his revolution is braving hails of bullets. You very much hope that his revolution, if it ever comes, won't happen while you're around. Just then, a whole series of lights flashes silently up from the ground, making columns through the fog. Fozzer jumps and howls behind you.
Yeah, non-existent.
You tell him there's undoubtedly a logical explanation, though you have to admit that you had a weird feeling just now when the lights appeared, like a momentary dizziness or a feeling of discontinuity. But you're more curious than ever now. Murmuring comforting things to Fozzer, you start digging right around where the lights you just saw came from. Then it's weird, because you break through some kind of thin crust, as if the soil in that particular place is just a few inches thick over a brittle surface that your shovel goes right through like old pottery. You wonder whether you've inadvertently dug into an old coal pit, but what would a bright light be doing coming out of an old coal pit? And in some weird way, it doesn't feel like a coal pit. It feels like something metaphysical, like reality itself is particularly thin right in that spot, and you've broken through the very fabric of it with your soil perturbation lance. You dig around the edges of the hole, enlarging it until it's about a foot wide. The darkness within makes the darkness of the Alternian night seem bright by comparison. It's so dark that the soil falling into it and the part of your soil perturbation lance poking into it seem to vanish completely, as if it's on the other side of that hole. As if on the other side of that hole, reality itself gives out. You and Fozzer stare curiously down into this hole. Suddenly, a blinding but strangely blank light bursts up out of the hole into your faces, and at the same time, there's a deafening sound which seems to vibrate the very framework of reality, like a gigantic needle scratching a gigantic record. Glitch! You're standing in the foggy night holding a soil perturbation lance that has just been handed to you by Fozzer Velyes. He points to where he's just been digging, and you begin digging in the same place. The moss that covers the ground is tough as leather, and the Alternian soil is rocky, hard, and unforgiving. No surprise there, and before long, you're sweating profusely, but you feel strange. Like you were just standing somewhere else, doing something else, seeing something else. The after images of a blinding light and a deafening sound seem to linger in your eyes and ears, but around you is nothing but dark fog and bare ground, humped and pitted. You must have had a dizzy spell. You shake it off and begin perturbing the soil. No exertion is too great for the pursuit of friendship, after all. Fozzer watches you with satisfaction.
Honest work is a wonderful thing. All hail the old regime, eh? You look like a walking cheese, but your muscular development is impressive. What do you think of our planet? What has been your impression of it on your visit?
So, we are given the same choice. New poll.
Man, it's a shithole. Fuck this place.
Yeah.
Also, if, I don't have any, like, characters I think I'm gonna voice for Nihkee, so who the fuck knows? Who's that? Nihkee and, Daraya, yeah. If you want me to read MSP, read it for you, I got you.
I know that the routes we have left after Fozzer are Daraya and Nihkee, Lanque, and the twins.
And Lanque.
Yeah, there's like for the next volume, like the next two characters, if you want me to read MSP, read it so you can rest your voice.
Yes, I would appreciate that very much.
Got you. I'm still fresh. So I'm just hatching out of the clown pits that I crawl out of every morning. Most of the story so far is that we're about to fucking die.
Basically.
That's the perpetual state of Alternia. No matter who you are, perpetually going to die.
And we're gonna tell him it's very bad. It is by far the worst place you've ever seen or heard of. The feeling...
No, I was gonna make a joke like, Will, that's just chaps my hide.
The feeling comes over you suddenly that nothing can be more important than the truth. Truth is at the foundation of all real friendship. Truth sets you free, and honesty is the best policy. So you take a deep breath and say that you hope you won't give offense, but in your opinion, Alternia is the nastiest, ugliest, cruelest, most inhospitable, and most unfair place you've ever seen or heard of in a long life of travel and study. Even the plants are bloodthirsty, even the soil is hard and mean. You've made many friends here, but you've heard it's also possible to make friends with lions, bears, killer whales, and other wild and dangerous creatures. In fact, sometimes here in Alternia, you felt that you've been locked in a cage with a bunch of such wild and dangerous creatures. No doubt you could have anticipated that blunt honesty like this would give offense, and indeed it seems to have done so. As you finish your remarks, Fozzer is frowning darkly.
So you've come to Alternia as an uninvited guest only to criticize and judge our civilization, eh?
No.
You know enough about our society, our billions of years of evolution and our painstaking rise from mud-dwelling insectile ancestors, the political and sociological theories of our statesmen, philosophers, and scientists to make those judgments, do you?
Well...
No doubt you've done studies establishing what would happen if the hemospectrum groups were placed in different relations to one another. If, for example, rush bloods were the highest group and fuchsia bloods the lowest.
Well, no, but...
I suppose your planet is so similar to Alternia that you have a firm basis to which to apply your preconceptions to us.
Not at all, but...
And surely your aliens are similar enough biologically and psychologically to trolls to know how we feel about our own society.
I
thought not. I guessed from the very first moment that you were nothing but a dilettante. What the fuck?
Dilettante?
Dilettante. Folks, socialist pseudo-intellectual spouting your ivory tower theories without the least idea what you were talking about. Well, smarty pants alien, I suggest that you take your cheese-like person, your theories home to your own planet. It won't be long before her most imperial condescension conquers your arm of the galaxy so that we Alternians can return the favor by standing in judgment over your society and politics. In the meantime, I bid you good Siderium.
And with that, Fozzer Velyes seizes his soil perturbation lance, as well as your hopes and dreams, and stalks off into the foggy night.
Oh, poor Fozzer. It's so sad. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Oh, there's. Is that tears? Yeah, it's tears. Sometimes, like, it's hard to tell how many eyeballs they have. They look like a weird ant.
Mm. Whoo boy. Okay. So. Next volume.
I would like to say real quick,
Mm-hmm.
Gabe's lunch is in like 40 minutes. He says he can maybe get a little bit early. He only gets half an hour lunch.
Mm-hmm.
But if we want to do Nike's route first, and like, I know usually we take a poll, but like if we want to do Nike's first, then that probably would delay things long enough so that Gabe could come in and do Daraya's voice for us.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that. Gabe hasn't been able to voice any of the Jade Bloods, and he was really excited to do that, so let's do that.
Okay, I'm gonna tell him.
Yeah.
We got you, boo bitch.
Oh, I gotta do the social medias to say we're starting this volume. Because usually I do that while we're during the poll, but we're not gonna. We're gonna just motor on so that we can do the voicey things. Okay. Okay. Gotta get the link. Copy link address. Yeah, we're gonna put this shit. Okay. There we are. Posted. Oh my god, it feels so good to click on the very last of my images, because I made like batch content images for like the pictures that I'm posting. And now I'm clicking on.
Alright, cool. I get a chance to info dump. Alright, so, MSPA reader and alien. We are the alien. Crash lands on Alternia, and they meet a bunch of trolls who kind of prepare them for, like, what the planet is like. We get one cerulean blood, from the class, from my 12 different colored cast, and they prove to be a sadistic and brutal live streamer. And the other one is a low blood from the very bottom of the spectrum, who is just obsessed with meat and has a very shitty life prepared for them. Over the course of the story, our deep obsession for friendship garners us to go around and explore and meet new people to satisfy this weird itch until we reach where we are now, where we've gained enough friends to kind of move about comfortably and also have like significant connections, have a means of transportation and a cellular device. But aside from that, we're pretty much doing the same thing we do every night. Try to befriend the world.
Pinky.
Hope that was satisfactory.
Alright. And Marcus is reading the MSPA reader now?
Yep.
Yes, Marcus is doing MSP.
You want me to start with that?
Green tea, Marcus, here we go.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. High five.
High five.
Okay, so I'll do the MSPA reader intro because I like doing those little things, and then Nike, and off we go. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Odd has sent us a reminder to hydrate. Everybody hydrate. Ah, yes. This is it, fellas. Another night of laughter and camaraderie. Another night of joy and communion with some totally normal teens who would never... Ah, just kidding, idiot. You are still on Alternia. You just know one of these miserable chuckle foxes around here somewhere, waiting for the exact right moment to inundate you with another disgusting dose of friendship. Who is going to be the author of your destruction on this accursed evening? Nihkee Moolah.
Actually, I think it's pronounced K-A-A. Alright. Dim lights, the din of a roaring crowd, the smell of a horribly overpriced and nauseating concessions. Even across galaxies, timelines, and perhaps even universes, there is still something deeply familiar about a sporting arena.
Thank you for the follow, Ninja of Stealth. Sorry, I just caught that notification.
There is also something deeply familiar about sports fans.
Amicia. No, did Amicia. Does someone else want to grab her, or I can jump in? Okay. Yeah, I've only done Lynera today. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Ugh. Such a shame having seats next to the purples. They can be so crude and boorish, don't you agree? Kahoot wouldn't be nearly this loud. Usually.
You find yourself here, attending a wrestling show, or a display of muscular theater, to use the troll terminology, thanks to the benevolence of one Amicia Erden. She won the tickets in a raffle and excitedly invited you to come along. You agreed with some reservations that you quickly expressed. She was quite disappointed, but eventually agreed not to kidnap you and keep you locked up as a living paint jar, since you're buddies and all. What a sweet friend. You have to admit, though, muscular theater isn't really your thing. It's as over-the-top and ridiculous as human wrestling, which makes it perfectly entertaining enough, but it's also, well, a lot more violent. Participants aren't expected to die, as far as you can tell, but you've already seen a few get wheeled off in futuristic hover stretchers with injuries you're not sure they could survive.
Ooh, gosh, she nearly got impaled there.
Every match tonight is taking place with a chain link cage, spikes surrounded on both outside and inside, and jut out occasionally from the places where the wires cross. The overall design is, in addition to ensuring maximum bloodshed, seems to keep both wrestlers inside and the audience out. Ironically, it might be safer this way. The current combatants are some olive blood named the Huntress, and a purple blood calling himself Carl Pitts. Interestingly, to you, there is nothing cloud-like about him at all, except for the makeup that is painted in the background. You can clearly see that it looks cloud-like to you, but what do you know about anything? You're just an idiot. It's almost conspicuous how unclowny he is, if only due to the absolutely ridiculous amount of clown content you have invited in the presence of other purples. The two fighters appear to be nearly evenly matched. The olive troll ducks and weaves amid blindingly fast punches from the purple, slashing at him with grandiose arm gestures, trying to overwhelm him with a barrage of small attacks. Every one of his punches hits hard enough to knock her down, but she always springs up before he can land a second hit. She's incredibly steady on her feet and quicker than he is. In fact, you get the distinct impression that the olive troll is holding back, presumably to avoid inciting the crowd. Thus far, you have not seen a single match in which the lower-blooded opponent triumphed over a higher-blooded foe.
I must admit, this match is a lot more tense than I was expecting. But I hope it ends soon. There's supposed to be a really famous muscular theatress performing next. Her name is Nihkee Moolah, and she hasn't ever lost a fight. I heard she even beat a Violet Blood once.
Nihkee Moolah, huh? Now that's a name you could befriend. She must be as big a deal as Amicia makes her out to be, because she uses her real name instead of some ridiculous made-up nonsense, like John Cena or Hulk Hogan.
Oh, look! He got her!
You flinch. The purple blood finally managed to get his quarry in his clutches, and he lifts her up by the face, digging his fingers into her skull until you hear a sickening crunch, and she collapses to the ground, panting heavily. She can't bring herself back up to her feet. Actually, hold on. A sickening crunch. There we go. She can't bring herself back up to her feet, and the announcer calls the match to a uproarious applause from the audience. Two trolls enter the cage and start dragging her out, while the winner basks in the audience affection. The Olive Blood looks like she'll probably live. Yeah, but she's got a dent in her face that probably isn't coming out. Ever. Ugh. All of a sudden you think you really need to go, get a bathroom. You mean use the snack. You mean, you'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Come back soon. This fight is giving me all sorts of ideas for a new painting.
Hell yeah. Go get it. Oh shit, I completely missed the opportunity to like fucking talk about Sharon and art and stuff. Well, oh well. At the end, I guess, maybe if we still have time, to talk about all of the fucking things from myself and too, I don't know. Alright. You quickly make a break for it, jostling your way through the stands towards the exit of the arena. But before you make it, a voice calls out to you. Some slick-haired and slick-thin, violet-blooded guy wearing a full suit with tacky flame pattern on it. I don't know how to do that guy's voice from, Vast Error, so, Hey, you, alien. Me, you ask, pointing to yourself nervously. No, the other alien. You swing your head around wildly, looking for the other alien. This bit plays out predictably for a while before you both get on the same page, which is that you are the alien whose attention he wants. You looking to make a little extra buck? No, not really. Never spend all that money you won with Nastasha. Okay, how about fame? Frankly, you're probably already too famous for your own good. Friendship? Oh shit, yeah. Died with relief, the troll leads you backstage whilst explaining that he is a promoter of the wrestling ring. One of the trolls that was supposed to perform tonight was eaten by some plant called a troll-devouring catch-ya-grabber. Or something. As such, famed muscular theatrist Nihkee Moolah has been left with nobody to fight. Be that nobody, or somebody. An alien will bring up all sorts of media attention and controversy, which of course means big bucks for him. And friendship for you. Nihkee is so friendly, he says, in a tone so insincere even your friendship adult brain refuses to believe it. It's okay, you've met worse. You take you to the back room, which seems to be full of performers waiting for their turn on stage. There are all sorts of trolls here, muscular and sweat-soaked, blue-blooded more often than out. One troll in particular stands out to you, from her severe expression to her softly pulsating robotic leg, to the fact that she's the only troll with a fully illustrated sprite. She's currently doing bicep curls with a set of spiked weights, hugging with exertion. When the promoter approaches, she looks up with a scowl.
I'm busy.
Oh shit. He begins to explain that he has brought a new challenger for her to face, but she cuts him off and stands up. She's an honest tall as you expected, but damn if she's a dense, packing more brawn than any other troll you've met.
I want to know what happens, sister, to people who disturb my preparations. Do you want to experience the bone-crushing, torso-shattering impact of these ladies right here?
Yes, God yes, fucking crush me. I mean, she flexes. God, those muscles are huge. The promoter tells her that she really doesn't need to keep up the act. There's no cameras back here. She gives him a stern look, which distinctly suggests that she has never dropped kayfabe. I don't fucking know.
Kayfab.
Kayfab in her life, and has no intention of starting now.
Make it quick.
The promoter makes it quick.
So, let me get this straight. You expect me to perform with this thing?
She seems less than impressed, which you find reasonable. Magnificent legs aside, you don't really look like the wrestling type.
Don't you dare insult me, sister. I'd rather you pull Rusty from the audience than subject him to this humiliation.
Oh, but you are more than just an audience member. Frail though you may be, you have the heart and soul of a wrestler. You have long, Much longer than your about 5 minutes, you thoroughly assure her. Waited for an opening such as this, to reveal your true passion to the world, to come alive on stage and grapple and tumble with the best of them. For eons have you thirsted for the chance to sing the song of the sinew, the hip of heft, the melody of muscle. Would that you could be blessed by the opportunity to live the life of the athlete, to perform alongside your hero, to show the world that you too love to do the muscly thing. That you might just...
Hey, I get it.
She glances over at the promoter, and then back at you.
It does seem surprisingly articulate for a lesser being. But is it ready for a butt-clenching, flesh-abrading, knuckle-blistering, muscle-rippling smackdown from uptown?
Maybe.
We have to say yes to continue.
Fuck yes. You nod your head confidently, blister my knuckles, and abrade my flesh, you say. Let's get this smackdown started.
You've got guts, at least.
Yeah, I'm just fucking chock full of them. She turns to the promoter and gives him a curt nod.
The match is on.
Then she turns back to you. You wave.
Now, sister, we need to discuss the show. I will make all the decisions. You will respond adequately to the storyline I present. It will be thus. The alien invader challenges me in an exhibition match to topple the mightyarchy. They fight valiantly and show an entertaining display of strength, but in the end, as is right and proper, the nobler hue of the hemospectrum prevails again.
She starts flexing and showing off an imaginary audience. Before turning back to you, you're sweating profusely.
Any questions, sister?
Yes, actually, you do have a couple questions. First, will you die?
No! Unless
Second,
you're
are you single?
particularly, disgustingly weak, in which case, maybe! Such is the risk we take, we who indulge in that most noble and dignified of sports. I was willing to give up my leg for the craft. Is your life such a heavy price to pay for a tale that will transcend us and be remembered in the annals of muscular history? Is it, sister?
Well...
It's rhetorical.
Right. Okay. Secondly, are you single? I mean, when she says exhibition match...
It is a muscular theater term, referring to a match staged for entertainment that does not affect one's ranking on the Flexo-ladder. We will not be sparring in the nude. Such glorious displays of raw, chiseled physique are reserved for the intergalactic Trolympics.
No, yeah, you got that. Mostly you were wondering if it meant the loser's head being exhibited on a pike, or some other bloodthirsty nonsense.
Do not denigrate this noble sport with claims of savagery.
Thirdly, you're getting the sense that she's going to be playing the heel, yeah?
The what?
You explained that in your own culture equivalent of muscular theater, performers generally fall into the category of face or heel, wherein the face is a rule-abiding and sympathetic figure the audience is meant to root for, whereas the heel takes on a more aggressive and unlikable personality.
What part of my personality is unlikable? Do you dare suggest, sister, that the audience won't be roaring in thunderous applause and admiration as I conquer yet another pitiful foe?
You tell her, you know what, she can be both the face and the heel, and you'll just be...
Subjugated under my heel?
Yes, exactly.
Hey Moolah, chattering time's over. You're up.
She jerks her head back at you and slowly marches out of the room. You begin to follow, and the promoter directs you to the entrance on the other side of the arena. You wait nervously for your cue to enter. Well, folks, you've had some technical difficulties, but words are difficult. But here comes the match you've all been waiting for. Wearing the black belt of champions and a leg of her own design, she's ready to gut the competition. A paragon of power, a lady of legwork, a true blue Ruffy annihilator in the making. Clap those hands and activate your screech crevices. Fuck. It's Nihkee Moolah!
Yay!
Nihkee approaches the cage to thunderous applause, raising her arms and soaking in all the praise. She flexes and poses the audience those glasses of milk at her, which shatters uselessly around her steely frame. This appears to be a common ritual for her. She steps through one of the cage doors and it slams shut behind her, locking tight. With her arms crossed, her teeth firmly gritted, she awaits you as the announcer begins a new intro speech. You step forward. And in the other corner, frail in stature, weak in knees, wearing a perpetual look of befuddlement, we have some messed up low-blood alien! How has this absurd mockery of life not been called yet? Perhaps only so fate could lead them to the thrashing at the bloodthirsty hands of the barbed foot of the Grand Nihkee. The descent portion of the crowd boos at you during your approach, which you find unsurprising. You have to dodge a hail of old boots and rotten fruit. Somebody throws an entire piano at you. Relatively unfazed, you enter the ring and hear the door close behind you.
Oh, you've come here, alien, to prove your kind superior to the unbreakable, unstoppable troll species?
Yeah, you shout. Your kind is so superior to trolls. Fuck trolls.
And you, their emissary? Does this creature look superior to you, my theater enthusiasts?
She turns to the audience, throwing out a hand and gesture to you. They boo.
Is this sorry specimen the best its planet can offer?
More boos. You counter that you came from them, more than prepared to take the, what the fuck? The, matriarchy? Yeah, that.
So, you claim to be prepared, but are you prepared to face these 24-inch slither noodles?
He flexes so hard the amount the sleeves explode.
When I
My sleeves!
When I recorded that line for the project, I couldn't do a serious take to save my life. So be it. I'll crush you in a single blow.
You're expecting a referee to start the match, but then it occurs to you that there is no referee. Somewhere in the distance a bullhorn sounds, which is apparently the signal to begin. Without taking her eyes off you, Nihkee grabs the cage wall behind her, and hoists herself up effortlessly, scaling it in reverse until she reaches the top. The announcer is screaming something about the move being called the Nihkee! Once she finishes her ascension, Nihkee deftly leaps into the edge of, from the edge of the cage and spins down towards you. Her body twists and writhes in multiple blindingly fast flips before her robotic leg comes slashing at you. You spend quite some time admiring her dazzling form before it occurs to you that you should probably move. You duck and roll forwards, feeling the point of her leg and just barely graze your scalp. The announcer shouts, "First blood!" Or, "First blood," makes you feel a light trickle down the back of your neck. Some members of the crowd are booing, presumably because they just noticed the color of your blood. Between the neon lighting and the distance, they probably just think it's rust-colored and not a mutant red. So at least you have that going for you. What you don't have going for you is the time to think about your next move, because Nihkee pivots on her heel and charges at you. This time she's going for a more theatric throw. Two powerful hands grabs you and lift you over your shoulder. Over her shoulder. Why your shoulder? I don't know, that'd be paradoxical. Where you nearly gore yourself on one of her horns in your struggle to escape. You plant two hands on her back and push her hard, and you are delighted to find that her grip loosens and you go tumbling over her back, landing with a clumsy stagger on your feet. You're not sure if she lets you get away with that one for the sake of the show, or if you just slipped out of her sweat-soaked palms, but you're going to charitably assume the former. She turns to face you, grunting and baring her fangs. She charges, rearing back a fist and then sending it barreling towards your fragile human nose. You leap out the way, only narrowly, I don't know why I can't say the word, dodging it.
All you've done is avoid me, coward! Where's your killer instinct? Do I scare you? Are you loath to face my true blue, muscle-bound beauty?
You take this as your cue to attack, and instead you run full tilt away from her. It isn't fear carrying you, you swear.
Oh, well, there is no running or hiding from Nihkee Moolah! Stand and fight!
She sprints towards you as you flee. The crowd is on tenterhooks. Nobody knows what you're doing, least of all you, but you think you can pull something cool off out of this. You leap at the cage wall, barely dodging the spikes that line it, and use the slight amount of give in the chain link wires to springboard you off. With an exuberant grin, you go flying towards her, arm held out in the classic clothesline maneuver, and then you collide with her own arm and whop. When you wake up, you're lying on what appears to be an exercise mat. You can feel a telltale throbbing sensation in your face that indicates a black eye. The rest of you, thankfully, doesn't feel particularly hurt. Nearby, you can hear the huff and puff of exertion. You glance over and spot Nihkee, training on one of those leg press machines you always saw in the gym but never had the courage to attempt to use. She is wearing an exercise outfit which, despite its vastly different purpose, looks almost exactly like the outfit she wore in the ring. It has all the functions a fitness aficionado would want. It's loose and it's breathable, and the artist doesn't have to draw a second set of sprites for it. As soon as she notices you're awake, she turns to speak to you. She doesn't even stop her workout.
You're finally awake, sister. Welcome to my hive. I have spent so much time, so much precious, valuable time, waiting for you to open your eyes.
Oh god, how long have you been out?
About 40 minutes!
Whew, that's not so bad, is it?
Perhaps, but only when compared to your abysmal performance in the ring. To be knocked out cold by your own attack? Wretched! I am an impossible foe to conquer, and yet even a Rusty has towed me longer in the realm of mortal combat. You are weak, sister. Offensively so.
She slams her foot forward with such velocity the weight on the leg press goes flying off and leaves a dent in the floor. Grunting, she stands, takes a long swig from a bottle, and approaches you with fire in her eyes.
What do you have to say for yourself?
You scuttle backwards, preferring only a sheepish smile. Fuck. You're, sorry, you guess?
I didn't bring you here for apologies. I brought you here to see if your heart I brought you here to see your heart ignite with the will to improve. You are not a worthless being. You have a flair for the theatrics, an appreciation of the sport, and a shining soul filled of only the most intractable determination. You could be so much more than you are, sister. I could make you so much more. Cast your gaze around you, and behold, the Bronesium!
You obediently cast said gaze around. This room is massive and littered with training equipment as far as the eye can see. Much of it resembles exercise machines like the ones you had at the gyms back on Earth, but there is plenty more that looks far more alien and deadly. A treadmill which appears to throw a runner into a vat of acid if they fall off. A series of swinging axes that would look at home in the dungeon. 3 different varieties of Iron Maiden, each more horrific than the last. This is presumably Nikee's personal workout studio, but you could easily mistake it for a torture chamber. You wonder if Ardata has ever considered a job as a professional trainer, personal trainer, whatever trainer. Maybe you should bring it up with her.
There are some who may be worthy of my expertise. It is here that I can forge them, just as I forge myself, into beings of adamantine strength. The journey will be harsh. If you are made of weaker stuff than I believe, you will perish in agony. But if your core is strong, and your will of iron, yours will be an unquenchable might.
She extends a hand to you, her jaw set.
Join me, sister, and together we shall ascend to tumescent heights of muscular perfection.
Yay! There's a look in her eyes that you've never seen before. One of hope, of faith. Her arm vibrates, muscles quaking. Do you take it?
Okay, let me
I love her so much. She's so good.
I love her a lot too. And yeah, I noticed they were commenting about the blood in the chat, but like, this MSPA reader is not the first low blood she has taken on to try and train to be good at muscular theater like she is. All the blood splatters are from her previous apprentices. I'm sure.
Okay. So, there's the poll for the ending. And this one, remember, is we got our good end, and then the bad end is the one that gets all whooshy and meta.
Yeah, it does. If we want the bad ending because it's mushy and meta, then we're gonna need more votes for... Well, do you want to tip it towards the bad one? Oh, you want the hand-holding ending.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like, if that's not what the folks here are feeling, that is perfectly fine.
I just want to see Nihkee be happy. They're so good. They smile. I would kill for it. They're so sweet.
Yeah,
So the
she
music
does
is
have a really
so
good
good.
smile.
Okay.
Good ending.
Mm-hmm.
We're fucking doing it, man. We're making it happen.
Take her hand.
Alright. You take her hand, staring into those hopeful eyes. Oh, to see that deep sapphire blue filled with the glow of friendship. She squeezes your hand so tightly you feel your fingers fracturing.
Excellent! I knew you had the spark. Now, to make a flame. To grind and crush and pummel the flint. Until it bursts into the roaring blaze of strength. Today I shall begin by testing your limits.
She leads you to the treadmill and the deep, bumbling pit of acid directly behind it. You nervously step on it.
We are going to measure your speed and stamina. Run until you can run no longer.
She starts up the machine. She gives you a nice, breezy jogging pace at first, but the treads quickly begin to wear away at a blindingly fast rate. You're sprinting as hard as you can to keep up, holding desperately onto the arms of the treadmill.
Come on, sister, grit your teeth. Put some fresh sinew into it. If you're not evacuating your acid tract by the time you're done, you aren't trying hard enough.
Sweat beads in your forehead as you push your legs to the limit, running like you've been chased by an angry drone. Your feet must be blurring like Sonic the fucking Hedgehog by now. The treads are moving even faster, and you can almost feel yourself slipping. Got to hold. Tumble noise. Music rip and go flying backwards, narrowly grasping onto the edge of the pit and dangling into it. Your toes singed by the acid. Yatch! You hoist yourself up over the edge, roll onto the side, hissing. Nihkee stands over you, clucking her tongue.
Top speed, 12 miles per hour.
That's good, right?
For a bronze blood. Next test.
She takes you from machine to machine in quick succession, each time commenting on your skill level. Your biceps are as terrible as Rusty's, your lungs are gold at best, your legs are unexpected cerulean, all the while taunting you, encouraging you to push yourself further.
Desiccated corpse of my ancestor could do better than this!
You go toe-to-toe with a punching bag that shoots sonic blasts at whatever you hit.
Are you going to eject dismay fluid all night long, or are you going to woman up?
You struggle to deadlift a giant bear belt made of dead monster skulls, which is the thing I didn't read.
Yeah, you just flip them, it's fine. Shape up or get ejected on the nearest solar Shape up or get ejected on the nearest solar execution barge.
You sob as she forces you to do 30 minutes of freeform jazzercise.
Your jazz hands are terrible! That was
By the
also
time-
another line that was just...
By the time an hour is up, you're panting and huffing, desperate for a break. Nihkee finally relents.
Your reward for staying alive thus far. Stay hydrated, sister.
I'm waiting.
Oh,
Where is
oh,
it?
oh.
Where is it? Come
I
on.
did it.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. She tosses you one of those protein shaker bottles that gym buffs are always chugging from. You regard the mixture within mixture within curiously for a moment before throwing caution to the wind and gulping some down. When was imbibing alien substances ever hurt you before? But when the flavor hits your taste buds, you almost retch. Is this Gatorade mixed with milk?
Nutritious and delicious.
You keep chugging it. You need the liquids, foul though they may be.
Alright, lactose break over. Let's continue.
She next leads you over to one of those Iron Maidens. This one doesn't actually look spiked. It just has blunt, bumpy surfaces on the inside.
Get in.
What?
Get in, sister!
Fine. You reluctantly step inside the Iron Maiden and the doors clamp shut around you. This thing is far, far too tight for you, and the bumps are pressing into you from all sides, threatening to squeeze you away into nothing. You groan and push back against the walls, desperately trying to keep them from crushing you into a little human waffle. Just when you think your strength is about to give out, the maiden opens.
Pressure resistance about olive level. These results are surprisingly adequate. Your potential continues to shine. Good work.
This halfway point seems to mark a change in her attitude, as you continue to, just barely, persevere through everything she throws at you, like a shake weight so powerful it leaves you shuddering it intermittently through the next few exercises.
Keep steady, sister. Don't lose heart on me now.
A rowing machine that douses you with boiling water if you can't keep up the pace. Ah, terrifying.
Oh, go, go! We'll make a fuchsia medalist of you yet.
Literally being chased around a field outside by a giant toothy monster.
Don't you dare allow this thing the satisfaction of feasting on your bones!
After hours of grueling work, you finally collapse. You think some of your bones are broken, your heartbeat is coming in quick and irregular pulses, and you can hardly breathe. Your vision blurs and shifts at the edges. God, you're amazed you haven't passed out yet.
You got a posture check and a stretch.
Get up!
You glance weakly at Nihkee, expecting her to be looking down at you with disdain, but instead you see her crouching down and offering you her hand. It's just attached. She just gives it to you. I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. Wearing a smile, you take her hand and she pulls you up to your feet. The look on her face now resembles pride when she clasps a palm down on your shoulder. It only kind of hurts.
Done well, sister. I threw everything I had at you, and you soldiered on with head held high, even as your body broke beneath the weight. I have never seen such commitment, such strength of heart and soul, such dedication to the craft, such appreciation for the most righteous of pursuits. You are no mere workout partner. You are a workout friend!
A light blossoms inside you like the neighing of a horse. This feeling of power, of strength, of the bond between warriors, this is real and true, and this light will never, ever leave you. As you bask here in the satisfied and sweaty glow of a good workout, you realize that planets, universes, dimensions, realities, powers, principalities, and cosmos come and go, but being swole as fuck is forever. Victory.
Excellent.
She's so good. I would die for a smile.
Yeah. Let me at Gabe.
Gabe, where the fuck you at?
Mm-hmm.
There they are.
Hello?
Hi. I am running out to my car.
Oh, yes.
So I'm sorry, like the mic is slapping. I literally have a shitty headphone mic. I'm like, I have to go. I'm in the retailer I can't name.
No, you can name it, I'm sure.
No.
Get done.
Kayla, I'm heading out.
Okay.
Oh, there's Win.
Hello? Oh.
Oh, right.
Oh,
I think once he's not moving around so much, his connection will stay.
yeah.
Don't worry, we're all judging you, Gabe. Take your time.
Oh, I have to use an actual key, like an adult.
I'm gonna go get some more water.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea. You'll have a brief cameo in this route, as will I.
Oh, in Daraya's?
Yes.
Hello?
We got Kahoot and coffee.
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
Well, unless we do bad end, we could do bad end.
Just do bad end right off the bat.
Bad end is the best end for Daraya, in my opinion.
Where's Slappers
Okay,
at?
well, I'm gonna go get
I
some
wanna
more.
see
I'll be right back.
Slappers.
I'm pulling
Oh wait,
up
you're not
scripts anyways.
officially.
Do I sound okay? I'm sorry if my quality is immediately tanked.
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
Well, that's very small.
Okay, I know you only have limited time, so are the ready to start narrative now and then kind of get up to?
Yep. I'm out in my car. I'm totally good.
Do you still want me to read? Because I'm totally fine with it.
Yeah, if you're still okay with doing some MSPA reader.
Your feet drag as you walk, every limb heavy and slow, and your thoughts are cloudy and dull. Your palmusk is filled with unanswered texts. You feel guilty about this. The back of your mind, where real feelings live, crammed together because the front of your mind is too busy being lethargic and numb. Being a bad friend goes against the core tenets of your beliefs, but answering texts just seems like too much effort. You're not sure where the particular malaise came from, just the usual friend-making animus that drives you is still there. But it doesn't feel strong enough to overcome how tired you are of everything else. You can't quite remember how it felt to care that much about companionship and camaraderie. In fact, right now, you can't remember how it felt to care about much of anything. Your thoughts drift to fantasies of driving your car into the uninhabited Alternian desert until you run out of fuel, perhaps letting the sun have its way with you. It could be part of that feeling that you've almost made all of the friends there are to make, and that there is a little left for you to do on this planet. It could be weeks of trauma catching up and sinking you into depression to protect you from thinking about it all. Either way, it just feels like so much effort to do anything in your sort of welcome oblivion if it showed up right in front. It's like making me tumble. It showed up right now to offer its sweet embrace. Your listless walking has taken you into a familiar neighborhood. The cerulean part of town. You smile as you reminisce, sweet memories picking through like beams of sunlight through the fog of your apathy. Not far from here is Malek's hive, with all of his hacking equipment and charming upper-middle-class atmosphere of entitlement and complacence mixed with vaguely socially aware concern. And though you've only seen pictures of it in Chitter, you know that Ramel's hipster art studio/hive is also in the neighborhood. And one block over is Ardada's place, which gave you a gruesome and troubling introduction to Alternia's social mores. One taught you love, one taught you patience, one taught you pain, or something like that. The hive you're closest to is actually outwards, and as you shamble closer to you, you realize that a lot of other trolls seem to be converging here too. Fishing out your palmas, you see that the unread messages from outward is an invitation to a party at her place. Looking around you, you feel a flame of your old desire to meet and greets rekindling in your heart. There are plenty of trolls you haven't met yet, plenty of opportunities for friendship. The now roaring fire in your belly feels a little artificial, like someone just injected you with friend-making hormones to flood out your regular human melancholy. But you're not going to complain about this because this is vastly preferable. Whatever. And you're walking briskly towards Elwood's hive. You spot a troll lurking in the shadows by Elwood's back door. Curious, you approach. When you get closer, you can spot the jade queen in her outfit. Although, there's not much of her blood color in comparison to what most other trolls seem to sport. Because she's mostly wearing black, yeah right, it's spikes, and black spikes.
It's you. Guess it makes sense you'd be here. You're probably friends with Elward, huh? Whatever.
Yeah, you're friends with Elward, but you didn't come here for the party. You just did in the neighborhood. You tried to mimic Daraya's disaffected slouch. It's not hard, because you can just channel the you from about 60 seconds ago, who is very disaffected indeed. From the approving arc of Daraya's eyebrows, you think you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, parties are lame. Most parties are anyway. This one might be cool. Elward's pretty cool. I mean, she seems alright. I don't think she's that cool. I just think her hair and clothes and personality don't completely suck as all.
You tactfully don't comment on the green blush in Daraya's cheeks when she's not talking about Elward. You know the way she keeps glancing at the door like she's hoping someone will invite her in. She's clearly trying to sneak into this party, doesn't have an invite. When a branch snaps in the bushes, Daraya startles and looks around, shiftily. You wonder if she's supposed to be out on her own this far from the caverns at all.
I'm not a baby like Wanshi. So what if I snuck out? The cloister rules are so lame. Bronya is so lame. I can't believe Elward used to hang out with her. But I guess if she hadn't befriended Bronya, then I never would have met her. It's hard to meet non-Jade Bloods in the caverns. All the time you're underground with nothing but Lucai and grubs and the same stupid Jades every day. Sucks down there.
And Daraya's imitation grub horn bracelets clink as she folds her arms over her chest. Her heavy makeup makes it look like her eyes are twin black holes, where all sense of fun and caring about things might go to die. She's giving you a marked contrast to what Bronya talked about the caverns, with the peace and quiet and safety they offer compared to alternative surface. And other than that, time Lynera tried to kill you in a cave, the time you were nearly trampled by raging Lucis, remember liking the caverns.
You would think that. Don't know why I thought you might be cool. You might be friends with Elward, but you're also friends with Bronya and Lynera. They're the two most boring fools on this planet.
You can't help but feel slightly defensive of your friends. Sure, Lynera is Lynera, but you wouldn't call her boring. And Bronya is very good, very fond of rules, it's true. But she can hang.
Ugh, whatever. Conversation is dumb. I don't care if you can't get me into the party. Nothing matters anyway. Make your stupid choice and get on with it.
Fuck off.
Party hard!
You gotta party hard, otherwise she calls you lame.
Yeah, what the hell? It's not your job to keep anyone in line, and it's not like you have a great understanding of why even the other Jade Bloods need to stay underground anyway. If Daraya wants to sneak into parties and get into trouble, who are you to say no? Daraya expresses no pleasure at your decision to get her into the party. She just shrugs and rolls her eyes. You sure can roll your eyes back. You can play the role of disaffected teen with the best of them. You take her around the front door. Hey, looking forward to seeing Elward again. When you met her, you didn't have nearly as many friends as you do now. And in retrospect, you know you came off as kind of sycophantic. Wouldn't it be great to if you could introduce Elward to the new, popular, and knowledgeable you? As you're walking up the steps, a huge shadow dwarfs yours. You look up to see Kahoot, of all trolls, grinning above you. A beautiful, blessed cloud.
Well, hey, little one. I remember you. And who is this new little one you've got with you?
Kahoot, switches her interest from you to Daraya. Now that Daraya is huge for a cave blood or anything, what do you think of she be telling with Kahoot going down at her like that? Her face remained impressed, impassively bored, but she scoffs at one of her big black boots on the ground, and she twists one of her spiky bracelets around on her wrist.
You don't see many little Jade. Do I have to do
This is the worst.
Don't see many little Jades outside of the caverns. I've always found greenies fascinating, so devoted to the continuation of the species. What a holy mission.
God moves slowly and lazily. That gives us all the time in the world and no conceivable reason to rush and reach out the pack over your shoulders. She wets her hand and finger, one claw resting against the rider's neck.
Hot.
Ain't it a dangerous proposition to be so far away from your green brothers and sisters? Unless you're hiding something in those pretty veins.
Until one time spine, the winding swirling, swabbing sway the hand of Kahoot's bosom and water her. A very Western thing to do. You think Kahoot is joking, but it can be hard to tell with crowns. You humans are just so much more highbrow.
I think that's enough.
Oh, you've been paid to say something.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Kahoot is a little boy and gave me things.
Yeah, fucking would.
Please, I would like to be done.
Okay. Just joking. This looks like a good party, even if Elward is too blasphemous for my taste sometimes. See both of you little ones inside?
And then she ambles away, bending down to duck inside the door to the party. You hear party sounds, music and laughter, and clinking drinks in what could be the sound of someone being murdered, which qualifies as party noises on this planet. And the door swings shut again, and you and Daraya look at each other. Daraya's heavy makeup can make it hard to read her expression, but you can still tell that she's rattled.
You know what? Looks like this party is filled with lame conformers. All these high bloods that buy into the system and do what they're told. Even Elward. We can find something better to do somewhere else.
Yeah, to hell with this party. You're down to find your own fun, especially if that means not putting Daraya in the way of potentially murder-happy clowns. As you saunter away from the party, you realize that Daraya is looking at you expectantly.
Well, you've got this reputation for being all unconventional and weird and rebellious. Everyone seems to think you're like totally fucking with the conventions of society or whatever. So you got any suggestions for cool shit to do?
God, you've sure felt a lot of pressure to be quirky since word is spread about your manic pixie dream alien ways. It's not like you're trying to be a vehicle for other characters to project onto. It's just to get character growth and insight for those around you while your impulse decisions of carefree ways somehow keep yourself stagnant forever unchanged. It just seems to, sometimes, be like that. In a way, you're tired and it's daunting to have a punk continue expecting you to come up with suggestions for cool stuff. You have a feeling that she's just going to shoot down whatever you suggest. You're racking your brains trying to think of anywhere from your many adventures that Daraya might like. Your ThinkPad comes up with zilch and squat. She's starting to look bored with you. Confessing that you can't think of anything is probably option if you... It's probably option if you want Daraya to be your friend. What? And as you exhausted in this solution, as you feel with your socialite routine, you like her, and you want to bond.
Okay, so...
What do you want to do?
Poll is live.
Someone vote for to know what you want to do. I can't vote.
I got you, babe.
You got me, babe?
Yeah, I voted for you.
Hooray.
Fucking died tonight. Yay. Also, one more day. One more fucking day.
Act 2 tomorrow, baby. Also, odd. There's no reason the choices are bigger in this one. I don't know. Just whoever typed it out decided to make them in all caps for this one. But yeah. Tomorrow, Hiveswap Act 2. Oh my god, I'm not gonna get to play it until like Thursday because I'm gonna be like fucking recuperating from this still.
I got the next 2 days off and I'm very hyped.
I've got a day off tomorrow, which I didn't even schedule for, and I'm very happy about it. It's gonna be fucking
Streaming it, right? Marcus, are we streaming it?
I wish, but Maggie said goodbye, and they don't like people watching.
No, that's valid. Every day I scream into the woods how much I love Maggie.
Yeah, they're visiting a friend right now, so we're just gonna like, they should be playing Hiveswap Act 1 right now, and if they aren't, I'm gonna be mad because tomorrow we're playing no matter fucking what.
Okay. The winner, don't know. What about you? Don't know. What do you want to do?
Murder, kill, death, destruction.
I want to do a murder.
I want to do a murder.
Tell Daraya that you really want to do a murder, and you have no idea what cool things to do besides that, because everything on this planet is lame. But she's from here. Isn't she Nova? Any non-lame places to go?
Oh, I told you. I'm stuck underground all the time. It's not my fault that I'm literally sheltered and never get to do anything fun.
Oops. Maybe this was the wrong approach. She seems pissed at you, but then Daraya sighs loudly and uncrosses her arms from her chest.
I do know one place that's pretty alright. I guess. Better than here anyway. It's far though.
Not a problem. While your bladder is shrinking at any single moment, you've got wheels. You're walking around the neighborhood because, well, you felt the lifeless and glum and your car needs an alien fuel, which you've been reluctant to ask someone how to get because you don't want to be told it runs on grub, grease, or something like that. But now you have purpose again, and you're more than willing to provide transportation in service of your new friendship goal. You take Daraya to your car parked a few blocks away, and she directs you where to go. You drive through neighborhood after neighborhood, through the yellow blood slums where you met Falco and Cooper, the busy urban sector where you had adventures with Tirona, and the austere indigo blood enclave where Galekh lives. Eventually, the buildings get sparse. You think about how you were yearning to drive out to the barren landscape and not die, maybe, but stop. Just let it all end. You don't think Daraya would take you all of the way out here just for you to both meet sweet oblivion. But chores can be kinda hard to predict. Just when you think you've reached a point where there can't be more city or suburbs left, a rebel of massive old buildings comes into view. It looks almost like a miniature version of the main Elturnian city that you're used to, except it's all abandoned and mostly ruined. Nothing around here looks inhabitable.
Rumor has it that some of the trolls who lived here pissed off the Condis, and she culled this whole town. That would have been way back in the day. Ancient history now. If there were any survivors, I guess they'd either be dead or up in space. Anyway, all these old buildings are kind of sick. There's never anyone here, and there's never anyone else here, and I'm into that.
You drive until she tells you to stop in front of a huge, crumbling building, and even though this thing is half gone, you can still tell it's all a mall. It seems a bit different from the mall you visited with Polypa, even aside from the fact that it's totally dark and there's no one inside. It seems more old-fashioned, a lot more like one of your familiar Earth Mill malls. Say mills.
Earth Mill.
Every dystopian movie you've ever seen has taught you to be extremely wary of abandoned malls. And you feel pretty nervous as Daraya takes you up to this rickety frozen escalator. It's so dark and you can barely see your head in front of your face. You're trying not to show your fear, because you don't want to look like a wuss in front of Daraya, but you can't hold back a whimper when your foot lands on a step that makes a distinctive about to collapse noise.
Hey, don't be scared. It's okay. I've climbed all over this place 1,000 times, and anything that isn't already disintegrated is sturdy enough. And there's no risk of culling out here because, well, everyone's already been culled.
Bitch, did you steal a car or did you walk? Like, what the fuck? She's gentler towards you than you would have ever expected, giving her cynical and spiky demeanor. You swallow your fear as you reach the top of the escalator and tell her that it's chill. You just have some horror movies associations. Daraya turns her and pats you stiffly on the arm. You would never tell her this, but her reassuring manner once she's noticed someone is in distress kind of reminds you of Bronya.
It's worth it when you get to the cool part. Come on.
Shit continues to be dark for a while, though you see some light up ahead. As you get closer, the hall opens up ahead. As you get closer, the hall opens up into a food court. That felt like I was going through some weird deja vu. And you see that the light is moonlight shining through the mostly absent roof. And Daraya was right. There was something extremely surreal and cool about a decrepit empty food court with a roof caved in. Rubble sits atop cafeteria tables and plastic food trays are scattered on the floor. And, okay, that might be the Raids Patrol skeleton, still wearing a mostly disintegrated fast food uniform, which is less cool and makes you remember that this place is abandoned because the Condis sent a drones here to murder everyone.
You want to know the weirdest thing about this mall? It seems like actual adults used to maybe work here. I've gone through a lot of the stores, and some of them are for adult-sized things. And there's a store just for, like, shit the drones bring you now. And there's an army surplus for going off-world, too. This mall is for adults. It must be really fucking ancient.
Gee, has it really been that long since there were any adults on this planet? Even after all your time on Alternia, that still kind of freaks you out. What must it be like to grow up entirely without adults? To live on a planet that's nothing but kids? Daraya gives you a weird look.
What would it even be like to have adults down here too? That sounds way more dangerous and stupid. It's not like we're all wigglers. We'll have to grow out of that mindset pretty fast. People have responsibilities, or whatever the fuck, or at least they pretend to. And there's training and stuff for Jade. We're basically trapped. Maybe you'd think that a planet of kids would mean you can do whatever you want, but I've never had any freedom. And I'll have even less as an adult. Cloistered Jades aren't even allowed to join the Imperial Army. Instead we get shipped off to live in isolation. We're forbidden— oh, fuck. I lost my place. We're forbidden to continue— we're forbidden to contribute genetic material to the slurry, and no paling is allowed once we mature, for some, I don't know, bullshit old-fashioned reason that I pretty much don't understand at all. On Alternia, your whole life is decided the second you're hatched. People tell me all the time I have a lucky as a Jade blood, but I don't feel lucky at all.
Oof, yeah. You agree with Daraya, the future she describes sounds bleak as hell.
Right? It's gonna fucking suck. And it's so shitty that I have it good. I mean, at least I don't have certain early death in my future, unlike a lot of low blood. The system is so fucked up, and it's never gonna change, and I hate it here. I just want a way out of it. Maybe when you go back to your home planet, you could take me with you.
The request comes out of left field. For a few seconds, you just blink at her stupidly. Even with all that angry black makeup around her eyes, you just look so sad. Sad and lost. You wish you had a different answer to give her, but you tell her that you can't take her back to your own planet. Because you don't know how, when, or if you're ever going home. You've been trying not to contemplate the future, because of the rare occasions that you do let yourself think about it. Existential dread tends to take over.
Dread. Yeah, that's the word for it. The older I get, the more I realize what shitty things are. I try not to think about it, just like you, but it still hits home sometimes. And when it does, I don't feel like angry, rebellious. Instead, I feel completely fucking paralyzed.
This, too, is a familiar emotion to you. You feel for Daraya. You have wandered over to the middle of the food court and is staring. Who has wandered over to the middle of the food court and is staring up through the cave-in of the moons. She has her arms wrapped around her middle, and the spiky jewelry and jagged haircut and big black boots don't do anything to make her look less small. You wish you knew what to say to make her feel better. You've done a decent job at cheering up dejected trolls in the past, but it's hard when you're feeling so crappy about your own situation. You mutter something about how things could still get better. You never know what the future holds, yada yada yada. And she looks at you like she knows just how hollow your words are.
Sounds just like Bronya. Next you're gonna tell me how important Jade Bloods are, and what an honor all this responsibility is. Give me a break. Optimism is for chumps and losers. Keeping grubs safe doesn't matter. The continuation of our species doesn't matter. Nothing any of us do fucking matters.
You feel your blood getting hot to match the steel that's now in her voice. The sick part of you finds this train of thought a lot more viscerally satisfying than trying to cheer her up, which wasn't working anyway. You stamp your feet as she does so. You stamp your feet, and she does, and so does she. Fuck it. Why was that weird? Anyway.
I can't believe anyone bothers trying to carve out a life on this worthless shithole of a planet. There's no point. We might as well all be called.
In the back of your mind, you know that you should maybe be disagreeing with some of this, but you're too worked up to care. Maybe Daraya is right. Maybe nothing matters.
That's fucking right. Maybe I should just quit.
You falter in your righteous fury. Maybe quitting is going a bit far.
Maybe the high bloods that go around causing death and destruction just because they can have the right idea.
This is starting to sound not so great.
What doesn't sound great about it? Who cares if I decide I don't want to be a caretaker, and instead I just want to burn shit down for fun? There's no point to anything, so what does it matter? Who cares?
Daraya's hands are balled into fists, and her teeth are bared as she glares at you. You open your mouth, maybe to tell her that you care, even though that would probably sound trite, but no words come out. She scoffs and turns away from you, and jumps on a crumbly-looking cafeteria table.
You know what? Fuck this. friendship is as pointless as everything else.
She picks up one of those chairs. You really need to stop being surprised at the strength of even the scrawniest looking trolls, and hurls it at the nearest fast food stall. You thought it was just a random throw at first, but it appears that she was aiming it with precision, because it crashes into the tank of fuel connected to the oven. You're not sure how alternate cooking technology works, but the stall explodes in a huge green-tinged fireball that knocks you on your ass. You watch in horror from your ass-level vantage point as the flames lick into the restaurants on either side. Explosions happening around the food court like dominoes. Daraya stands on her table in the middle of it, unmoving even as the fire threatens to envelop her.
This is probably the only place I actually like on this whole planet. So good riddance. If it's gone, one more thing to care about.
With all the dust and debris, this mall is coming down and fast around you. You desperately want to get Daraya out of here, but you desperately want to save yourself more. Daraya doesn't look like she wants to be saved. Make a feeble attempt, going over to her, trying to grab her around the waist to get her out of here, but she kicks you hard in the chest. Her steel-toed combat boots send you flying, and it's once again 0 days since you last broke your rib. As used to this pain as you are, it still takes you a second of lying on the floor in agony before you can push yourself up to look back at the food court. A wall of fire now separates you from the tables inside. You can't even see Daraya anymore. Your heart sinks. Maybe she'll come to her senses and pull herself out of the danger and escape through the caved-in roof. Maybe she'll get out some other way. You stumble to your feet, half thinking that maybe you can find water or a fire extinguisher in some part of this mall that isn't burning up. But smoke chokes your lungs, and in your panic, human survival instincts take over. You dash down the escalator as mall infrastructure starts to crumble around you. You don't want to abandon Daraya, but it's all you can do to get your own sorry ass out there alive.
Oof. Oh, sweet child.
And now I run back into the break room.
And I gotta use the bathroom.
I love her so much.
That made me feel emotions.
Emotions. Ahaha. And then what?
Okay. So, there is one more volume left. And then the epilogue. I'm going to read this intro. We're going to vote who to do first, and divvy up roles and dive on in.
Hell yeah.
You crash-landed on a planet called Alternia. You staggered from the wreckage of your ship. You were desperate for information, for provisions, and possibly a bit of medical attention. But most of all, you were desperate for friendship. Is what you could say if you were written by a bunch of hacks who cared about the Aristotelian ideal of narrative unity. Possibly you could make some reference to a circle being complete in a thoughtless and imbecilic manner, but we're all in this together, right? And we've all learned and grown up enough to know that there's something deep and dark and absurd brewing beneath the surface. This really isn't about friendship anymore, is it? You got enough friends. Now you need answers. You need... Oh, god damn it. This was just the intro screen. Lanque or Barzum and Baizli?
I don't know who the fuck I'm voting for. I don't give a fuck about you guys. Lanque is what... Oh, sorry. Lanque is whatever. But the Soleil twins are forever. Did Seal die?
I don't know, because he disconnected, like, just before Caitlin started reading the intro, so...
Oh.
If CL died, can I read Lanque? Like...
Lanque.
Yes, we shall. Hopefully Seal will get back, because that was the one that they were, like, really, really, really pumped about.
Yeah, he was trying to stay awake for it, but...
You gotta feel was trying to stay up until like Karako was around last night. I was like, oh well, this is the 12-hour mark. Fuck it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yawn. We yawning up in chat tonight. Or more. Means that one person in the Discord chat whose name might be Gabe. Thank you for listening. We appreciate your lovely voice and your snarky teenage sass.
Ah! He lives?
Hello, hello? CL?
You're muted. CL, you're muted.
You gotta click the button that's like a microphone to unmute the thing.
It was a tie as well between Lanque and the twins, so you gotta
Fuck,
roll the
yes.
dice.
Soleil twins. Fuck the Quay. I don't give a fuck about this little twink ass bitch.
But won't it be good to like end it?
Yes,
with the
you're
best?
right. You are correct. But like, I love them and I'm obsessed with them, and I just want to see my children. If
Wow.
you finish with the twins, it's fine.
So, let me see. I'm gonna ask. So, CL, how are y'all feeling? I know you really want to do Lanque. So, would you prefer that we do him earlier so that you can maybe relax and rest? Because you have been. Oh!
Oh no.
Oh, he's gone again.
Oh no.
He has to be awake if he joined back. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
how does that
he's
happen?
Having issues, or if he could unmute himself or something.
Could be internet issues if it's just kind of like popping in and out and not like changing settings.
Or maybe they were too tired to realize like their mic was muted or something. I don't know. Want to get optimistic duelist back in here just to voice Lanque? That would be hilarious. I would love to see that.
Driving to do. Thank you. Well, thank you for joining us, Beefcake.
Yeah, it's cool. See you in chat.
Yeah.
Record it for personal reasons.
Oh, I've been recording this entire time.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Did you capture the
Yeah, I got, and even though stream broke a few times because of internet issues, my recording never stopped through that entire thing. That's how I've been able to keep track of exactly how long it's been, is because I can see the recording time in OBS. By the way, 20.5 hours at present.
Nice. Well, we are almost done. I think CL is... I think he's out. Oh, he's typing. Never mind.
Oh no, what the fuck?
Computer being a fuck.
Surprisingly, this isn't my first choice for Homestuck live thing. I think it was on the eve of the Omega pause ending when we got our 413 between then. I think there was a 413 between then, I can't recall. But the Omega pause stuck people. They did a 24-hour stream on like a little bit of that. I have no idea if any of that recording survived. So back when Homestuck was actually updating.
Okay, hey, I am done with my lunch, but thank you for letting me read Daraya. I love her so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about the horrible audio. Y'all have
No,
fun.
you get it.
I will catch y'all later. Happy Homestuck.
Hell yeah, happy Homestuck. Yeah, I think we'll give CL some time to figure out technical difficulties. So we will do the twins first. So we'll give him some time to figure out what's going on. Give a fighting chance for him to get in there, because I know they're really excited about Lanque.
Yay. And then we end with the terrible, stinky man.
Who I got dibs off because somebody took Marvus.
Yes. Okay, so it says Barzum and Baizli only have, it's just them and then the narrator. So.
Oh yeah, we just gotta click no and then it'll back to the menu and loop back to Lanque.
Yeah, so who wants to voice them? Because I'm fine voicing both of them at the same time. They have like the same voice to me.
Yeah, I can go back in for MSP reader.
Okay.
Alright. Barzum and Baizli. You've gotten pretty good at the old friend-making game by now, but even an old hand at palling around like you, a real platonic Lothario, has bad nights sometimes. Tonight was one of those nights. It's getting close to morning, and not a new friend in sight. You'd met new people, sure, but none of your conversations had panned out the way you wanted them to. Every interaction has come to a close with your friend count no higher than it was when you started, no matter how many compliments, offers to help, or other tried-and-true friending strategies you whipped out. You won't stand for it. You're determined to finish out tonight with at least one more new buddy's name in your little black friendship book, but with the sun's about to rise, you have to admit you're cutting it a little close. As each minute ticks by, the sky gets a little lighter, and the possibility of dying an agonizing, fiery death gets higher. Maybe it'd be best for you to just pack it in and find somewhere to spend the day. You pick up your trustworthy palm husk and call up one of the many friends you already have to ask if you can crash. Hell, maybe Skyla will be up for sharing a recuperagoon again. The soothing ooze has kind of grown on you, and sleeping next to Skyla always makes you feel so comfy and safe. Turns out Skyla is more than down with you coming over. Time to make tracks. You turn tail and hurry in the direction of Skyla's digs, but it's not long until you run into a distraction. That distraction is in the form of a house. It's a dark, crooked thing hulking close to the ground. Slatted wood walls, sloping roofs, vines clinging to it like dust, and cobwebs cling to forgotten things in the attic. Something about it feels off. It possesses a certain energy that sends shivers up your spine, making your hair stand on end. An instinct deep in your gut is telling you to give it a wide berth. On the other hand, it's shelter. Skyla's place is a ways off yet, and while the house is right here in front of you, it could be worth seeing if whoever lives here is willing to put up with you for the day. Approach the house. There's nothing else for it. You make your way towards the house. Even though everything inside you is screaming at you to stay away. Even though with every step you take, your chest tightens and your hands tremble. By the time you reach the door, you're shaking like a leaf. Adrenaline zings through you. You could choke on it. You want to run, but you force yourself to keep moving forward. It's a slow-motion race between you and the sunrise. At this rate, the suns will make it all the way into the house. The suns will make it all the way into the sky before you can even knock. You drag yourself the rest of the way, stumbling onto the front step. The door knocker is an intricate yet grotesque thing, an undulating tongue lolling out of a set of sharp teeth, all in cast iron. You grab the lumpy end of the tongue and bang it against the door. Nothing. Fuck. Maybe you'll get lucky and the door will be open? Out of options, you reach out and turn the doorknob. You can feel the first licks of sunlight against the back of your neck. Is it just you, or is your skin starting to blister? But today's your lucky day. The door opens. You should feel overjoyed at your life being spared. Instead, your focus is fully on how the roiling in your belly has bloomed into full nausea. In the distance, inexplicably, is the peal of sirens, an insistent whining noise that only continues to get louder. You shouldn't have come here, but it's not like you had another choice. You might as well see what awaits you inside. But as soon as you cross the threshold, the world lurches and you pass out. You come to in a different room than the foyer, head ringing like someone just whacked it. When you move to sit up, there's the sound of skittering all around you, like hundreds of tiny insects are scurrying away to safety. Had they been roving the floor while you were knocked out? Gross. You prop yourself back up on your hands and take a look around. Your impromptu nap has done nothing to assuage your deep sense of wrongness you have about this place. But hey, maybe you've managed to sleep through the day. Maybe the sun has set again, so you can get the hell out of here. This sense of optimism is misplaced, probably, but it's not as if you can check. There are no windows. You cast your eyes around the room. Underneath the floral peeling wallpaper, the walls are riddled with damp and mold, and on the other side of the room, an open door, thank fuck. You aren't locked in then. You can go look for somewhere else in this place that might have a goddamn window. You step into a long, winding corridor. It's so cramped you feel almost as though the walls are closing in. While it has been warm enough outside, in here a deep chill settles over you, sinking deep into your bones. You're half convinced you'll never be warm again. Emanating from somewhere you can't see is music, tinny and rhythmic. It's soon interrupted by a crackling noise, like someone trying to tune into the correct station on the radio. Then one of the picture frames lights up. Looks like it was actually some sort of TV screen.
Welcome. Welcome. We're glad that you're awake. Idiot, you came to visit us. We've been really bored in this stinky old house. It really sucked. We could have just died from how boring it was.
Two voices. One monotonous and so quiet you can barely hear it, the other shrill, dramatic, like its owner never learned the meaning of the words indoor voice. Catching what the quieter person is saying isn't made any easier by the high-pitched giggling that starts up in the background whenever they start speaking.
So hurry up and find us. We want to play a game.
Gee, why do those words give you such a profound sense of déjà vu? The line goes dead. At the same time, a door pops open at the other end of the corridor. You're meant to go through it, you guess. You'd rather go somewhere else, anywhere else, other than through that door, but there's nowhere else to go. Or is there? Approach.
Route is like, even if you take bad endings, it restarts. I can't recall. I think it does. Like if you die in this part, it resets you in the thing.
There were a lot of options that I saw when I looked at the script.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure like this route is like dog scratch doesn't let you fuck up, so even if you do bad ends, it will restart.
Yeah.
But like we can keep going with the straightforward path.
Yeah, I think for the sake of time, Noah, you mayhaps will be here for the conclusion. Hello. Approach the door. Your wariness only intensifies once you set off down the hall because the walls start fucking bleeding. You've seen enough troll blood at this point to be able to recognize it. Multicolored streams ooze over the wallpaper and faded portraits lining the wall, collecting and congealing in sticky, viscous puddles on the floor. The narrow hallway becomes steeped in the stench of copper. You walk faster, but the streams of blood follow you, sluicing down from the ceiling as quickly as you walk. You reach the door. Eager to get away from the grisly sight, you open it, but oh god, you hadn't considered what might be waiting for you behind it. What if these two shady characters plan to torture you? tie you up and steal your palm husk, texting embarrassing messages to your friends while you can only look on in horror, helpless and unable to intervene. Anything but that. It's too dark to see anything. All you can do is fumble and feel around with your hands. Getting out of the room again is a no-go. The door swung shut behind you as soon as you stepped inside. You shuffle forward on wobbly legs. The floor feels unstable somehow, like it's going to open and swallow you at any moment. Would it be a good idea to call out and see if anyone's here? You manage a feeble hello. Your voice echoes. Soft laughter reverberates back in response. You catch a glimpse of something from the corner of your eye, a flash of purple. There's the sensation of eyes on the back of your neck, watching you, but you can't discern where the other presence in the room is, if there even is one. You kind of hate this. All of the shitty welcomes you received, this one takes the cake. You have to get out of here. You try to gather your panicked thoughts together to formulate a plan, but before you can do anything, a series of ropes appear, seemingly from nowhere, coiling tight around you and holding you down.
You're finally here. We've been waiting for you.
A light comes on. It's not the warm, burning rays of sunlight. This room is windowless too, but a spotlight, bright and harsh. It lights up a broad swath of the room, bleaching it white and sending long shadows stretching away from it. You can see your captors more clearly now. 2 purple-blood kids. Aside from their expressions, they look exactly the same. A manic glint sparkles in the eyes of one of them, as sharp as his razor-blade grin. The other looks more hesitant, almost sad.
I'm so happy. I love these two so fucking much. They're so delightful. Fucking bitch.
We're Baizli and Barzum. You're the alien, ain't ya? You look weird. Your body's real weird. We wonder what color your blood is. How springy and slimy your acid tubes are. They squirm around like slither beasts when we slice open shrunk bellies. Are yours the same?
You struggle against your bonds. You have no idea what acid tubes are, but you'd much rather they stay inside your body where they belong, thanks. You thought you'd moved past the days where you had to serve as a torture muppet. All you needed was a few hours shelter from the sun, and if it's safe to go outside again, you'd really like to leave. This was the wrong thing to say, apparently. The twins leer at you disapprovingly. Or, well, one of them looks so disappointed he might burst into tears. The other just looks pissed.
No way. We told you. We've been so bored. Do you know what it's like? To be all alone? With no one else to play with? For wipes? We might have each other. We're never truly alone. That's what makes being us so great. But it's a little difficult to play pranks on someone who always knows what you're thinking and feeling.
Wait, you thought Barzum was the quiet one and Baizli was the loud one, but it looks like you were mistaken, or did they switch? If you weren't faced with the prospect of having your innards yanked out and played with by bloodthirsty children, you might be more puzzled by their statement. As it stands, you have more pressing problems on your mind right now. So their words more or less fly over your head. You squirm harder, even though it doesn't do any good. In fact, it just seems to make the twins madder. Sadder? You settle on smatter.
Stop trying to get away. It's always like this. Nobody ever wants to play with us. We hate it. Now hold still.
You look at them beseechingly, trying to appear as small and helpless as possible. Maybe it's a little pathetic, giving puppy dog eyes to literal children, but you lost track of your own dignity a long time ago. They're not really going to do this, right? A noise starts up. It sounds suspiciously like a chainsaw. And is it just you, or is there a scent of raw meat in the air? Where the hell is it coming from? You continue straining in your bonds, your stomach clenching in fear, bile rising at the back of your throat. They're not actually going to hurt you, right? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh... You wake up, gasping, but you aren't strapped down anymore. You're in the same room you were in at the beginning. What happened? The room hasn't changed since you've been gone. There's still only one way out. You really, really don't want to step through that door again, but what else can you do? You step through the door. There's that radio crackling again.
Welcome. Welcome. We're glad that you're awake.
Their little greeting goes on just like it had before. A pre-recorded message, maybe? Your heart pounds as you step through the second door. You're hoping you'll be able to sidestep the ropes this time, but instead of getting tied up, you trip forward into a vat of what feels like glue. You were lucky enough to have turned your face away from the stickiness, so your nose is still above the surface and you can breathe. For now, anyway. But you can't move.
You're finally here. We've been waiting for you.
They're acting like it was the first time all over again. What is this fuckery? Are they messing with you? You met already mere minutes ago.
No, we would have remembered. Meeting a weirdo like you. Stop trying to trick us.
Then everything goes black for a third time. And here you are again.
Welcome. Welcome!
Are you for real? This time you get shoved in a box. You're pretty sure you passed out when you're in the middle of getting buried alive. You come to again in your room, and you're beginning to think the room you're beginning to think of as yours, yet again. You pass out 5 times. 10. You begin to lose count. You never pass out at the same point during the twin shenanigans, but it inevitably happens, and you always end up right back where you started. The worst part is that while your conversation with the twins stays the same, the way they trap you changes. You get trussed upside down from the ceiling, dunked in a water tank, scrambling to get out while your lungs begin to burn from lack of air. Every time you black out before you can die, but you've almost died dozens of times by now, and it's really beginning to stress you out. You have to be stuck in some sort of time loop. You see this sort of thing in movies all the time, and everyone knows that movies are the best points of reference for one's actual life. The hero wakes up to the strains of an old pop song playing on the radio and reminisces over their childhood journals, which sends them back in time to wherever they have to stop a crime before it happens. Or maybe you were thinking of a different movie. Anyway, your point is that you have to find a way out of the loop. Hopefully, you won't have to do anything too wild, like stab your past self and then throw your own bloody corpse out the window. That would really, really blow. Unfortunately, you can't seem to find any clues indicating what you should do next. You always pass out. The twins are always excited to play with / torture you, and they don't seem to be aware that any of this is happening from what you can tell. Another round of 20-something or other, and after round 20-something or other, you've had it. Enough is enough. You can't take any more giggling, any more of that hard, damp floor, any more excruciating games. You might not be any closer to figuring out what to do, but you have to try something.
Be nice to them. They're just children. And also amazing and perfect. And just fucking, I love them so goddamn much. Everything about this route. The room, the loops, the torture, the circus, the music, the twins, the designs, just everything is just fucking perfect. Love it.
Poll is up.
I will befriend them. I don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. I'll just start reading the friendship around if you guys vote for the other thing. Love these clothes. Okay, good. You're all sensible individuals. I'm so glad you guys have the same brain cell. I got the music playing like another player on just on loop, and it's so good.
It is quite excellent.
I get so giddy whenever I play this round. It's pure happiness and joy. Oh.
Hey, Carencio. Welcome back. Yes, remember who you are. Remember who you are. There's one thing you've been doing wrong. Making this all about escape. You've been so preoccupied with not getting sliced to pieces with knives and everything that you've lost track of what's truly important. The word that echoes in your heart when you rise at dusk and pulses through your bloodstream during the rest of your waking hours until it's time to go to sleep. The word that's kicked off every single narrative you've started in thus far. Friendship. You'll do things differently this time. You're going to bring yourself to truly care about these creepy clown children, goddammit, even if it's the last thing you do. And with the way things are going, it very well could be. Their MO is oddly benign this time. A tickling machine. Unfortunately, it's a little difficult for you to talk to them through all that laughter.
What are those noises they're making? I think they're trying to tell us something.
Miraculously, the tickling stops. You wheeze, trying to catch your breath, hoping to God you haven't peed. You managed not to wet yourself out of fear until now. It'd be just the worst to have broken your streak due to laughing too hard. What is it with clowns and you divesting your bodily waste? After assuring yourself that your underwear is blessedly dry, you ask, if they kill you, won't they just be alone again? How is that beneficial for anyone? They'll be bored and you'll be dead. Which you would really rather not be. Their creeping, saccharine smile transforms into matching expressions of confusion. Barzum puts a finger to her chin, cocking her head to one side as if deep in thought, almost like a puppy. Under any other circumstances, you might even consider it cute.
What are you talking about? We don't want to kill you. Maybe just cut you a little. You'll heal right back up again. Don't be such a wiggler.
Some of the things they've tried to inflict on you would have definitely taken more than your regular human healing functions to recover from. But wait. You think back to Rommel taking a whole-ass club to her side and acting like it was no big. She said something about higher blood colors being able to take more of a beating, too. Are the twins assuming that that's the case for everyone? God, this is what happens when all the adults in a society go off-planet and leave a bunch of zoo animals to bring up their kids. Or, well, trolls also solve most problems by killing each other. You can't discount that either, you suppose. You take a closer look at the twins. There isn't any malice in either of their faces. The only emotion you can discern is idle curiosity. You decide to take that as encouragement. You explain that no, you won't heal up from being sliced open, or from an on-fire scuttle buggy being flung at your head, because you're a human, and humans heal differently than trolls. Well, differently from high-blood trolls, at least. You even use your best babysitter voice for good measure. You feel like you're giving them a stern talking to about the importance of taking care of one's toys so they don't break. Instead, you propose, why don't you be friends? You can all play together, instead of you being the, test subject of their torment. They'll be able to play with you for longer that way, too. They give you a strange look.
Friends? What's that?
Do people not agree to be their playmates very often?
No. Usually everyone runs in the other direction. So we have to catch them. Or trick them.
That explains a lot. You think you're beginning to understand. If they let you down, you can try and show them what you have in mind. They do. They actually free you. They turn all the lights on in the room, too, so you can finally see everything in it. It's bigger than you expected and set up like a circus tent. A wire is suspended across the ceiling. A person-sized target board rotates at dizzying speeds against the back wall. Juggling clubs, knives, scarves, and other props are piled across the floor. You recognize a few of the mechanisms they had inflicted on you before. It's pure chaos. So, what else do they do with all this stuff? They're still staring at you as if they aren't quite sure how to deal with you engaging with them voluntarily. You're feeling pretty tentative yourself. This whole interaction seems incredibly precarious. You're afraid that if you make a misstep, you'll end up back on that tickling rack again.
This isn't ours. We just found it when we got here. But it does look a lot like what's in our hive. We can do shows. And stunts. All kinds of cool stuff.
Fuck, even when they aren't threatening you, the way they chorus like that freaks you out a little. In perfect unison, like they're one voice instead of two. You shake off your fears and suggest that they show you a little something. They seem to like that idea. Excitedly, they scurry over to the target board. One twin stands against it, while the other picks up a handful of throwing knives. You're anxious. You don't exactly want them to rough each other up instead of you. But Barzum just throws the knives in a graceful arc. They surround Baizli perfectly, barely missing him. You gasp, your mouth in a perfect O. The twins seem pleased with themselves, laughing together like they're sharing a secret.
If you think that's impressive, watch this.
They execute a sick flip on a pair of trapeze above a bed of swords, make a daring escape from one of the contraptions they'd trapped you in. They move similarly to how they speak, perfectly in tandem with each other. With the variety of obsessions you've seen among your friends, it figures that it was only a matter of time before you met someone who made a hobby of risking their lives. It's not too out there compared to cage fighting, you suppose, or collecting saucy East Alternian figures.
You could have just escaped from the trap we put you in earlier, you know. Why didn't you?
You laugh nervously. You haven't exactly had much practice, and maybe it would have been easier if you had someone to help. You look at the two of them pointedly. You didn't even realize siblings were a thing among trolls, let alone twins.
Sibling? What's that?
You know, someone you share a lucis with? Someone you hatched with in the same clutch? Are you phrasing that right?
We do share a lucis. We share everything. We didn't just hatch from the same clutch. We hatched from the same egg. We were going to be a single troll, but we split in two. Just our bodies, though. Our minds are still one. One person, two bodies. We're one and the same.
Okay, maybe siblings aren't a thing on Alternia after all. Being literally the same person is quite a bit different from the human concept of twins or siblings. Somehow this leads to them telling you all about their number of exploits they had with some of the other kids in the neighborhood. One story led to another, and soon you're recounting some of your own adventures too. They particularly love your attempt at giving an impression of Nihkee, clapping and crowing as you get into a dramatic pose stance and flex your flimsy muscles. You can't help but feel a little proud of yourself. You feel like the guy on Jurassic Park who walked into the Velociraptor den all, "Be chill, my dudes," and they actually listened to him. Besides, there's something great about making kids laugh, even kids who were trying to murder you less than an hour ago. The twins are in the middle of talking about a prank they played that they found hilarious, and that you've been trying hard not to grimace in horror at, when you feel it. A certain change in the air. Didn't they mention being stuck here?
Did we? Yes, we have. When we were trying to go out the door, some sort of force pushes us back. You're the first other person we've seen since we got here.
You have a hunch that might have changed. Why don't you all try that again? They look at you skeptically.
If you want. It's not going to be any different, though.
You just tell them to trust you. You look at the front door. The twins are crowding you from either side, clinging onto your arms and edging so close it's like they're trying to burrow into you. Ready? They nod. You push against the door. It opens, and you breathe in the cool evening air.
Not so fast. We've gotten this far before. But we won't be able to go any further. You'll see.
You take one step, then another. As you look beyond the grounds of the house, you see things you hadn't when you first got here. Mountains in the distance and other houses. Before, all you could see was shrubbery. You pick up the pace. The house falls away behind you, disappearing into the fog.
Whoa! You did it. You actually did it. We can finally leave.
They swoop in to grab you, hugging you hard. The curving horns of their masks almost stab you in the cheek. These things are a bit of a hazard when their wearers only come up to about where your chest is. They keep talking before you can get a word in, pulling you forward and shuffling you along behind them. It looks like you were right. It wasn't just enough to save yourself. You had to save them, too. You don't know how, but the key to making this little patch of the universe obey the rules of reality once more was friendship all along.
Should have seen your face. You were shit your game tubes terrified.
You heave a sigh at their incessant giggling, as their incessant giggling surrounds you like so many playful ghosts. Yes, yes, you say, very clever. They were the ones behind all this nonsense, weren't they? You started guessing somewhere towards the end. You wiggle your hand vaguely. All the time stuff. They sure scared you, all right.
No. That wasn't us. We were talking about the bloody walls and creepy sounds. None of that was real. That was all us. That was all chuckle voodoos. We're the best at chuckle voodoos. We got you so good.
They both bounce beside you excitedly. You blink down at them. You have no idea what the heck chuckle voodoos are, but you can only guess that it's some sort of illusionary thing. So they didn't have anything to do with time messing up or folding in on itself?
No. We told you. We've just been trying to get out of that stupid house. For wipes. Maybe even a peregrine. Did you really think that was our hive? Our place is so much cooler than that dump.
Visit their actual hive? You have your reservations about that, but you can't find it within you to say no as they eagerly pull you along, one twin tugging your hand and the other looping an arm around yours. You look back at the house one last time. You have no clue whether the twins were lying or if they're telling the truth, what really caused what happened there. But right now, you're content enough knowing that you'll never have to see this place ever again. So, we're going to say no for now, because we still have to do Lanque. And CL, how's your mic situation? Hey, whoa.
God, I fucking love those two so fucking much.
They are very nice.
So, if someone else could grab MSPA Reader for this one, I would be very grateful. I'm really feeling it now, and I would like to do the epilogue, but yeah.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
I know that Lanque, because I looked at it, Lanque also has Lynera and Adalov, I think.
Yeah. So I can read for Lynera again.
We can do Adalov.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll read for MSPA Reader then.
Okay. Last full route, let's fucking go!
Whoop, whoop.
Woo!
Are you gonna tweet about it, or?
And we gotta, I did. Although I'm gonna give one last poke in Discord. Yeah.
The last rap before the epilogue. Yo.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, it is.
Alright. What's next on the docket? Oh, you're really feeling like going completely off the rails. So it's a good thing the first person to ping you on your palm house is Lynera. That nutty bitch is exactly the sort of destabilizing influence your life needs right now.
Hello. My friend. Because that's what we are now. Friends.
Cool. That's not a weird at all way to talk to someone. You're really loving this one. You're not sure what it is, but you're positive whatever crackpot caper this loopy troll is about to rope you into is going to be a real humdinger. There's a sense of finality in the air. You can taste it. Lynera does you the courtesy of listening to you say all that shit without getting super put off by how much of a freak you are.
Listen up. So I was thinking, since us becoming friends has worked out so well, I'm starting to think maybe it'd be a good idea to give making more friends another shot after all, I guess. That's what I was thinking. So there's this party I was invited to. You see, the fellow Jades in my cloister always sneak out to go to these things.
You gently suggest to Lynera that she should hurry it the fuck up.
Okay, so I'm nervous to go, and I want a friend. to come with me, okay? Is that so crazy?
No, you don't think that's crazy at all. You think that sounds fantastic, actually. You don't ask for any details, because who gives a shit? You show up on the block. We're not gonna talk about how you got there, or whatever, because what a waste of time. You're just there. Lynera's met up with you two. Lynera mentioned there might be dancing, so you decided to really dress up for the occasion. Oh man, you went fucking nuts. You're wearing a cape and shit, but also like fishnets, maybe a sexy bra if that's your thing. Whatever you happen to drudge out of some dumpster or another. Honestly, you can imagine whatever you want here, but no, it's complete bullshit, and you look like a total slut. Lynera isn't wearing anything too special because we would have had to pay someone to redraw all of her sprites. From the looks of it, you're heading over to somebody's hive party? You're rolling up on some kind of joint that, from past experience, you can now surmise is an alien domicile. It's pretty big, and maybe belongs to someone on the blue end of the spectrum. Back here again. Is this block just where all the jade-blooded schoolgirls love to get down and dirty? It hits you like a bucket of ice when you realize whose hive you're walking straight towards this time. This is Ardada's hive. Oh, that's just great. Your friend Ardada. Boy, do you love Ardada. Can't wait to see her again. As you approach, you can immediately tell what kind of deal they have going on here. You can hear the tunes bumping from all the way down the block, and when you get near enough to see there are obviously a bunch of And when you get near enough to see there are obviously... That doesn't sound right at all. And when you get near enough to see there are obviously a bunch of teens passed out drunk on the lawn. This is a full-blown frat house rager. Definitely doesn't seem like Lynera's sort of scene.
That's because it isn't. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm doing this.
You kind of can't either. You're not even in the front door and you can already feel the sweat pouring out of your armpits. This is going to be so much fun. You pass all the smashed lawn teens and go up to knock on the front door. You have to rap on it a few times until the telltale sound of clicking heels faintly reaches your ears. The door opens and you discover that the gracious hostess standing on the other side is none other than your best friend Ardada. Woohoo! She looks surprised to see you for only a moment before her face resolves into a wicked grin.
My. Look what the purpies tracked in. Back for more so soon, my sweet.
Not actually sure how much time has passed since you last ran into Ardada, but it doesn't feel like it can be described in any metric by soon. You've been physically savage so many times since then, you're not sure what you're blocking out, though. You tell Ardada you're really, 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 really glad to see her, because you totally are. You tell her you weren't expecting her to be hosting a party, though.
Oh, I don't know if I'd call it a party. More of a friendly kickback of sorts. Sort of exclusive. You heard about my little...
Wait, what shit?
Really, all the world's finest influencers are here. How exactly did you hear about my little shindig? Well, I certainly consider you to be one of the finest friends. I don't recall inviting you.
You gesture vaguely to Lynera. She doesn't seem to know how to lie and immediately cracks under the pressure.
One of the other Jades from my cloister told me to come. His name is Lanque. I don't think he was invited either. I get the impression we kind of always come here. Basically, we're crashing, if that's okay.
Well, of course. What's an informal soiree without a few entirely uninvited interlopers?
Lynera doesn't seem to know if she's being sarcastic or not, and you aren't sure if she is either, to be honest. You're like, are you fucking with us? And she's like, ho ho ho, ha 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 ha, or whatever.
Of course not. I just have to be one of the I just have but one question for you, my dears.
Ardada beckons you near. You obey her slavishly. Then she leans in close to your ear and intones.
Do you hereby certify under penalty of law that you are able to view and emit content within your state of legal residence after acknowledging the contents of this volume's accompanying mature content description and are comfortable with the prospect of engaging with challenging or otherwise controversial fictional material?
Sorry, the text is small.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we're gonna say, you bet, Chief. Tell her to let you in. And, if you, I guess if you're in the audience and not able to say that, close your eyes.
Time to be a slut. You're absolutely right.
Wait. Oh, shit. Looking at the wrong motherfuckery. Okay.
Oh, that's good to hear. Why don't you come right in then, my dear? I don't want to see you making any little posts online about how my party was too fucking problematic for you, though.
Ardata steps back and welcomes you again into her abode with a grandiose gesture. You're very, very excited for Ardata's party, and know definitively that you will enjoy absolutely every second of what she has in store for you. Once you've stepped past the threshold, Ardata blows you a toxic kiss and saunters off to mingle with her enthusiastic guests. The first thing that hits you once you're in the door is the music. It's a solid wall of bass that reverberates through your body down to your bones. The intense dance track is blasting so loud you can hardly hear yourself think. It has to be this loud to drown out all the shouting coming from the living room. As you apprehensively advance, it becomes quickly clear that Lynera is completely out of her element. Here, she's a bundle of nerves beside you, practically glued to your hip. When you actually step into the living room, she physically attaches herself to your arm.
Wow, this is more than I was expecting.
You too. It's a scene of absolute chaos. The living room of the house is filled to the brim with rowdy teens dancing rhythmlessly to the pounding music. The furniture has all been knocked over or otherwise destroyed, and you can make a pretty good guess of what's filling all the red cups you see in everyone's hands. You're about to tell Lynera you wouldn't blame her if she wants to dip, but you can't get the words out before you're being flagged down by a jade-blooded boy who's just muscled his way out of the throng of partygoers with a few of his friends in tow.
Lynera! You made it!
Lynera all but flings herself away from your body and freezes like a scared animal as the troll approaches. For all the commotion and ruckus, he's still remarkably well put together. The vigorous dance huddle doesn't seem to have disturbed his sharp makeup or his impeccably coiffed hair. There's a curious red stain on the front of his white shirt, though. He has a slutty-looking indigo-blooded girl on his right arm, and an even sluttier-looking teal-blooded boy on his left, though he shakes them off and waves them away by the time he reaches you and Lynera at the entryway to the room.
Hi, Lanque. Yeah, I'm here.
You watch with amusement as Lynera practically bursts into flame under his gaze, and it only gets worse when he sidles up to give her a startlingly intimate embrace. She squeaks and tries to hug him back, but it is too timid to actually touch him with her hands. You can see sweat pouring down her face. After a solid 5 seconds that seems to include Lanque smelling Lynera's hair, he pulls back to smile down at Lynera with a heavy gaze. Lynera's face is bright green, and her eyes are bugging out of her skull from how flustered she is. But she's not into it, you don't think? It's hard to tell, but you kind of get the impression he'd be dead by now if she weren't. Either way, it's awkward. Lucky for Lynera, Lanque doesn't seem... Lucky for Lynera, Lanque either doesn't notice or doesn't care. He settles into a comfortable, for him, posture with his arm casually around Lynera's waist and turns to you.
Oh, who's this?
This is my
Friend?
Yeah.
have friends?
The question seems to leave Lynera speechless, so Lanque takes the opportunity to look back at you. His eyes rake up and down your body in a way that leaves you feeling distinctly objectified.
Oh, aren't you interesting? Is there a reason you look like that?
What a question. He doesn't explain what that is specifically referring to, and given both your alien status and your state of dress, it could mean any number of things. You might take it as an insult if not for the way he licks his lips after he says it. He can't seem to pry his eyes off you. You look at Lynera for a cue, but she's too out of it to give you any sort of intelligible sign. So you explain how you crash-landed on this alien planet an indeterminate amount of time ago, and you don't really know what you're doing or much of anything about anything. The fact of your appearance could be due either to this or that you're generally a disaster of a being, irrespective of your planetary origin.
How fascinating. I've never met an alien before.
Well, you have. Lots of times. In fact, literally everyone and everything around here is alien to you. You find your word diarrhea becoming more and more awkward and embarrassing as Lanque's eyes start burning a hole in the center of your chest.
There's no need to be so shy. I don't bite until asked.
Lanque disconnects himself from Lynera as he rounds on you. It's like he's lost any interest in her existence now that you're in front of him. Lynera looks at you with a completely pathetic expression that readily informs you as to what your response needs to be. You'll be damned if you aren't going to be the best wingman possible, so you definitely ignore Lanque's blatant pass and turn the conversation back to Lynera. You ask Lanque how long he and Lynera have known each other. Lanque raises his eyebrows at the question.
Well, I suppose since she was chosen for the cloister? Some number of sweeps ago. I don't remember, really.
It was 2.43 sweeps.
Oh, right. Then that many, I guess. Huh. That's a pretty long time, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive that you managed to go a solid 2.4 of them without saying a single word to me that wasn't circulated to me secondhand from your snide gossiping behind my back.
Oh, wow. Talk about whiplash. Lynera's eyes get big like saucers.
What? What are you? I don't know what you're talking about.
The tone of the conversation has totally morphed from fire to ice in an instant, though neither Lanque's expression nor demeanor have changed much. He slips in the knives with all the calm composure of a casual statement.
What? Are you going to pretend you didn't spend the better part of the past 2.5 sweeps complaining how much I disgusted you? Come now. You do know that everyone is aware you're a nasty little bitch, right, Lynera? I mean, don't take it the wrong way. I really don't mind. I'm hardly in a position to criticize. I was just curious what caused the sudden change of heart after so long decrying my vain and slatternly lifestyle. Have the impending ordeals finally made the little clock start to tick down in that dry, dusty nook of yours? Did you figure I was the only one who might be loose enough to be willing to clean out the cobwebs before you get shipped off to Space Church and never have the chance again? Just wondering.
There's a long, excruciating moment where Lynera says nothing. She just stares up at Lanque beside her with a completely shell-shocked expression. Before you can try to pipe up in Lynera's defense, she bursts into tears. Oh no. When Lynera suddenly turns and makes a mad dash to run out the door and away from the party, you're torn between running after her and giving this jerk a real piece of your mind. Your mind's made up when you look back at Lanque just in time to catch him rolling his eyes. Hey, you say, that was kind of rude, don't you think? Lanque snorts.
Me? rude? Are you perhaps attempting to fuck with me? Clearly, you haven't spent much time around this bitter pill if you think that was anything short of precisely what she deserves.
You concede you maybe don't have a full enough grasp on Jade Blood Cloister social dynamics to make a definitive judgment on whether or not Lynera deserved to have been so ruinously owned. But she's your friend, and what good are you if you don't stick up for the people you care about?
I have no idea what even got her so upset. Like I said, it's not like I really care what she says about me. But you don't get to spend as much time as she does being such a venomous little snake, and act surprised when someone calls you out on it.
Then why did you invite her, you ask? It seems needlessly cruel of Lanque to lead her on under false pretenses, if he never intended to be her friend at all.
I promise you, I had no such designs. The only reason I even invited her to this thing is that my ex is being a real blood-sucking bitch, and no one else wanted to go. I was willing to give her an honest shot, but I've no time for a vicious, slandering nag who can't even admit what she is. I thought it might be interesting to see what that crusty little shrew might feel like if you could manage to wrest her bulge free of whatever excruciating knot she's got it tied into. But I guess now we'll never know.
Well, this is clearly a conversation you're going to have to Switzerland out of pretty soon.
What?
You try to explain the historical significance of Switzerland's political neutrality on your home planet. Lanque's eyes glaze over like he's listening to you recite a sports almanac of cricket stats.
That's nice. Anyway, since I seem to have scared away my date, why don't you stay a while so you and I can get to know each other a little better? You seem much more interesting than she is anyway.
When did Lanque get up so close to you? Your heart beats a little faster when he smiles at you like that, so poisonous and shamelessly laced with intent. Lynera is definitely not the only one coming off like a snake here.
I've less time to waste than most, my dear. Never seen the value in beating around the bush.
Well, maybe it'd be socially prudent for you to go after Lynera and make sure she's okay, but it's also not her volume of the friend sim, so instead of doing that, you're going to stick around and see what this particularly briary prima donna is all about. You had your fucking chance to bail out of this shit show, but all that's left to do now is barrel downhill as meteorically as you can manage.
Fantastic. Care to dance?
Why the fuck not? Lanque laughs pleasantly and reaches out to take you by the hand. The contact gives you a little thrill despite yourself. He's got nice hands, soft and warm and well taken care of, and you know it's going to be one hell of a ride wherever he's taking you.
Come with me.
You do. He doesn't lead you straight to the dance floor, though. He takes you around the throng of dancing partygoers over to the kitchen of the house first. You weren't expecting to find a familiar face waiting for you there.
Huh. Fancy meeting you here.
You don't find it that surprising, honestly.
You two know each other?
Yeah, you could say that.
That's just great. Do you give discounts to friends?
I sure fucking don't. You know the price, pretty boy. Pay up.
You're a little confused. What is being purchased here, exactly?
You a drone?
Elward gives you a funny look.
You a drone.
What?
Hush.
You do as you're told and watch as Lanque and Elward carry out their shady transaction. Lanque hands over the credits and receives an opaque little baggie of something in return. Oh, well, you guess you don't really need to see what's in the thing to figure out what it is at this point. As soon as the deal is done, Lanque has his hand at the small of your back and is deftly guiding you away from the scene of the crime. Is buying drugs a crime here? You aren't really well versed about the laws of Alternia, but it honestly doesn't really seem like anybody would give much of a shit about anybody doing drugs out here. You guess the clandestine transactions are just for the aesthetic. Lanque's got you back in a shady corner of the party and is pressing one of the tablets he bought into your hand with a sly grin. He expects you to join in. You're like, hold on a minute. Your experiences with alien drugs haven't really been that great, honestly. I'm not sure you're that excited for a repeat performance. Lanque's immediate response is to sneer.
Oh, I see. You're one of those people.
One of what people?
No. A bit boring, maybe?
There are many words that could be used to describe you, but you don't think boring is a remote contender. You're always doing all kinds of unbelievably stupid shit and getting into uncountable, wacky, and life-threatening situations. Is it really that fucking much to ask for there to be one time you don't rush headfirst into doing something you know is going to fuck you up and be totally awful? Lanque's lips press into a thin, annoyed line.
These things aren't cheap, you know. I bought them for you.
Well, you didn't ask him to do that, did you?
Oh, come on. You're really gonna be like this?
Yeah, you totally are. Lanque sighs dramatically.
Fine.
Lanque casts around for the nearest victim and grabs his attention with a hand around his wrist. To your dismay, it's your sweet and innocent hot dog chum, Diamond. Alas, there's nothing you can do to stop him from falling prey to Lanque's wicked designs.
Oh, one of the best lines in Pester Quest is coming. Or Friendsim.
Here, have these.
Oh yeah, great. Thanks. I love to put drugs on my wiener.
It's just so fucking dumb.
And you didn't even have to pay channel points for it, folks.
Yeah.
We get it free.
What a tragedy. But before you know it, Lanque has a hold of you again and is dragging you off.
Let's just dance. You're not too much of a square to do that, are you?
Of course not. Dancing is basically the one thing you actually plan to come here and do, so that's just great. You go along with Lanque enthusiastically when he pulls you over to the writhing mass of bodies bumping and grinding on the dance floor. You get down to it. You soon discover that Lanque has a very interesting dancing style, and by interesting you mean it primarily consists of directly grinding his body against yours in an incredibly shameless fashion. But pressed in as you are from all sides by sweaty and inebriated bodies, there's not exactly much room for troll chicas to begin with. Lanque is up on you so close it's hard not to sweat. He has his hands at your hips and your face fixed with sharp eyes. His heavy stare is nearly hypnotic, so blatant and undisguised in his expression. It's clear what he wants. Maybe that's more than you're prepared to give, but when he looks at you like that, it's impossible to look away. You just go with it. Why not? It feels good, and it's not like anyone else is watching. You're surrounded by trolls, boxed in and pouring sweat, and yet it feels like you're the only two people there. Lanque draws in, teeth by your ear, and this close you can hear him easily even over the overwhelming pound of the bass.
You have the palest skin I've ever seen.
Yeah, you tell him you're literally FF white, which is like blank. That makes you super racially inoffensive, FYI. You let Lanque know he can see you any way he wants, which is even more woke than making a decision.
Thin as paper. I can see all the way inside of you. All your veins, your red blood. You smell like candy. I wonder how you taste.
Wow, haha, you say. That's like some shit a vampire would say.
Presuming I'm a rainbow drinker would be an awfully reductive and literal reading of my character. I'm just making a blatant sexual pass.
Oh, okay. Good thing that's all cleared up. You take this as an opportunity to really let loose, showing off everything you've got in the sexy dance acumen department. Lanque is a little bewildered.
What are you doing?
You're like, what aren't I doing? There's a fire on the dance floor and you struck the match. You're just fucking it up in here. Really getting it. Breaking it down. Bopping and crumping and whatever. You're smashing your ass into everyone around you and getting hot and heavy with those lusty moves. There's a point where Lanque has to step back, and you presume to properly behold your art in all its glory. But it soon becomes clear that it's not your prodigious dancing skills that have given him pause. You follow his startled gaze and see the cause for alarm. Bronya is here, and she looks pissed.
Oh, shit!
Bronya is still standing in the entryway contending with Adata, and it looks like she hasn't caught sight of you yet. But Lanque isn't wasting any time. Before you realize what's happening, Lanque has you by the wrist and is hauling you away from the dance floor and off down the hallway. Lanque finds safety in a bedroom. Respite block, you remind yourself, when you take stock of the conspicuous absence of any bed and the presence of the revolting-looking slime cocoon in which trolls allegedly spend their repose. You hold each other in a tense and nervous silence, pressed against the locked door. What feels like an eternity passes, your breath held. The sound of your blood rushing through your own ears is almost enough to drown out the music. Seconds turn to minutes and nobody comes to find you. It seems, for now, you've escaped Bronya's notice. When you turn your head to look back at Lanque, you find he's been staring at you for some time.
I haven't been able to take my eyes off you since the moment I first saw you. You're just so interesting.
You freeze like a hare staring down a snake. Lanque lifts his hand to brush a thumb across your cheek, fingers curling under your chin. You meet his eyes. His pupils are so black.
I want to know what it'd be like to kiss you.
Lanque's tongue darts out to wet his painted lips.
Do you want to kiss me?
Whoa. Well, you've already clicked on at least 2 mature content disclaimers to get this far. Why the hell not? Lanque leans in and presses his lips against yours.
One moment. There
Oh
we
my
go.
god.
Keep going.
Oh, thank you.
Huh.
He kisses much more sweetly than he looks. His lips are soft and wet and taste like blackberries. This beats making out with a couple of greasy teens behind a dumpster, that's for sure. When one of his sharp fangs nicks your bottom lip, you don't even care. But when a drop of your blood bleeds out onto his invasive tongue, Wank twirls back just an inch.
It is sharp and dangerous, like a weapon.
Is that a good thing?
It's not a bad thing.
Wank pulls back further. His hand slips from your cheek, and his fingers twirl down your neck to rest on your collar, thumb brushing against the thrum of your pulse. Oh, more ooze. Nice.
Have you ever pale before?
Wank shrugs off his jacket and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Whoa. Is this where we gonna go, Leo? You're like, well, no. You've never done any alien intercourse with old Bucket, but it doesn't look like he even has one on him at the moment. That was apparently the wrong thing to say, because Wank's face scrunches up in displeasure.
Don't mock me. It's my first time.
You figure laughing would constitute mocking him, so you don't. But the look you give him seems to say enough.
Us Jades who live in the cloisters have been chosen for a very special duty. You're expected to adopt a chaste and aesthetic life in service to the continuation of our species. And when we undergo our ordeals and are sent off-world, there's no such thing as sneaking out of the cowards. If I don't do this now, when? My wife is nearly over. Will you help me feel alive?
Will we be done with the ooze now?
Yes.
Longer to fulfill the ooze.
I almost bought another one.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
Okay. But before you can answer, Bronia's voice starts to rise shrill above the heavy music. Who wants to be Bronya?
Oh, who read for Brania the first time?
Gabe was Bronya the first time.
Mm.
Then why don't you or like 3 other?
I can read for Brania.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Lanque!
Lanque's hands shoot out at lightning speed to draw you close. Before you can so much as gasp, he presses one of his palms over your mouth to keep you quiet. Oh shit, she's close. And from the sound of it, she's getting closer.
Lanque! I know you're here. You need to come out and come home right now.
Lanque leans in close to your ear. So,
Oh, right.
what will you do?
Okay. Oh my god, y'all, this is the last poll. Okay.
Now we're going to get the good ending of the bad. Bum, 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 bum,
This
bum,
poll,
bum,
by
bum.
I'm just letting everyone know, will determine how 2020 ends.
Come on.
Okay, the last poll is up. And I will be right back.
Okay.
I need to be.
Alright, time to freestyle beatbox to the episode. So I've seen a lot of like discourse about Lanque being like not trans enough for people, and what I think is like something that takes away is alternative while being very oppressive, it doesn't really like repress people's individual like expressions of who they are, minus careers and stuff like that. Like you're limited on what you can do, but how you present isn't really limited all too much, especially for higher bloods. And I assume if you have technology like Amnesia's magical healing arm, whatever, wow, it's complete split. Alright, you gotta move with that. Where you can have a completely broken arm that's like rented and shredded and blah blah blah, just immediately get repaired by technology. You won't get like top scars for transitioning. I feel like the process of transitioning is a lot more advanced than what we have, given the medical whatever. And also, there's a line in the in Bronia's run, I think it says like Jade brothers and sisters, and people see that as evidence of like Jades aren't all biologically whatever. But I think it's just like there's more than just one trans person on all of them. So even if like generally they are assigned female, they're not to all stay like that, because anyone can be like expressing themselves in that way. Like, what does it hurt to do? The only thing that they really seem to be is like racist, and not really like gender doesn't really fucking matter at all, even given their like romance and stuff. So why would it bother them?
Yeah. That's.
I mean, like, Lynera clearly doesn't like him at all, but yet she still respects him enough to just address him properly.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
What we doing?
It was a tie.
It was a tie. Ooh.
After the tie, do we get fuck permissions, Caitlin?
The draw.
Here's the real question. Do we hit it and quit it, or do we stay and play?
Oh my god.
Okay. Are y'all enthused to...
I want to know how 2020 ends based off a single dice roll, so give it to me.
I'm also reaching the end of my brain's capacity for thinking right now. Should I just roll a die, or do y'all have strong opinions?
Yeah, just roll a die.
Okay. You want to see a bitch get slapped personally? Kind of same, actually. Okay, odd numbers call mom. Even numbers keep quiet. Oop, that hit the floor. Let me try that again. And that is a 3. So that is odd numbers call his mom.
I have no idea if
We don't get you banned on Twitch.
Oh, I've streamed this entire thing on Twitch before.
You rip Lank's hand off your mouth and start yelling for Bronya.
What the fuck, dude?
Lanque tries to scramble away from you to make some sort of last-ditch effort to escape, but it's no use. Bronya hears you and comes running, furious. She hulks the locked door off its hinges before you can even get up to let her in. You duck flying chunks of alien architecture and scuttle off to avoid what you fear might be further alien fists.
Lanque!
As angry as her voice is, some of the fury goes out of her face the moment her gaze lands on Lanque's state of partial undress. She reflexively brings a hand up to shield her eyes.
What in the world? Put your clothes back on right this instant, young man.
Lanque freezes where he stands, apparently accepting that he's been caught. There's nowhere left to run, if he doesn't intend to fling himself out a window. A sneer uncoils on his face.
Oh, please. Save the Purity Act. Like this isn't anything you haven't seen already a dozen times before.
Bronya's face goes bright jade.
What? What in the world are you implying? I would never!
Forget Lynera. You've always been the craziest bitch in the whole cloister. You know you aren't actually our Lucis, right?
Bronya marches right up to Lanque and slaps him hard across the face.
Eyo.
Lanque makes an undignified noise as he recoils from the blow. It looks like that really hurt. His face is stinging bright under the handprint. He forces out a strange laugh.
My word, Bronya. If you wanted to join us, all you had to do was ask.
Damn, you wish you had some popcorn right around now. You just kind of sit back, take it all in. Lanque's invective has its apparent desired effect. Bronya is all but steaming at this point, hands balled into fists at her sides. You kind of want to say hi to your friend, but she's a little preoccupied, it seems.
I am not going to rise to your petty baiting. You know you're in the wrong here. 1, we've spoken time and time again about recklessly sneaking out to these parties, and now you're dragging Lynera into your mess. 2, Lynera has told me all about the things you've been saying and doing to her, and it's completely unacceptable, Lanque. 3, you've had more than enough lectures about the way you treat your flush quadrant partners, and it absolutely needs to stop. 4, you are coming back with me to the cloisters, right now. When we're home, we're going to have one last serious talk about this, and if there aren't changes, there are going to be consequences.
Eventually, Bronya's overbearing hollering seems to finally break Lanque down. He sighs, shoulders slumped, and rolls his eyes.
Fine, fine.
Bronya crosses her arms indignantly as she waits for Lanque to finish fixing his clothes. Lanque buttons his shirt, puts back on his jacket and his tie, and then he has to go retrieve his palm husk, which he seems to have discreetly slid over to where you're standing. He casually saunters his way over, and instead of picking up his own device, snatches yours out of your hand.
Hey, I've got to go, but let me give you my chitter information. Maybe we can pick up where we left off later, sweetheart.
Rania stomps over to grab Lanque by the ear and drag him away, but not before he's finished putting his chitter contact into your palm husk. He shoves it back into your hand, mouths you a "see you later," and is then fully hauled out of the room.
Hypocrite!
You need to shut your mouth.
Meg me!
And then they're gone. Friendship accomplished? You gasp.
Yo, that's fucking it. That's everybody. That is 36 motherfuckers.
We have done
And then
the
the
thing.
final.
What's up, gamer?
Welcome back, Cyber.
Hi,
We're on the last one.
We're just about to start the epilogue, Cyber.
go.
Welcome. Yeah.
Let's go, gamers.
Let's fucking go. Do you want to understand? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, who's gonna read for Doc Scratch? I can
Me,
do
bitch.
MSP reader.
Yeah,
Marcus would be a good doc.
it's Marcus's turn to make people thirsty again.
All right. Well, you're up.
Of course you do. Your sort of creature always does.
You're worn out. Last night was, well, it sure was something. You lived, probably. You learned, definitely. You made choices. You had to. And after all this time, here you still are. So after a day of recuperation from ragers and houses of horror, you're out walking the streets of the place you may as well start calling home. You've changed out of your party gear, opting for your old hoodie standby. It fits the mood you're in. You're not really looking to meet anyone new tonight. Well, like, you wouldn't say no, probably, but you're not jonesing for it today. Only a little. It's complicated. After an indeterminable amount of minutes of aimless walking, you look around at where you've ended up. You seem to have wandered into a dirt pile. Oh, you know this dirt pile. It's Fozzer's corpse field. How did you get here, you wonder? You're pretty sure you were just on the other side of the city with no particular desire to come anywhere near here. It's probably fine. Just your deep, innate bro-honing skills taking over your goddamn body. Just little friendship things. You look around for your pal Fozzer, peeking down into a few of the deeper holes. You might as well say hello since you're here. Holy shit, that again? Curiosity killed the cat, but you've definitely got more than 9 lives, so you shrug and slide, not gracefully, down into the shiny hole. Fozzer is nowhere to be found, but there is a window down here. It's almost completely unearthed, and it doesn't take much effort to free it the rest of the way. At first you think it might be some cool new trash you could make art with, but when you look closer, you reconsider. There's a whole ass room you can see through There's a whole ass room you can see through the pane of glass laying at your feet. That's weird. Weirdness isn't typically a deterrent for you, but usually there's at least some causational coherence. Doors are in walls, walls surround rooms. You aren't used to finding parlors in ditches. Is there a latch or something? Should you do a polite little knock? There might be friends in there. Damn, you could really go for some friends right now. Is there protocol for approaching ditch window?
Allow me to stop you there. I'm a timeless being of the void, but even my patience has its limits. Fun is fun, but this frivolous navel-gazing is no longer necessary. Coming from behind the shadow of that narrative text, it's so very hard to see your face.
There they are. You aren't sure where you are, and it's unsurprisingly a little nerve-wracking. You look over your shoulder at the window you guess you just fucking came on through. The Alternian sky is framed by the edge of your dirt hole, and the knot in your stomach loosens a bit. Hopefully that means this is a two-way portal. You turn to look at your surroundings, and oh, there's someone here. The guy you just heard, you assume. He doesn't look like any of the other aliens you've met.
Oh, I'm not an alien. Or no more than any of us are aliens to each other. In fact, nothing is alien to me. The root concept behind the term is alienation, being forced from that which isn't natural. Nothing is unnatural to me. I look upon all realities as equally inviting and approachable. It's you, my dear, who are out of place. I could see that even if I was not omniscient, which I am.
Okay, so not an alien. With no horns or a cast sign, though, he's definitely not a troll. Whoever he is, he seems to be white. Just really white. And round, and his outfit is admittedly kinda dope. Looking at him really ramps up your friend thirst. He's just got this quality about him that you've got to get with. You take a step towards him, almost without thinking about it.
Oh, my apologies. That compulsion has become extraneous. Let me take care of it for you.
He snaps his fingers and your knees buckle. The force of the universe presses down on you like G-force. You blink, and somehow he's there immediately, arms outstretched to catch you as you fall. He steers you to a chaise lounge, and you drape yourself weakly onto it.
Please, have a seat. The emotional transition might be a tad uncomfortable, but I know you've handled worse. You're quite the soldier. Allow me to be the first to say that I'm very pleased with your work. I knew exactly what you were going to do, of course, and most of our work was, in fact, my work. Regardless, congratulations are in order.
Next, quiet again. Yeah, let me...
Oh, am I? Just gonna be over here then.
Yeah, if you're able to get, I don't know, closer to the mic, I've got you boosted as high as I can on my end. Okay, well... Just don't see it. Whoa. There we go. What is this guy talking about? Your work? You try to parse what he's saying, but your body is still shaking from whatever he just did to you, and it's hard to think in here. You suddenly, sharply, don't feel friendly toward him at all anymore. Or towards anyone. Oh. What is this guy talking about? Yo woke? You try to pause what he's saying, but your body is still shaking from whatever he just did to you, and it's hard to think in here. You suddenly, sharply don't feel friendly toward him at all anymore, toward anyone. The void left by that feeling is a fleshly gaping horror. It's like who you thought you were caved in on itself. A black hole of personality eating your body up from the inside. You try to pull your shit together. He seems like he means business. This is no time to lose it, no matter if your sense of self is shadowing.
When you truly reflect on yourself, you surely can't with any honesty claim to believe any of this was by your own making. Crash landing on a hostile alien world, surviving the impact, dragging around half a broken body, and somehow not immediately being eaten by local fauna. Did you learn an alien language just by thinking about it very, very hard?
Okay, I think that's good on a single Ubu's redemption.
Alright.
Right. Mallek said something about that you were speaking perfect Alternian, and it was kind of weird that you just kind of accepted it for no good reason. That's your whole deal. Your friends all accepted your quirks, and that's what friends do. You say it to convince yourself as much as to prove it to him.
So many trolls, so many fascinating aliens, and all of them wanted to know you. Did you really think you managed that on your own laurels? Were they all drawn to an indefinable something? A je ne sais quoi?
Well, yeah. You had this whole emotional arc. You got self-confidence. You grew as a person and helped others grow too. And helped others to grow. The white text guy doesn't make expressions, but you get the feeling he's looking at you pityingly.
I find you sweet. Honestly, I do. I don't intend to cause emotional injury. I'm just telling you the truth. I never lie, you'll find. It isn't like you don't have admirable qualities of your own, of course. You have made quite the valuable vessel for me, and I appreciate that very much. I could not have done it without you. I'm only joking. I absolutely could have done it without you. It is just infinitely more fun to do these things together, is it not?
What things? What did he do? What did you do? You hope you didn't do something that would fuck over all your friends. Though when you try to think about them now, the bonds you felt before come up all twisted. Without the artificial friendship drive he'd given you pushing you forward, you're not even sure what those memories are supposed to feel like. You close your eyes and breathe. You try to remember the way Polypa touched your face after you'd touched hers, her claws trailing down your cheek. How Tyzia slept, trusting as you kept watch. How Tagora gave you a chance when he saw something in you you didn't even see in yourself. How, not that long ago, you got the chitter handle of an extremely friendly Jade Blood boy. Those moments are like the memory of warmth to you now. Blurry, cold, and out of reach. Was all of that nothing? Your heart is a chasm.
Don't worry so much about it. I simply needed some dots connected, some pieces in place for my next move. Choose whichever metaphor suits you, whichever way you frame it. Because of you, everyone will soon be in their right place.
Yeah, 4:13, baby. That's 4 hours and 13 minutes since the last time my internet fucking crapped out and cut the stream. But yes, 4:13. Shit, what have you done? Your head starts to spin and you think you might cry, so you pull your hood over your head to block out the harsh green room. You try to imagine it still smells a little like Mallek, but it doesn't. It doesn't smell like anything, really, but you remember what it smelled like at first, and you hold on to that. It was real, you tell yourself. Your friends were real, and what you felt for them and with them was real, too. You're so afraid for them, and as guilty as you feel for craving it, the fear just makes you need those feelings felt even more. You're clawing desperately for the euphoria of caring, of being cared for. Who cares if your hand was forced? You felt it, and it still mattered. It matters. You remember how it felt watching Chixie perform, bathed in light and righteous anger, and also how you drunkenly commiserated with her later when... No, that's not right. That didn't happen. Except, you still remember how hungover you were the next day. Just when you started making sense of things, the whole fucking world shifts under your feet again. You can't keep up with all this moving real estate in your brain.
Yes. All of the resets. Annoying, but necessary. You're just indescribably bad at keeping yourself alive and in one piece. And you weren't quite as adept at befriending aliens to start out with. My intervention was necessary to keep you on the right path. Time and space mean very little to me, but I had to move quickly and again, repeatedly. Swipe some incriminating note-taking here, befriend an impressionable young upstart there, anger a koala bear, inspire some bandits. You know how it is. You have to throw the temporal spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. I'm sure if you look back, you'll be able to see traces of my deft touch. So a few memories may have slipped through the cracks here and there. Timelines tend to collapse in on each other if you aren't careful. Your ability to mentally withstand such an event, and so often is a testament to my acumen in choosing you for the task. You even almost caught on a few times, which I must say I was not expecting. You almost listened to the silly little girl who liked to dress up in big coats and cause me trouble. And as always, some bystanders end up caught in the crossfire. The one with the shovel, for instance. I doubt his mind will ever be the same. A pity.
You stand up straighter and clench your hands into fists. Over the course of his pompous monologuing, you've moved past fear and grief and onto deep, globe-chafing rage. How dare he do this to your mind, to your friends' lives? What was so important that one white-orbed asshole had to fuck with the destinies of everyone you've grown to care about? There are answers out there, and you deserve them. And so, you demand them.
Adorable.
Yikes. You shift on the chaise lounge so as to better hide your famous legs from this creepy round fucker.
Oh, calm down. All of you, your adherents to societal expectations and archetypes. Perhaps one day you could just learn to take a compliment. Besides, I was being condescending. So you demand answers.
He sighs theatrically. You aren't sure where the noise is even coming from. He doesn't have a mouth. How is he even talking? How the fuck does anything work at all?
I knew you would, but I find explaining myself incredibly tedious. Suffice it to say, I am a man with many boards and fields of play, and although there are countless ways to move the players around those boards, some are doubtlessly more entertaining than others. You are simply one pawn among many. I won't bore you with the details. Doubtless you are aware of the greater contextual framework of this story.
The hell you are? You aren't aware of jack shit. Your head is full of question marks.
Oh, of course. How thoughtless of me. See, yet another unfortunate side effect of the limitless conversing with the narratively limited.
He taps a thumb and forefinger to his orb.
Perhaps it would suit you better to understand gradually. And when I say gradually, please understand that I mean it. You won't be leaving. But yes, I do believe this will clarify some things for you. This way, please.
He opens a door and gestures inside. There's light coming from in there, but it still gives off the vibe of a dark closet door in an unfamiliar bedroom at 3 a.m. You're afraid, yeah, but you want to understand even more. You stand up and take a step, conscious of the movement of the muscles in your legs. With the rosy sheen of your friendship hypnosis or whatever the fuck he did to you gone, the sensation of moving your own body feels heightened. Important. Yours. There's probably a version of you that would try to turn him down, or that would fight or run or take a nap on his surprisingly comfortable piece of antique furniture. You even consider rushing back to say goodbye to somebody, anybody at least, but you know there isn't time to click through all that bullshit. Those tributaries flicker in your mental periphery, so tangible you can almost see yourself choosing one, but you pull your focus back to your present and look him right in the orb. You just have to trust they'll remember you, because the you you've become after this journey, after all this friendship and growth and death and time, that you needs to understand. You owe it to your friends, but even more, you owe it to yourself. You've found your river, and you're going to see where it leads. So you follow him.
Sit here, please. In the interest of expediency, I will leave you to your own devices while I go deal with an expected but entirely unwanted guest. It shouldn't be too hard to parse out the truth on your own. All you need to do is read a brief webcomic.
Y'all.
We did it!
We did it!
Interesting.
We did it, gamers.
Oh my god. In almost exactly 22 hours.
I only drifted off to sleep like 2 times.
Oh my god.
Well, we
Whoa. Oh.
Man, God, Caitlin, fucking kudos to you. Kudos for you organizing all this shit and getting everyone involved, because you're a fucking trooper.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna take a
god.
nap after this.
I'm like thank you so much to all of you who are on the call with me right now and everyone who was on the call at any point in the last 22 hours for like just making this happen, making it awesome, bringing your amazing like voice acting skills and your enthusiasm and your friends. Most of the people who came on and did voices and stuff were from like friend to friend invites. People I was like, hey, you want to do this? And they were like, hey, I got some pals. And I was like, fuck yeah. So like this could not have happened without y'all wonderful people right alongside. So thank you all
Seems pretty
so much.
appropriate that this was possible while playing Friend Sim.
Stream brought to you by the friends you made along the way.
I mean, basically.
But it was a pleasure being a part of this. I'm so happy, and everything. Replaying this, getting to see all the characters and stuff again gets me revitalized for what's to come now, especially after all that. Like, is this canon just in capacity to Hiveswap, or are we just going to be erased? Because I don't think that Doc Scratch doesn't have the ability to trace memories if they've been fucking with our heads like this. So maybe they just got rid of MSPA Reader and continued on. Who knows? Like, someone pointed out, like, this ship that we're crashed out of is right outside of Zephros's hives. This is the same exact background. That house in the background to the right is the same one as their neighbors, and there's the same billboard, and it's in the exact same shape as little missile that crashed and had the stuff collapse all over Zephyros. So maybe to some degree this is an official non-canonical thing, and it might come back to bite us. Who knows? But no matter what, it's like, I'm so excited for tomorrow and what's gonna come.
Well, that is tomorrow, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I specifically was like, I want to do this as close to the release date as possible, so it's like a whole big chunk of review, come, let's celebrate, let's get excited, and then it's like, bam, here they are.
Rounding success. I'm very excited. Revitalized.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Although I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna sleep through the whole thing. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Feels like we picked the other option for Lanque.
Well, while we're here, I just want to quickly do shit about the artists, because there's artist trolls. There's the three trolls. There's Amicia, Ramel, and Melly, Remily, however you want to pronounce it, and Sharon. I love all of them. I love Amicia for the blood. I love Melly for being just cool. But Sharon is just like, ugh, they give me emotions. And here's why. Amicia is one of those artists who's just like completely superficially into the aesthetic of it. They get the supplies. They have all these tools and means, but they don't have what it takes to truly be an artist, which is like this need to create this spark, this imagination. They want to do it because it sounds cool, but they haven't found what it is to make art yet. And who knows, maybe they will. I hope so. Good for them. Rumeli, she's got this super cynical take on it. She has the raw talent. She has the ability to draw, but what she draws isn't really for her in any capacity. It's not to express anything. It's purely to like sell things. They've got their own, art stuff, but the way they take it is they make things not for themselves or for the sake of art in itself. It's just whatever's marketable. But then you get Sharon, and the whole route is just you two finding things and just making something, just going with how you feel. And I don't know which route you guys did, because I fell asleep, but
good route.
Yeah.
It makes me feel so much emotions because they have the heart of the artist, and they have this desire to just do things, try whatever it is. You've made something that didn't exist before, no matter what it is, and you appreciate the value in that. That is your creation. It's just, mwah, I love that. I love that little non-binary bastard, and everything else comes up with him.
Well, thank you. I have a right fondness for you too.
Beautiful.
All right.
That's out, so. This was a lot of fun, though. Thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Thank you for being here this whole time, Mads. You were like on the call for the entire friggin' thing.
Yeah.
That's like a lot. That's amazing.
I really like, you know, I don't know, I'm relatively new to the whole, like, fandom of Homestuck in general and, like, all of this stuff, but it's really drawn me in since I learned about it, and so, like, this was fun. It was something I really wanted to do, so, thanks.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that y'all enjoyed it.
It brings me back to the days of like playing this for the first time and seeing every route come out. Like the trolls get introduced weekly, and then the routes come bi-weekly. It's like every what was it, Wednesday or Friday? So we kind of decided to unwrap them and just be like, ooh, these trolls.
Yeah, because I remember there was the troll call, which is when they were like releasing all their designs, and it was like, whoa, what's this one's deal? Look at that symbol. Everyone was coming up with theories and stuff like, what's their name origin mean? You know. And then a little bit later we got the Friend Sims, and those were coming out week to week. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, Friendsim is still like one of my most favorite things that's come out of Homestuck. Like Homestuck, the work and stuff is really good, but in terms of like digestible media, the polish and the writing and all of it is just so good, and it gets you so into like the world really easily. All the characters, like I didn't give a fuck about Troll Call when it was initially coming out. I did, but I didn't, like in the sense of like, oh shit, new content, but I didn't feel anything towards the characters except for the clowns. And playing them, it's like, wow, I care about this Bronze Blood. Wow, I care about this Rusty. Wow, I care about this Gold Blood. I care about all of them. I love all of them. I have feelings about every single fucking one of them, and I'm so excited to see every single one in Act 2, and just be like, blah, 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 hello. Especially the Soleils, I just can't wait to see them again. They're my favorites. And,
Oh, I was actually wondering, are you gonna be playing Act 1 on stream, or are you just gonna hop into Act 2?
I don't have any plans to stream either of them at the moment. I'm gonna play through Act 2 on my own for a bit.
Gotcha.
And then I might do Act 1 and Act 2 kind of in a row at some point in the future, but I kind of want to just like fully soak up Act 2 and then like give it a little bit of time to percolate, you know, people finding all the Easter eggs and like doing that sort of thing, so I can do sort of a like really thorough exploration of like, you know, that Easter eggy stuff and other neat things and that sort of thing.
I really hope it's the same way with Act 1, where even playing just recently, earlier this month, I'm still finding things I have not seen. I played the game the day it came out, but it's still, to this day, I'll always find something new, because it's just loaded with like so many like little tidbits, and the love and detail in it is so good.
I will say something interesting that I remember back when people were still discovering glitches and like hacks and stuff for it. I remember there are these bigger batteries that are in Joey's house, and you normally can't use them with Zephyros because they have different inventories. But there was an inventory glitch that people found, and you can combine her batteries with his microphone.
Ooh.
So that's probably going to be coming back up in Act 2 to some
Just
capacity.
really weird that they already programmed it into the previous game where it's not even a thing that you do.
Yeah.
Crazy.
and it has like a different like sprite and everything. It's really interesting. So so keep that in mind when you're playing the game, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have any of you seen the actual like gameplay trailer that came out?
Yes, I love all the Phoenix Wright style
Hmm.
sprites that they used.
It's gonna be very fascinating. No spoilers for like other people, like in terms of puzzles and stuff. But I kind of wish that I didn't, but I also like I'm glad I did because I'm just so excited about like what's to come. Like everything looks so good, and one of my favorite things about Homestuck is just puzzling over the theories of what's to come, and it's given me those exact same vibes. This is what I love Homestuck for.
I don't know if I told you guys, but Hiveswap is kind of how I got into Homestuck.
Oh, nice.
Because so I had seen like a video talking about Homestuck and whatever. I'm like, oh, this is pretty neat. I'll give it a read. And like I read the first act and ends with like Wayward Vagabond in the desert or whatever, post-apocalyptic Earth. And then I just didn't touch it for a really long time. And then I guess YouTube just recommended me the Hiveswap trailer because it had come out around that time that I had gone through Act 1. And I was like, whoa, this is so cool. But I never made the mental connection that it was a Homestuck thing. And then, because I wasn't really aware of the trolls or anything like that, I just thought like, oh, this is a cool game. And then I saw like an analysis video of the trailer, and that's how I met a friend of mine who got me into Homestuck. And that's, yeah, it's just that series of events that's led me to where I am now.
Fuck yeah.
Now one of the most popular videos on your channel is a Homestuck.
Yeah, and you're in it. It's you being drunk talking about Dave wanting 2 dicks. It's
Yes,
What?
it is.
beautiful.
That's not what I expected out of your fucking mouth.
I'll link it in the server, I guess. 'Cause Joe and Crab are amazing, and I love them.
Crab is wonderful.
Yes.
Crab good.
Crab is always this golden. I love them.
It's true.
Top tier car cat. Top tier voice actor in general. They're amazing.
And also they're really pretty. How can you be talented and
I know.
But then again, everyone I've seen so far has been super pretty. Gabe's really pretty. I don't give a fuck what he says. He can get mad at me all he wants, but his hair is really nice.
I'm kind of liking just this like podcasty vibing energy we got going on.
Yeah, it's because I'm sleep deprived.
Oh yeah, producing, plug your channels and shit. Plug your channels and shit. Advertise your shit. Advertise your shit, and then I gotta shut down because I'm fucking tired.
You can find
you were
me.
the one who's been doing the most work. But yes, anyways, I guess let's start some on top. Hi, I'm CL. You can find me on like a bunch of different channels at CAPITAINJOE on Twitter. I don't really post there that often, but when I do, generally it's a little shitpost video I made. Most of the time you can find me on Sleepy Souls, or maybe Articulately Composed, or maybe King Spirals, or maybe the Jace Boat Network. Usually the Jace Boat Network, or Sleepy Souls.
Yeah,
It's true.
I run Sleepy Souls. Hi, you should go check it out. This is a bunch of the cool people on the stream do stuff there. Like was it Gabe, Crab, and Joe here, CL, Captain Lazar. So yeah, a bunch of people here do stuff on there. It's pretty cool.
You can find me over here on Clowns Don't Bite on most things, Twitter, or whatever, Instagram, or ClownsDB on Twitter most specifically. Also follow Maggie Vampire on their Tumblr, Maggie Vamp specifically, .tumblr.com. They do amazing art, and they've helped me out with my YouTube channel, which is Macus VA. I've got like 2 videos out that I'm proud of. It's Maggie's lyrics that
recap video.
Yeah, my Homestuck recap, which is really nice.
It's really, really good.
Thank you.
Oh, Gabe is yelling at us in chat now. Gabe is yelling at us to go to bed. I think it's just being CL that have not had sleep yet.
Yeah, it's pretty much that.
Celebrities are
But
good.
yes, one more thing,
Hmm?
Crab, they're wonderful, and you can find them on Twitter at MATER CRUST ACEA. Mater Crustacea. They deserve a follow. Their art is fucking amazing.
Do go follow them. They're really talented.
Yes.
They deserve to charge more for their art, but they won't let themselves, and that's a shame.
Alrighty, well, it was fun. I'm super happy to have done this with you guys. I'll be seeing you guys around.
Oh, yes, you will.
All right. That is a wrap. I'm just going to throw one more big thank you out to every single person who has been on the stream with me at any point in the last 22 hours. Thank you all so much. Y'all did amazing. You're amazing. Oh my god. And thanks so much to anyone who popped in at any point and was hanging out with us. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Have a lovely rest of your day, whatever you may be getting up to. Oh right, my own Twitch bullshit. I do Homestuck reread streams. That's kind of the primary thing I do. I do that on weekends. I'll have to see how my voice is feeling this weekend. It might, the next ones might actually be the weekend after this one. We'll see. But that is my regular thing. I do Homestuck reread streams. I do new chapters of Homestuck Squared when they come out. And visual novel games once a week on Wednesdays. Right now we're doing Arcade Spirits. It's very fun. All right. Thank you, everyone. Oh my goodness.
Hello?
All right. Yes, have a lovely, splendid, wonderful rest of your day, whatever you all may be getting up to. And fingers crossed, I will be seeing some of y'all right back here for some of my regularly scheduled programming. And I usually stream in the evenings and say good night, but good afternoon, I guess. I will see you all around.